and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.1, the International Working Men's Association. Welcome to our series on the Great Russian Revolution, which, in the history of revolutions, is probably second only to the French Revolution in terms of importance, impact, and then ongoing historiographic controversy and debate. But unlike the French Revolution, and indeed because of the French Revolution, the men and women who made the Russian Revolution were actively longing to embark on a world historical event. Guys like Danton, Desmoulins, and Robespierre had improvised their way through a great upheaval. But now, would-be revolutionary adepts like Lenin and Trotsky studied the course of the French Revolution and then spent their whole lives planning for and anticipating a new Great Revolution. Not that the Russian Revolution is not also defined by spur-of-the-moment improvisations, just that the revolutionaries were aiming from the beginning at something as big as the French Revolution, and I think they succeeded. Now, before the Russian Revolution came along and added a new Great Revolution for everyone to focus attention on, be afraid of, want to emulate, etc., the French Revolution continued to hang over European affairs as the revolution that everybody focused their attention on, was scared of, or wanted to emulate. And if you remember back to the episode I did in our series on 1848 called The Spectre of the French Revolution, we talked about how the French Revolution played such a huge role in defining one's position inside of 19th century politics. That on the one hand you had anti-revolutionaries. This group included both full-throated reactionary conservatives like Metternich, but also liberal constitutional monarchists like François Guizot, who believed that any further democratic or social reform would be the first step towards the return of Madame la Guillotine. But this group also included liberal reformers like Alexis de Tocqueville in France, the Count of Cavour in Piedmont, Sardinia, and István Széchenyi in Hungary, who were anti-revolution, but who believed that slow and steady reform was just the thing that would prevent that revolution, not trigger it. On the other hand, there were those who thought, actually, hell yeah, little revolution is just what the doctor ordered. And they broke into three camps, those representing what we might call the spirit of 1789. Yes, revolution against lingering feudal absolutism, but always guarding against the slip into mob-driven chaos in the Reign of Terror. Then, beyond them, there were those representing the spirit of 1792, radical democratic Republicans who believed 1789 was the unsatisfying precursor to the much more important and much more glorious revolution of 1792, which ushered in real political liberty and social equality. Finally, there was this weird and obscure minority representing what we might call the spirit of 1796, those who saw 1789 as a step to 1792, but who also saw 1792 as a step towards the aborted promise of 1796, represented by Gracchus Babeuf and the Conspiracy of Equals. They believed that the liberty and equality espoused even by the radical Republicans would be impossible without economic equality, that it was not enough to declare the rights of man if the wealth of the nation was still unequally distributed, that simply transferring land and capital from a dying aristocracy to a rising bourgeoisie was no revolution at all, especially not as the idealism of the revolution gave way to the cynicism and despotism of the Directory, and then the Consulate, and then the Empire. It was this last group that first asked the social question, and as the 19th century progressed, their demands for an answer only grew louder, and it is from that tiny seed, from the spirit of 1796, that we find the origins of the Russian Revolution, a social revolution to match the size and scope of the merely political French Revolution. It was, in fact, during the cynical and despotic days of the Consulate and the Empire that the first batch of new commentators and critics and reformers wanted to address the failed promise of the French Revolution. They were not yet called socialists, because that word and concept didn't really exist yet, but in retrospect, we recognize them as such. These early utopian socialists were highly critical of the failures of the disciples of the enlightened philosophes to produce anything resembling a just society. But this first generation of proto-socialists did not yet abandon capital R reason as the proper tool to eradicate social and political injustice. The oldest and most influential of this generation was the Comte de Saint-Simon. As a young man, Saint-Simon had served in the French expeditionary force that went to fight in the American War of Independence and returned an enthusiastic partisan of the coming French Revolution. Keenly interested in the scientific improvement of human society, he managed to survive the Reign of Terror despite a brief imprisonment, and then spent the rest of his life developing a framework for a scientifically perfected society. Once people understood that humans were governed by empirically determined laws, a social science to match what Newton had done for physics, people would be able to create a harmonious society devoid of poverty, suffering, crime, and every other social ill. Now, Saint-Simon did not preach radical communal equalitarianism so much as a technocratic meritocracy that would just render the political state obsolete. And if we're connecting dots here to other parts of the Revolutions podcast, one of Saint-Simon's secretaries was Auguste Comte, the founder of sociology, and more specifically, positivism, which we saw get picked up by the Mexican cientificos during the Porfiriato. Saint-Simon, no less than Porfirio Diaz, wanted not much politics and a lot of administration. A younger contemporary of Saint-Simon's was Charles Fourier, a trenchant and witty social critic of post-revolutionary France, who developed full-blown and very detailed theories about the ideal environment for the flourishing of both individuals and the community within which they lived, that the individual should not be molded to fit society, but that society should be molded to fit the individual. Like Saint-Simon, Fourier believed that his great project was to discover laws of human relations to match Newton's physics, and he thought he cracked it with a very complicated metaphysics based on types of human attraction and passion that, once recognized and set free, would allow human communities to fall into a voluntary, natural, and harmonious balance. To help this process along, Fourier developed schemes for networks of 4-story complexes where 1,620 members would work and live, doing work that was tailored to their own proclivities and talents and passions, so that labor would cease to be labor and instead become pleasure. Again, armed with capital R reason, human conflict, poverty, and misery would be overcome. Fourier gained enough adherents that in the 1840s at least 30 utopian communities were established in the United States based off of his ideas. None of them turned out to be utopia, leaving behind instead a legacy of plaques and historical markers that say, on this date, in this place, humans once attempted to build a utopia. The last of this early group that I'll mention is Robert Owen, a Welsh industrialist who took over a factory in New Lanark, Scotland in January of 1800 and proceeded to use it as a testing ground for his reformist theories about how individuals, families, and communities ought to live and work. Basically, Owen thought that though biology played a role in human development, so too did the environment within which they lived. In the beginning, this took the form of a kind of benevolent capitalism. At his factory, Owen instituted 10-hour maximum workdays. He insisted that company stores sell goods essentially at cost. He covered the education of children. He built good housing for the families. And for a long time, he was lauded in polite society for his noble, and more importantly productive, efforts. But after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Owen grew more radical, and he advanced from benevolent capitalist to outright socialist. This turned him from darling of polite society to pariah, but Owen didn't care. He started dumping his fortune into an attempt to build an ideal society, eventually buying an entire town in Indiana called New Harmony, where he tried to build his utopia. But this utopia failed within 2 years because history has shown time and again that human nature and idealistic utopian schemes go together like oil and water. Owen was financially ruined by all this, but he remained an active promoter of worker rights right up until his death in 1858, and he played a role in advancing nearly every piece of British labor legislation in the first half of the 19th century, and he was the one who coined the enduring phrase, 8 hours labor, 8 hours recreation, and 8 hours rest as the perfect balance for the human day, which is a motto that still has some currency today. This early utopian socialism was mostly of interest to a few dreamers and eccentric do-gooders hoping to change the world by force of example. Socialism as an active revolutionary political force was still barely in its infancy when the revolutions of 1848 broke out, though one of the greatest statements of revolutionary socialism was produced right on the eve of the revolution, and that's the Communist Manifesto. But the Communist League, who was issuing this Communist Manifesto, was an obscure group who had almost no impact on immediate revolutionary events, and the Communist Manifesto is only important in historical retrospect. The hurricane of 1848, though, scrambled things up and sent people and ideas flying everywhere. And after that storm passed, people took stock of what had happened. They drew lessons from their failures, and they began the process of building a stronger and more advanced socialist challenge to the political and economic status quo. The lessons learned were varied and often contradictory. Those, for example, who followed Pierre-Auguste Blanqui, the professional revolutionary par excellence, continued to insist that the solution was to create a hardcore professional vanguard of revolutionaries who could be trusted to be ruthless and see the job of toppling the tyrants of Europe done properly. This is not surprising, because that was Blanqui's solution to every problem. If Blanqui's car blew a tire, he would first want to forge a hardcore dedicated revolutionary vanguard before he thought about where to get a new tire. This vanguard would be secretive, few in number, and deadly in impact. They would not be distracted or dissuaded by weak-kneed liberals or ignorant workers who knew nothing of revolutionary politics. A diametrically opposed takeaway from the failures of 1848 came from Blanqui's contemporary, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the first self-described anarchist, who counseled ignoring the state and politics completely. Don't focus on overthrowing the state, just ignore it. Build worker collectives and voluntary associations as an alternative to coercive and exploitive capitalism. These voluntary associations will grow and spread, and the next thing you know, we don't even need a revolution because it's already done. There were also those who existed in between those extremes, and who still believed that the answer to the social question could only come after political liberation. In France, this group would count among its number the neo-Jacobin Republicans, the Spirit of 1792 guys, and elsewhere in Europe, those who still followed the national liberation doctrines and methods of Giuseppe Mazzini, that we must first focus on overthrowing the reactionary political powers that keep free nations in bondage, and then we can deal with the rest of it. It's fair to say, though, that in the years after 1848, those reactionary political powers were ascendant, and the power of these revolutionaries was limited, to say the least. They had been scattered and decimated by voluntary exile, forced deportation, execution, and imprisonment. So though one must always keep a watchful eye, the threat of revolution from below was pretty minimal. The violent aberration of 1848 thus survived. The great powers of Europe could get back to quote-unquote normal history, making war on each other, mostly to satisfy the dynastic ambitions of Europe's rulers. Prince-President Bonaparte's coup of 1851 and subsequent creation of the Second French Empire ended what had been a pretty good run of great power peace since the fall of the first Napoleon back in 1815. And within a few years, Napoleon III was teaming up with the British to go fight the Russians in the Crimean War, and then a few years later, France teamed up with Piedmont Sardinia to fight the Austrians and restart the process of Italian liberation and unification. To match and counter the ambitions of Napoleon III, Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck decided in the early 1860s that the time was just about right to make a play to consolidate the still disunited states of Germany under Prussian domination. At this same time, another nation of long-standing suffering renewed its dream of liberation and unification. I speak, of course, of Poland, around whom all revolutionary history must ultimately revolve. Wiped from the map of Europe by Prussia, Austria, and Russia in the 1790s, and not reconstituted in the Treaty of Vienna of 1815, the keepers of the old flame of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had tried to restore themselves in the early 1830s, and then again during the revolutions of 1848, but had failed both times. With both Russia and Austria having recently been knocked around, Poland saw the rise of clandestine meetings, public demonstrations, and violent clashes all through 1860, 1861, and 1862. Patriotic Poles divided between one group of more conservative liberals, intellectuals, and professionals who wanted essentially home rule, akin to something like what the Hungarians were about to get from the Habsburgs, and more radical lower-class workers and peasants who wanted to overthrow their foreign oppressors and found a free Polish republic. Disunited, but mostly marching in the same direction, the situation exploded in January of 1863 with a full-blown armed uprising, followed in February by an uprising in Lithuania. Now, the plight of Poland had long been a cause to rally around for everyone basically to the left of Metternich since 1815, especially in France. In the very last years of his life, Lafayette was very much focused on Poland and trying to help exiled Poles in Paris, and he even accepted a commission in the Polish National Guard. No, you're writing a biography of Lafayette and awkwardly shoehorning him into the story. This latest Polish uprising led to various radical and socialist groups wanting to show solidarity with the Poles, and so in July of 1863, a small group of French working-class leaders made the trip from Paris to London to participate in a large meeting at St. James's Hall in solidarity with the Polish insurgents, hosted by English working-class leaders. The French delegation was mostly made up of mutualist anarchist followers of Proudhon, and at the meeting, the French leaders and the English leaders started discussing the fact that they really had a lot of problems in common, and that international solidarity of the working classes might be the only way to find the elusive answer to the social question. They all, of course, had their own national concerns, but it couldn't hurt to think about building up an alliance from below. Talks about building up such an alliance continued all through 1863 and 1864 until some details were finalized. Invitations were written and received for a meeting to be held in London in September of 1864. This one not just on behalf of the Poles, whose uprising unfortunately had already been crushed, but to discuss what an international working men's association might look like, if such a thing was feasible or even desirable. This meeting opened at St. Martin's Hall on September the 28th, 1864, and brought together quite an array of reformers and revolutionaries who had very little in common besides a general alienation from the social, economic, and political status quo. So there were British labor unionists and idealistic holdover Owenites. There were French Proudhonists and Blanquists who spoke a common language, but who had little else in common. There were Irish, Italian, and Polish nationalists who sought national liberation above all, among them many disciples of Mazzini's hardcore Republican Young Europe movement. Also present were a few ponderous and philosophically inclined German socialists. The men, and at this point they were all men, who gathered did not agree on a solution to the social question, nor did they really even agree on what the problem was. But there was a sense that as long as the enemies of the status quo remained separated from each other, that the reactionary defenders of the status quo who controlled the wealth and armies of their respective countries would always win. Sharing an enemy, they hoped that they could become allies, if not quite friends. Those assembled in St. Martin's Hall voted unanimously to found an International Working Men's Association, which they then creatively dubbed the International Working Men's Association. This is a bit of a mouthful, so in time it became known as simply the International, and is known to us today as the First International, because in the decades to come there would be a Second International and a Third International and a Fourth International, but let's not worry about them, because nobody at the meeting at St. Martin's Hall in 1864 knew that they were forming merely the First International. So among the small contingent of ponderous and philosophically inclined German socialists at this meeting was an exile from the Revolution of 1848 who had been living in London with his family since 1849. This guy was not particularly important. He didn't even know about the meeting until a week before it was held, and was invited practically just because the organizers wanted the meeting to be as international as possible and they needed some more Germans. He was at that point known principally as a radical journalist and polemicist, with a penchant for indulging in catfights with other members of the émigré and exile communities where he had lived in Germany, Belgium, France, and the UK. If you haven't guessed by now, I am of course talking about 46-year-old Karl Marx. So we're going to talk much more about the life and ideas of Marx next week, because Though he is obscure at this moment, he obviously looms large over the revolution and every subsequent revolution in the 20th century. In fact, part of the reason we're here talking about the founding of the International Working Men's Association is because this is the organization that helps take Marx from obscure and isolated grump to an intellectual leader with actual followers. Again, partly because he was simply a German who lived in London, Marx was appointed to an executive general council of 21 men who would guide the formation of this new working men's association. Now, Marx wasn't really planning on playing a huge role on this council, and over the next few days he only sporadically attended meetings. But then it was brought to his attention that the followers of Mazzini were coming to dominate the council, and that seemed to get Marx off his ass, because Marx and Mazzini hated each other personally and professionally. So when the larger General Council created a smaller committee to actually work on drafts for the rules and opening statement of the new International Working Men's Association, Marx not only got himself on the committee, but he offered to host their meetings at his house. And given the fact that this was a working-class operation, and he was likely the most gifted writer amongst them, he got this smaller drafting committee to delegate to him individually the task of drafting these crucial founding documents of the International. The documents he produced at the end of October 1864 were unanimously approved on November the 1st, and let Marx put his early stamp on the International. Now at this point, there was no such thing as Marxists. Marx himself had very few friends, let alone followers, in the early 1860s. But he coded a bunch of very Marxist language into the DNA of the International Working Men's Association. The inaugural address begins by breaking down the phenomenal growth of the capitalist economy since 1848, and then laying out all the ways that the workers have been screwed over. That despite massive percentage growth in profits and productivity, that the conditions of the life of the workers was appalling. It was worse than at any point in history, that they were not even receiving sufficient calories to stay alive, and that this was all according to the British government's own reports. The address lamented the destruction of the nascent working-class movements in 1848 and went on to praise efforts to ameliorate the worst conditions by various reformers in the 1850s. But then Marx slipped in some editorializing aimed at mutualist anarchists, who supported non-confrontational cooperatives that would supplant the ruling capitalist class, rather than accepting the necessary logic of class conflict to overthrow their power. Marx wrote, quote, "The experience of the period from 1848 to 1864 has proved beyond doubt that, however excellent in principle and however useful in practice, cooperative labor, if kept within the narrow circle of the casual efforts of private workmen, will never be able to arrest the growth in geometrical progression of monopoly, to free the masses, nor even to perceptibly lighten the burdens of their miseries." Marx went so far as to say outright that such cooperatives were welcomed by their oppressors because they would distract the workers from the real threat that the workers posed, that what they had was numbers, and that if they combined internationally that they could be a force of great revolutionary strength. So for Marx, social revolution lay through the seizing of political power, and he wrote, quote, "To conquer political power has, therefore, become the great duty of the working classes," end quote. Marx also drafted the general rules of the International, which were prefaced by more strong language that followed from his own analysis of the situation. He wrote, quote, that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. That is, they can't rely on any other class or group, neither friendly aristocrats nor charitable bourgeois liberals. They must do it for themselves. He also wrote, quote, that the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the source of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all its social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence, that the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. So clearly, the social question must always take precedence, that mere political rights and constitutions aren't going to be enough to magically solve the problem, but that said, political power was a key component of the answer to the social question. But though what everyone would later understand to be very Marxist language being coded into the DNA of the First International, the actual rules of the organization were very clear that this was meant to attract as many affiliates as possible and not have some doctrinal litmus test for membership. The inaugural address was just that and nothing more. The General Council in London would be there to act as a coordinating and correspondence bureau, not some central executive handing down orders from on high. In fact, all somebody had to do to join was, quote, acknowledge truth, justice, and morality as the basis of their conduct toward each other and toward all men without regard to color, creed, or nationality. There would be lots of latitude about how national, local, and individual groups who elected to affiliate with the International could operate. Self-directed autonomy and freedom of ideological choice was literally in the rules, and it said, while united in perpetual bond of fraternal cooperation, the working men's societies joining the International Association will preserve their existing organizations intact. This meant, for example, that whatever shots Marx had just taken at Proudhon's mutualists, that the vast majority of French sections that affiliated with the International were mutualist anarchists. And really, up through the Paris Commune, it was the followers of Proudhon, not Marx, who were the single most advanced and influential faction inside the International. The founding of the International Working Men's Association was a momentous event in the history of labor, socialism, communism, anarchism, and revolution. It was also the beginning of a hot holy mess of disagreement and rivalry between those who now affiliated with the International. Intentionally casting the net as wide as possible was the point, but that meant that every fish in the sea wound up coming on board, and that would produce some major conflicts. And just to give you a flavor of some of these disputes, British Union leaders wanted this all to be a reformist movement. Continental radicals demanded full-blown revolution. Professional revolutionaries who followed Blanqui wanted this to be a secretive and focused vanguard, while others, like Marx himself, wanted it to be an out-in-the-open mass movement. Some supported union activity as a necessary focus for worker direct action, while many anarchists hated the unions because they granted the capitalist premise that some were powerful owners while others were mere workers. The anarchists instead wanted to emphasize worker-owned collectives, not organizing factories for better wages. Some felt that the international movement couldn't work without powerful direction from a central authority giving orders from the top down. Others thought that it would be pointless if it wasn't an inverted pyramid built from the bottom up, with the guys at the center working for those at the periphery, not the other way around. Some wanted to form political parties and challenge parliamentary elections. Others thought that politics was the whole problem, and they needed to decisively turn their backs on the entire game of politics and build up their own alternative structures. Some believed in capturing the power of the state, others in ignoring its very existence, until, like a forgotten god, it simply disappeared. But for the moment, all these disagreements were papered over, and it was with a great deal of hope and optimism that the International Working Men's Association was founded in 1864. The International would soon be tested by all those internal disputes, and then really tested by the explosion of the Franco-Prussian War, the siege of Paris, and the creation of the Paris Commune. As the years went by, Marx's influence would continue to grow as he kept a close, if behind-the-scenes eye on how the International presented and directed itself, eventually bringing him into conflict with the collectivist anarchists who started joining in the later 1860s under the auspices of the Russian revolutionary Mikhail Bakunin. The personal and ideological conflict between Marx and Bakunin would define the remaining history of the First International, as well as the future of revolutionary politics, as the schism between communists and anarchists would have profound implications for the course of the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917 and beyond. So, over the next few episodes, we will talk about the life of Marx and his theories of economics, politics, history, and revolution, and then talk about Bakunin and his theories of economics, politics, history, and revolution. And thus armed, we can go forth and aim ourselves at the institution that both believed more than any other stood for tyrannical, reactionary oppression, the Russian Tsar. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.2, The Adventures of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. We launched this series last week by launching the International Working Men's Association in 1864. Mostly, I did this because the International tried to bring all left-wing political groups together under a single tent, and since I'm trying to avoid making the Russian Revolution the narrow story of the Bolsheviks, it seemed like a good way to establish that the Bolsheviks are going to emerge as one faction that represented one variant of Russian Marxism. But there were a lot of other factions and variants out there: unionists, anarchists, socialists, communists, reformers, revolutionaries. But all that said, the Bolsheviks are ultimately the victorious faction from the victorious variant of Marxism, so it's going to be important to understand where they came from. So as the title of this episode suggests, today will be an intertwined biographical sketch of the lives of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels that will take us through to the foundation of the International. And then next week, we will go through the critical concepts to understand the philosophy and revolutionary program that became known as Marxism. Then we'll go on to do the same for Bakunin and the anarchists so that we understand what core revolutionary principles were out there that opposed what some people saw as the authoritarian tendencies implicit in that Marxism. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the city of Trier, a middle-sized city in the Rhineland. Little Karl was born just 3 years after the final fall of Napoleon. Now, Trier had been under French administration going back to the 1790s, but at the very recent Congress of Vienna, it was handed to the Prussian monarchy, whose backward-looking feudal conservatism clashed with the more progressive and forward-looking Rhinelanders. Both of Karl's parents had ethnic Jewish lineage, but to maintain his budding legal practice, Marx's father converted to Protestantism when the Prussians took over and instituted more carefully draconian restrictions on what Jews could and could not do. Not that this conversion was anything but nominal. Marx's father was into Kant and Voltaire and the Enlightenment, and though his children were baptized Lutheran, they were hardly a religious bunch. Karl then got a good enough secondary education where he was sent to the University of Bonn in 1835 to study law. But Karl's first year at university was mostly filled with drinking beer and reckless brawling, and so his dad shipped him off to the University of Berlin, which was located in the capital of the kingdom. Before Karl departed, he proposed marriage to Jenny von Westphalen, the daughter of a minor noble civil servant. And though the couple were only together in person once over the next 5 years, and that one time they got together almost wrecked their relationship, their engagement held, and when they finally got married, they remained together through the occasionally thick and very often thin rest of their lives. Arriving in Berlin in 1836, Karl did something even worse than drinking and brawling. He became enamored with philosophy. In Germany, in the mid-1830s, getting into philosophy meant getting into the just recently deceased Hegel, whose philosophy cast an all-encompassing shadow over German intellectual life, especially here in the first half of the 19th century. We'll talk a little bit more next week about what concepts Marx pulled out of Hegel, but for now, the crowd Marx fell in with was the more radical and iconoclastic group called the Young Hegelians. The Young Hegelians were working from themes that came from the early days of the French Revolution, and they took Hegel seriously when he said that the purpose and course of history was all about the abolition of anything that restricts freedom and the use of reason. The Young Hegelians were obviously critical of the repressive Prussian government, but unable to express their opposition openly, they turned to theology and philosophy. They published challenges to the reliability, historicity, and believability of Christianity and the Bible. They believed that by doing this they could undermine one of the core pillars of the Prussian monarchy's alleged legitimacy. Marx fell in with the Young Hegelians at the worst possible moment, because while their controversial philosophy was tolerated by King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia, when he died in 1840 and his son, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, ascended to power, that tolerance evaporated. Now, you know Friedrich Wilhelm IV from our episodes on 1848 because he will be the King of Prussia during the revolutions of 1848. He's the one who had to crawl on his belly away from Berlin. Conservative, romantic, and evangelical, this Friedrich Wilhelm had no tolerance for seditious blasphemy, and so the young Hegelians were marked and blacklisted. In spite of this, Marx pressed on with a doctoral thesis that used Hegelian methods to analyze ancient metaphysics, even though his conclusions were now outside the boundaries of acceptable thinking. Knowing he couldn't submit his thesis to the University of Berlin, Marx instead sent it to the more permissive University of Jena, which made him a doctor of philosophy in 1841. But as I just said, this was a bad time to be a young Hegelian, and Marx's dream of a university position was squelched. To make matters worse, Marx's father had died in 1838, beginning endless rounds of bickering with his money over money from the inheritance. To make a living, Marx, like many of his ideological comrades, turned from academia to journalism. So this newly minted doctor of philosophy moved to Cologne, where he submitted articles to a progressive paper called the Rhineland News, showing off a rhetorical style that was acerbic, witty, intelligent, sarcastic, and occasionally savage. This was also the period that, by his own account, he started being handed socialist and communist ideas, moving him away from abstract philosophy towards the realities of social and economic life. When the editorial brain trust of the Rhineland News fell apart, Marx became its de facto editor-in-chief in the middle of 1842. The paper was successful, and that looked like that. Karl Marx was going to be a newspaper editor in Cologne. But the paranoid hand of conservative censorship dug up Marx's new roots before they even had a chance to settle. The Rhineland News was suppressed and banned in 1843. Whatever plans Marx may have had for a normal life with a steady income were turned upside down by his politics. During his stint with the Rhineland News, Marx came into contact with a young, semi-anonymous contributor named Friedrich Engels. Engels was 2.5 years younger than Marx, born in 1820 in Barmen, a city about 35 miles east of Cologne. The Engels family were, first, devout evangelical Protestants, and second, industrial pioneers in the Rhineland. They owned textile factories in the region and had further expanded up to Manchester, England, which was rapidly transforming into a hive of industrial factories. The scion of this rich, capitalist, and very religious family rebelled on nearly every front. In 1842, Engels did a requisite year in the Prussian army, and stationed in Berlin, he attended lectures and came into social and intellectual contact with both the young Hegelians and various proto-socialists. Engels took to thinking and writing, and he submitted pieces to the Rhineland News, anonymously, as I said, since he was the son of filthy rich capitalists. Scandalized by their son's new friends and his new ideas, his parents sent him to Manchester to apprentice in a family-owned factory there. And in the annals of parents trying to halt the radicalization of their children only to see it backfire, sending Friedrich Engels to Manchester may be the single greatest backfire in world history. Now, despite having lost his job, Karl Marx and Jenny von Westphalen married and moved to Paris in October of 1843. Under the semi-liberal auspices of the July Monarchy, Paris was a haven for émigré radicals from across Europe. Russians and Poles, Italians, Germans, Spaniards, creating a swirling milieu of nationalists and Democrats, socialists, anarchists, tepid reformers, and single-minded revolutionaries. The Marxes settled down, and their first daughter, little Jenny, was born in early 1844. Marx worked as a contributor and editor for a couple of different German-language publications, meant for audiences in the émigré community, but also for audiences back in Germany. None of this work, though, was steady or particularly profitable. Engels, meanwhile, went off to Manchester, where he embarked on a program of self-radicalization. He was absolutely appalled by what he found there. Shortly after arriving, Engels met an Irish worker named Mary Burns. they fell in love and began a 20-year non-marriage marriage where they never tied the knot because they both rejected the oppressive bourgeois institution that was marriage. Mary Burns was Engels's early guide to Manchester, and he was deeply affected by what he saw. And basically, he saw every single stereotypical thing you might cram into a period piece drama about England during the Industrial Revolution. Crowded slums, ill-fed, filthy workers, men and women walking around with missing limbs, child labor, environmental degradation, grinding metal, choking black smoke. The works. Engels started writing articles and submitting them to various outlets, among them those Marx was working on in Paris. Pretty soon, Engels decided to collect and revise his notes and articles and ideas and turn them into a book that he called The Conditions of the Working Classes in England, which became his first contribution to mid-19th century socialism. Now in semi-regular correspondence with Marx, Engels swung through Paris on his way back to Germany so they could meet. And on August the 28th, 1844, they got together at a cafe near the Palais Royal. It was not technically the first time they had met, but it was the first time that they realized what kindred spirits they were. The two young men, both still in their mid-20s, got along famously, and Engels wound up staying at Marx's home for the next 10 days, the beginning of a lifelong collaboration and friendship. Marx, by this point, had begun thinking deeper and more seriously about the link between economics, society, and politics, and not just in the abstract. Marx was a man who dreamed of revolution, and he had hit upon this idea that the new industrial quote-unquote working class might just be miserable enough to be the engine of the next revolution. And when Engels came along with these horribly evocative descriptions of working-class misery, they agreed with each other that they were really onto something, that they had discovered the revolutionary proletariat. Both Marx and Engels then got involved, at least peripherally, with a radical group of emigre German artisans who had formed themselves into something they called the League of the Just, to promote socialist and anarchist philosophy, and prepare for the very revolution Marx and Engels now believed was coming. The Marxes probably would have stayed in Paris indefinitely, or at least until the revolution came, but Prussian diplomats complained to the French government about radical German propaganda being produced in Paris, and in 1845 demanded that some of the more offensive elements be expelled from France, specifically citing this guy, Karl Marx. To his horror and dismay, Marx discovered he had 1 week to leave the country, and the order was signed personally by François Guizot, earning lifelong enmity from Marx, who then had to pack up his wife Jenny, who was pregnant again, and little Jenny and scoot over to Brussels to start over. Again. To keep himself free of the long arm of Prussian conservatism, about 6 months after arriving in Brussels, Marx renounced his citizenship. Their arrival in Brussels happened to coincide with the beginning of the Hungry 40s. The potato blight and harvest failures were going to send recessive shockwaves reverberating through every sector of the European economy. So the going was hard for the Marx family, and his son Edgar was born in February 1847 at a very difficult time both for his family and for families across Europe. In Brussels, Marx and Engels also reconnected on a more permanent basis, and they actively collaborated on various book ideas, some of which, like The Holy Family, were published at the time, while others, like The German Ideology, sat around in piles of paper until Soviet researchers put them out in the 1920s and 1930s. Most of these ideas, though, revolved around their various beefs with other German radicals and philosophers. Old friends and mentors became derided rivals, as Marx and Engels moved decisively towards the idea that material economics was the basis of everything else, and if you disagreed, prepared to be skewered with a sarcastic and acidic pen. They broke with the young Hegelians, they attacked other socialist theorists as Philistines and heretics and reactionary pawns, who all either had things upside down, or, if they had things right side up, they advocated different means to the same ends. Now, Marx and Engels were not unique in this regard, and in return they were attacked, derided, and mocked just as hard and with just as much venom. But outside of these beefs, they continued to keep an eye out for the revolution. And in one of Marx's works from this period that only saw the light of day well after he was dead, he wrote that, quote, "Philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it." But when it came to changing the world, Marx was never a fan of Blanqui-style revolutionary vanguardism, and he wanted the working class movements to be out in the open, not secret, that their great power was in their great numbers. Let the ruling classes tremble. Exerting more intellectual force inside the League of the Just, Marx succeeded in getting them to make a strategic shift. In June of 1847, the League of the Just rebranded itself as the Communist League and then came out into the open. To attract members and announce their program, they commissioned Marx and Engels to draft a manifesto. Marx got to work using as his foundation a pamphlet Engels had written called Principles of Communism, which Marx then redrafted and reworked into what has gone down in history as the Communist Manifesto. Now, as I said in episode 8.1, the Communist Manifesto was more prophetic than it was a work rooted in the actual economic and material conditions of Europe at that moment. Prophetic in part because Engels just so happened to have been sent to Manchester, which was then on the leading edge of full-blown industrial capitalism, which would not really sweep the globe until the later 19th century and early 20th century. But it did show that most of the basics of later, fully developed Marxism were already in place by 1848. Historical materialism, class conflict, the exploitation of labor by the bourgeoisie, and the historical role of the proletariat as the next revolutionary class, whose aim would be the abolition of bourgeois property relations. The Communist Manifesto also advocated such civilization-shattering policies as a progressive income tax, a national bank, free universal secular education, and the suburbs. This revolutionary statement of principles was published in London in February 1848. By complete coincidence, the February Revolution hit Paris at almost that same moment. For all their anticipation and planning and organizing, this revolution took Marx and Engels and, frankly, everybody else by surprise, as revolutions nearly always do. The authorities in Brussels were terrified by the revolution in France, and on March the 3rd, 1848, they expelled everyone who might potentially destabilize Belgium. Marx and Engels and other Communist League guys were on the list, but that was okay, because their lives as emigres and exiles was over. It was time to go home and embark on the revolution. Now at this point, everything is moving in a straight line. Marx and Engels had been young, stubbornly nonconformist students who had then radicalized politically, dreamed about and worked towards a revolution against the conservative powers of Europe, and now that revolution was at hand. With the revolution afoot, Marx and his family went back to Cologne. Other members of the Communist League went to other German cities to start a pan-German revolutionary network to make sure this went right. And by went right, Marx specifically meant carrying out his theory of a double revolution in Prussia. First, they must recreate the course of the French Revolution, have all classes combined behind the liberal bourgeoisie to topple the Prussian monarchy. Once that was accomplished, the working-class proletariat could break off and immediately stage a second revolution against the oh-so-recently triumphant liberal bourgeoisie. Thus, they would advance rapidly towards the dream of communism. Marx's part in all this was to wield the pen, and he started a new paper dubbed the New Rhineland News to publish his ideas. The paper was successful locally, but events moved very quickly, and Marx's activities in 1848 would ultimately be limited just to the city of Cologne. The Communist League struggled to make inroads with the actual workers they were supposed to be representing. They also had trouble forming alliances with other socialist leaders who Marx and Engels had just spent the last few years so thoroughly mocking and deriding, to say nothing of the articles in the New Rhineland News that denounced rival working-class organizations as reactionary, not because they were insufficiently radical, but because they were too radical. These leaders wanted to skip the bourgeois revolution that Marx thought was so essential. So they didn't want to make alliances with the Democrats, they wanted to move straight on to the revolution of the worker. and these leaders in turn thought Marx was a cowardly stooge of the bourgeoisie for advancing the necessity of this bourgeois revolution in the first place. Not that it mattered. By the fall and winter of 1848, everything was falling apart. The King of Prussia disbanded the Prussian Diet, and the Frankfurt Parliament did not seem long for this world. Only with the walls closing in April 1849 did Marx belatedly conclude that the Democrats were too cautious and uncommitted, and that a strong unified push had to come from the workers, and the workers alone. But in May of 1849, the hammer of reaction fell hard in Cologne. Flexing his muscle after being forced to so ignominiously crawl on his belly, King Friedrich Wilhelm IV put the Prussian army on the move. The Frankfurt Parliament broke and fled, disappearing into the footnotes of history. Marx, who had never regained his renounced citizenship, was expelled from Cologne as an alien on May the 19th, which coincided with the last issue of the now banned and suppressed New Rhineland News. In these chaotic final days, Engels joined a volunteer rifle company led by future Union Army Major General August Willich to fight the last stand of the revolution. Marx was no soldier, and he made for Paris, and he would occasionally be dogged for the rest of his life by accusations of cowardice by those who did stay in Germany and fight. But the cause was well and truly hopeless by this point, and the company Engels had joined was quickly pushed across the border into Switzerland. In Paris, Marx hoped to find radical Democrats and socialists combining into a coalition that would seize control of the Second Republic and turn France into the revolution's war machine, just as the First Republic had once done. But by now, Prince President Bonaparte and the Party of Order had come to power. After probably witnessing the suppression of those Paris radicals in June of 1849, Marx was told he could stay in France if he removed himself to the coast of Brittany and made no trouble. Instead, he quit Paris and went to London, calling for Jenny and their 3 kids to join him. He arrived in England in August of 1849. Karl Marx was 32 years old. The revolution was hopefully only set back, but not yet dead. Marx prepared for a life of temporary exile in London. He would live there for the rest of his life. That life in London was tough on the Marxes, as the city filled with other exiles fleeing the reactionary hammer. Working-class artisans and more professional types, like doctors and lawyers, could find work, but Karl Marx was a radical journalist who didn't speak English, and who carried few other credentials or letters of recommendation. The Marxes spent the next few years hovering around destitution. They were broke and constantly harassed by creditors. During these miserable years, the German émigré community in London was itself a miserable mix of pessimistic disillusionment or recklessly grandiose declarations that they must restart the revolution now. It was full of rivalries, infighting, denunciations, blame-tossing, police spies, and agents provocateurs. Marx's mood completely soured, and he systematically got into fights with everyone, contributing to his isolation from practically everyone. Jenny gave birth to another son in September of 1849, but the baby died just a month later. Just about the only friend Marx had left in the world was Engels, who arrived in England in November 1849. Himself destitute and without prospects, Engels decided to tactically renounce his revolutionary past so that his parents would let him work in the family business again, so that he could make a living, not just for himself, but he also sent cash when he could to Marx. He wasn't very happy about having to take this job, but it was all for a good cause. Marx and Engels' last hope for getting the revolution going again in Germany ended in 1851, when their last remaining allies in Cologne, people who they were actually allied with, were arrested in a police sweep. Then, at the end of the year, came the last cruel blow, the last spark of hope that Paris might yet save the revolution in Europe was smothered by the coup of Prince President Bonaparte in December 1851. The revolution was over. Friendless, broke, angry, and terminally depressed, Marx responded by writing the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. It's easily Marx's greatest literary work, and I really do highly recommend it, especially since if you've listened to the episodes on 1848 and the Paris Commune and then these episodes right now, you'll have some idea of who and what he is talking about. Making use of a line from Engels that history repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce, Marx deconstructed the course of the failed revolution in France. But when you read the 18th Brumaire, keep in mind that when Marx is criticizing all the dummies who thought that they were going to play act a revival of the French Revolution, he's kind of talking about himself. And his scathing criticism of those who thought cross-class alliances were possible or would end in anything but the betrayal of the working class, he's also talking about himself, repudiating and walking away from those positions. It all makes for great reading. It's a great review of 1848 and its aftermath. It's really well written, it's fun, and rightly one of the great masterpieces of 19th century political commentary. It's also an epistle from a failed revolutionary wallowing in veiled self-criticism as he descends into broke and friendless obscurity, having alienated himself from everyone. Renouncing revolutionary activism, we now get to the familiar version of an older and more worn-down Karl Marx, going daily to the British Museum Library to pore over mountains of government records and reports, newspapers, history books, and philosophy, as he made mountains of notes for an eternally forthcoming magnum opus on political economy. To make a living, he got hooked into a job as European correspondent for Horace Greeley's progressive and abolitionist paper, the New York Daily Tribune. Writing for the New York Daily Tribune gave Marx the steady income he needed, and Engels pitched in again to ghostwrite some of these articles, for example, accounts of the Crimean War, which gave Engels an outlet for his pen and got his friend a few more paychecks. But though Marx's life was stabilizing, it was still depressing and rocked by tragedy. Their 8-year-old son Edgar unexpectedly succumbed to a fatal ailment in 1855, and then another baby died in 1857 without even being named. Marx's health was in a state of constant decline. He drank too much and smoked too many cheap cigars, and the possibility that none of this really mattered, none of this was ever going to matter, seemed very real indeed. But he kept scribbling his notes in the British Library. Dedicated full-time to research and writing, Marx finally produced a contribution to the critique of political economy in 1859, which developed in further detail his theories about capitalism, money, politics, and history. It was meant to advance and correct the traditions of classical economics that had begun with Adam Smith and David Ricardo. It was exciting and bold stuff, and sold quite well among interested German readers, and it gave Marx both the moral and financial boost he needed to finally fulfill his life's work, which would eventually become known simply as Das Kapital, or in English, Capital. In the early 1860s, things were looking up. Engels' father finally died, and so his communist son inherited the family's capitalist fortune. Engels put Marx on an annual alliance that put his friend, who Engels was convinced was one of history's great geniuses, into a state of permanent financial security. In 1864, Marx was 46 years old, 15 years removed from any kind of political activity, and was nearing the completion of his first volume of Capital, when a French anarchist acquaintance came round looking for Germans to attend a meeting in a week's time at St. Martin's Hall to join the disparate and separate forces who stood opposed to the political and, more importantly, economic status quo. Marx suggested a friend of his who was actually a worker, but he went along to the meeting himself. His intellectual reputation had been boosted by a contribution to the critique of political economy, but among émigré radicals he was still mostly known as an old 1848er who had pissed everyone off and then retreated to the library to be an intellectual grump who never hung out with anyone, never really learned English, and wasn't on speaking terms with most of the other Germans. So that is how Karl Marx came to join the International Workingmen's Association, marking his return to active left-wing politics, and giving him a vehicle for his more mature and developed theories. And next week we will talk about those more mature and developed theories because they are going to be so important to nearly all revolutions going forward. Historical materialism, class conflict, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, modes of production, and most especially how this would fit with the never-ending question of how to turn the world upside down, or, in the estimation of Marx, right side up. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.3, The Three Pillars of Marxism. Before we get going this week, I want to thank everyone who came out to Waterstones last Tuesday night. It was fantastic. I had a great time. Hope you did too. And then I want to remind everybody that I will be flying to New York in a couple of weeks to take part in a really cool event called Intelligent Speech, which is bringing together a lot of podcasters and specifically history podcasters to talk about what we do, why we do it, and maybe how you can do it too. This is all happening at the Center for Social Innovation in Chelsea on Saturday, June the 28th, 2019. The details are at intelligentspeechconference.com, and I put a link to it in the show notes. And I hope to see you there because I'll be there all day talking about what I do and why I do it and how maybe you can do it too. But getting back to the show, last time we talked through the lives of Marx and Engels. Long story short, they were would-be revolutionaries whose revolution came and then went and then deposited them in exile in England. Marx lived in London writing articles and continuing his study of political economy. Engels lived in Manchester working for the family business. Ostensibly, he had given up his radical ways, but he too continued to research and write. Marx and Engels maintained an almost daily correspondence where they further discussed and elaborated the basic ideas they had come up with in the 1840s. And their work in the 1850s and 1860s and then into the 1870s was about fully developing and proving those ideas. Ideas that coalesced into the philosophic, economic, and political system that is today known as Marxism. Today we are going to talk through some of Marxism, and it will almost certainly wind up being an inadequate introduction, but we have to start somewhere. Now, since we are moving towards the Russian Revolution, I thought I might start by borrowing an idea that Lenin promoted to frame our discussion of a few of the more important Marxian ideas. Lenin says that Marx, quote, was the genius who continued and consummated the three main ideological currents of the 19th century, as represented by the three most advanced countries of mankind: classical German philosophy, classical English political economy, and French socialism combined with French revolutionary doctrines in general, end quote. So we might call these the three pillars of Marxism. German philosophy, specifically the German philosophy operating in the aftermath of Hegel; English economics in the classically liberal tradition, though really it's British economics because the Scot, Adam Smith, looms so large, though Marx is most often grappling directly with David Ricardo. And then finally French utopian socialism, Saint-Simon and Fourier, who were dead by the time Marx was encountering them in the early 1840s, but also Proudhon and Louis Blanc, who were very much alive and working. And the thing here is that Marx being Marx, he was not going to build his own philosophy by simply taking what he had found and then continuing to build in the same direction as his predecessors. Instead, he would challenge, critique, and attack them. They were the thesis. He was the antithesis. Marxism was the synthesis. So first we have the German philosophy component, which, as you know from last week, was Marx's first passion. He was for sure aiming to become a professor of philosophy until the ideas he embraced and the friends that he kept made him toxic to the German universities. As we also talked about last week, young Marx, like every philosophy student in Germany at the time, was working in the shadow of Hegel. But specifically, Marx was working in one part of the shadow, amongst the young Hegelians, who were rejecting many of the conclusions that had been reached by the great old man. The biggest conclusion Hegel had reached that Marx thought wrong became the most basic component of Marx's philosophy. Hegel was an idealist, and Marx was a materialist. Idealism here does not refer to a belief in lofty morals and ideals, but rather the philosophic position that what we encounter as existence is not actually a world of things, but a world of ideas. Everything comes down to ideas and the ideas we have about those ideas. The material world, if such a thing even exists, is entirely secondary. For an idealist like Hegel, the mind and objects of the mind are the central subjects not just of philosophy but of existence itself. That what the thinking mind thinks is real life is really just a manifested projection of some ideas held by the thinking mind. But a branch of the young Hegelians started to turn this upside down, to say, no, wait a minute, the material world is really primary, and all of our ideas about it are secondary. They come as sense impressions or reflections on those sense impressions. Even ideas themselves are the product of matter acting upon matter in the neurochemistry of the physical brain. It's all physical. It's all material substance. They believed in the centrality of the material world, and Marx from a very young age was a confirmed materialist, and it became the great building block upon which he piled a bunch of other building blocks. But though he was starting from the opposite conclusion about the very nature of reality, by his own forthright acknowledgments, Marx drew very useful structures and tools and vocabulary from Hegel, even if, ultimately, Marx thought Hegel had everything stood on its head. For example, we have dialectics. You have probably encountered dialectics at some point, even if you don't know it. It's an adversarial system of progressive reasoning that passes through 3 stages, usually described as thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It's the formula I used just a minute ago to foreshadow where we were headed. First, a thesis is presented. Then comes the antithesis that would seem to negate that thesis, and then the tension is resolved by a conclusion, the synthesis, which is the transcended union of the apparent opposites, keeping the good, shaking loose the bad. It's a dynamic form of construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction. Now, a few necessary caveats about this. This dialectical form of reasoning and investigation goes way back to the beginning of recorded history and enjoyed wide use in both ancient and medieval philosophy. So dialectical reasoning is not some brand new thing that was invented by Hegel. Second, Hegel himself, nor Marx for that matter, really ever used the terms thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. That's just the way we conceive of it today. And then finally, we must say that Hegel did not think dialectics needed to be universally applied in rigidly dogmatic ways. And in fact, he derided those who wanted to rely on mechanical formulas to answer every problem. But still, dialectical reasoning was imported from Hegel to Marx and from Marx into Marxism. This re-innovation in dialectical reasoning was exciting to early 19th century German philosophers because it seemed a necessary antidote to what had built up during the Renaissance and the Enlightenment and the Scientific Revolution, when philosophers started relying on different methods of investigation and experimentation. These new methods isolated and examined individual variables to understand all the different little bits that made things what they are. They collected, separated, and analyzed. They arranged things into orders, classified them into complex schemes, and then took the component parts of the component parts and further isolated and documented those. Everything was put in a specimen jar and labeled. This was done not just for things in the material world, but also for ideas and concepts. They divided them up, yes and no, true and false, positive and negative, cause and effect. But they struggled, because sometimes a thing is not just one thing at a time. It was many different things, and often apparently contradictory things. Causes were effects, effects were causes. They couldn't be stuck permanently into separate specimen jars because they were infused with the essence of many different things. Then those who supported dialectical reasoning said these metaphysicians made the further mistake of trying to get everything to stop moving, so that properties and things and ideas could be described once and for all in their rigid, fixed, and eternal ways. But nothing is ever rigid, fixed, and eternal. The universe and everything in it is in constant motion. It's forever changing, evolving, interacting, appearing, and passing away. Grappling with a constantly changing, constantly in motion universe is not a problem for dialectics, nor was it concerned about the myriad and troublesome contradictions. In fact, it positively thrived on those contradictions. Dialectics say, yes, not only are these things opposite and contradictory, but their opposition brings them into union. The apparent contradictions are needed to advance, develop, evolve, and change, to take the simple and make it complex. And so, we as humans need to understand the dynamic dialectical process of unfolding transformative conflict between opposites as the path to understanding the true nature of existence. Marx then took his materialism and these dialectics and combined them with another of Hegel's big ideas and then really ran with it. that the confrontations and conflict between apparently contradictory forces was the driver not just of philosophical advancement, but of human history. So now we have the foundational concepts that allowed Marx to develop the core philosophy that underlay all of his future research and political activism, dialectical materialism. Shut out of the ivory tower and forced into the grubby world of being a political journalist and activist, Marx took his materialism and these dialectical patterns of reasoning and applied them to the grubby world within which humans actually lived. And in so doing, he started having epiphany after epiphany. First, thanks to his understanding of flux and change, becoming and passing away, he advanced beyond the materialism of guys like Newton, who were always trying to fix and pin down immutable laws for eternal bodies. Marx's materialism, on the other hand, embraced flux and growth and change, birth and death and evolution. We're going to spend a whole episode on this next week, but Marx believed he had cracked the secret of history, that the underlying economic structure of society, the means by which humans produce the necessities of life, defined everything else, and that you could not understand the world, and certainly not change the world, unless you understood how the material economic substructure operated and how conflicts within it were the fundamental drivers of history. So armed with these concepts from German philosophy, when Marx arrived in Paris in 1843, he was ready to start a thoroughgoing investigation of European political economy to understand that economic substructure. This is a project that would remain ongoing for the rest of his life until his death in 1883. When he was doing his work in political economy, Marx was grappling with, correcting, and expanding the work of the classical liberal economists, Adam Smith and Smith's disciple David Ricardo, as well as contemporaries like John Stuart Mill. And though in the modern popular imagination Adam Smith and Karl Marx are considered polar opposites, never the two shall meet, but Marx for one did not think of himself as the enemy of Adam Smith, and most of Marxian economics is working in the tradition of Smith and Ricardo, even if, as in all things, Marx was aggressively critical of everyone who came before him. So this transitions us from Marx the philosopher to Marx the economist, from the German philosophy pillar to the English economics pillar, as Marx attempted to understand the material substructure of civilization. And when you read Marx the Economist, you get hit with a lot of jargony concepts, most of which sound indistinguishable from some of his other jargony concepts. Mode of production, factor of production, means of labor, subject of labor, instruments of labor. How is one to tell all of these things of production and things of labor apart? Well, Marx himself is never 100% consistent in his usage of these terms, but they can be arranged into what I like to call the tree of labors and productions. And it's important to pick through this, mostly so you have a clear idea of what Marx means by the umbrella concept mode of production, which is very important to his historical materialism, and thus very important to the Russian Revolution. So as befits Marxian analysis, we will start at the bottom and move our way to the top. And we shall begin with the marriage of the instruments of labor and the subjects of labor. The instruments of labor are just what you think they might be. The tools of labor in the ordinary sense. Hammers, lathes, needles. Just the ordinary tools that one might need to produce some product. And in the larger sense, this also includes infrastructure and factories. But those instruments are used on what? Correct. They are used on the subject of labor, which you would consider the natural resources or raw materials, wood, metals, textiles, the stuff a product is made out of. And if you take the instruments of labor and you use them on the subjects of labor, you can make a thing. You can produce a product. And then if you take those two concepts, the instruments of labor plus the subjects of labor, and put them in a box together, you would label that box the means of production. And spoiler alert, who owns the means of production is a very, very, very important question to answer. But okay, the means of production is just a combination of the instruments of labor and the subjects of labor. But it does not include the labor. The means of production are inanimate and are not productive in and of themselves. You need animate energy provided by a human being to produce the product. And when you combine those inanimate means of production with the animate human labor, you get the concept of forces of production, or productive forces, or sometimes factors of production. So again, this combined mix of the tools to do the work, the raw materials the work will be done on, and the workers who will be doing the work are the forces of production. We can now really produce a product. So far, so good. But this does not get us all the way to the top of the tree of labors and productions. To get to the top, we need to combine those forces of production with something called the relations of production, which can be described, and I'm quoting here, as the sum total of social relations that people must enter into in order to survive, to produce, and to reproduce the means of their life. Now, the relations of production are very important because they don't just include things like the division of labor in a factory or how a corporation's org chart is drawn up. It includes the totality of the social relations that swirl around the forces of production. Some of these relations are entered into voluntarily. Some of them are compelled and involuntary. They involve hierarchical relations, political relations, family relations, social and economic class. Basically, all the myriad ways humans come to relate to one another to employ the forces of production to produce the means of their subsistence and then distribute it to the members of society. Now, Marx and Engels themselves mostly deployed this term in service to their political and economic analysis. Who owned what, specifically the means of production, what the law said about who owned what, who controlled who was the boss, what were the social classes, where was their cooperation, where was their competition, where was their conflict. The totality of all these relations of production constituted a society's social structure, and it was the part that determined how income and products and assets would be distributed. And according to Marx, this was all ultimately rooted in servicing the forces of production, whatever those happened to be. But to take a step back for 1 minute, beyond the economic and political implications, the analysis of the relations of production was a fairly profound and novel idea, and it opened up vast exploratory possibilities, and made Marx one of the founders of a whole new field of social science called sociology. But getting back to it, when you combine the relations of production with the forces of production, which remember are just the tools, material subjects, and labor of a society's economic production, we have basically a total description of how a society organizes itself to produce and distribute the means of its subsistence, which is, after all, the point of all this. Marx called this final concept the mode of production. And it's very important because there have only been a few modes of production in human history, and we're going to discuss that at length next week. But there's the primitive mode, the ancient mode, the feudal mode, and the capitalist mode. The point of Marx's politics was to advance society from the prevailing capitalist mode of production to a new socialist mode of production. That is the great historical work to be done. So how does Marx start coming around to that idea? Well, as a young man, he really started taking stock of the world he was living in, and he felt that something was very wrong and off about it. And this is where the third pillar of Marxism comes into the picture, because he started being introduced to French socialism and studying revolutionary French ideas, because the French socialists were also very critical of modern society, and they had developed this social question and were trying to provide answers for it. But given his dialectical materialism, Marx was none too impressed with the life of the mind utopian socialists who were trying to establish fixed and eternal laws of justice, and retreating to pure reason to solve all the world's problems, when really what they needed to be doing is studying history, economics, and politics. How are you going to answer the social question if you don't understand the question? So Marx took these three pillars, German philosophy and English economics and French social theory, and started to try to build his own answer to the social question. It was obvious that the capitalist mode of production had serious flaws that needed to be addressed, but how to address them? What even needed to be addressed? What made this new era of modern economics different from previous periods of history? Now, we're going to talk more about this next week, but clearly the profit motive as the central organizing principle of economic life was a defining feature of the new capitalist mode of production. The idea that the point was not just to produce the necessities of life, but to produce commodities that could be sold at a higher price than it took to produce them. And then have this profit-seeking commodity exchange not just confined to small local town markets, but to envelop every aspect of social and economic life. This led Marx to ask, well, where does profit even come from? And to answer this question, Marx developed the labor theory of value, which basically says that the root source of value, and thus profit, is labor. Labor is the magical ingredient which allows one to purchase a bunch of inanimate instruments of labor and subjects of labor, and then later sell the product that those instruments of labor had turned the subjects of labor into for a higher price, for a profit. And Marx says even more specifically and emphatically that this is a process of exploitation. Basically, he sees things going like this, at least theoretically. The cost of securing one day's labor from a worker must at least be equal to the cost necessary to keep that worker alive for one day. The food, drink, and shelter and clothes. You gotta keep the worker alive. But let's say you bring a bunch of laborers together to make some shoes. And let's say that after 4 hours on the clock, the workers have used the instruments of labor on the subjects of labor to produce enough shoes that when sold will generate the revenue necessary to supply the workers with the means of that daily subsistence. This will come to them in the form of wages. But you're not going to blow the whistle and call it a day after 4 hours. No, you're only at the break-even point. This is the capitalist mode of production and you want profit. So you're going to keep working them for another 4 hours, maybe another 8 hours. Maybe, since this is the 1860s and there are literally no regulations about this stuff, another 12 hours. And all the shoes produced after those initial first 4 hours, this is surplus labor, creating surplus value, and that is where profit comes from. And the profit goes to the capitalist owner. Now granted, that capitalist owner has lots of costs beyond just labor, but according to the labor theory of value, the source of profit is the exploitation of surplus labor, paying less for the labor than the labor was ultimately worth. And in Marx's estimation, this exploitation is terrible from a social and humanitarian perspective. Now it gets really interesting because Marx has this further insight based off of a reading of John Locke-style theories of property that were so central to the founding of modern liberal economic and political theory. According to this theory, something becomes your property when you infuse it with your labor, whether it is literally a craft that you made at some home workshop or a field that you plowed. If you worked on it, built it, improved it, shaped it, it became your property. This is how the abundance of things out in the state of nature can plausibly and morally and legally be recognized as personal property. And to take just a recent example from the Revolutions podcast, at the end of the Mexican Revolution, one of the ways land could be nationalized under Article 27 of the New Mexican Constitution was if you weren't doing anything with it. If it was just sitting there, quote-unquote, unimproved or quote-unquote unproductive. This is Lockean theories of property at work. You can't own something if it's just sitting there and you're not doing anything with it. Well, what Marx saw in capitalism was a contradiction, a bastardization of this principle. Because under old modes of ancient and feudal production, the individual artisan would take raw materials, the subject of labor, use his tools, which are the instruments of labor, and apply his individual labor to take those raw materials to a finished product. In this sense, it was his or her personal property, and not even a Marxist has a problem with that kind of personal property. The problem is that in capitalism, many people are being brought together. They are doing individual little parts of the total necessary labor, but not every part. The division of labor inside a factory means that no one person can point to the finished shoe and say, "That's mine, I made it." It is in every way the product of group effort, social labor. And this includes not just the blue-collar workers, but white-collar employees in the marketing department and sales department, accounting, human resources. But the profits don't come back to these workers. They are instead held by the owner, who claimed these profits as his or her individual property by right, not because he helped make the shoe or sell the shoe, but because he owned the means of production. He owned the tools and the raw materials in the factory, and thus anything that was produced by those tools and factories. So what Marx saw is the owner still claiming the right of Lockean ownership, even though the capitalist mode of production had really moved beyond the very thing that made Lockean ownership comprehensible, that individual labor created individual property. The capitalist system had replaced that individual labor with social labor, but the ownership and the property and the profits still remained individualized, and this really chapped Marx's hide. Now, is any of this true? Is this really how it works? Is this the final word on how value and profits are created in the marketplace? Did Marx have everything correct about the relation between labor and profit? Is this really how the capitalist system works? The answer is kind of yes and kind of no. I am not an economist. My habits and mindset are, of course, focused on political history, but I know enough to know that a strict interpretation of the labor theory of value would not just be a controversial position to take, but probably an incorrect position to take because there's a lot more going on. Even those working inside a Marxist tradition, who are sympathetic to Marxist theories and want to salvage them as best they can, have, over the past 150 years, refined and updated his ideas, as you would expect, and as I expect Marx would expect, given that everyone now has 150 more years of data to work from. But there is definitely still some element of truth to all this. The point, though, is that politically, these are incredibly powerful ideas. The pitch here is that your fat capitalist owner is literally, on purpose and by necessity, exploiting you, the worker. That the capitalist makes you endure horrible conditions while you provide all the essential labor, which is, remember, the only thing that gives a commodity its value, and thus creates profit, and then cuts you, the worker, out of that profit. The capitalist hoards it all for himself. All you get is these piddly wages. And even the notion of the necessary labor, the stuff that precedes the surplus labor that is supposed to be keeping you alive, well, that amount that you get is squeezed and squeezed. Just how little nourishment is enough to keep a human being alive? What counts as a shelter? In the lived experience of the workers, the plan always seemed to be drive down labor costs as low as humanly possible, because when you add it all up, profit comes from the gap between how low your labor costs are and how high a price you can charge for the commodity that labor produces. And the idea is, if you explain it to the workers in just this way, that they will rise up in revolution. Now, according to Engels, this theory of surplus value and the exploitation of the worker was one of the two most important discoveries made by his friend Karl Marx. It's what made his system superior to the French socialists and the utopians who did not understand the realities of economic life. They did not understand the nature of economics, the factors of production, the relations of production, and so they would never understand how to change things. This is what set the scientific socialism of Marx apart from the mere utopian socialism of his predecessors. We will spend next week on the other great discovery, historical materialism. This is what makes Marx's work not just a guide to understanding the world, but a roadmap for how to change it. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.4, Historical Materialism. One of my hobbies is studying historiography and the philosophy of history. I don't like just studying history, I like studying the history of history. It's why, for example, the first appendices in the history of Rome was about the ancient Greek and Latin historians. I enjoy the history of history in all of its meta-glory. And you can't really do the history of history without devoting a lot of space to the Marxist historiographic revolution, which opened up a whole new theoretical approach that tied the course of history not to great ideas or great men or divine providence, but rather to economics. That how a group of humans produces the material means of their biological survival, those base elements at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, drink, clothing, shelter, That is the base structure upon which the rest of the cultural superstructure is built. Religion, arts, literature, politics, science, all of it is rooted in how we produce the means of our survival. And it is changes and conflicts in that base that determines the course of human history. That is the basic premise of historical materialism, and it is the subject of today's episode. Starting in the 1840s, certainly no later than his arrival in Paris, Karl Marx started considering the course of human history and what causal mechanisms might be at work. He did this because he was beginning to conceive of a new kind of scientific socialism, and he wanted to put it on a solid foundation. But because he had this fundamentally materialist philosophical outlook, when Marx went looking for these causal mechanisms, he did not plumb the depths of human reason like the utopian socialists did. Instead, he studied economics and politics and the actual events of actual history, going back to the dawn of time. Marx begins with the idea that the thing that makes humans different from animals is that we come together to produce the means of our survival. We don't just passively depend on what nature provides. We actively produce the necessities of life. We grow food, make shelter, weave cloth. That's what makes humans human. With this idea in mind, Marx comes to believe that society is defined by the manner in which it does this production. This is the stuff we talked about last week. We're talking about the forces of production and the relations of production, and more specifically, the combination of those two concepts into the grand concept, mode of production, how a society produces its material needs. This base mode of production is what defines all the other parts of a society's cultural superstructure, as I just said. Art, religion, philosophy, politics, science, forms of media, everything. And we can lump all of that stuff together and call it the ideology of the mode of production. Now, though Marx believes that the material base defines the cultural ideology, he recognizes that it's a feedback loop between the base and the superstructure, and that each maintain and reinforce the other. Just as the prevailing mode of production shapes legal, artistic, and religious institutions, the resulting law and art and religion serves to justify and maintain the prevailing mode of production. Now, for Marx, the really frustrating part of this is that the organizing ideology of a mode of production is always synonymous with the ideology of the ruling class in that mode of production. So right and wrong, good and bad, who gets what and why, essentially all the prevailing morality is the morality of the ruling class imposed on everyone else, instilling in the exploited a set of beliefs designed to do little more than rationalize the fact that they are being exploited and why that's fine, actually. The ruling ideology of a given era imprints itself and makes it seem like this is the way it's always been and will always be. Marx further believes that humans are fundamentally conservative creatures who prefer routine, habit, and continuity to novelty and change, and that this social imprinting is very difficult to undo. But for Marx, history is progressive. It moves in an evolutionary way from the simple to the complex. It does change and grow and evolve. So how then do we move from one mode of production to the next? From small hunter-gatherer groups walking around to these huge industrial cities linked by railroads? Well, for Marx, it clearly comes down to changes in the means of production, right? Those are the tools and the subjects of labor. So we invent a better bow for hunting, maybe discover a technique for preserving food in the winter, learn how to domesticate some wild plant. And this is fundamentally a concept that we would call the development of the productive forces, which can partly be understood as a measure of human power over nature. And if you survey human history, you can trace the development of our productive forces. New tools, new techniques, new technologies lead to new ways of social organization, all with the aim of producing more of the necessities of life more efficiently. This can happen both slowly with refinement of technique, or it can happen all at once with some breakthrough discovery or invention. But the tendency to develop the productive forces is clearly present. Now, because he's working in a dialectical tradition, Marx sees things evolving through a process of action and reaction. And he has this theory that changes in the forces of production, developments in the forces of production, will ultimately seek to create new relations of production to continue that development. This is one of the underlying tensions in history. What if the developing productive forces start slipping out from under the prevailing ideological superstructure? Put it another way, if the existing ideological and cultural superstructure starts to become a hindrance to the further development of the forces of production, then we have a major problem on our hands, and society is either headed for revolution or complete social collapse. When this happens, the inhibited forces of production will, of necessity, burst asunder, as Marx likes to put it, and reorganize as a new mode of production better suited to continue the development of the productive forces. Marx thinks that these moments of revolution or social collapse occur when a society is ready to transition from one overarching mode of production to its successor. And as Marx says in the German ideology, and I'm quoting here, at a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. End quote. To use metaphors invoking industrial imagery, then, revolution is thus the motor force of history. One of the most important tensions and contradictions that exists in a society is how the development of these forces of production produce different classes that are defined by who is doing the labor and who is reaping the rewards, who is the laboring class and who is the ruling class, who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed. Now, the development of the ruling class, freed from the drudgery of manual labor to produce the necessities of life, is not just how we come to have lords and priests, who were the first two groups to say, no, actually you work, I'll just be over here chilling. It also brings us all the things we associate with that cultural superstructure. Art, music, philosophy, science, sports, all of it. But for nearly all of human history, the production of culture as we understand it has been the province of a small minority inside or adjacent to the ruling class who do not have to labor to survive. And this tension between the laborers and the non-laborers, between the oppressed and the oppressors, will naturally create tension, class conflict, and class struggle. And that class conflict is central to the course of history. Marx opened the Communist Manifesto by stating boldly, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." And then he goes on to say, "Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes." Now, I am leaving a lot of nuance out of this, but before we move on, I want to say that Marx does not think human beings are mere passengers in history. They are not carried along by some mystical force of history outside of free will. And this makes sense for a guy like Marx, who is at heart a passionate, energetic revolutionary activist who doesn't want to just interpret the world, he wants to change it. And so, though sometimes he gets carried away and uses phrases like inevitable to describe the triumph of the working class, he doesn't actually think this. But he does believe that the conditions within which humans live at any given moment limit the scope of available action. Individual humans are rooted in history. Early hunter-gatherers could not invent capitalism because the technological level of their means of production simply did not allow it. It was impossible for the levelers and the diggers to usher in communism during the English Revolution because the mode of production and level of technology did not allow it. And Marx summed this up, and I heartily endorse this sentiment, by the way. He says this in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte: "Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like an Alp on the brains of the living." And that is 1,000,000% true. So we will now move on to the stages of historical materialism. Marx divided the eras of human history up by their prevailing mode of production. And he was here working in the Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment tradition. The Scottish Enlightenment guys like Adam Smith had come up with their own progressive stages of economic development and defined them as hunting, pasturage, agriculture, and commerce. And so Marx has his own version of this. To keep things simple, I will keep it restricted to what is now the accepted canon. First, tribal or primitive communism, then ancient or slave mode of production, then the feudal mode of production, then the capitalist mode of production, and finally, the socialist mode of production. There are slightly modified versions of this that involve an Asiatic mode and a barbarian mode that exist in the area between the tribal and the ancient mode of productions, but I will set those aside for now. The basic questions we are going to be asking ourselves are: what are the means of production? Who owns or controls the means of production? What are the relations of production that surround and enable those means? Where is the surplus production going? What is the class conflict? How are the forces of production being developed? Those are the fundamental questions. And I should stress, though, before we get into this, that Marx never really grappled with East Asian or South Asian history, and he gets pretty fuzzy about everything the further you get from, say, the Rhine River. And so what follows amounts to mostly an accounting of European history from prehistory. Okay, so we begin with primitive communism, or the tribal mode of production, or as it is commonly known, hunter-gatherer society. Now, the first thing we should say is that for the materialist historian, the big thing that advances proto-humans beyond their initial animal state is not that they had big brains, but instead that they decided to adopt bipedal locomotion, which freed up their hands to use tools, and that is what allowed their brains to grow big and smart. Remember, always material development first, ideas second. You can disagree with that, but this is what the materialists say. The other big things humans have going for them is cooperative labor. We always find humans working in groups together. So those early modern and Enlightenment era depictions of man as a solitary creature in the state of nature that you find in like Rousseau and Locke and Hobbes, that is all wrong. Humans were never solitary creatures. We were always in groups. Sharing and cooperative dependence are the essential survival skills of the human species, not self-reliance and independence. So the means of production in this first mode are just rudimentary tools and available natural resources. So axes and spears, baskets, knives, they tame fire, wear simple animal skin clothing, they live in rudimentary shelter, and both the means of production and the production itself is shared in common by the group. The relations of production are kinship groups, with a loose and fluid division of hunter-gatherer labor without a great deal of specialization. And since this is a very hand-to-mouth existence, there is no surplus to cream off that would allow a non-laboring life, so everyone is working. This means there is no class. There is no state, property, money, kings, aristocrats, any of that stuff. There was no class, and so there was no class conflict. And the forces of production basically stayed the same, that is, they were not developing, for hundreds of thousands of years. For the majority of human existence, just by sheer number of years, this primitive communist mode of production has been the prevailing mode of production. Then about 10 or 12,000 years ago, give or take, human society underwent what has been dubbed the Neolithic Revolution. This is when the ancient aliens came down from the heavens, messed with our DNA, and taught us how to be farmers. The forces of production developed from hunting and gathering to settled agriculture and animal husbandry. Our newfound ability to domesticate plants and animals to produce the necessities of life changed how and where humans lived. This material change altered our social relations. Some societies stopped being nomadic and started to live in permanent settlements. Harnessing the productive power of farming also introduced a truly transformative element: surpluses. These societies could produce so much food that some people didn't have to devote themselves to productive labor. So we have the origins of class between a laboring majority and a non-laboring minority. This non-laboring minority becomes the ruling class, who, initially through sheer physical intimidation, are able to command and control the surplus production. The free time of this non-laboring ruling class allowed for even greater developments in the productive forces, but also everything else we think of as culture. All the elements of what we now call civilization become present as a result of surpluses. So this Neolithic revolution is arguably the single most important event in human history. This revolution takes us from the tribal or primitive communist mode of production to the ancient or slave mode of production, which at its highest state is basically synonymous with Greco-Roman civilization. The means of production now include large-scale settled agriculture, the extensive use of animals for power, the beginnings of industry, mining and craft work in cities, and advanced large-scale trade networks. We also have the arrival of legal private property. This field is mine, not yours. And because we now have a surplus that can be allotted to a non-laboring ruling class, we also have advancements in the cultural superstructure, the development of the intellectual means of production, writing, cataloging, archiving, math, calendars, science, weights and measures, all of which will be handled by a new professional class: engineers, lawyers, architects, traders, artisans, musicians, actors, and teachers. Real permanent specialization of labor starts to set in. But the defining feature of the ancient mode of production is the arrival of the slave. With warfare now a much larger scale proposition, captured prisoners can be brought home and put to work. Get them, not us, to do the productive labor. For Marx, the defining class division then in the ancient mode of production is not necessarily between ruler and ruled, but between free individual and slave. And it's these free individuals who are gobbling up the surplus created by the laboring class of slaves, who were the private property of another human being, no less than the hammer or the scythe. Now, this is a very general depiction of like 1,000 years or more of Mediterranean history, with the ancient mode of production, again, just sort of being a picture in the mind's eye of a timeless Roman Empire. Now, from the materialist perspective, the big thing that wrecked the ancient mode of production was the decrease in supply of cheap slaves. From about the end of the Punic Wars up through the disaster in the Teutoburg Forest, the Roman legions steadily expanded Rome's borders and its population of slaves. But after this, the Roman Empire stopped expanding, aside from a few side projects and the ambitions of Trajan. This meant that slaves became dearer and more expensive, and eventually it's going to make sense to stop using slaves and start using again some version of non-owned people. When this happens, the transition from slave society to feudal society oh so imperceptibly began. Now, we actually mapped a lot of this transition out during the history of Rome, right? Starting with the crisis of the 3rd century, the large, broad, and safe empire started to become internally isolated. Big walls along the frontiers were replaced by walls around cities. The inability of the central government to guarantee safety raised the power of local nobles. Labor was willing to send its surplus not to some central state bureaucracy, but to the local lord, who promised to actually defend them. And this is the origins of lord and serf. State taxes levied on commerce by the later emperors tended to make those rising feudal lords say, well, screw it, I'll just make it myself rather than buying it on the open market. And this develops internal self-sufficiency. All of this makes late antiquity a great transition phase from the ancient mode of production to the feudal mode of production, but this is not accompanied by a revolutionary reconstruction of society at large, but rather this other thing, the common ruin of the contending classes. In this case, the ancient mode of production was tottering and decrepit, and when the great migrations came through, they swept aside the Roman Empire, and what was left was those proto-feudal relations. According to historical materialism, this switch from the ancient to the feudal mode of production was a regression for society. It was a step back. The forces of production were still defined by agriculture, manual and animal labor with some technological help from things like water mills. But the technological level went backwards, or at the very least did not advance. And this is also not happening in a huge linked-together empire of trade and distribution, but rather local self-sufficiency. And more importantly, most importantly perhaps, the slaves were now gone. They were replaced by serfs out in the field, ostensibly non-owned individuals who were nonetheless legally bound to the land. And this is the fundamental class antagonism during the feudal mode of production between the productive serfs and the non-laboring nobility. In the cities, crafts were made by free artisans who eventually organized themselves into guilds. The surplus went to the new class of feudal nobles, a caste of warrior families who entered into complex reciprocal contracts with each other and claimed most of the land for themselves. But it is important to note that in the feudal mode of production, the artisan owned all his own tools, the means of production, and thus the products of his labor. And the peasant, while they had to give some designated portion of the produce of their land to the local lord, the rest was theirs to live on. There was a direct relationship between the labor invested and the produce consumed. For a long time, the forces of production were not really developing at all. In fact, they were producing less than the Roman Empire had at its height. And this went on for 1,000 years. Around these feudal forces of production came a monotheistic Catholic Church and a hierarchical monarchy with divinely ordained kings that preached a timeless chain of being. But around about 1300, something started to happen, most probably rocketed forward by the Black Death, which swept through Europe and killed a third of the population. Suddenly, the oppressed peasants could demand better pay and conditions and terms of service. Land that had previously been owned by people who were dead were claimed by people who were living, growing their land holdings and creating something like a wealthy peasant class or an emerging gentry. In the cities, the merchants and traders were able to assert more autonomy and weight against the land-based feudal aristocracy. And these guys were the burghers, basically the urban oligarchs, and it is from that title, burgher, that Marx dubs them the bourgeoisie, a class that was destined to develop the forces of production more than any other group since at least the ancient aliens who taught us how to farm. By the 1400s, you start getting real developments in modern banking techniques of pooling and investing and lending capital. The printing press is invented, then the Americas were discovered, the whole world was discovered. Constantinople fell and Islamic civilization was pushed out of Spain, leading to European rediscovery of ancient philosophy and knowledge on a wide scale. So inside late feudalism, the forces of production began to change. Industry started to become larger, more cooperative, and more centralized. The old guild system came under pressure from larger-scale investments based off of pooled capital, and the historical role of capitalism was to concentrate all of the scattered means of production spread out across a bunch of mostly self-sufficient local regions and start producing goods on a massive scale. This goes hand in hand with a change in mentality. Production now is not just for use, but for sale in a consumer economy. And that sale is meant to create a monetary profit for the capitalist investor. Now, of course, people had always produced things that people need, but this was taken to a whole different level, and a consumer economy organized around profitable commodities produced on a heretofore unimaginable scale was born. The old feudal culture was replaced by new concepts: rationalization of processes, training, efficiency, and discipline. The division of industrial labor, that is, the production of goods rather than just food, had mostly been between guilds, as in, you make shoes, I do hats. This was replaced by a division of labor inside the shop itself. You cut leather, I pound nails, we can make way more stuff. So this is clearly a major development for the forces of production. But it was running up against a feudal system that was not fit for this next stage of development. And just to take one example, serfdom was tying people to the land, and so they weren't allowed to move to the cities to become workers. Or you have archaic tax and tariff systems that inhibited the free movement of mass-produced goods. So this brings us basically to the beginning of the Revolutions podcast, because in the historical materialist conception, the English Revolution and the French Revolution are both major bourgeois revolutions, the forces unleashed by the bourgeoisie bursting asunder against the old feudal aristocracy. Or, if you like, the new capitalist base trying to shake off a now thoroughly ill-fitting feudal superstructure to build a capitalist society on top of the capitalist forces of production. Now in France, things were set back a bit by the fall of Napoleon, but the July Revolution 15 years later was explicitly and nakedly a bourgeois revolution. There's a quote from Jacques Lafitte where he says, "Now the bankers will rule." So we talked about some of the hallmarks of the capitalist mode of production last week. Labor has now been collected and socialized, but the means of production, the tools, the natural resources, and eventually the factories, are owned by a single individual or a small collection of investors who claim all the profit from the commodities produced. And everything is now organized around the principle of producing commodities for profit, and more specifically, exploiting labor to extract profit from the produce of that exploited labor. And as Marx sees it, this upends the intuitive old style of market economics, where you sell a commodity to get some money so that you can go buy a different commodity that you need but do not have. So you make a table, sell it for money so you can go buy some clothes. Under capitalism, there's a new version where you take your money, use it to make a product so you can sell that product to get more money. And this whole new conception of reality starts to attach itself to everything, and everything becomes abstracted into a commodity that can be bought and sold inside the market. And the market used to be just this ancillary piece of society, and now it's the whole obsessive focus. No one, certainly not the historical materialist, denies the results. Once unleashed, the capitalist mode of production advanced the productive forces further than all of human history put together. It is practically as significant as the Neolithic Revolution. This new mode of production created a fundamentally new class struggle, no longer between the noble and the serf, but between the capitalist and the worker, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, a new class of laborers who own nothing and can only sell their labor for wages. And the etymology of proletariat, just so you know, comes from an old Roman census designation for a landless citizen who fell well short of all property qualifications for real citizenship and participation in civil society. Now, as we discussed 2 episodes back, Marx the young revolutionary identified a restrained bourgeois class that was both suffering under the fetters of feudalism and who had unique power thanks to their position inside the developing forces of production to stage a revolution. They were the revolutionary class. And when he went looking for a group that fit these parameters inside the new capitalist mode of production, he landed on this previously unidentified and unknown working class, the proletariat. Their misery and exploitation was such that they would desire revolutionary emancipation, and their proximity to and position within the new capitalist means of production placed them in a unique position to have a real revolutionary impact on the economic base of society. And Marx further believed that these proletarian forces, the forces that would destroy the bourgeoisie, had been summoned by the bourgeoisie themselves, that like the sorcerer's apprentice, they had conjured forces they could not control, and that in the end, the bourgeoisie ultimately produced, above all, their own gravediggers. Now, when the proletariat overthrew the bourgeoisie, it would usher in a new socialist mode of production. Now, I will say, though, that both Marx and Engels are very vague and cagey about what this new socialist mode of production will look like. And partly, this is because they don't want to be dreamy utopians building castles in the sky. But they do think that something is going to happen and that it will be socialism. They hint that it will probably unfold in 2 stages, a lower transitionary phase and a higher stage, and this is sometimes divided between socialism and then full communism, but Marx often just uses the terms lower and higher socialism. In this new mode of production, the means of production will be owned by the workers themselves. They will be the beneficiaries of their own labor, rather than seeing it creamed off and hoarded by a small minority of exploitive rulers. He also thinks that this will bring about the end of all class distinctions, which dated back to the dawn of agriculture. Since the Neolithic Revolution, every mode of production has been dominated by a minority ruling class living off the produce of a majority laboring class. Now that this has been upended, with the majority laboring class now the new ruling class, all class distinctions will evaporate because there will be no more oppressor and no more oppressed. All of the surplus will be shared in common. In fact, there will be such an abundance, thanks to the productive powers consolidated during the capitalist mode of production, a post-scarcity society will not require oppressor or oppress. It all becomes irrelevant. Who's fighting for control of the necessities of life? They are in abundance. Everyone can share, from each according to their abilities and to each according to their needs. So that is the materialist conception of history, and that is the trajectory that Karl Marx believes human civilization is on. And this is going to be picked up by his successors, because Marx has sketched out an idea that by necessity, the working class proletariat and only the working class proletariat is the revolutionary class, and that in the transition phase between capitalism and socialism, they are going to have to seize revolutionary power and impose what Marx problematically dubbed the dictatorship of the proletariat. And so next week, we are going to set Marx aside And we are going to turn to the philosophy of people who rejected all of that, who thought that this was not the stuff of emancipation, but the stuff of further tyranny. And just as we did with Marx and Engels, next week we will cover the life and times of Mikhail Bakunin, their ideological opponent in the battle for control of the First International and for the revolutionary future of all of Europe. I will end, though, by reminding everybody that I will be at the Intelligent Speech Conference in New York on June the 29th. A bunch of us podcasters will be there. You can meet us. We can hang out all day. I will be doing a presentation called What is the Point of All This? And then later in the day, I'll sit for a roundtable discussion about whatever we decide to roundtable discuss. It is going to be great, and I very much hope to see you there. Forever. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.5, The Adventures of Mikhail Bakunin. We have spent the last 3 episodes focusing on Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and the revolutionary philosophy they developed together, first as young radicals, and then as aging exiles. But if you go back to episode 10.1 on the founding of the International Working Men's Association in 1864, you will remember that there were a lot of other people in the room representing a lot of other different philosophies. And that was fine, because that was the whole idea. Sure, they might disagree about some details, but everyone shared a common enemy, the conservative rulers of Europe. This early solidarity, though, would not hold together. In just a few years, the International would be doomed by an irreconcilable difference of opinion about both the means and the ends of revolutionary struggle, and more specifically between the scientific socialists and the anarchists. And though he was not in the room in 1864, did not even join the International until 1868, the anarchist faction would be led by the subject of today's episode, who also happens to be the founder of Russian anarchism, Mikhail Bakunin. Mikhail Bakunin was born in 1814 in what is today the Kuvshinovsky district of Russia, and yes, of course, God help us with the Russian pronunciation. His father was a minor noble and diplomat in the Russian Foreign Service who did his time in France and Italy, and who indulged in liberal politics and who would be adjacent to the circles involved in the Decembrist Revolt of 1825, which I promise we will talk about. Bakunin's mother was 24 years younger than his father, and she had older relatives who were also involved in the Decembrist Revolt. Now, though his family pulled back from politics, especially after 1825, it was a liberal and literate household that Mikhail grew up in, and he was exposed at an early age to, for example, French Enlightenment philosophy. He then followed the generic path of a son of minor nobility and spent his teen years as a cadet officer in training. But his heart was not in army life. Not only did Bakunin have a terminal aversion to being bossed around, he had an active, searching, and curious mind. This active, searching, and curious mind ignited that most dreadful of passions, an interest in philosophy. Defying his father's wish that he either serve in the army or pursue a job in the civil service, Bakunin went to Moscow in search of the truth. Diving into German philosophy, he went from Kant to Fichte to Hegel, and was entranced most especially by Hegel. At some point in here, he met and became friends with Alexander Herzen, who sometimes wears the title Father of Russian Socialism, and whose name I think is more properly in Russian something along the lines of Alexander Kurtzen, but I'm going to go with the Anglicanized Herzen. Anyway, at this point, neither of them were old enough to be the fathers of anything. They were unruly, intemperate kids playing with very dangerous ideas. In 1840, Bakunin received permission to move to Berlin to continue his studies in philosophy, and like Marx and Engels, who were kicking around the city at the same time, he fell in with the more progressively radical young Hegelians. Bakunin became drawn to the negation side of the dialectics, and he famously said in an essay he wrote in 1842 that the desire for destruction is, at the same time, a creative desire too. So, he was a budding young revolutionary. In 1842, he moved to Dresden, where he went further down the revolutionary line. He became interested in socialism, but even more, he became interested in liberation nationalism, particularly in liberating the Slavic peoples from the tyrannical hand of the Holy Alliance powers, Russia and Austria and Prussia. Bakunin's politics derailed his chances for a university job, as he had now been identified as a dangerous malcontent by the Russian Foreign Service. He then moved up to Switzerland, met some exiles connected with the League of the Just, and started referring to himself as a communist. The Russian ambassador to Switzerland ordered him to return to Russia and threatened to confiscate all his property back home. And facing potential arrest, he moved to Brussels, where he fell in with a crowd of Polish nationalists trying to restart the revolutionary struggle for national liberation, a cause that, as I said, would be close to Bakunin's heart for the rest of his life. After a brief stint in Brussels, he moved on to Paris in 1844, arriving just a few months after Marx and his family, and they wound up in the same social circles. At that point, Marx was working with a mutual friend they had named Arnold Ruge on a journal called the German-French Annals, which was meant to create a political and intellectual bridge between French and German radicals, but the French took very little interest in it, and all the contributors wound up being German. This included an essay from Engels, which is how Marx and Engels became truly acquainted with each other. The only non-German author published in the journal before it folded was Bakunin. Bakunin also forged a personal and ideological bond with Proudhon, and so the seeds of his future anarchism were planted. And if we glance at the three pillars of Marxism, Bakunin is already sharing two of them: German Hegelian philosophy and utopian French socialism. But at this point, Bakunin did not get into the third pillar, which was English economics. Indeed, Bakunin later wrote of his first encounters with Marx, "As far as learning was concerned, Marx was, and still is, incomparably more advanced than I. I knew nothing at that time of political economy. I had not yet rid myself of my metaphysical observations. He called me a sentimental idealist, and he was right. I called him a vain man, perfidious and crafty, and I also was right." In December of 1844, the Tsar made another move against the wayward Bakunin, formally stripping him of his noble privileges and sentencing him, in absentia, to exile in Siberia. But as Bakunin had yet broken no French laws, the French did not expel him from the country. At least not yet. In November of 1847, Bakunin took part in a meeting commemorating the Polish uprising of 1830. And at this party he gave a speech brazenly denouncing the despotism of the Tsar and calling openly for a people's revolution. Now considered a very dangerous element, he finally received his expulsion order from Monsieur Guizot. So he moved back to Brussels, where Marx and Engels and a bunch of other radicals who had been booted out of Paris wound up. So this puts Bakunin in Brussels when the revolution breaks out in Paris in 1848. And in case I haven't emphasized this enough, the revolution of 1848 is the seminal event for this entire generation. For liberals, for conservatives, for Democrats, for socialists. I mean, it's just a footnote these days, but at the time it was the volcanic eruption they had all either been fearing or anticipating. And no less than Marx and Engels, Bakunin was convinced, right, this is it. This is our French Revolution. Once the revolution really got going in the spring of 1848, Bakunin supported his friends, Georg and Emma Herwig, in their attempt to raise a legion in France to go join with Friedrich Heckar's uprising in April of 1848. We talked all about this in episode 7.20. Bakunin supported this effort, while Marx thought the whole project suicidal folly. It led to a minor personal falling out that contributed to future enmity between the two. Bakunin later wrote, "I must openly admit that in this controversy Marx and Engels were in the right. With characteristic insolence, though, they attacked Herwig personally when he was not there to defend himself. In a face-to-face confrontation with them, I heatedly defended Herwig, and our mutual dislike began then." Using connections he had to guys who were now in the French provisional government, Bakunin secured funds to advance a project of Slavic liberation in Central and Eastern Europe. He tried to get to Poland, but Prussian officials stopped him in Posen, and he was forced to bounce over to Prague, where he had heard things might be heating up. Bakunin arrived in Prague just in time for the Pan-Slavic Congress that we talked about in episode 7.24, and he inserted himself as a self-appointed delegate representing Russia. This meant he was also there when the Prague uprising began, and when it was immediately crushed, forcing Bakunin to flee the city, and he ultimately settled in the town of Khotin. In the fall of 1848, he wrote an appeal to the Slavs, calling for a pan-Slavic uprising to join with Germans and Italians and Hungarians to overthrow the Habsburg Empire and the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia, to replace the tyrannical Holy Alliance with democratic nation-states. But, of course, we fast-forward just a little bit, and where are we? That's right, we're at episode 7.31. It's now May of 1849, and we're at the final uprising in Dresden. Bakunin joined his acquaintance and comrade Richard Wagner in erecting barricades in the city and doing their best in a doomed effort to fend off the Prussian army. And though there is of course mutual dislike between Marx and Bakunin at this point, Marx does comment on events in Dresden by saying that in Bakunin, the people of Dresden had a cool and competent leader. It would, however, later become the stuff of intersectional backbiting, that Bakunin had gone and fought on the front lines while Marx fled the scenes just as it was time to mount the barricades. So Wagner managed to escape the uprising in Dresden, but Bakunin was not so lucky. He was captured about 60 miles west of the city and taken into custody. He would not taste freedom again for 12 long years. Sentenced to death, the punishment was suspended, and he sat in prison in Saxony for the next 13 months. In June of 1850, he was transferred to direct Austrian custody. They immediately resentenced him to death, but again the sentence was not carried out. Instead, the Austrians arranged to transfer him to Russian custody in May of 1851. And at that point, Bakunin was moved to St. Petersburg and received yet another sentence of death, which was also not immediately carried out. Instead, he got something quite a bit worse. He spent the next 6 years in the dungeons of Imperial Russia. Life was intolerably difficult. He contracted scurvy and all his teeth fell out. Bakunin begged for his life. He also begged his brother to slip him some poison. After 8 total years in various prisons and dungeons, it looked like he might be coming due to have his sentence commuted. But Tsar Alexander II, the Tsar Liberator, explicitly struck Bakunin's name from the amnesty list. Only after the tireless efforts of his mother was Bakunin finally let out of the dungeons in 1857 and sentenced to exile in Siberia, forever the dumping ground for whoever happens to be dissenting against whatever Russian government happens to be controlling Russia. He landed first in a work camp in Tomsk and did what he could to make a life for himself. He met the daughter of a Polish merchant named Antonia, and they got married. Then his prospects brightened a bit more. Bakunin still had sympathetic liberal relatives, people who favored leniency and reform generally and wanted to help their revolutionary cousin. They arranged to get him a commercial job working in Irkutsk, which gave him something resembling a regular daily life after so many years of just being in prison. Upon arriving in Irkutsk, he came to find that many of the local officials did not like the domineering attitude of the central government back in St. Petersburg, and they themselves were quite sympathetic to critiques of the regime and everyone and everything that surrounded it. So they were very tolerant of the exiled radicals. Bakunin could pretty much read what he wanted and say what he wanted. He could send and receive correspondence. And though his resources were limited and his audience was small, he was able to restart his intellectual life. And I should mention before we move on that this is the same group of tolerant officials in Irkutsk who would play a role in Kropotkin's advancement from socialism to anarchism just a few years later, but that is a story for another time. Though Bakunin was tolerated, and even got some special treatment, he was not interested in spending the rest of his life in isolated exile. In 1861, he managed to get himself a travel pass to leave Irkutsk and travel down the river to the coast, as long as he promised to be back by the time the winter ice set in. This was not a promise Bakunin had any interest in keeping. So in June of 1861, he sailed away. Down at the port of Olga, he talked his way onto an outbound American ship, slipping out of Russian waters and landing in Japan in August. There he was greeted by a small community of European political exiles, But Bakunin was also not going to spend the rest of his life as an isolated exile in Japan. Instead, he secured himself passage on a ship bound for California, which landed in San Francisco on October the 15th. But is Bakunin going to settle down in San Francisco and go off and pan for gold? No, sir, he is not. First, he took a ship down to Panama. Then he trekked the overland trail from Panama City to Cologne, where he caught a ship to New York. Upon arrival in New York, he spent a little bit of time meeting back up with former comrades, 48ers who had quit Europe and moved to the United States. Now, some of these old 48ers still had an eye on Europe, but many more had given up on the old country. They had gotten into American politics, abolitionism, and were now enmeshed in the just months-old American Civil War. So did Bakunin join up? Was his destiny there among the other German officers who served in the Union Army? No, it was not. He traveled up to Boston and then took a ship to sunny old England, landing in Liverpool in late December 1861. Then he went down to London, where he quite literally just showed up on the doorstep of his old friend Alexander Herzen in the middle of their family dinner. Between his arrest in Saxony in May of 1849 and his arrival in England in December of 1861, Bakunin completed almost a complete circumnavigation of the globe. So it has now been just shy of 13 years since Bakunin had been a part of the revolutionary community in Europe, and he found it very different than when he left. He remade connections from the old days, but while he had been in prison and exile, they had spent the last decade under the banal but oppressive weight of conservative government. They had seen a series of last hopes die one by one. They saw friends and comrades emigrate or give up or sell out. But Bakunin had been isolated in prison and then banished to the other side of the world. He had survived and fought his way back, and when he came back, he discovered that his own thinking had gone quite a bit beyond even the most radical of them. Marx himself famously commented on this in a letter to Engels, approvingly remarking that when he saw Bakunin in London, on the whole, he is one of the few people whom I find not to have retrogressed after 16 years, but to have developed further. Bakunin now had some pretty funky ideas about the nature of power and authority. Possibly thanks to his prolonged imprisonment, his socialism now had a distinctly libertarian flair. The liberation of the human spirit more than anything else was now the object of his revolutionary ambitions. But he was also still committed to his nationalism and his belief that people deserved self-determination. And Bakunin saw nations in effect as the individual of the world stage. He wrote, "I feel myself always the patriot of all oppressed fatherlands. Nationality is a historic local fact which, like all real and harmless facts, has the right to claim general acceptance. Nationality is not a principle. It is a legitimate fact, just as individuality is. Every nationality, great or small, has the incontestable right to be itself, to live according to its own nature. This right is simply the corollary of the general principle of freedom." But that said, Bakunin was a believer in the liberating power of nationalism, and he was always on guard against the idea that one ascendant liberated nation should be able to turn around and use their newfound self-determination and freedom to oppress members of minority nationalities. So this still at the forefront of his mind, when he returned to Europe, Bakunin reconnected with those liberation nationalist roots. During his time in Siberia, he had, for example, heard about Garibaldi, the great Italian freedom fighter, and now sent him admiring letters. In London, he became friendly with the now aging Mazzini, no longer the spry young leader of Young Italy and Young Europe, but the doyen of émigré democratic Republican nationalists. But Bakunin's particular cause was that of the Slavs generally and Poland in particular, and so Bakunin was naturally thrilled when Poland went into revolt in January of 1863. He immediately made his way to Copenhagen to try to travel to Poland to join the cause, but he was unable to pass through the lines. The blow of this setback, though, was lessened by the fact that his wife Antonia was finally able to get out of Siberia and join him after nearly 2 years of separation. By the end of 1863, Bakunin was making plans to go off and live in northern Italy, where he hoped to promote a Slavic-Italian alliance against the Habsburgs, and when he departed in November of 1863, he carried letters of introduction from Mazzini, though they would soon have an ideological falling out. Marx somewhat anticipated this falling out, and he bid a fond farewell to Bakunin, who had this massive intellect and was a powerful force for social revolution. And Marx saw Bakunin making a headquarters in Italy as the perfect way to counteract the narrow-minded limitations of Mazzini's mere political revolution. So in January of 1864, Bakunin arrived in northern Italy, in what was now officially the Kingdom of Italy. And it was here that Bakunin really and truly started to advance his own distinct anarchist theories. Most of the ideas we'll be talking about next week come from this final 13 or so years of his life, between his arrival in Italy in 1864 and his death in 1876. We're going to talk all about it next week, but just to cut to the chase, Bakunin is now opposed to all forms of authority and coercion wherever he finds them. Capitalists, the state, the church, anything that claimed coercive power over free people was the enemy of the full development of full human life. And just to give you some flavor of where his head is at now, Bakunin will say, for example, the trouble lies not in any particular form of government, but in the very existence of government itself. He also flipped one of Voltaire's old witty aphorisms on its head. Voltaire had said, if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Bakunin, meanwhile, said, if God really existed, it would be necessary to abolish him. Ultimately, what Bakunin wants to do is reconcile the apparent contradiction between liberty and equality, to transcend the dangers implied by both on their own and form them into a synthetic combination. As he famously wrote, liberty without socialism is privilege and injustice. Socialism without liberty is slavery and brutality. While in Italy, Bakunin founded his own organization to propagate his new anarchist principles. This group is sometimes called the International Brotherhood, the International Fraternity, or the Alliance of Revolutionary Socialists. And it is the formation of this group that led to his break with Mazzini, because it was from the old groups that Mazzini had cultivated that Bakunin started converting adherents from democratic republicanism to full-blown anarchism. In Mazzini's eyes, Bakunin had just used the letters of introduction Mazzini had given him to steal all of Mazzini's disciples. The founding of this international organization is nearly simultaneous with the founding of the International Workingmen's Association up in London in September of 1864. Bakunin's group had a more ideologically coherent program, though. It was meant to advance Bakunin's anarchism, not be a catch-all umbrella group. It was also purposefully more secretive and conspiratorial than the International. Bakunin was happy to tap into the tradition of secret societies in Italy that went back to the days of the Carbonari, and Bakunin's program of collectivist, anti-authoritarian anarchism started to find ready adherents in Italy and then across southern Europe. Bakunin sponsored a tour through Spain of an Italian comrade named Giuseppe Fanelli, who spread this new anarchist gospel and found a ready audience, planting the seeds of what would become the largest flowering of European anarchism. While this was all going on, tensions were rising between Napoleon III's French Empire and Otto von Bismarck's Prussia. War seemed imminent, and so a movement began to join together a bunch of different pacifist voices to try to diffuse tensions, and this became a group called the League of Peace and Freedom. The League was joined by liberals like John Stuart Mill, radical Democrats like Jules Favre, moderate socialists like old Louis Blanc and Alexander Herzen, and nationalist freedom fighters like Garibaldi. Bakunin and his anarchists answered the call and signed on to a petition by the League that was making the rounds in 1867. The League of Peace and Freedom was hoping to get the International Workingmen's Association to sign up, but Marx guided the response of the Central Committee to say, of course, as individuals you can go join up, and we in principle support the aims of the League of Peace and Freedom, but the whole point of the International is to be the top of all pyramids, and as an organization we will not work in affiliated alliance with other international organizations. And Marx even said, if you really support peace and freedom, you will join us, not the other way around. But plenty of members of the International did join the League of Peace and Freedom, and there was a big congress in Geneva with many famous attendees, among them Bakunin and Garibaldi, now both legendary revolutionaries, and they famously embraced each other to a thunderous standing ovation. But though many of the radicals and socialists and anarchists who joined the League came in with high hopes, they found themselves outnumbered by more tepid political liberals and Democrats who were not interested in letting this peace project be turned into a vehicle for social revolution. So disillusioned, Bakunin and his anarchists wound up seceding in 1868, and what they wanted to do now was take Marx's advice and join the International Workingmen's Association. To do this, they formed a group called the Alliance of Socialist Democracy and petitioned to affiliate it with the Geneva section of the International. But the response from the Central Committee in London was in the same vein as their response towards the League of Peace and Freedom. We don't associate with other international organizations. Our whole point of being is to be the one great international organization. Everybody else joins us. That's the whole point. And there's actually a copy of the marginal notes Marx made when he read the organizing charter of the Alliance of Socialist Democracy, where he's written things like, "What modesty! They establish themselves as the central authority. Clever lads. And they want to compromise us under their own patronage." And then bluntly, the International Association does not admit any international branches. So the response was, if you guys want to join us, that's fine. That's awesome. Let's do it. But you have to dissolve this intermediary international committee that you've set up, and each section needs to join the international individually as an individual group. One central committee, one annual congress, that's the point. Bakunin decided he could live with these terms, and knew that the number of followers he was bringing in would give him plenty of weight to bargain about the direction, policies, and goals of the International. So in 1868, the Alliance of Revolutionary Socialists dissolved almost as quickly as they had been formed, and all the national and local sections affiliated directly with the International. As too did Bakunin himself, who was now for the first time officially a member. This meant that when you looked at the affiliated roles of the International, most of the Italian and Spanish sections were in collectivist anarchist groups operating under Bakunin's intellectual and political auspices, rather than scientific socialists operating under Marx's intellectual and political auspices. So we'll leave it off there for now with Bakunin joining the International. This also happens to be just when all those peace initiatives are failing, and the Franco-Prussian War is about to erupt, and the lightning run of events to follow. The defeat of France, the fall of the Second Empire, the founding of the Third Republic, the Paris Commune, and the Bloody Week are going to ignite fierce debates inside the International about how to respond, what to do, who to support, and why. And these years would ultimately crack the movement in two and spell the end of the First International, whose divergent and still combative heirs would have to pick up the baton in the next generation to carry the great work of social revolution forward. But that will be in 2 weeks, because next week we are going to turn to the actual philosophy and programs of Bakunin's anarcho-collectivism. And Bakunin's anarcho-collectivism was different from the anarcho-mutualism of Proudhon that preceded him, the scientific socialism of Marx that was contemporary with him, and the anarcho-communism of his younger countryman Kropotkin, which would be developed after Bakunin's death. So next week it's anarcho-collectivism, and then in 2 weeks, the showdown between the red and the black. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.6, True Liberty, True Equality, and True Fraternity. Last time, we did the life of Mikhail Bakunin, the professional Russian revolutionary who began his career as a pretty standard-issue socialist and nationalist, but who then returned from a long period of confinement and one circumnavigation of the globe as a committed anarchist. Today, we are going to discuss the basic tenets of Bakunin's anarchism, how he came to hold these ideas, the end state he was working towards, and the means by which he hoped to achieve it, leaving off for next week the main compare and contrast session between Bakunin's anarcho-collectivism and Marx's scientific socialism. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is establish what we mean by anarchism and anarchy. Well, it is a word constructed using some good old-fashioned Greek, which is what we always love to do when it comes to political terms, where monarchy is rule of the one and oligarchy is rule of the few, anarchy is rule of the none. It can be literally translated as the absence of a ruler. Now, because anarchy means absence of a ruler, it is common to use the term as a synonym for chaos or disorder, but this is not what anarchists mean by anarchy. And they will tell you frankly that if you think absence of a ruler necessarily means violent chaos, then that means that you have been brainwashed by the ideological heirs of Thomas Hobbes, who believe that absent the iron hand of Leviathan, life will be nasty, brutish, and short. Anarchism does not mean disorder and chaos. Anarchists are not opposed to associations or organizations or administrations. Quite the opposite. They just don't want any more rulers. No more hierarchies, no more inequality, no more exploitation, no more bosses. Anarchism emerged from the attempt to answer the social question in the wake of the French Revolution. Running from the early utopian socialists through Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who was the first to call himself an anarchist, these early anarchists believed that the real problem was coercive hierarchies, whether political, economic, or social, that the unequal distribution of wealth and power led to a few being masters while everyone else was a slave. So they wanted to create new forms of economic and political organization that stressed voluntary association and mutual cooperation where all the members would be free and equal. No one person could own all the means of production or claim the lion's share of the produce. Instead, everyone would share equally in the bounty of their collective labor. Now, there's a branch of anarchism that runs from this guy Max Stirner through Benjamin Tucker that is called individualist or egoist anarchism, but that's not the branch we're going to be talking about today. We will instead be dealing with the communitarian branch of anarchism that Bakunin was a part of. Though these guys stress the fundamental sovereignty of the individual, they believe that the proper place of humans was in a group, mutually cooperative and sharing in the burdens of producing and distributing the necessities of life. And Bakunin's version of anarchism, designated as anarcho-collectivism, is going to be a major influence on all the anarchists who are active in the Russian Revolution, and that is why we are focusing so much on him in particular. So to open this up, I want to go back to the French Revolution. The failures and disappointments of the French Revolution pop up repeatedly in Bakunin's writings, and especially the failure to truly realize the mythical triad of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And so I want to start here by framing his theories as an earnest attempt to reconcile the contradictions and unfulfilled ambitions of this mythical triad. Bakunin's diagnosis of what went wrong in the French Revolution is very similar to Karl Marx's, that the rising capitalist bourgeoisie had engaged in a great revolution in pursuit of their own political liberty, but that when they achieved this political liberty for themselves, the quote-unquote equality that followed came only in the form of equal political rights and the equal application of the laws, that is, no more feudal privileges. Then they dusted their hands and said, right, we've done it. Everyone is now free. But by ignoring the social and economic relations of society, these bourgeois revolutionaries made liberty and equality impossible for the vast majority of the population. Because where was liberty to be found in a world of economic exploitation? Where was equality to be found in a world where so few had so much and so many had so little? This, in turn, made a mockery of fraternity, which Bakunin calls a naked lie. He says, I ask you whether fraternity is possible between the exploiters and the exploited, between oppressors and oppressed. What is this? I make you sweat and suffer all day and night, and when I have reaped the fruit of your sufferings and your sweat, leaving you only a small portion of it so that you may survive, that is, so that you may sweat and suffer anew for my benefit tomorrow, at night I will say to you, let us embrace, we are brothers. But Bakunin still wanted liberty, equality, and fraternity. He just wanted it for everybody, and was serious about trying to figure out how to get it. And one of his most basic principles is that true liberty is only possible if everyone is free. That if only a few people have liberty, then liberty does not exist, only privilege exists. He expresses this sentiment all over the place, and it was central to his whole philosophy. He says, If there be a human being freer than I, then inevitably I become his slave. If I be freer than he, then he will be mine. He also said that man is truly free only among equally free men, that slavery of even one human being violates humanity and negates the freedom of all. So this is a fundamental condition of liberty, that it must be shared in equally. Even one unfree person negates the freedom of the rest. To achieve this universal liberty, you thus need some measure of equality. For Bakunin, mere political equality was not enough to guarantee true liberty. Only economic equality could do that. Because for Bakunin, poverty is slavery. A hungry person is not a free person. He believed people must realize that, and I'm quoting now, the first condition of their real emancipation, or of their humanization, is above all a radical change in their economic situation. The question of daily bread is to them justly the first question. For as it was noted by Aristotle, man, in order to think, in order to feel himself free, in order to become man, must be freed from the material cares of daily life. So it becomes essential to guarantee equality of economic means, to liberate people from the slavery implicit in a life lived on the knife's edge of poverty, where all manner of degradation and enslavement must be endured to acquire simple bread and shelter. So to create equally free individuals, to create universal liberty, you must eradicate the unequal distribution of wealth. For Bakunin, the connection between liberty and equality, and the thing that would guarantee both of them, was the third part of the triad, fraternity. To achieve universal liberty and economic equality, communal fellowship cannot be paper-thin lies that cover up exploitation and injustice, but the real cement that guarantees our healthy, free, and equal flourishing. He says, this solution, which is so greatly desired, our ideal for all, is liberty, morality, intelligence, and the welfare of each through the solidarity of all, in short, human fraternity. About this fraternity, Bakunin agrees with Marx that going back to the dawn of time, humans have been fundamentally social and cooperative creatures, always working in groups. Bakunin despised Rousseau, who he called the most malevolent writer of the past century, in part for helping popularize the insane notion that a free person in the state of nature was just all by themselves. Bakunin believed arguments that idealized and lauded egocentric individualism were ignorant of nature and history. For Bakunin, Rousseau's idea that the act of coming together in a social group was the moment humans lost their liberty was preposterous. Bakunin says, society, far from decreasing their freedom, on the contrary, creates the individual freedom of all human beings. He says society is the root, the tree, and liberty is the fruit. But how can this be? Surely in coming together we limit some measure of our own individual autonomy. Well, Bakunin says, imagine a person endowed with the most inspired powers by nature, cast out from all human society into a desert since infancy. If they do not miserably perish, which is the most probable result, they will become nothing but a boar, an ape, lacking speech and thought. So the individual outside of society is not living a life of free liberty. They are most likely already dead, and if not, they are ignorant brutes, slaves to mere instinct and hunger, without the ability to form complex thoughts. Bakunin says only in society can they become a human being, that is, a thinking, speaking, loving, and willful animal. So to wrap up this section, Bakunin says, what we demand now is the proclaiming anew of the great principles of the French Revolution, that every human being should have the material and moral means to develop all their humanity, and that what he wants is to, and I'm quoting here again, to organize society in such a manner that every individual, man or woman, should find upon entering life approximately equal means for the development of his or her diverse faculties and their utilization in his or her work. So Bakunin has no problem with the unequal distribution of talent or intelligence or gifts. He does not expect or want people to become hive insects. I mean, he's an anarchist. That's not what he wants at all. He, in fact, wants to eliminate political, economic, and social inequality because those things tend to prohibit the free exercise of all those individual talents and gifts. So what Bakunin wants for every individual person is to live in a society of universal liberty made possible by economic equality working in a spirit of human fraternity. Liberty, equality, and fraternity. This is the essence of his anarcho-collectivism. So we move now to how Bakunin hopes to bring this about. What needs to happen? What needs to be torn down, and what needs to be built up in its place? To start this discussion, we need to go back to Bakunin's early student days and his initiation into the mysteries of German philosophy. As I said last week, Bakunin discovered Hegel while he was still a student in Moscow, and he was so taken that he was the first person to translate some of Hegel into Russian. Then Bakunin went off to Berlin in the early 1840s to dive even deeper into the mysteries of German philosophy, but he wound up, like his slightly younger contemporaries, Marx and Engels, following the more progressive and radical path of the young Hegelians. Now, there is just too much to say about all this, but I want to draw out two main points. First, again like Marx and Engels, Bakunin was specifically influenced by their slightly older philosophical contemporary, Ludwig Feuerbach, and came away a convinced materialist atheist. He believed the material world and its physical and social manifestations were the key to understanding everything. So Bakunin is a materialist. The other point is that, like Marx and Engels, Bakunin also emerged strongly influenced by dialectical reasoning. But he was mostly fascinated with the second step of the process, the negative, the negation, the antithesis, and he came to associate the existing conservative states of Europe with the positive thesis, and revolutionaries such as himself with the negative antithesis. He also disagreed with Hegel and Marx on one critical point. Both Hegel and Marx presumed that the concluding synthesis would retain elements of the conflicting thesis and antithesis, that there would be some measure of preservation. Bakunin did not. He believed their conflict would result in the mutual destruction of both, with something wholly new emerging from the aftermath. So his was a dialectical process of mutual destruction, allowing for the emergence of a transcended novelty that preserved nothing of either. For Bakunin, the process of destroying the inert, immobile, and oppressive political and economic regimes of Europe must be total. As long as any detritus or fragments of the old world remained, the new world could not be born, and he assigned to himself and his followers the historical task of being this all-obliterating antithesis. So part of Bakunin's desire to wipe the world clean of all existing political, economic, and social structures comes from this early Hegelian philosophy, but it also comes from his materialist and proto-sociological understanding of society. He believes that, quote, every human individual is the involuntary product of a natural and social environment within which they are born. And Bakunin very much believes that the existing social environment within which humans are currently being born is very bad. See, Bakunin has this optimistic view of humans. He did not believe that humans were inherently wicked. He saw wickedness, such as it existed, as being the result of the unjust, hierarchical, and oppressive social institutions within which we are forced to live. And on this one very specific point, he agrees with Rousseau's famous declaration that man is born free and everywhere is in chains. Though for Bakunin, the problem was not society, which he viewed as natural and necessary, but structural inequalities of wealth and power. He is in fact so generous with his understanding of the plight of individuals within these oppressive institutions that he doesn't even blame the oppressors for what they do. He says, all the revolutionaries, the oppressed, the sufferers, victims of the existing social organization, whose hearts are naturally filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance, should bear in mind that the kings, the oppressors, exploiters of all kinds, are evildoers who are not guilty, since they too are involuntary products of the present social order. So this is very hate the sin, not the sinner stuff. And the sin is power, inequality, the state, the church, and the institutions that support them. So this puts Bakunin in an interesting place, because as he has made this diagnosis that humans are basically good, but these social hierarchies are evil, he aimed all of his revolutionary energy at the social institutions that bound everyone together in an unjust system, not the people who benefited from those systems. And he was actually critical of those who wanted to aim their revolutionary energy at people, not institutions. He saw this as immoral, unfair, counterproductive, and not even historically sound. In a discussion of the violence in the course of the French Revolution, he says, "In general, we can say that carnage was never an effective means to exterminate political parties. It was proved particularly ineffective against the privileged classes, since power resides less in men themselves than in the circumstances created for men of privilege by the organization of material goods." And then he says further, "The dreadful guillotine of 1793, which cannot be reproached with having been idle or slow, nevertheless did not succeed in destroying the French aristocracy. The nobility was indeed shaken to its roots, though not completely destroyed, but this was not the work of the guillotine. It was achieved by the confiscation of their properties." And I don't think he's wrong about this. The confiscation and redistribution of the national lands, which became such an issue after the Restoration, did far more to undermine the feudal aristocracy than the guillotine, which we must also remember was usually used against peasant and middle-class rebels, not the high nobility. So Bakunin concludes from this, to make a successful revolution, it is necessary to attack conditions and material goods, to destroy property and the state. It will then become unnecessary to destroy men. So this means there are a lot of institutions that need to be destroyed. And he lists them in various manifestos and programs, and I'll just give you a full stream blast of all of this and then pull out two particular points for special attention. So when the revolutionaries begin their run of institutional destruction, Bakunin says we must tear down all governments, all existing criminal, civil, and legal codes, any centralized bureaucracy, all permanent armies and state police. We must put an end to established religion in all forms, and if churches exist, they ought not have political rights, tax exemptions, nor be given control of education. Bakunin called for the abolition of what he called the legal family, which was built around oppressive and unjust systems of marriage and inheritance. He called for the mass cancellation of private debt, the abolition of all taxes. He wanted to burn all property titles and deeds of inheritance. He wanted to confiscate the means of production, all church property, all state property, and any precious metal held by individuals and families, and hold all of that together in common ownership. Anything that contained any seed of coercive hierarchical relations had to be destroyed. So that's quite a list. But I want to highlight two things, one economic and the other political. On the economic front, a big thing that Bakunin harps on is the necessity of abolishing inheritance. He says, quote, "For so long as inheritance exists, there will be hereditary economic inequality, not the natural inequality of individuals, but the artificial inequality of classes, and the latter will always beget hereditary inequality in the development and shaping of minds, continuing to be the source and consecration of all political and social inequalities." So for Bakunin, if there was a critical moment in history that undermined the natural equality of humans, it was surely that moment in misty prehistory when some stronger or more ruthless families started not just hoarding a disproportionate share of the wealth, but passing it down to their offspring intact. This created perpetual states of generational inequality. And I think if you ask Bakunin, look, you can't have everything all at once. Just pick one thing you would do that would do the most to accomplish your ultimate goals. He would say, abolish inheritance. This one simple change would negate the possibility of generationally entrenched economic inequality and go the furthest towards realizing his dream of true liberty, true equality, and true fraternity. Politically, I must point out that Bakunin bore a special hatred for this thing called the state, which he saw as the abstracted political power structure that pretends to be simply an expression of communal society, but is in fact a thing unto itself with its own interests. He saw all presently existing states in Europe as a form of monarchy, that is, rule by the one, because the state itself, whether an authoritarian dictatorship or a liberal parliamentary democracy, holds all power and coercive authority, and then ruthlessly steamrolled everyone in pursuit of its own interests. Bakunin says, there is no horror, no cruelty, sacrilege, or perjury, no imposture, no infamous transaction, no cynical robbery, no bold plunder or shabby betrayal that has not been or is not daily being perpetrated by the representatives of the states, under no other pretext than those elastic words, so convenient and yet so terrible, for reasons of state. For Bakunin, states were criminal enterprises. They were founded by crimes, they were perpetuated by still more crimes. And even a post-French Revolution society that had created the concept of citizens and civil rights, that was still no good because Bakunin saw citizenship as an artificial designation that negated true humanity. He called it mere citizenship. By forming itself only of citizens and caring only about its obligation to people as citizens, the state denied its duty to people as human beings, and certainly took no moral interest in them at all if they were not citizens. So for Bakunin, the state, therefore, is the most flagrant, the most cynical, and the most complete negation of humanity. It shatters the universal solidarity of all men on earth, and brings some of them into association only for the purpose of destroying, conquering, and enslaving the rest. So Bakunin hates the state. He hates state power. It's why an alternative name for his program is stateless socialism, and it's part of the crux of his coming beef with Marx, who Bakunin believed was a proponent of state socialism. So we'll end today with what Bakunin thought the alternative to all this was. What anarcho-collectivist stateless socialism would look like once all the old systems of power had been destroyed. And he did have a number of thoughts about this, most succinctly sketched out in the Revolutionary Catechism and the Program of the International Brotherhood, which were both written in Italy in the 1860s. To begin with, because top-down authoritarian structures were the problem, the new order must be built from the bottom up, from summit to base. So the core unit of anarcho-collectivism was the autonomous commune, formed voluntarily by the capital P people. These anarchist communes, really just the existing cities of Europe, would cease to recognize all existing authority and law and reform themselves on the basis of collective ownership, collective labor, and collective decision-making. Bakunin believed these anarchist communes would have direct elections of functionaries by universal suffrage from both sexes. And as you can imagine, Bakunin was very, very excited about the Paris Commune, which we'll talk about next week, because Bakunin was very involved in revolutionary events in France in 1870 and 1871. Bakunin thought these autonomous anarchist communes would then federate with each other into larger networks, but all the while recognizing no higher authority than themselves. And eventually they would federate all the way to a national and international level, though those terms would become meaningless. What would emerge from these voluntary linkages and alliances would be an inverted pyramid power structure, where power rested not with a minority ruling class ensconced in some far-off capital, but with the individuals in their local communities. Anyone sent off to work on these larger connections and alliances would be trusted servants, never powerful authorities. These communes, though, could not operate properly if they did not respect individual liberty, nor if they did not provide equally for all its members. Remember, liberty without socialism is privilege and injustice. Socialism without liberty is slavery and brutality. So there would be a vast array of social and political rights. For example, the right of every man and woman to upkeep, clothes, food, shelter, care, guidance, and education. Since Bakunin is naturally an enemy of patriarchy and the subjugation of women by men, he emphasized all the time that there would be equal political, social, and economic rights as well as equal obligations for women. He also hated the tyranny of adults over children and believed in equal rights for adolescents, though they would be naturally guided while children. There, of course, must be freedom of movement, association, press, speech, morality, conscience, with no coercive prohibitions beyond public approbation and condemnation. So he says, for example, to combat charlatans who spouted lies or pernicious associations that might threaten the commune, that would be the special affair of public opinion. Most importantly, a member of the commune would have the right to leave or secede at any time. No part of the new federation of anarchist communes could keep or hold or prevent a person's desire to remove themselves and depart if they were dissatisfied with how things were being run. Economically, these new anarchist communes would have already seized the means of production and property and held them collectively, hence the name anarcho-collectivism. The commune would be required to, as I say, provide upkeep, clothes, food, shelter, care, guidance, and education to its members. But, and this is really important, these rights would only be available to those who provided labor. An individual member would only be able to enjoy the fruits of the community's labor only insofar as they contributed to the creation of those fruits. This was a measure aimed at non-laboring landlords and aristocrats and capitalists who sat around doing nothing, while the wealth created by other people's labor piled up in their coffers. But this sets Bakunin up for a contrast with the later anarcho-communism of Kropotkin. Kropotkin does not agree with Bakunin's formula, to each according to their labor. Kropotkin believes in to each according to their needs. This labor requirement also opened up all kinds of problematic questions about how to quantify and evaluate the amount and type of labor being provided. Bakunin thought that a new system of labor notes, replacements for bourgeois money, would be issued that could then be converted in some market of exchange for the necessities of life. But this raises a bunch of other issues. Who gets to decide the quality and quantity of labor necessary to acquire access to their rights as members of the commune, or determine what the value of different types of labor are? Digging a ditch is quite a bit different from being an astrophysicist. So Bakunin suggests maybe some democratic committee would be in charge of those decisions, except whoops, now you're vesting authoritative power in some small group who is deciding who is worth what. This is the kind of thing anarchists are still arguing about to this very day. Now, everything I just said raises 1,000,001 objections. Every one of Bakunin's suggestions have sparked debate, mockery, and argument from the moment they were proposed. And I am here just trying to give you a very brief and very imperfect summary of what Bakunin thought came next when theory was put into practice. The devil was always in the detail in these things, and Bakunin is always a bit better when he's giving the object towards which everyone should aim, rather than some detailed schematic they needed to follow. Especially because in the end, Bakunin's own philosophy was so much based on people working out solutions to problems in mutually satisfactory ways, rather than slavishly following a list of suggestions from some bushy-headed Russian revolutionary. But Bakunin definitely envisioned a network of voluntarily linked autonomous communes built from the bottom up and rejecting the authority of anyone over anyone else. Then they would share in the collective fruits of their collective labor. And we can sum this up by asking Bakunin what he wants. And he says, first of all, the end of want, the end of poverty, and the full satisfaction of all material needs by means of collective labor, equal and obligatory for all. And then, as the end of domination and the free organization of the people's lives in accordance with their needs, not from the top down, as we have with the state, but from the bottom up, an organization formed by the people themselves, apart from all governments and parliaments, a free union of associations of agricultural and factory workers, of communes, regions, and nations, and finally, in the more remote future, the universal human brotherhood, triumphing over the ruins of all states. That is the dream that Bakunin dreamed. Next week, we will close out this little prologue section of the Russian Revolution with Marx and Bakunin both in the International Workingmen's Association, where they were both dreaming the same dream, but arguing fiercely over strategy and tactics, methods, organizations, and then ultimately personalities. It was an argument they would still be having right up to the moment of their deaths. Their dreams never realized, but also not dying with them. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.7, The Paris Commune Revisited. So this was supposed to be our last episode of this Marxist-anarchist introductory prologue to the Russian Revolution. But I just realized that I am taking a 2-week break in 2 weeks, that's going to happen, because I am now operating more closely in tune with the French school system schedule, which is roughly 6 weeks on, 2 weeks off. After we're done with this little Marxist-anarchist prologue, we are due to shift gears to a general history of Russia that will take us up through the assassination of the Tsar Liberator in March of 1881, at which point we will tie these two threads together and merge them into a single narrative on our way to 1905, then 1917. But if I commence with that general history of Russia next week, then I'm just going to disappear for 2 weeks, and it'll be weirdly disjointed, so much better to launch that after I come back. So that means we get to do this cool thing where we linger on the explosive and supremely relevant event that landed in the middle of the ideological and personal conflict between Marx and Bakunin, the Paris Commune. And since we already did a whole series on the Paris Commune, this episode will help tie together past episodes to future episodes. So this was meant to be. It's almost like I planned it. And with that, let us get going with the Paris Commune Revisited. So the first thing we should do is get everyone geographically situated. In the summer of 1870, Marx was still living in London. Engels was living in Manchester, but having sold the family business, he was on the verge of making a retirement move to London later that fall. Bakunin was living in Switzerland at the time and active in the Geneva section of the International. Now, all of Europe was aware of the tensions between Bismarck's Prussia and Napoleon III's Second Empire. But though these tensions were well known, the sudden declaration of the Franco-Prussian War in July of 1870 surprised everyone, even if it was also, paradoxically, not unexpected. The next year would be a seminal period for everyone. For the great powers of Europe, it was the beginning of the destructive conflict between France and Germany that would not end until 1945. For the revolutionary left, it led immediately to the Paris Commune, the first time the new world they dreamed of had poked through the lead blanket of bourgeois reactionary repression. Now we know what Marx and Engels and Bakunin thought about events in France because it produced some of their best and most important work. Marx would wind up writing 3 addresses for the International at 3 key moments over the course of the next year. The first address was published in July of 1870, just after war was declared. The second, in September of 1870, just after the Battle of Sedan, the capture and abdication of Napoleon and the proclamation of the Third Republic. And the third and final address in May of 1871, after the Bloody Week and the fall of the Commune. These 3 addresses would be collected 20 years later and published by Engels under the title The Civil War in France, which Engels says is the coda to the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and it represents some of Marx's most important political writing. Bakunin, meanwhile, wrote a pamphlet called A Letter to a Frenchman on the Present Crisis in September of 1870, so again just after the collapse of the Second Empire, within which he further elaborated on his hopes and plans for a mass social revolution in France to be the end result of all this. And then he has an essay called The Paris Commune and the Idea of the State, which was composed in May of 1871, where he too now reflected in the aftermath of yet another defeat for the forces of revolution. Marx and Bakunin's respective preoccupations, analysis, hopes, fears, doubts, and conclusions are informative not just about the position of left-wing revolutionaries to arguably the seminal event of left-wing revolutionary history up to that point, but they also set a framework for future revolutionary arguments. The arguments over events in France in 1870 and 1871 would just keep going forever. Trust me, the question of whether the peasants have revolutionary potential is not going anywhere anytime soon. To start just after the declaration of war by France on July the 19th, 1870, Marx and Engels heaped blame for this war on Napoleon III, and they predicted the war would be the end of the Second Empire. Ever since Napoleon's coup in 1851, Marx and Engels had seen the dynastic and territorial ambitions of this parody Second Empire as the principal threat to social revolution in the 1850s and 1860s. Now, they were not insensible to the machinations of Bismarck in fostering this conflict, but as they discussed the situation, they concluded, as Marx said in a letter to Engels dated July the 20th, the French need a thrashing. Then, in a letter dated August the 15th, Engels engaged in a little game theory, and he worked out that the best possible outcome would be Prussia winning a war of national defense that would lead to the unification of Germany and the fall of the Second French Empire. He wrote to Marx, "If Germany wins, French Bonapartism will at any rate be smashed. The endless row about the establishment of German unity will at last be got rid of. The German workers will be able to organize themselves on a national scale quite different from that hitherto, and the French workers, whatever sort of government may succeed this one, are certain to have a freer field than under Bonapartism." Though they both hoped that the nationalist fervor kicked up in Germany and France would not lead German and French workers to forget that their enemy was the bourgeoisie, not each other. In the summer of 1870, Marx and Engels had a rooting interest, and their rooting interest was down with Napoleon. Then in September of 1870, there's this run of cataclysmic events in rapid succession. The defeat of the French army at Sedan, the capture and abdication of the emperor, and the proclamation of the Third Republic on September the 4th, 1870. So, Napoleon has gone down. Marx and Engels were cautiously optimistic about the Third Republic and now switched their rooting interest from down with Napoleon to long live the Republic. So now they're sort of rooting for the French rather than the Germans. But they wanted working-class activists and members of the International to hold off on immediately staging some kind of social revolution in France. Here they were thinking specifically of Blanqui, who would no doubt see the political chaos as an opportunity to stage a coup and forge a revolutionary dictatorship. The call by Marx and Engels to hold back was partly driven by strategic calculations, because they saw France's capitulation to Germany as inevitable, and what Marx and Engels wanted was for the new government of national defense to become the government of national defeat, to let them be the ones who would become fatally unpopular when they inevitably sign the surrender. That is when we stage our revolution. So Engels wrote to Marx on September the 12th, "Whatever the government may be which concludes peace, the fact that it has done so will eventually make its existence impossible, and in internal conflicts there will not be much to fear from the army, returned home after imprisonment. After the peace, all the chances will be more favorable to the workers than they ever were before." What Marx and Engels wanted least and feared the most, though, was a German invasion of France. If Bismarck turned this from a war of defense into an aggressive war of conquest, it was going to have profoundly negative reverberations. But again, for now, their position was caution and support for the Third French Republic. Bakunin, meanwhile, had quite the opposite reaction. In his letter to a Frenchman on the present crisis, which was written at this same moment, he was positively giddy about the idea of a German invasion. When the Second Empire collapsed, an invasion of Germany would arouse the latent energy of the people. Bakunin believed that he and his comrades could then harness this aroused energy and advance it from mere national defense to mass social revolution. So what Bakunin calls for is for socialists and anarchists to go out among the people. First, get them riled up to fight the Germans and form them into patriotic guerrilla units. Then, in the midst of this organization, explain to them that if they wanted, they could all just keep going and rid themselves of all their enemies, not just German invaders, but the landlords and the bankers, the bureaucrats, the aristocrats, the fat cats. And by starting with locally organized guerrilla militias, they could build from the bottom up, as befit Bakunin's vision of voluntarily affiliating local communes overthrowing state power. So Bakunin was not cautiously optimistic about the Third Republic, and he did not advise holding off on revolution. For him, the Republic was no different than the Empire, and the moment to crush it was here now at the moment of its birth, to make this so-called Third Republic a minor footnote in history, to make the fall of the Second Empire the dawning of a truly new era, free of rulers and hierarchies. Now Bakunin agreed with Marx that he thought the city workers had to lead. He says only the workers in the cities can now save France. But then Bakunin throws down an ideological gauntlet. He says, faced with mortal danger from within and without, France can be saved only by a spontaneous, uncompromising, passionate, anarchic, and destructive uprising of the masses of the people all over France. Because though Bakunin thinks the urban working classes will take the lead, he does not believe the urban proletariat is the only revolutionary class. He says, I believe that the only two classes now capable of so mighty an insurrection are the workers and the peasants. Now, this is a bigger deal than you might think. Bakunin is consciously arguing against what was becoming the Marxist position, that only the working class proletariat could be the revolutionary class. The proletariat's relations to the means of production and their potential for achieving revolutionary class consciousness made them unique. The peasants, on the other hand, were ignorant, backwards, superstitious, selfish. They were tools of reaction. They had no ability to form revolutionary class consciousness, as Marx evoked with his colorful description of the peasants as, quote, a sack of potatoes. So for the Marxists, the urban working classes must be the ones and the only ones to stage the revolution. Bakunin absolutely 100% disagreed with this. Now, partly this was because the kind of mass movement Bakunin envisioned required a mass of people, not some narrow band of city workers who, even in 1870, were dwarfed by the ranks of the rural peasantry. But he also disagreed that they were just hopelessly backwards and conservative. And so he addressed the three main complaints against the peasants: that they are fanatically attached to superstitious religion, that they are zealously committed to the emperor, and that they obstinately cling to private property. As to the religious point, well, Bakunin hates religion more than anybody, and he agreed that the peasants were backwards and superstitious. But he was far more concerned about the damage that would be done by trying to abolish religion by violent decree, rather than educating the peasants and letting them shrug off religion for themselves. Bakunin says, it always angers me to hear not only the revolutionary Jacobins, but also the enlightened socialists of the school of Blanqui, and even some of our intimate friends, advancing the completely anti-revolutionary idea that it will be necessary in the future to decree the abolition of all religious cults and the violent expulsion of all priests. Bakunin's concern here is that with some people out there being so hot to recreate the revolutionary dictatorship of 1793, they will wind up making the same mistakes. And instead of getting the peasants on board with the revolution, they will trigger a new Vendée uprising. He says, you can therefore be entirely certain that if the cities commit the colossal folly of decreeing the extermination of religious cults and the banishment of priests, the peasants will revolt en masse against the cities and become a terrible weapon in the hands of the reaction. The second point against the peasants was that they seemed in most places to always support authoritarian sovereigns, Emperor Napoleon or the King of Prussia or the Tsar of Russia. But Bakunin says don't be deceived. They often love the single sovereign because they hate the wider aristocracy, the rich idlers, the noble landlords, overfed bankers. The peasants hate them all. Bakunin says they are willing to kill the rich and take and give their property to the emperor because they hate the rich in general. They harbor the thoroughgoing and intense socialistic hatred of laboring men against the men of leisure, the upper crust. And then he says further, I am not at all alarmed by the platonic attachment of the peasants to the emperor. This attachment is merely a negative expression of their hatred of the landed gentry and the bourgeois of the city. So Bakunin spied in this seemingly hopeless love of autocracy a socialistic spirit, hatred of the non-laboring rich, that very much gave the peasants revolutionary potential, if it was cultivated correctly. Then finally he addresses the peasants' attachment to their individual plots of land, which Bakunin both sympathizes with and wants to help them overcome, but not by imposing decrees from on high. Bakunin says the peasant holds on passionately to the little property that he has been able to scrape together so that he and his loved ones shall not die of hunger and privation in the economic jungle of this merciless society. Then he says, it is true that the peasants are not communists. They hate and fear those who would abolish private property, because they have something to lose, at least in their imagination. the vast majority of the city workers owning no property are immeasurably more inclined towards communism than are the peasants. But here and elsewhere in his writings, Bakunin is clear that he does not think this can be overcome by the immediate mass confiscation of private property. That would trigger a backlash. He thinks it must happen slowly and carefully. Critically, he thinks it must be undertaken by the peasants themselves, not by outside agents or revolutionary commissars from the city. And Bakunin says that to get them on board, at least initially, we just need to focus on seizing large landed estates of their rich neighbors. That they're going to be totally on board with. And then over time, as they see the benefits of collective and cooperative work, they will lose their attachment to their own little individual plot. Because that little individual plot will no longer represent the means of their very biological survival. So how then to cultivate the revolutionary potential of the peasants correctly? Well, for Bakunin, it kind of boils down to don't be a dick about it. The necessary alliance between workers and peasants usually fails because urban proletariat leaders are full of arrogance and contempt for the peasantry. That they took it as a matter of course that when the revolution came, that the rural areas would have to be conquered, not cultivated. And Bakunin says, where do the French socialists get the preposterous, arrogant, and unjust idea that they have the right to flout the will of 10 million peasants and impose their political and social system upon them? What is the theoretical justification for this fictitious right? And for Bakunin, it's nothing but hubris and arrogance. So he advises the urban leaders to abandon the pretentious scholastic vocabulary of doctrinaire socialism, and then come to the peasants and explain in simple language, without evasions and fancy phrases, what they want. Bakunin says that when these leaders come to the country villages, not as conceited preceptors or instructors, but as brothers and equals, trying to spread the revolution but not imposing it on the landed workers, when they burn all the official documents, judgments, court orders, and titles to property, and abolish rents, private debts, mortgages, criminal civil law books, and all that, when this mountain of useless paper symbolizing the poverty and enslavement of the proletariat goes up in flames, then, you can be sure, the peasants will understand and join their fellow revolutionists, the city workers. That's the plan, anyway. Having written all this, Bakunin then himself packed up his bags and headed for Lyon, where he hoped to participate in the organization of a commune that would help kickstart this mass revolution. But this dream ended very quickly. On September the 28th, 1870, Bakunin and a few of his comrades attempted to seize the Hôtel de Ville in Lyon and declare a revolutionary commune. But the whole thing was a dismal failure. The Lyon National Guard was very much supportive of the new Third Republic. Bakunin and company were promptly arrested and expelled from the city. Bakunin returned to Switzerland. When Marx found out about this little misadventure, he was ticked off at Bakunin for jumping the gun. He wrote to his friend Edward Spencer Beasley on October the 19th, the asses, Bakunin and Cluseret, arrived at Lyon and spoiled everything. So over the winter, they could all just watch from afar as the events that we covered over the rest of our series on the Paris Commune unfolded. The siege of Paris, the capitulation of the government of national defense, that happened just as Marx hoped. But it paved the way for the return of the hated Adolphe Thiers and the Royalists, whose principal enemy was not the Germans, but the Paris working class. And that slogan, better Bismarck than Blanqui, was already making the rounds. Marx absolutely subscribed to the phony war theory about the siege of Paris, that all of this was play-acted by French generals and government officials to keep the workers occupied, and occasionally send the more zealous of them off to certain death in pre-arranged massacres. Then, as Marx, Engels, and Bakunin observed from afar, the Versailles government attempted to seize the cannons of the Paris National Guard, triggering the declaration of the Commune, its brief blaze of life, and its bloody and merciless death. And so both Marx and Bakunin came back around in May of 1871 to write their respective obituaries of the Paris Commune. So, if you will recall, the Paris Commune was made up of a mix of Proudhonists, Blanquists, and Neo-Jacobins. Some of them were international men who were members of the International Working Men's Association. But despite accusations at the time, The International was not some secret guiding hand to all this. Remember, since the beginning of the siege of Paris back in September, it was incredibly difficult to even exchange letters with Parisians, let alone puppet master a revolution. Then, if you will further remember, one of the great divergences within these groups was over the question of what the Commune even was. What was this all about? For the Proudhonists, and I'll just quote my own self here from episode 8.6, the Commune was about moving forward with the anarchist dream of creating a non-state, or an anti-state. The replacement of the heretofore unchallenged assumption that political power, whatever its base and whatever its goals, could only be expressed through coercion and force. In a sense, the Paris Commune was supposed to be something wholly new in the world. And then I said, but as the Proudhonists looked towards a utopian future, the Blanquists and the Neo-Jacobins looked to revive a glorious past. For then the Paris Commune was the direct descendant, the full revival in fact, of the original Paris Commune that had existed from 1789 to 1795. With Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety as their acknowledged idols, their vision of the Commune was 180 degrees different from the anarchists. They wanted the Commune to be a revolutionary dictatorship. And we know who won this fight. After a few military setbacks in April of 1871, the Communal Council voted to form a 5-man Committee of Public Safety, a revolutionary dictatorship that would rule by absolute decree. So Bakunin spends a great deal of time in his essay, The Paris Commune and the Idea of the State, lamenting this unfortunate turn of events. And he now used the unfortunate example of the Commune to draw further distinctions between his stateless socialism and the authoritarian tendencies of his revolutionary rivals. He says, the proletariat of the great cities of France, and even of Paris, still cling to many Jacobin prejudices, and to many dictatorial and governmental concepts. The cult of authority has not yet been completely eradicated in them. Giving in to these prejudices meant that we would wind up with a political dictatorship, the reconstitution of the state with all its privileges, inequalities, and oppressions. By taking a devious but inevitable path, we would come to reestablish the political, social, and economic slavery of the masses. Now granted, even the anarchists of the Paris Commune believed that with the armies of Versailles at the gates, that they needed clear leadership. But still, they wound up with the complete opposite system of what they wanted. They were not boldly embracing new forms of emancipatory liberty, but recreating old forms of dictatorial power. Bakunin was bitterly disappointed, to say the least. Now, for his part, Marx agreed that this obsession with recreating the past was hugely counterproductive. He had personally given up that ghost in 1849, and he wrote in his third address to the International, "In every revolution there intrude, at the side of its true agents, men of a different stamp, some of them survivors and devotees of past revolutions without insight into the present movement. These types are guilty of repeating year after year the same set of stereotyped declarations against the government of the day." And so he goes on to say, after March the 18th, some such men did also turn up. As far as their power went, they hampered the real action of the working class, exactly as men of that sort have hampered the full development of every previous revolution. They are an unavoidable evil. With time they are shaken off. But time was not allowed to the Commune. So though Marx is always going to believe that the workers must seize the state before they can slough off the state, by dictatorship of the proletariat, he never meant anything like a compact one-party rule vanguard slavishly cosplaying Robespierre. He imagined something new, which we will talk more about next week. Aside from these ideological issues, Marx and Bakunin also shared a couple of tactical criticisms. Both agreed that the idea that the Commune could avoid war with the Versailles government by being nice and not making trouble or not provoking a war was insane naivete. No matter what the Commune did, Versailles would be bringing war. So in those opening days, right after the showdown over the cannons, the National Guard should have marched on Versailles while the government was wobbly and their army demoralized. But instead, the men of the Commune turned their attention to holding elections, not making war, and it was a fatal error. They also criticized the leaders of the Commune for not seizing the Bank of France, and instead simply negotiating loans from it. Bakunin, of course, is always going to want to destroy every bank he finds, while Engels had an additional comment in his postscript to the Civil War in France. He wrote, "The hardest thing to understand is certainly the holy awe with which they remained standing respectfully outside the gates of the Bank of France. This was also a serious political mistake. The bank in the hands of the Commune, this would have been worth more than 10,000 hostages. It would have meant the pressure of the whole of the French bourgeoisie on the Versailles government in favor of peace with the Commune." Marx and Bakunin and Engels also agreed, though, that the Commune fell in part because the men and the women of the Commune were simply too decent. Bakunin writes, "Yet precisely because they were men of good faith, they were filled with self-distrust in the face of the immense task to which they had devoted their minds and their lives. They thought too little of themselves." And then Marx wrote a letter to a comrade in April of 1871, so just after the Commune's failed march on Versailles. He writes, "It appears that the defeat of the Parisians was their own fault, but a fault which really arose from their too great decency." So far from this image of the communards as being bloody-minded animals, they were in fact not executing hostages willy-nilly like the Versailles government was. They were not going out of their way to plunder and burn. They were doing everything they could to avoid or end a civil war, to simply be allowed to live and let live. It was Adolphe Thiers and his government who would not have it. They were the bloody-minded animals in all this. And a large part of the civil war in France is Marx deploying the full venom of his poison pen against the monstrous gnome Adolphe Thiers, who more than anyone else was to blame for everything. As for accusations against the so-called barbarian incendiaries who burned down chunks of Paris, Marx says that in war, armies have always used fire and destruction, and it was only considered beyond the pale now because this was done in the name of the powerless against the powerful, not the powerful against the powerless. He writes, "The working men's Paris, in the act of its heroic self-holocaust, involved in its flames buildings and monuments. While tearing to pieces the living body of the proletariat, its rulers must no longer expect to return triumphantly into the intact architecture of their abodes. The government of Versailles cries incendiarism and whispers this cue to all its agents, down to the remotest hamlet, to hunt up its enemies everywhere as suspect of professional incendiarism." And Marx finishes contemptuously, "The bourgeoisie of the whole world, which looks complacently upon the wholesale massacre after the battle, is convulsed by horror at the desecration of brick and mortar." For Marx and Engels and Bakunin, the Paris Commune was the last great revolutionary uprising of their lifetimes, the last time they had a chance to put theory into practice. And it was, like every other revolutionary uprising of their lifetimes, a bitter disappointment. But the Paris Commune had given them a concrete example of what a more just society in the future might look like. And it would give the next generation of revolutionaries something to point to and study and say, yes, that, something like that is what we want. And so I'll wrap this up today with the fitting closing line from Marx's third address. "Working men's Paris, with its commune, will be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. Its martyrs are enshrined in the great heart of the working class. Its exterminators history has already nailed to that eternal pillory from which all the prayers of their priests will not avail to redeem them." Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.8, The Red and the Black. So we come now finally to our last episode of this opening historical and philosophical prologue to the Russian Revolution. After today, I will take a 2-week break, And when I come back, we will commence with a history of Russia. But before we get going today, I do want to slip in a quick plug because we just did the Paris Commune, and I have to tell you that friend of the show and creators of fine role-playing games, Aviatrix Games, has designed a story card game where you can play out the course of the Paris Commune. It's called Red Carnations on a Black Grave. So if you want, you too can play out Louise Michel and demand that if the authorities aren't cowards, that they will kill you. The game was inspired in part by the Revolutions podcast, and I will be writing the introduction for the instructions. So if that's your jam, there is a Kickstarter for an RPG story game called Red Carnations on a Black Grave, and I will post a link to it in the show notes. So moving on. It was fitting that the Paris Commune interrupted our march to the Marx-Bakunin showdown because it interrupted their march as well. Ever since Bakunin had joined the International in 1868, he and Marx had been circling around each other, each wielding their own vision of what the International should be. Marx and Bakunin were both preparing for things to come to a head at the annual Congress, which was scheduled for September of 1870, but that Congress was canceled on account of the Franco-Prussian War. But though we're going to talk today about where Marx and Bakunin disagreed, I don't necessarily want to oversell this because they agreed on a great deal. For example, Marx and Bakunin teamed up against the anarcho-mutualists who wanted to peacefully grow the new utopia by word of mouth, by convincing everyone one individual at a time. Marx and Bakunin were both convinced that mass appeals to class interest and revolutionary attacks on existing power structures was imperative. Flowers can't grow if they are trapped under a slab of concrete. There was also a grudging admiration that they shared and a commingling of ideas. Bakunin was definitely building on a lot of Marx's historical and economic analysis, and Marx seemed to agree with Bakunin on what a post-revolutionary communist society might look like. And this last bit is an important point. In the third address of what we now call the Civil War in France, Marx wrote a full-throated defense of the Commune in which he declared that the Commune was the first glorious harbinger of future communism, the first expression of the great utopia to come. This is partly what makes the Civil War in France so important, because Marx is usually very cagey about what he means by the communist mode of production and the social relations that might build up around it. He was cagey about this on purpose, because, first of all, he opposed on principle those who concocted elaborate utopian schemes, especially when they were concocted using capital R reason. The disciples of capital R reason are usually just self-important fabulists. Marx, meanwhile, rooted his analysis in science and economics and history. So in comparison to his detailed descriptions of the capitalist mode of production or the feudal mode of production, he only ever offered the barest hints of what the communist mode of production would look like. Marx believed that history and the people making history would just work it out, and it was not his place to paint some kind of detailed picture. Also, once you do that, you've committed yourself to a lifetime of being criticized for concocting unworkable utopian fantasies. But in the Civil War in France, Marx says that what the Commune tried to do was something like what he ultimately had in mind. So in the third address, which was written in May of 1871, Marx reviews the political history of Europe, and he lays out the steps that created the modern state, and then he says that the Commune was a break from all that. It was something brand new, that it was the cry of February 1848 finally realized, that all the old institutions of power were swept away, and a new style of radical working-class democracy was born, that the people were represented by leaders who were responsible to, and could be instantly recalled by, the people, that they had taken control of the city and put its resources to work for the people. Marx had hoped that the Paris Commune would then be used as a model for other cities to follow who would then link together in voluntary federation. And Marx insisted this would not be merely decentralized national federalism, because in the new era there would no longer be an overarching national government. The communes would not be smaller gears nested against a larger national gear. There would be no larger national gear at all. There would be no army, no national bureaucracy, no single ruler. With the people sharing in ownership of the means of production and working for themselves, government by repression would be over, and government of emancipation will have arrived. Marx further believed that with labor emancipated, with no more exploiters, with every man a working man, class would disappear, and this would be the end of class conflict. Now, Marx says all of this because he wants to laud the Commune for what they did. But in putting this all down in black and white, his vision turns out to look a lot like Bakunin's vision. So in many ways, Marx and Bakunin shared the same end. Their great dispute was over the means of getting there. So we will now turn our attention to where Marx and Bakunin disagreed, and this is not meant to be a definitive and comprehensive accounting of where they disagreed. I just want to touch on some of the big points with an eye on what will be relevant to the Russian Revolution. So the great fault line between them was, of course, over the matter of the state and state power. Marx's revolutionary program required a step where the proletariat seized not just the economic means of production, but the political power of the state. Marx was convinced that there had to be a transition period where the workers would seize the state apparatus and install this thing he ominously and problematically dubbed the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was meant to be a temporary state of affairs, as seizing the means of production and altering the mode of production from capitalist to socialist and then on to communist would render state power an anachronistic relic, and it would simply wither away. But to be clear, when Marx calls for this dictatorship of the proletariat, he did not mean some small Jacobin-style authoritarian committee of public safety. Marx believed that by the time the revolution came, that the working-class proletariat would be the vast majority of the population, that when they seized power, it would be a majority wresting control of society from a tiny ruling class minority. So by dictatorship of the proletariat, Marx is envisioning something that we would call radically democratic socialism, government by the vast majority for the vast majority. And in fact, Marx believed that this would be the first time in history that society would not be ruled by a tiny, self-anointed ruling class. Further, he believed that this dictatorship of the proletariat would be temporary. But that said, Marx did believe that the reordering of society away from the capitalist mode of production would require the use of state power. So for Marx, seizing and wielding state power was an essential part of the revolutionary project. Bakunin, as you might expect, was opposed to all of this. In his mind, the point of the revolution was not to seize the power of the state, but to smash the power of the state, to undermine it, overthrow it, destroy it. That was the point. And if that was not done, then it was no revolution at all. It was just meet the new boss same as the old boss stuff. And this brings us to some of our juiciest Bakunin quotes, because Bakunin absolutely believed that institutional power corrupted anyone who tried to wield it, even if they started with the most generous and noble of intentions. Bakunin's writings are full of denunciations of this temptation to seize state power. Bakunin says, for example, if you took the most ardent revolutionary, vested him in absolute power, within a year he would be worse than the Tsar himself. So Bakunin opposed all would-be authoritarian revolutionaries, not just Marxists, who at least saw it as a mere step, but also Blanquists and Jacobins, for whom seizing state power was an end unto itself. Bakunin says, we are the natural enemies of such revolutionaries, the would-be dictators, regulators, and trustees of the revolution, who even before the existing monarchical, aristocratic, and bourgeois states have been destroyed, already dream of creating new revolutionary states, as fully centralized and even more despotic than the states we now have. He says that these revolutionaries dream of muzzling disorder by the act of some authority that will be revolutionary in name only, but will only be a new reaction, because they will again condemn the masses to being governed by decrees, to obedience, to immobility, to death. In other words, to slavery and exploitation by a new pseudo-revolutionary aristocracy. He says, it matters little to us if that authority is called church, monarchy, constitutional state, bourgeois republic, or even revolutionary dictatorship. We detest and reject all of them equally as the unfailing sources of exploitation and despotism. And then finally, when the people are being beaten with a stick, they are not much happier if it is called the people's stick. So Bakunin's big beef with Marx centers on Marx's willingness to seize this thing called state power. Bakunin believes that once state power is seized, it will never be given up, that there will be no next step. And he scoffed at the logic of the Marxists, and he said, anarchism and freedom is the aim, while state and dictatorship is the means. And so, in order to free the masses, they have first to be enslaved. As for the dictatorship of the proletariat, Bakunin used the ambiguous term to great effect in his PR battles with Marx, especially because at the time, the proletariat was still a tiny numerical minority, and it was hard to believe that Marx was not calling for the authoritarian rule of a small minority of urban factory workers at the expense of everyone else. So aside from this really big conceptual difference, there were a bunch of disputes over tactics between the Marxists and the anarchists. Going back to his early dealings with the Communist League, Marx was in favor of these working-class revolutionary movements operating out in the open, rather than as secret societies with clubhouses and handshakes and passwords. Marx was always a let them tremble at our great numbers kind of guy. He also favored open union organizing and active participation in parliamentary politics as necessary steps to creating proletarian revolutionary consciousness. He was totally on board with the creation of some kind of labor party to run for seats in the government. And in many ways, Marx saw the International as becoming an association that would be the international nucleus of this European Labor Party. Bakunin, meanwhile, was much happier working in the shadowy world of secret revolutionary societies who would be poised to bring down the whole system the minute the time was right. And as for his work in Italy and Spain, this was not just abstract ideology. This was about practical reality. It was illegal to organize out in the open, to form political parties or labor unions, so secret societies were essential. And all the Italian and Spanish sections of the International resented the call for them to come out of hiding. This was very easy to say from behind a desk in London, much harder when you're actually working on the ground in Madrid. Bakunin also thought that participation in respectable parliamentary politics was an unforgivable compromise, that it bought into the bourgeois power structure when that bourgeois power structure needed to be rejected root and branch. As for union organizing and strikes, Bakunin supported all that, but not because higher wages or better conditions were good in and of themselves. He believed that mere union negotiations accepted the premise of unequal economic power structures, which he also wanted to reject root and branch. But Bakunin liked strikes and direct labor action, because when a bunch of workers are massed together and their anger and outrage is running high, that's the perfect time to explain to them about this wonderful thing called anarchism where we just overthrow all the bosses. Then there's this question of who is going to carry out the revolution. As I talked about at length last week, purposefully because it's going to be so important to the story of the Russian Revolution, Marx and Bakunin disagreed about who the people were who could make the revolution. Marx believed that thanks to their position in relation to the means of production, that everything was going to have to be done by the urban proletariat, that the sack of potatoes out in the rural country would just have to be dragged into the future. Though I must say that in Marx's conception, by the time the revolution comes to fruition, he expects that most of the rural population will have already been transformed by the inescapable power of urban industrial capitalism into wage workers. So he never actually saw the proletariat as representing some special minority. He expected them to be the vast majority by the time the revolution came. Bakunin, of course, said no, the revolution must be by and for everyone. Now, he agreed that the urban workers would probably be the most ideologically advanced, but he believed the peasants absolutely had revolutionary potential and that they must be brought on board. Bakunin was dealing with the world as it was right then, when the urban workers were still in the minority. He did not believe that history had to wait for capitalism to turn all the rural peasants into urban wage workers before humanity could be liberated. So those are a few of the key ideological differences that led to the split between the Marxists and the anarchists. But we can't really do this without also talking about personality, that Marx and Bakunin just didn't like each other. Marx and Engels and Bakunin were all expert-level grudge holders and shit-talkers. They all were. Marx and Engels, as we've seen, attacked just about anyone who disagreed with them about just about anything. It's why they had so few friends and allies in the 1850s and 1860s. Bakunin, meanwhile, was as sharp-tongued as anyone, and he questioned the motivations and sincerity of anyone who disagreed with him. He also loved mentioning to people that in 1848 he had fought on the barricades while Marx had run and hid, that in 1870 he had gone to Lyon to start a revolution while Marx had stayed behind his desk. And then both sides believed the other was a lying hypocrite, up to some sinister plot to take over the international for their own devices. So it is impossible to map this conflict between the Marxists and the anarchists without talking about the fact that at this point, on a personal level, Marx and Bakunin just didn't like each other. And it is by way of this personal fighting, backbiting, and rumor-mongering that we get to take a little tangent to talk about everyone's latent anti-Semitism, which does need to be addressed before we move on. Now, I will preface this by saying that 19th century Europe was awash in anti-Semitism. All sides of every political and economic conflict were absolutely swimming in anti-Semitism. Reactionary monarchists, Catholic and Protestant theologians, philosophers of every stripe, liberal Democrats, socialists, anarchists, communists, nationalists, all of them were perfectly comfortable identifying the alien Jew as the principal source and scapegoat of all their problems. And all these European leaders and thinkers were starting to combine ancient prejudice with new forms of pseudoscientific race science that quote-unquote proved all the most vicious stereotypes about Jews were actually biological traits. It's really nasty stuff, very gross. European civilization then and now has major issues with anti-Semitism. So Bakunin's anti-Semitism rears its ugly head in this fight with Marx as the fight got really heated and really personal. In the 1870s, Bakunin let fly with some pretty deep-seated anti-Semitic rage aimed at the ethnically Jewish Marx. Bakunin says, "This whole Jewish world, comprising a single exploiting sect, a kind of blood-sucking people, a kind of organic, destructive, collective parasite, going beyond not only the frontiers of states, but of political opinion, this world is now, at least for the most part, at the disposal of Marx on the one hand, and of Rothschild on the other." And then he reiterates more. Marx is a Jew and is surrounded by a crowd of little, more or less intelligent, scheming, agile, speculating Jews, just as Jews are everywhere. Now this entire Jewish world, which constitutes an exploiting sect, a people of leeches, a voracious parasite closely and intimately connected with one another, regardless not only of frontiers but of political differences as well, this Jewish world is today largely at the disposal of Marx and Rothschild. So this is all pretty despicable. It's racist paranoia. And what do modern anarchists say about it? Well, first of all, they say it's despicable, racist paranoia. And thank God we don't do hero worship over here because we're happy to keep what we like while denouncing the disgusting views of some scruffy Russian who's been dead for 150 years. Sympathetic biographers will point out that the sum total of Bakunin's anti-Semitic writings come to about 5 total pages among the thousands upon thousands he produced during his lifetime. So hatred of the Jews was something lurking in the background, not something he obsessively organized his philosophy around. Some will also say that all of this only comes out when Marx is trying to destroy him personally and politically, like he only said this stuff because he was really mad. But folks, when racial slurs come erupting out of your mouth when you are angry, if you say, well, I'm not really an anti-Semite, I just rail against the Jews when I'm really mad, that's not a great argument. So, in summary, by any definition of the term, Mikhail Bakunin was an anti-Semite. Now, Marxists love to make hay of Bakunin's anti-Semitism, but they're kind of in a similar boat. In letters to each other, and in various attacks on rivals in the revolutionary left, Marx and Engels both leaned heavily into anti-Semitic tropes when it suited them, and I'll just grab a few examples. In his 1844 work on the Jewish question, Marx says, "What is the worldly religion of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money. Money is the jealous god of Israel, in face of which no other god may exist. Money degrades all the gods of man, and it turns them into commodities. The bill of exchange is the real god of the Jew." In an 1856 article on money lending, Marx wrote, "Thus we find every tyrant backed by a Jew, as is every pope by a Jesuit. In truth, the cravings of oppressors would be hopeless, and the practicality of war out of the question, if there were not an army of Jesuits to smother thought, and a handful of Jews to ransack pockets." He says, "The real work is done by the Jews, and can only be done by them, as they monopolize the machinery of the loan-mongering mysteries by concentrating their energies upon the barter trade in securities. Here and there and everywhere that a little capital courts investment, there is ever one of these little Jews ready to make a little suggestion or place a little bit of a loan. Then in personal correspondence with Engels, when they were engaged in a bitter feud with this guy Ferdinand Lassalle, they called him the Jewish N-word, and they did not write N-word. There's more where that came from, but this is just a small sampling. Now, Marxists have answers about why Marx isn't really anti-Semitic the way we understand the term today, particularly because there was no ethnic component to it, and he supported Jewish political emancipation. But mostly the argument comes down to the fact that Marx was deploying Jewish stereotypes that were common currency, and he was in no way especially centrally anti-Semitic like true anti-Semites of the 19th century, of which there were plenty. And there is a little something to that. Marx and Bakunin said anti-Semitic things. They did. Both in the heat of the moment and after much contemplation. There's no getting around it. And it would be unfair to move on without pointing it out. But it would also be unfair to move on without pointing out that this kind of anti-Semitism did not make them unique. It made them utterly, depressingly ordinary. European civilization has anti-Semitism built into its DNA. And if you want to dismiss Marx and Bakunin, or Marxism and anarchism, because of this latent anti-Semitism, I would remind you that conservatives, liberals, monarchists, Democrats, Christian theologians, natural philosophers, and anyone who might call themselves a nationalist, read what they actually wrote. You're going to find a lot of anti-Semitism. It's gross. It's everywhere. Nobody is free of sin. So moving back to the final act of this prologue, the ultimate showdown for control of the International was triggered by a declaration from the Central Committee in September of 1871. It was allegedly a restatement and clarification of the aims of the International, but it included a now infamous Resolution 9 that said the formation of the working class into a political party is indispensable. This set off alarm bells among the anarchists because this is all Marx. Bakunin and the anarchists fundamentally disagree with this point. They thought embracing respectable politics would be their ruin, not their salvation. And they not only disagreed with the resolution, they believed the manner in which it was being put forth, coming from a closed committee rather than an open Congress, was further proof that Marx was trying to take the purposefully decentralized structure of the International and make it a more centralized and hierarchical political structure. Bakunin himself further stoked these fears, and was now openly warning his followers that Marx and his authoritarian communists were taking over. In September of 1872, the International met in The Hague for its first open Congress since the beginning of the Franco-Prussian War. Bakunin himself was not present for the Congress, but his close associate and fellow anarchist James Guillaume was. The majority of the Congress were aligned with Marx, and in early sessions, they resolved that the political plan, that is, having a political plan, was good, and it was now policy. The anarchists in the room objected, and they objected so strenuously that the Marxists got fed up and voted to expel the anarchists from the Congress, and then they expelled Bakunin in absentia from the International entirely. So this is clearly a power move to consolidate the Marxist position within the International. The anarchist-aligned sections of the International were appalled when they got the news about all this, as it violated the fundamentally decentralized nature of the Charter, which promised local autonomy. The Central Committee and the Congress were now trying to dictate uniform policy to everyone. These anarchist sections hastily convened a rival Congress a few weeks later in Saint-Imier, Switzerland, where they said, "We're the real International, and it's those guys over there, Marx and his authoritarian cronies, who are expelled." So now we have two internationals that we can distinguish by the color flags that define their movements, the Red International and the Black International. Now, the black flag did not become the symbol of anarchism until the 1880s, but still, the Black International is far more poetic and evocative than calling it the Anarchist International of Saint-Imier. But it's hardly worth caring about what we call them because neither is going to last. The whole idea of the International was to unify everyone under a single banner. And when you splintered into rival congresses issuing mutual excommunications, you've kind of lost the plot. Over in Germany, Otto von Bismarck breathed a sigh of relief when he read intelligence reports about all this, and he would later say that he trembled at the idea of the red and the black ever again joining forces. So 1872 was a Pyrrhic victory for Marx. It sapped all the energy out of the movement. The Red International he now led lost practically all its affiliated sections in Southern Europe. So they held another Congress in September of 1873 that was very little attended and lacked any kind of energy. Then the association lapsed into increasing dormancy as the International itself ceased to be of any real importance. For example, in Germany, it was the growing Social Democratic Workers' Party that was grabbing energy and attention and funds. The men of the Red International tried one last time to hold an international congress in Philadelphia in 1876, but they were so much a ghost of their former selves that at the end of this congress they simply voted to disband. Meanwhile, Bakunin's Black International similarly passed into dormant irrelevancy. These anarchist revolutionaries didn't stop organizing or writing or anything. They just became more focused on local and national issues without caring much about maintaining a strong international structure. And with Bakunin himself withdrawing to Switzerland and his health deteriorating, the Black International also fell into the dustbin of history in 1877. So it was that the first attempt to join all the working-class energy of Europe under one banner failed. The fracturing and collapse of the International closes our prologue on the Russian Revolution, and we will end this by ending the lives of the guys we've been talking about. Mikhail Bakunin had lived a very hard life, and after the breakdown of the International, his individual influence waned, and he withdrew to Switzerland with his family. There, he finally sat down to write his longer works, not just pamphlets and articles, and he produced in this period Statism and Anarchy and God and the State. He died in Switzerland in 1876. Marx had lived not quite as hard a life as Bakunin, but was similarly plagued by health problems near the end, both natural and of his own making. Too many cigars, too much drinking, and too little interest in a healthy diet. When the International fell apart, he too lost much of his active political influence, and so he just kept writing and writing. He produced enough material to fill 3 more volumes of his series on capital, but they were all left unfinished when he finally died in March of 1883. His old friend Friedrich Engels spent the next decade dedicated to organizing Marx's writings, editing them, publishing collections, and generally being the elder statesman of the revolutionary left and a steward of Marx's brand of scientific socialism. During this period, Engels exercised a great deal of editorial discretion and offered up his own interpretations of what quote-unquote Marxism was, which makes Engels' protestations that he was really just the steward of his genius friend ring a bit hollow. Engels was an active collaborator and contributor to the project of Marxism. He died in London in 1895. So with that, we will wrap things up. We know some Marxism. We know the difference between the means of production and the forces of production and the relations of production. We know some anarchism. Down with the bosses. We know that this generation of revolutionaries was appalled at the human cost of the capitalist industrial revolution. We know that they were personally stamped by the unfulfilled promise of the French Revolution and their own dashed hopes from 1848 and then the Paris Commune. All of this would in turn shape the next generation of revolutionaries who will aim us first at the Russian Revolution of 1905 and then the Russian Revolution of 1917. But before we can do that, we have to understand what we are aiming at. So, when I come back in 2 weeks, we will embark on a general history of Tsarist Russia. Episode 10.9, The Third Realm. Okay, welcome back. We have completed our introduction to Marxism and anarchism, and it is now time to turn our attention to Russia. And I am not unaware of the fact that we are now 9 episodes into a history of the Russian Revolution, and Russia itself has hardly been mentioned. Well, that ends today. So what we are going to do is commence with a run of 5 episodes that will give us the historical background we need to understand Russia's descent into revolutionary chaos at the end of the 19th century, as the absolutist czars tried to fend off a huge array of challenges from liberals, nationalists, socialists, communists, and anarchists. Now, this is necessarily going to be concise summaries of Russian history, and if you're interested, there is a straight-up Russian history podcast called the Russian History Podcast that will go into far more details than I will here. He's 45 episodes into it and only at Alexander Nevsky, an amount of historical material that I am about to dispense with here today in about 7 total minutes. So by all means, go check that out if you want to know more. It's tough to tell where to even start with all this. But by most accounts, the cultural and political identity we today call Russia started coming together in about the AD 800s. Now we know from the history of Rome that the 300s to 600s were a time of great population migration that severely disrupted civilizations all over Eurasia and the Mediterranean. As things reordered and reconfigured, a sociolinguistic group called the Slavs started to spread from a suspected origin point around what is today the borderland between Belarus and the Ukraine. These early Slavs spread west towards Poland and Bohemia, south into the Balkans, and the group that interests us are those who went east and northeast into the forested interior of what we today call Russia. Geographically, what these East Slavs were settling into was the eastern portion of the Great East European Plain, which stretches from Poland in the west all the way to the Ural Mountains. These lands were dominated by dense forests interspersed with long rivers that mostly pointed themselves south towards the Black Sea or the Caspian Sea. So these main rivers, the Dnieper, the Don, the Volga, and the lakes and tributaries that fed them, were the basic settlement zones. In the northern latitudes, the forests were evergreen pine with light sandy soil, which gave way to deciduous forests and richer soil as you moved south. But if you kept moving south, the ecology changes dramatically as the great forests give way to the great steppe that lay north of and between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. The steppe is unbroken semi-arid grassland and savanna well suited for horse-based pastoral nomad civilizations. The steppe lands in proximity to Russia were in fact simply the westernmost extension of the Great Eurasian Steppe, which reaches all the way from Romania in the west to Manchuria in the far east. It was the home and origin point for the great Eurasian horse civilizations, most famously up to this point, the Huns. But these nomadic peoples mostly stuck to their migratory circuits on the steppe, and ventured north into the forest only on raids for plunder and slaves. But their presence kept the Eastern Slavs set back from direct contact with the great Mediterranean civilizations of the day, the Byzantine Empire and the Arab Caliphate. We first get to the origin point of modern Russia in the mid-800s with the establishment of a medieval society historians now call Kiev Rus. The origins of Kiev Rus as a political entity is a mix of myth and legend and archaeology that is still being argued about today. But this period is the Great Age of the Vikings, and the basic account is that a group of Scandinavian warriors moved across the Baltic Sea towards Lake Ladoga and set themselves up as a small but dominant force in the region. The legend goes that in the mid-800s, the quote-unquote native Slavic and Finnic tribes expelled these intruding Vikings. But then, without the unifying leadership these Scandinavians provided, all the tribes fell back into rivalry and warring with each other, and so they invited a group of Scandinavians to come back and be their rulers, to reimpose the peace and order that they so desperately needed. Specifically, the Slavs of the far north invited this guy Rurik and his 2 brothers to come rule them in the 860s, which I gotta tell you, as post hoc historical propaganda to legitimize a ruling dynasty goes, this smells a lot like post hoc historical propaganda to legitimize a ruling dynasty. So the legendary Rurik and his followers then raided down as far as Constantinople, with some of his men capturing the well-situated city of Kiev along the way. Kiev was so well situated as a key point in the north-south trade routes along the Dnieper River that the heirs of Rurik moved their capital there permanently a few years later. Now, though Rurik himself is a somewhat quasi-legendary figure, his heirs would take the dynastic name Rurikovich, and they would be the dynasty that ruled various parts of Russian lands all the way until they died out in the time of troubles and passed the baton to the Romanovs. With their capital in Kiev, historians call this new political entity Kiev Rus, which connected through feudal obligations other cities in the region, with the main axis being the 1,000-mile or so route linking Kiev in the south to the city of Novgorod in the north. The common people and peasants of Kiev Rus were mostly tied up in subsistence agriculture, and given the terrain and ecology, the whole region remained pretty thinly populated. But the real source of wealth was in trade. The territory Kiev Rus controlled occupied key links in the north-south trade routes between Scandinavia and the Byzantines, and they also controlled parts of two different east-west routes that linked Europe in the west to the Arab Caliphate in the southeast and China in the Far East. Their own contribution to this global trade network was forest products, furs and pelts, wax, honey, and of course, as always, slaves. Now, in the beginning, the people of Kiev Rus were still pagan, until we get to their great conversion to Christianity. This would be the moment Russia went from pagan to Christian. Now, contact with the Byzantines had brought the leaders of Kiev Rus into contact with Orthodox Christianity. According to the official story, Prince Vladimir the Great, who reigned from 980 to 1015, was contemplating a religious conversion, and he sent an embassy around to visit the representatives of the Catholics and Muslims and Jews, finding each in turn to be unsatisfactory. In particular, it is said that he rejected conversion to Islam because drinking was simply too much a part of their native culture to accept Muslim prohibition of alcohol. Eventually, this embassy wound up in Constantinople, where they took a service in the Hagia Sophia, and were so impressed that Vladimir converted and was baptized as an Orthodox Christian in 988. As part of this conversion process, the leaders of the Orthodox Church in Constantinople sent a metropolitan, which is kind of roughly the equivalent of an archbishop, to Kiev. This began the long and deep connection between Russia and Orthodox Christianity. And while this story is fun, when you consider the critical trade ties to the Byzantines was really the lifeblood of the Kiev Rus economy, their adoption of Orthodox Christianity makes a lot of sense. So the reigns of Vladimir the Great and his son Yaroslav the Wise, who reigned until 1054, represented the peak of Kiev Rus as a medieval civilization. Other towns and cities and territories paid tribute and homage to the Grand Prince of Kiev, who could claim such dependence as to make his territory one of the largest geographically in the world at the time, covering some 500,000 square miles. There was a collection of distinguished lords who would meet in a council to help the Grand Prince rule. Administration started to become more regularized and centralized. Laws and legal codes began to replace old methods of just personal vengeance. Economically, they did pretty good business controlling and managing trade routes and kicking in their own products. And they also connected politically to the rest of the world, as Yaroslav the Wise married his sisters and daughters and granddaughters across the reachable world. The princesses of Kiev were married to the kings of France, Poland, Hungary, and Norway, as well as the Holy Roman Emperor. But after the death of Yaroslav in 1054, Kiev Rus as a coherent political entity started to fracture. Other cities like Vladimir, the city, not the person, exerted their own autonomy, and persistent dynastic fights led to a slow decline of the region back into being merely a loose confederation of city-states who happened to share a similar language and religion. Now, the decline of Kiev Rus unity could not have come at a worse time, because it led them straight into the monumental global event of the late 12th and early 13th centuries. And I know you all listen to Dan Carlin, so I know you know that I'm talking about the rise of the Mongol Empire and its march across the Eurasian steppe. The advance of the Mongols from the east freaked out the nomadic groups of the far western steppe, so much so that they made a defensive alliance with the principalities of Kiev Rus. In 1223, their combined army stood against the Mongols at the river Kalka, and they were blown out of the water. They just didn't stand a chance. Following this first encounter, Batu Khan, one of Genghis Khan's grandsons, and yes, I know Genghis Khan is a horrible anachronism, but I just want you to know who I'm talking about, invaded the region in force in the late 1230s, bringing nothing less than the apocalypse to Kiev Rus. Every major city was overrun and sacked. Kiev fell and was razed to the ground. The death, displacement, and enslavement of the native population over the next 5 years was enormous. Hundreds of thousands were killed and enslaved. This was a massively traumatic event for Russia. The destruction, though, was at the very end of the Mongol advance west. And famously, they were approaching the gates of Vienna in 1242 when they learned that the great Khan back home had died, and they all pulled back and went home. In Europe, the Mongol invasion is treated as one of the great what-if moments in history. In Russia, it is not. There is no what if. There is only what happened. So after 1242, the Mongol Empire reorganized into 4 broad political units, with the westernmost unit, the part that bordered Russia, becoming known locally as the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde set up a capital city near modern Volgograd, and then continued a semi-nomadic circuit along the main river valleys while requiring everyone in the vicinity to pay them tribute. Now, they briefly experimented with direct rule over these northern forest people, but quickly settled into a system of recognizing leaders of various tribes and cities whose recognition was contingent on collecting the requisite tribute. The Golden Horde itself was not ethnically Mongol except for an inner-circle aristocratic dynasty. The rest of its population had been absorbed and incorporated subject peoples, mostly Turkic, and they collectively became known as the Tatars. The Tatars of the Golden Horde would be the ascendant power in the region for the next 200 years. But the apocalyptic arrival of the Golden Horde was not the only thing our proto-Russians were facing in the 1200s, because coming out of the West, we have Catholic crusaders who are fired up with religious fervor. With the breakdown of the Crusades against the Eastern Muslims falling apart, some Germanic Teutonic knights turned their attention northeast, and they wanted to expand into the Baltic against a native population that was either still pagan or Eastern Orthodox Christian. So just as the Mongols were arriving in force in the 1230s, the people around the Baltic Sea faced what is known as the Northern Crusaders. In these northern reaches of Old Kiev Rus, the battle against Western Catholic encroachment was taken up by a young prince of Novgorod named Alexander. Now, Novgorod was so far to the north that it had escaped the direct Mongol apocalypse, but Alexander still needed to acquire recognition and pay tribute to the Golden Horde, which he was fine with, because he considered them the lesser of two evils as he went to face off against these invaders to the west. Now, the Swedes came in first, but at the Battle of the Neva in 1240, a 19-year-old Prince Alexander drove them back, which was such a great victory that he became known forever after as Alexander Nevsky. Then a few years later, he did it again, winning the Battle of the Ice in 1242 to stop the advance of the Northern Crusaders. The successes of Alexander Nevsky against the Germanic and Nordic invaders is what kept the future Russia firmly Orthodox rather than Catholic, and for his work, Alexander Nevsky remains one of the great national heroes of Russia. Now, setting Novgorod aside, just about every other major city of Old Kiev Rus had been sacked and depopulated in the wake of the Mongol invasion, and so new cities naturally rose to fill the vacuum, the most important being Moscow. The area where Moscow now sits had been inhabited for at least 1,000 years, and mentions of a town or small city called Moscow come as early as 1100. But it was a son of Alexander Nevsky who built Moscow up and set it on its road to destiny. The Grand Duchy of Moscow, or the Principality of Moscow, depending on which book you're reading, started out as a vassal of the city of Vladimir, and ultimately they all paid tribute to the Golden Horde. But by the mid-1300s, Moscow was becoming a stronger player through a series of deft marriages and land acquisitions, feudal alliances, and military conquests. But one of the great boons to the fortunes of Moscow was when the Metropolitan of Kiev, the head of the Orthodox Church in the region, moved out of Kiev in 1299, going first to Vladimir, but then ultimately moving again to settle permanently in Moscow. And the princes of Moscow were thrilled to find themselves the host and protector of the Orthodox Church. Through the 1300s, Moscow kept growing in power and prestige and importance, so much so that in the 1370s, Grand Prince Dmitry Ivanovich challenged a raiding party from the Golden Horde, challenging, in effect, the hegemonic power the Horde had over Russian affairs. Dmitry Ivanovich defeated this raiding party, and then a second force that was sent to punish him in 1380. Now in 1382, the horde came back again even stronger, and Dmitry Ivanovich was forced to retreat and Moscow was burned. But the city quickly bounced back, and now stood on the brink of becoming the leading city of Russia. So moving into the early 1400s, Moscow's dynastic reach was coalescing just as the Golden Horde was beginning to fracture. Internal disputes left the Tatars unable to impose their will as effectively as they had in the past. And by the 1430s, the Horde was still claiming nominal sovereignty over the Russians, but in practice many of the northern cities were breaking away, and there was nothing the Horde could really do about it. This disintegration of the power of the Golden Horde came along just as the once mighty Byzantine Empire was gasping its dying breaths. In 1453, the Ottoman Turks completed their envelopment and conquest of Constantinople. This not only redrew the political map of the world, it upended the trade and cultural connections that the Russians had down to their religious brethren in the Byzantine Empire. And with the fall of Constantinople, the Orthodox Church lost its great capital city. So unmoored from Mediterranean power and influence, the Orthodox Church Fathers in Moscow dealt with the crisis by electing their own leadership, and thus did the Russian Orthodox Church transform into its own separate and autonomous religious entity. And the princes of Moscow further relished being in direct protective alliance with the independent religious apparatus of all the Russian people. And it gave the princes of Moscow further pretensions to greatness. It made them think that maybe they should be more than just mere princes. So after the fall of Constantinople, we can look at the map of Eurasia and the Mediterranean world surrounding Russia and see it shaping into what would define its history right up to World War I and the Revolution. The Golden Horde of the steppe was breaking up and disappearing. The successor nomad groups would never again be powerful enough to dominate Russia politically. Down in the south, the Islamic Ottoman Turks permanently replaced the Orthodox Byzantines, but they mostly turned their attention west to the Holy Roman Empire rather than north into Russia. In the west, we begin to see the rising unified power of Poland-Lithuania, who would become Russia's great rival in the west, but not quite yet. What this meant was that in the latter 1400s, Russia was relatively free of outside encroachment, and the princes of Moscow could consolidate their rule and transform their mere principality into something greater. So this was a transformation that really gets going under Grand Prince Ivan III, or, as he is otherwise known, Ivan the Great. Ivan became Grand Prince of Moscow in 1462 at the age of 21, and during his long reign he really solidified central rule of Russia by Moscow. He successfully brought along all the boyars, which is the term for Eastern European landed nobles, into a functional, unified system of government. Now, to ensure the continued loyalty of the boyars and elevate loyal subjects and enhance the defensive capabilities of his principality, Ivan doled out huge land grants, especially towards the southern reaches that approach the steppe. And though serfdom was not yet at hand, part of Ivan's political settlements with the boyars involved more restrictions on the movement and freedom of peasants. Then he formed the nobility into their first Duma, or ruling council, and created a stable and permanent bureaucracy. Ivan also completely remade the Kremlin, which had been just a standard Russian citadel palace in the middle of Moscow. Well, Ivan imported Italian architects and engineers to build something new and grand, and they built the Kremlin that we know today, which is the seat of government, as we understand it today. All of this laid the permanent foundation for what would become the modern Russian state. Now, during his reign, Ivan also aggressively expanded his territorial claims, nearly tripling the size of the Principality of Moscow in his lifetime. And if there is a moment that you can point to and say, this is the birth date of Russia as a state, as opposed to the Principality of Moscow, it was 1478 when Ivan annexed Novgorod. This unified under his rule the two most important political, economic, and cultural cities of the north. Then 2 years later, in 1480, an army of the last remnants of the Golden Horde approached the Ugra River, still claiming nominal sovereignty over the Russians, but Ivan took an army out to meet them. After staring at each other for a few days, the Horde army concluded it just wasn't worth it, and they turned around. This event, called the Standing at the Ugra, was the end of even nominal claims to sovereignty over the Russians by the Tatars. By now, Ivan the Great was referring to himself not just as Grand Prince of Moscow, but the ruler of all Russia. Now, as often happens in cases like this, the princes of Moscow then started to get a touch of the old destiny about them. Now, Ivan the Great died in 1505, and he was succeeded by his son Vasily. And it was during the early reign of Vasily that we get a great prophecy that became very important to later imperial legitimacy. An Orthodox monk wrote to the new Grand Prince of Moscow, "Two Romes have fallen, the third stands, and there will be no fourth. No one shall replace your Christian tsardom." Moscow and Russia was now on its own track of destiny, the protector of the one true faith, standing now independently and strong against Catholics and Muslims, straddling the lands between Europe and Asia, between the Mediterranean and the Arctic. Russia was its own unique thing with its own unique destiny. They were the Third Rome. This destiny would be truly consummated by the middle of the century. In 1533, young boy Prince Ivan, grandson of Ivan the Great, inherited power. Too young to rule in his own right, his sovereign lands were run by his mother and a regency council of boyars. But when Ivan came of age and was crowned in his own right, he was not crowned simply Grand Prince of Moscow, but Tsar of Russia. Now, the name Tsar, of course, traces back all the way to Caesar. I mentioned this actually in the history of Rome. And it was the name the Russians had previously used for other great imperial rulers. It's what they had called the Emperor of the Byzantine Empire and the Khan of the Golden Horde. And it is now what they would call their own leader. No longer grand princes, but czars, the equals, possibly even superiors, of all the other great monarchies of the world. And the Principality of Moscow was now the Tsardom of Russia. Now, you probably know of this particular Ivan of which we have been speaking, this first official Tsar of Russia, because he is known in the English-speaking world as Ivan the Terrible. But he was not called Ivan the Terrible during his lifetime, and even when the Russian word Grozny was attached to him, the word was meant to mean awe-inspiring, not terrible as in, terrible. That's always been a mistranslation. Now, the reign of Ivan IV, Ivan the Terrible, would itself be, a 50-episode podcast in its own right. So I'm not going to get lost in the weeds, I just want to highlight a few things. In terms of foreign affairs and territorial growth, the Russians now moved east and south onto the steppe, taking over territory formerly controlled by the Tatars and advancing the Tsardom of Russia towards the Urals and Caucasus. And this brought into the Tsardom of Russia a population of Muslims without any great effort to convert them going along with it, or even make them give up their way of life or language or religion. This makes the Tsardom of Russia not some national kingdom of Russian-speaking Eastern Slavs, but a multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-religious enterprise, which it would remain for the rest of its existence. In fact, it would only get more multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-religious. In the west, Ivan started a war in 1558 to annex Livonia, which is modern Estonia and Latvia, triggering a long and costly war with Poland-Lithuania that would be an ongoing struggle for the rest of his life and beyond. And the Russian rivalry with Poland-Lithuania would be the main foreign policy concern of Russia for the next couple of centuries. Now, when the Livonian War started to go badly, some of the boyars turned against Ivan and joined Poland in an attempt to overthrow him. This led Ivan, who was prone to fits of rage and paranoia, to completely upend the existing political order. And what he did was carve out a large administrative area he called the Oprichnina in 1565, which he would control personally and use as a base of personal wealth and military power. This process involved forced relocation of entire populations as well as the exile and murder of suspected nobles or dissenters. Ivan created a super loyal force that grew to become 6,000 strong that acted as a kind of quasi-political army/police to root out, execute, and torture anyone who opposed the Tsar. This culminated in 1570 with the Massacre of Novgorod, where at least 2,000 people were killed, and according to some accounts, the figure was 10 times that. Now, after about 7 years of terrible and bloody purges, really a kind of reign of terror that was going on, Ivan abruptly abandoned the Oprichnina in 1572, but it left a lasting scar on the country. So, Ivan the Terrible, it's not a totally undeserved moniker. Now, Ivan then probably set the stage for the next generation of chaos and trouble when, in a fit of rage, he beat his daughter-in-law into a miscarriage and then turned on his son, fracturing his son's skull with a staff in the midst of a fight, and his son died a few days later. This murderous fit meant that when Ivan died 3 years later in 1584, the son and heir to the throne was his weak-willed and possibly mentally unfit younger son, Fyodor. And this would be the beginning of the end of the Rurikovich dynasty in Russia. Now, before we move on to the final act of this week's episode, I have to pause and drop in the great social and economic transformation that reached its conclusion shortly after the death of Ivan the Terrible, and that is encirclement. Restrictions on the legal rights and physical mobility of the Russian peasantry had grown up organically since the reign of Ivan the Great, and it continued through the reign of Ivan the Terrible, and it reached permanent formal codification in the 1590s. Serfdom, as a legal concept, boils down to the peasant being bound to the land upon which they were born. Leaving that land made you a fugitive, liable for criminal prosecution. So serfdom is just one step up from legal slavery, and it's not a very big step at all. In Russian real estate transactions, just as important as the number of acres were the number of serfs that went with it. And the measure of a noble's wealth and holdings always included the number of serfs that they owned. By 1600, probably 75% of Russian peasants were legally bound serfs. So this leads us into the final act of this week's introductory episode, and that is the time of troubles. And let me tell you, if you live through a period that later historians call the time of troubles, I do not envy you. Now, the time of troubles could probably be, another 50 episodes all on their own, but basically, we have the death of Fyodor in 1598, giving way to 20 years of internal noble civil war over who should succeed him, which played out against the backdrop of an increasingly disastrous war with Poland-Lithuania that saw Polish armies twice occupy Moscow. There was also a massive peasant uprising in the south, as those peasants sought to resist the spread of serfdom. And basically all state coherence broke down, and various armed bands of dubious political legitimacy just roamed around. Some of these claimed to be real armies of the true Tsar, of which there were several men making that claim, and some of them were just bandits. It was a time of troubles. Now, eventually the peasant rebellion burned out, and the nobility rallied to a unified national defense against the invading Poles and Lithuanians, and a volunteer army, with the help of some Swedish mercenaries, pushed them out of the country. In the midst of all this, an assembly of the land came together in 1613, with nobles and church leaders representing more than 50 different cities of the Tsardom of Russia, to elect one Tsar that they could all agree to follow. And this was not about sorting out who had the best claim necessarily, so much as who they could all agree to live with on a practical basis. And the guy they landed on was a 16-year-old named Mikhail Romanov. And when Mikhail Romanov was elected in 1613, that would be the beginning of the dynasty that would rule as emperors and empresses of Russia for the next 300 years. Mikhail would see Russia out of the time of troubles and point them towards a coming golden age of a new Russian empire. And next week, we will talk more about that further transition and expansion from the Tsardom of Russia into the Russian Empire. And next week's episode will be bookended by a discussion of Peter the Great at the beginning and Catherine the Great at the end. And those two great leaders would help transform Russia into a great power. Episode 10.10, The Russian Empire. Last week, we did a big sweep through about 700 years of early Russian history, from the founding of Kiev Rus to the founding of the Romanov dynasty. This week, we are going to blast through another 200-odd years of Russian history, and just as last week we saw the Principality of Moscow become the Tsardom of Russia, this week we are going to see the Tsardom of Russia transform into the Russian Empire. And we will focus specifically on two of the greatest leaders in Russian history, Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. They would help transform the Russian state from an old-style personal despotism into a new-style absolutist monarchy, and along the way, dramatically expand the power and prestige of Russia on the world stage. So we ended last time with the election of 16-year-old Mikhail Romanov as Tsar of Russia in 1613. This was at the tail end of the time of troubles, and within a few years the rebellions, civil wars, marauding bandits, foreign invaders, and general chaos subsided. To drastically oversimplify things in the interest of keeping things moving, the rest of the 1600s saw a stabilization of the Tsardom of Russia. The nobility was interested in working with the new Romanov dynasty to avoid the catastrophic conflicts that had characterized the time of troubles. The government in Moscow was thus able to centralize its power under a permanent bureaucracy, paving the way for future political reforms. And in 1649, the first big written law code was published. On the other end of the political spectrum, during these years, encirclement of the peasants permanently entrenched itself, and the economy remained based on the agricultural work done by these serfs, who were bound to their land and occupations in perpetuity. The burdens and repression of the lower classes was not taken lying down, and Moscow itself was hit by the Salt Riot in 1648, the Copper Riot in 1662, and the Great Moscow Uprising of 1682. This is to say nothing of a major revolt by Cossacks and runaway serfs in 1670 and 1671, orchestrated by a rebel leader named Stenka Razin. But none of these were serious challenges, and Russia continued to expand its size and power. Russians moved east across the Ural Mountains into Siberia, where they pretty easily subdued the local tribes, and then they just kept pushing east until they hit the Pacific Ocean, bringing Siberia permanently under Russian hegemony. In the west, meanwhile, Poland was sinking just as Russia was rising, and during these years the Russians advanced back to Smolensk and Kiev. As the 1600s drew to a close, the Romanovs were hit by some convoluted dynastic inheritance problems that I could spend all day trying to explain, but instead I'm going to not. The upshot is that after ousting his regent of an older half-sister in 1689, 17-year-old Peter Romanov started wielding power as Tsar in his own right. Now, it would be nearly impossible for his contemporaries to predict that in the future we would be calling him Peter the Great. Now, the reason this would have struck contemporaries as so surprising and unpredictable is that young Peter showed almost no interest in court life. He was an odd duck who didn't quite fit in. Physically, he grew to be nearly 7 feet tall, and mentally he was gifted with a mathematical mind that was particularly interested in sailing and shipbuilding, so he had no interest in the boring formalities and petty backbiting of court life. He wanted to spend his days sailing, thinking about sailing, and drinking with his friends. So his powerful mother managed to maintain something resembling a normal court routine until she died in 1694, at which point Peter just stopped showing up altogether. 200 years of traditional court routine that had begun under Ivan the Great simply perished of neglect. A new day was dawning for Russia, due simply to the force of Peter's personality. He would not be molded by anyone or anything. He would do the molding. Ruling now through a few trusted favorites rather than the established court apparatus that had defined the year since the time of troubles, Peter set out on a bold new path. His personal obsession with all things maritime would dominate his foreign policy outlook as he saw landlocked Russia as being held back from true greatness until it stopped being landlocked. To satisfy his ambitions, Peter turned his attention south towards the Sea of Azov, which sits perched atop the Black Sea, and which at that time was dominated by the Ottoman Empire. Peter sent his army and a newly built-up navy manned by Italian, French, and Dutch officers south down the Don River. In 1696, the Russians successfully captured the port city of Azov, and while this was a great victory for Peter, he did not yet have the strength to push out any further than that. the Ottomans were able to block any further access to the larger Black Sea and prevent the Russians from putting into port with their merchant vessels. So Peter had his port, but he couldn't go anywhere. After his first expansion south, Peter's attention then turned to the west. Far to the west. Peter was supremely dissatisfied with what he considered to be the backwardness of Russian science, culture, and society. This was the age of Newton and Leibniz and Baroque rationalism, and Peter himself was always drawn to this world of new discoveries. So, as the first conflict with the Ottomans was wrapping up, Peter packed his bags and headed west in 1697. But as was his style, Peter did not want to travel around as the Tsar of Russia, which would bog him down in endless protocol. Instead, he went incognito as simply a member of a diplomatic mission, ostensibly touring Europe to drum up support for further Russian advances against the Ottomans. This embassy went from Riga to Berlin and then on to the intended destination of Amsterdam. And while drumming up diplomatic support for Russia was all for the good, this was really in the service of getting Peter into personal contact with and getting training and tutelage from the great Dutch engineers and shipbuilders of the day. And then from this base in the Netherlands, Peter also popped up to England to visit and tour facilities and talk to leaders and experts, and it included a trip to the famous Greenwich Observatory. While in the West, Peter's mind was filled with visions of turning Russia towards this future that now lay before him. Peter's absence from Russia and disdain for the old beliefs did not go unnoticed by the nobility back in Russia, and in 1698 Peter had to return home to handle the fallout from an aborted noble revolt that got going while he was away. Now more determined than ever to have his way, Peter forged ahead with a kind of personal rule. He did not call any formal council of nobles or use any of the old provincial institutions of power. Instead, he had a small group of friends and favorites who dealt with the government on a very improvised and ad hoc basis. And as if it wasn't bad enough that the old nobility was basically being cut out of power, Peter also decided that the Russian nobility needed to get with the times and adopt Western looks and clothing, or they were going to look hopelessly backwards anytime anybody laid eyes on them. So he decreed that noblemen had to shave their beards and women had to wear Western-style dresses, which most of them hated. Peter also wanted to break the independent power of the Orthodox Church, and when the patriarch of the church died in 1700, that's just the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, Peter declined to nominate a successor. He then annexed vast monastic estates, bringing under his control extensive land and serf holdings. He also then turned his attention to the army and navy and began reforming them along European lines. Command structures, strategy, tactics, armory, drilling, training, all of it. He imported European officers and engineers to bring the Russian army and navy into the modern age. He wanted to make the Russian military a true modern power to be reckoned with. So kind of across the board, Peter is just changing everything. Now, a lot of these domestic reforms were initiated simultaneously with and in service to what would become Peter's greatest foreign entanglement, the Great Northern War. In 1699, the King of Poland invited the Russians and the Danes into a secret alliance against the Swedes. Now, everyone had their own reasons for joining this anti-Swedish coalition, but Peter had one single burning obsessive reason, the singular goal of his reign, which was to win a window to the seas. Specifically, he wanted a port on the Gulf of Finland that would give Russia access to the Baltic Sea, and from there, access to the whole world. Unfortunately, there was a lot of gross miscalculating going on inside this anti-Swedish alliance. The King of Poland, for example, thought he was far stronger than he actually was, and then it turned out none of them were much of a match for Charles XII of Sweden, who was one of the great military commanders of his age, or really any age. So instead of a quick and decisive offensive by Poland, Denmark, and Russia to push Sweden out of some territory that they all coveted, it became a 20-year-long seesaw conflict called the Great Northern War. The first 8 years of this war were defined by Sweden hammering Poland into submission and then forcing the King of Poland's abdication and getting a Swedish puppet placed on the Polish throne. After this success, Charles XII turned to Russia in the hopes of doing the same thing, and he just assumed that noble grumbling about Peter and peasant grumbling about, everything would make it very easy to induce Peter's overthrow. Instead, Charles XII found the Russians unwilling to dance to Swedish numbers, and discovered Peter's reformed and retrained military was a much better fighting force than he expected. An attempted invasion of Russia in 1708 and 1709 ended in decisive failure. And though the war would keep going until 1721, by 1710, the resulting post-war dynamic was already settling into place. That Russia was now a power to be reckoned with, maybe the great power of northeastern Europe. In the early days of this war, Peter resolved to move quickly in order to secure his window to the sea. Now, technically, Russia already had one window to the sea, the far northern port of Archangel, which was built at the mouth of the northern Dneva River on the coast of the White Sea. A passage through the White Sea had been mapped and opened by the English and Dutch way back in 1555. But Archangel was iced up 9 months out of the year. Peter had visited the port twice and found it ultimately unsatisfying for his greater vision of the future. So in 1702, he marched the Russian army down the Neva River, and they captured a Swedish town and fortification at the mouth. And here, Peter ordered a fortress built, which would become the St. Peter and St. Paul Fortress, which was meant to be the initial defender of his grand vision of the future. By 1703, not even waiting for the war to end and peace settlements to make Russian claims official, Peter ordered construction of what would become the great legacy of his reign, the city of St. Petersburg, which was naturally named after his own namesake. St. Petersburg was meant to be a naval base, a shipyard, and a center of commerce and shipping to integrate Russia better into European markets. But Peter wanted even more. He was going to make his new city the new capital of Russia. He himself relocated there and built the first winter and summer palaces, though these initial palaces were quite modest affairs. And then he ordered the nobility to relocate as well, forcing them to leave their ancestral mansions in Moscow and build new ones in this kind of swampy boomtown on the Gulf of Finland. They were not very happy about it, and a lot of this smacks of Louis XIV making the French nobility come attend to him at Versailles. This relocation meant they had to spend a fortune building up residences in Peter's city and live there on his home turf, rather than on their home turf back in Moscow. It also forced them to look towards Europe, rather than revel in the aloof insularity of inner Russia. With this forced infusion of wealth and residence, St. Petersburg was on its way to becoming one of the great capitals of the world. So with the Great Northern War turning in his favor, Peter instituted another new slate of reforms. To get going on this project, in 1715, in the midst of still fighting with Sweden, Peter sent a spy into Sweden to study their administration and state apparatus. And when that spy returned, Peter transformed Russian administration along Swedish lines, with various departmental colleges staffed by both Russian and foreign experts running their individual departments. Then in 1722, he introduced the Table of Ranks, which spelled out the ranks and positions and titles of the nobility, and which would be in place right up to the moment of the 1917 revolution. He also put the church under even more firm state control by creating a government synod to run it, all of the members of which would be appointed by the Tsar. And he also made up for something that had been conspicuously lacking from Russian cultural life, and that was secular philosophy and scientific expertise. So he created an Academy of Science in St. Petersburg to open up Russian intellectual life to science and natural philosophy. It was not quite a full university, but it was a step in the right direction. So in 1721, the Great Northern War finally ended after 20 years, with an exhausted Sweden suing for peace. The results was that the Baltic territories Peter had seized were confirmed, along with new lands in Livonia and Ukraine, and those Livonian territories brought German Lutherans under the sovereignty of the Tsar for the first time. To celebrate all this, Peter made the grand proclamation that transformed the state officially from the Tsardom of Russia into the Russian Empire. Now, Peter the Great is remembered today as one of the great leaders in Russian history, and certainly in Europe he is considered the ideal Tsar. But partly this is because he flattered European egos by always following their lead. But there has always been a healthy group in Russia, at the time and now, who resented this quote-unquote modernizer and westernizer, who so brazenly attacked traditional Slavic culture and old ways of life in the Orthodox Church. Peter wanted them to be European, but they were not European, and they did not want to be European. But almost by sheer force of personal will, Peter linked Russia permanently to European affairs, and the Russian Empire would forever loom large in all future international calculations. His reforms also transformed the lives and cultural pursuits of the Russian aristocracy. But it is worth noting that they really only affected the upper classes. The peasants were all but untouched. Most of them were still just serfs, toiling away for the benefit of the Lord's generation after forgotten generation. So Peter the Great died in 1725, and his death opened up another convoluted succession crisis inside the Romanov family that I am also not going to explain. In fact, I just want to move very quickly through the 37-year period between the reigns of Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. There was some attempt to undo much of what Peter had done in the years after his death, which is understandable, but a lot of it just kind of stuck in place. Peter's niece Anna wound up reigning as empress from 1730 to 1740, and then after her, another convoluted succession crisis that I'm not going to tell you about left Peter's daughter Elizabeth reigning as empress from 1741 to 1762. She reinstated most of her father's program and then shepherded Russia from the age of Baroque rationalism into the age of Enlightenment. This is the point at which educated Russians started getting really into the French philosophes and Enlightenment-era thinkers like Voltaire. It's also when the Russian nobility started using French as the standard language amongst themselves. This early Russian Enlightenment was embodied by a Renaissance man polymath named Mikhail Lomonosov, who, on top of many scientific and artistic accomplishments, spearheaded the compilation, regularization, and formalization of the Russian language as we know it today. And he also founded the first university in Russia, the University of Moscow, in 1755. Now, neither Empress Anna nor Empress Elizabeth had children of their own, and so the Romanovs had to go looking outside the immediate family for an heir. So in 1742, Elizabeth selected the son of her sister, who had been married to a German Duke of Holstein, and yes, I am talking about that, Holstein. The boy was brought over to Russia, formally rechristened Peter, and he converted to Orthodox Christianity. Now, the selection of Peter was a part of Elizabeth's policy of trying to keep Prussia happy, and then she kept going in this vein when it was time to select a bride for Peter. She went out and found a German princess from a small principality in the Prussian orbit named Sophia. 15-year-old Sophia came to Russia in 1744, where she too formally converted to Orthodox Christianity and was rechristened Catherine. Peter and Catherine were a terrible match. Peter turned out to be immature and dull and had no interest in his future responsibilities. Catherine, meanwhile, was endlessly curious and intelligent, bordering on brilliant. From the outset, the two lived totally separate lives, and when Catherine gave birth to an heir named Paul in 1754, it was the son of her lover, not Peter, though that was a closely held secret at court. Catherine had plenty of ambition, and she recognized pretty early on that she better study up because she was very likely going to be spending her husband's reign covering up for his idiotic childlessness. So she studied the latest in enlightened political and economic theory come out of the West. She read everyone and everything she could, and especially liked Montesquieu. And though she was a German princess, Catherine embraced Russia, wanted what was best for Russia, and when she got the chance, she planned to rule with the interests of Russia always foremost in her mind. Peter was not like that. When the Empress Elizabeth died in 1762 and Peter became Tsar, he immediately made peace with his Prussian cousins, and then induced them to attack Denmark on behalf of Peter's interest in Holstein, which was very far removed from Russian interests. This, and other changes at court, and Peter's reputation for being a worthless dilettante, led a large chunk of the military and the nobility to wonder about his wife, who had a pretty sterling reputation. Catherine had completely written her husband off as being even remotely capable of the job of running Russia, and she signaled to these nobles and members of the military that she was fine with, whatever. So evidence of a plot to overthrow Peter started to seep out in June of 1762, and Catherine was told, if you want to do this, we have to act now today. So Catherine rode into St. Petersburg, where a regiment of elite guards swore to support her. Then, after acquiring further support from more elite guards, she dramatically donned a soldier's uniform and rode off to find and capture her husband, who had gone into hiding. But the hunt did not last very long as Peter surrendered. He was arrested by Catherine's loyalists and taken off to an estate, where he turned up dead just a few days later. The verdict of history is that Catherine did not actively order this assassination. It was just the initiative of the guy who happened to be holding Peter. But it's all very, won't someone please rid me of this troublesome priest territory. So, Catherine was crowned Empress of Russia, though there was kind of an unspoken understanding that she would be reigning as a regent in place of her 8-year-old son Paul. So Catherine came to power at the age of 33, and she would rule Russia for the next 34 years. During this time, she would establish herself as the prototypical enlightened despot, the living embodiment of the Age of Enlightenment. And remember when we talked all about this in the early episodes of the French Revolution, democracy and civil rights were not what many of the early Enlightenment philosophers had in mind when they talked about making political reforms. They wanted wise Platonic philosopher kings, patrons of the arts and sciences, and with the power and wisdom to reign for the good of humanity without all the troublesome politics. And that's what Catherine wanted for Russia. And so she took up a regular correspondence with the great minds of the day. She wrote regularly to Voltaire and to Diderot. And like Peter the Great, she saw the Russian Empire as needing reform on all fronts to bring it up to its full potential. So in 1767, she called together an assembly to digest the contents of a volume of excerpts of political theory she had compiled, and then they would make recommendations for how best to reform and modernize the administration and law of the Russian Empire. But these early domestic reforms were interrupted by foreign affairs. The year after Catherine took power, the King of Poland died, and Catherine managed through bribery and coercion to get one of her old lovers on the throne. And through him, she pushed Russia's interests and pushed especially for religious tolerance inside Poland, which rankled the mostly Catholic nobility. In 1768, these Catholic lords revolted against Catherine's influence over their affairs. When Russia intervened in Poland, the French induced the Ottomans to attack Russia's underbelly to take heat off of their ally Poland. This opened up the Russo-Turkish War that would last from 1768 to 1774. But at this point, the once mighty Ottomans are fading and Russia is steadily rising. And the upshot of this war is that Russia proved that it was rising, while the Ottomans were fading. As this war started to wind down, Frederick the Great proposed a solution to the Polish question. Prussia, Austria, and Russia should simply annex a bunch of Polish territory for themselves. Catherine agreed to this reluctantly, but was mollified because her man did stay king of Poland. So in 1772, we get the first partition of Poland, and the Russian Empire grew some more, and, as it so happens, brought the first Jewish subjects into the Russian Empire. Then down south, the Ottomans capitulated on Catherine's terms in 1774, and Catherine's terms were a completion, a fulfillment of Peter the Great's dream. This meant breaking off a large chunk of territory in Crimea and along the Black Sea coast, and technically these lands would be independent, but they would be under Russian hegemony. And then Catherine forced through Russian rights to trade and commerce in the Black Sea, so now they could build a Black Sea fleet and have Black Sea merchants, which is what Peter had always dreamed of. But just as this foreign war was wrapping up in Russia's favor, they were rocked by a massive domestic revolt. Out beyond the Volga River, towards the Ural Mountains, a charismatic deserter from the Russian army named Yemelyan Pugachev started riding around in 1773 claiming that he was the dead Tsar Peter, who had returned to be the true, just, and honest Tsar who would defend his people against the horrible tyranny of Catherine and the prevailing aristocracy. Pugachev opened up a huge revolt of Cossacks and peasants and serfs, and for the rest of 1773 and 1774, the whole of the Volga Basin was in Let's Lynch the Landlord rebellion, and wherever serfs were liberated, they joined in the fight enthusiastically and with bloody-minded wrath. But in 1775, Pugachev was captured and executed, and the revolt was brutally suppressed by the Russian army. But Pugachev's rebellion and that earlier peasant revolt I mentioned, the one that was led by Stanko Razin, would both be name-checked in the future by Bakunin as proof of the revolutionary potential of the peasantry. With Poland settled for now, peace with the Ottomans, and the end of the rebellion, there entered a period of about a decade where Catherine could go back to advancing her enlightened despotism. In 1783, she outright annexed the Crimean lands acquired from the Ottomans, and they dubbed it New Russia. And Catherine wanted to make it a showcase for what enlightened rule could do. She put her lover and brilliant advisor, Grigory Potemkin, in charge of a political and economic development project that was meant to push out the old nomadic inhabitants and replace them with Russian settlers who would be promised freedom without serfdom. And she wanted them to implement more advanced agricultural techniques and then build up trade and commerce on the Black Sea. Meanwhile, back in Old Russia, Catherine restarted the project of political reform that had stalled out back in 1768. But again, all of these reforms hardly reached below the middle class. The peasants and serfs in their villages remained a distant concern. As long as they paid their taxes, their rent, and they did not revolt, they hardly counted at all. Catherine also continued as a great patron of the arts and culture, theater, academic journals, literature, drama, poetry, music, all of which befit her self-image as an enlightened despot. And cultural life in St. Petersburg and Moscow flourished. Catherine's reputation also spread across Europe as she continued her personal correspondence with and patronage of great philosophers and thinkers and artists. She also played host to many admirers, including, as we know, the Spanish-American adventurer Francisco de Miranda, who came round in 1787, and ever after never corrected anyone when it was said that the two had a brief affair. Now, down south in 1787, Catherine toured her territory in New Russia to show it off to foreign ambassadors, to show off how great things were. And this gave rise to what is probably a mythical account of the Potemkin villages, which were allegedly constructed mobile facades which would race ahead of the imperial entourage to make the region look far more prosperous than it actually was. But unfortunately for a good story, this all seems pretty exaggerated and overblown, and what deception may have existed was aimed at the foreign ambassadors, not the empress. Now, unhappy with Russian conduct in Crimea and suspecting further encroachment was coming, the Turks once again declared war later in 1787. And this war would have a far-reaching impact. When an embassy of Polish nobles was called to support the Russian war effort, those nobles went rogue and revolutionary, with cynical support from the Prussians. But Catherine's Russia was undaunted by all these challenges. The hero of the Russo-Turkish War was undoubtedly the great Russian General Suvorov, who won a series of great victories. In 1791, the Turks again capitulated, and Russia advanced yet further, this time to the Dniester River, where they acquired the port of Odessa. The Polish question, though, was still very troublesome indeed. But by now, European attention was turning towards France, where some kind of reform effort had turned into a revolt that was getting way out of hand. But as we discussed in the early episodes on the French Revolution, the other great powers of Europe at first saw the collapsing Bourbon monarchy as a blessing, not a curse. But as her war with the Turks was winding up, Catherine started getting news out of France that was darker and more troubling. And though Russia itself was not directly affected by the conflict now erupting out of France, Prussia and Austria were both drawn into war in 1792. And then came the shocking news that Louis XVI had gotten his head chopped off. The effect of all this in Russia was a severe cooling of its Enlightenment period. French culture and ideas had been all the rage through most of Catherine's reign, and now suddenly access to ideas and literature and philosophy coming out of France was under severe restriction. All of that high-minded Age of Reason stuff had turned the people against their king, and we can't have that now, can we? But that said, every crisis is an opportunity, and Catherine agreed to take advantage of a weak France by joining Prussia and Austria for a second partition of Poland in 1793. This partition led the great revolutionary patriot Kosciuszko to revolt in 1794, which started out well enough for the Poles, but then ended with General Suvorov capturing Warsaw and letting it be looted and burned, which resulted in 20,000 dead. The upshot for Russia was the third and final partition of Poland in 1795, and with it, the final death of the power that had been Russia's most regular rival for centuries. This final partition brought in 5.5 million new subjects and territory in western Ukraine, Lithuania, and Belarus. And with these final acquisitions, almost all of Old Kiev Rus was now a part of the Russian Empire. And that empire had seen its population explode over the last few years. In 1720, the population had been 15.5 million. It was now 37 million. And the Russian Empire was also further confirmed as a multi-ethnic empire, with 70% of the population being ethnically Russian and 30% some kind of national minority. They were also no longer a landlocked principality. Russia now had ports and fleets on the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the White Sea, and the Pacific Ocean. The Russian Empire was a great power. Now, the arrival of the French Revolution marked the dawning of a new age of revolution for Europe. This would be an age during which Russia was destined to play a large role. But as we will start to see next week, Russia's large role would not be as a revolutionary vanguard, but rather as the great backstop of conservatism. Because for Russia, the age of revolution was the age of reaction. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.11, War and Peace. So first of all, 1,000 apologies for not getting an episode out last week. We are back in the United States for all of August, and I got the first episode out no problem, but that second week we were in Seattle and Portland, and I just didn't have as much time to work as I was planning. I have, however, now settled on a farm in East Central Illinois, so I'll be good to go from here on out. No more interruptions, no more delays, and I really do apologize. Our extended background coverage of Russian history that we've been doing over the past few episodes has in part been about setting up the Russian Revolution, obviously. But it has also been about filling in some of the gaps in the Revolutions podcast. Russia has been lurking in the background of many of our previous series. They were there at the end of our series on the French Revolution. They were a big part of the conservative reaction to the liberal and national revolutions of the 1820s and 1830s that we talked about in our episodes on the July Revolution. They played a huge role in stamping out the revolutions of 1848. But I have just sort of kept them lurking in the background. So part of what I'm up to over here is filling in some gaps, explaining the Russian angle on events that we've already covered. And if I had some file on my computer called, say, The Great Revolution, where I cut and paste all the material I have written for the podcast into a single document arranged in strict chronological order, the material from these next 3 episodes would be inserted back amidst stuff that I wrote years ago. So this week's episode would find a home back with blocks of text from late Series 3. Next week's episode would go along with events I talked about in Series 6, and the episode after that with events I talked about in Series 7. Meanwhile, episodes 10.9 and 10.10 would be pasted back under a chapter heading called something like Pre-7 Years' War. I mean, if such a file existed, I mean. So really getting back to it now, we wrapped up 2 weeks ago with the advent of the French Revolution. Now, for the leaders of the Russian Empire, the French Revolution was a troubling development and led to a turn away from the long-standing embrace of the French Enlightenment that had been fostered by Catherine the Great. Now, we know that Catherine hated the revolution and opened up her court to homeless French émigrés. But in realpolitik terms, France was a long ways off, and the concrete upshot of all the upheavals out west was the partitions of Poland by Austria, Prussia, and Russia. But aside from Poland, Catherine was not really looking to get embroiled in affairs off in the west. She tended to still direct Russian ambitions south, where they could pry territory away from the Ottomans around the Black Sea, or from the Persians in the Caucasus. Now, what Catherine would have done through the tumultuous next few years as revolutionary France became Napoleonic France is an interesting alternative history question, but it will remain an alternative history question. Because just as an obscure French general named Napoleon Bonaparte was waging the first Italian campaign that would turn him from obscure French general into name an entire era of European history after me, Catherine the Great died in November of 1796. And that puts us right around episode 3.45. The death of Catherine brought to the throne her 42-year-old son, Paul. Now, in Paul's estimation, his ascension was long overdue. Really, he felt like he should have already celebrated his 20th anniversary as emperor. Paul was 8 years old when his mother conspired to overthrow his father, and it was understood at the time that Catherine would be officially serving in some regency capacity until the heir to the throne, that is, Paul, came of age. But after 10 years on the throne, Catherine decided she disliked her son just about as much as she liked wielding power, and so she stalled and delayed and made no move to step aside. And she had done such an excellent job building up a base of political support for herself that nobody challenged this. She just stayed empress, even after Paul became old enough to receive his rightful inheritance. And as Catherine's personal favor was powerful, very powerful, anyone who thought about drifting into Paul's orbit was assured that they would be committing political suicide. So Paul spent the next 20 years mostly estranged from his mother and the imperial court in St. Petersburg. He was just off living on his own personal estate, unhappy about his marginalization, but unable to do anything about it. Paul's first wife, Natalia, died in childbirth in 1776, but his second wife, a German princess rechristened Maria Feodorovna, gave birth to 10 children over the next 20 years. The eldest was a boy named Alexander, who was born in 1777. Alexander and his younger brother Constantine, who was born 2 years later, had their upbringing and education monitored closely by their grandmother Catherine, who wanted them raised in the progressive and modern manner of the European Enlightenment, and also maybe keep them away from Paul, and see if they didn't turn out a little bit better than he did. So both boys were tutored by a Swiss Frenchman named César Laharpe, who formally oversaw their educations until 1795, and who then became a trusted friend and advisor to Alexander as the years went on. The thoroughly marginalized Paul now rightly worried that his mother, Catherine, wanted his son, Alexander, to succeed her, skipping Paul entirely. And though Alexander found both his grandmother and his father to be suffocating, each in their own way, whatever plans Catherine was laying to skip Paul, Alexander himself wanted no part of it. When the old empress died in November of 1796, there was no succession struggle. Paul became Tsar Paul I, Alexander became the Tsarevich, the heir to the throne. Finally out from under his mother's shadow, Paul was able to have it his own way, for all the good it would wind up doing him. Catherine had been very expansionist in her foreign policy, especially towards the Ottomans and Persians in the south, but Paul was critical of all that, and he actually halted plans for a further campaign south. But though early on he insisted on a less expansionist foreign policy, he also became more personally invested in what revolutionary France was up to. Specifically, it was the Egyptian expedition of the now very famous General Bonaparte that caught the Tsar's attention. Now, on a personal level, Tsar Paul was angry at Bonaparte's capture of Malta in June 1798. Temperamentally inclined towards a kind of romantic medieval chivalry, Paul took offense at the expulsion of the Knights of Malta, and he stepped in to be their patron and benefactor after the French capture of their island. This we talked about in episode 3.48. On the national interest level, Russia could not help but be alarmed by France thrusting its power across the Mediterranean and directly threatening Russia's underbelly. So, as we discussed in episode 3.49, the Egyptian expedition had the nearly unthinkable effect of putting the Russians and Ottomans on the same side as they faced this shared French threat. Britain made great diplomatic hay of all this, and in late 1798, Paul agreed to bring Russia into what was becoming the Second Coalition. We then talked about how this went in episodes 3.51 and 3.52, with the legendary General Suvorov fighting one last valiant campaign in Switzerland, which was stymied by bad logistical planning and the ultimately irreconcilable cross-purposes of Austria and Russia. The way the Russians saw it, Russia was concerned about defeating France, Austria was concerned about picking up more territory in Italy. Then up north, a joint British-Russia invasion of the Netherlands stalled out due to weather and stiffer than expected resistance. So by early 1800, Paul decided to pull Russia out of the Second Coalition in a huff and instead formed the League of Armed Neutrality with Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Prussia to patrol the Baltic Sea and protect neutral shipping from the British Navy. So this is all leading Paul in this slow 180-degree turn that was probably bringing him into alliance with France, because France was now led by First Consul Bonaparte, whose autocratic tendencies Paul felt much more comfortable with, as opposed to all the Republicans and Jacobins who haunted the nightmares of absolute monarchists everywhere. But Paul's real enemies were not Republicans and Jacobins, but rather unhappy French nobles. As I said, Paul's personal worldview seemed to idealize out-of-date medieval chivalry, and many at court and in the army had trouble getting on board. The frustration of members of the Russian army was ratcheted up because Paul was also very much into Prussian military methods of drilling, parade, dress, and punishment, and he dismissed anyone from his service who went against this trend while clinging to a small clique of favorites, so a lot of very capable officers were being fired. And in short, every day he was in power, Paul seemed to have fewer friends and more enemies. There were also plenty of holdovers from Catherine's circle who didn't think Paul was up to the job of being Tsar at all. And this recent turn towards working with the hated French Republic was very troubling. So in early 1801, the grumbling turned into active planning. The 24-year-old Tsarevich Alexander was told something was up, and he indicated that he wasn't opposed to something being up, as long as his father was simply removed and not killed. That was the plan anyway. So in March of 1801, a group of officers drank up some courage and then stormed their way into Paul's chamber, intent on forcing him to abdicate in favor of Alexander. When the Tsar refused, things got rough. He was pushed, then beaten, then strangled, then trampled. After waiting a lifetime, Tsar Paul was dead after less than 5 years on the throne. Alexander was mortified when he found out that his father had been killed, and it would haunt him off and on for the rest of his life. But there was nothing to be done, but accept that what was done was done. Alexander became Tsar Alexander I, and he would rule Russia for the next 24 transformative years. In terms of Russia's role in European affairs, Peter the Great and Catherine the Great may have both imported the West into Russia, but Alexander was about to export the power of Russia back into the West. And in short order, he would become convinced that he actually was the personal savior of Europe. And while Alexander enmeshed Europe deeper and deeper into Western affairs, Alexander himself proved to be the living embodiment of mercurial. Over the years, he would shift from liberal to conservative, back to liberal, and back to conservative again. Sometimes he favored enlightened idealism, other times a devout Christianity. Sometimes he liked strict absolutism, other times he favored constitutional government. It depended on the time and the place. Sometimes he was expansionist, sometimes he was closed up and defensive. Alexander led Russia through an age where the empire itself faced a constant identity crisis, switching friends and enemies every few years. This was a formidable and traumatic period for Russia, when they were at times devastated victims and other times the masters of Europe. These were the years of war and peace. When Alexander came to power, he brought with him a kind of personal liberalism coupled with a reformist instinct. Initially working through a small state council of younger men that Alexander liked and trusted, this younger clique of leaders took the system of departmental colleges run by committee that had been set up by Peter the Great and converted it into a system of ministries with a single minister in charge, and those ministers could then get together and discuss empire-wide problems. This was in keeping with more modern methods of government, and Alexander was far more open to borrowing French advancements in administration than his father had ever been. Alexander's ministerial reforms here in the early 19th century would prove to be the at least indirect beginning of most of the government departments that govern Russia to this very day, most of which continued to function even after the Bolsheviks hung an "under new management" sign on the door in 1917. In foreign affairs, Alexander watched with a carefully neutral eye as the War of the Second Coalition, which his father had already pulled Russia out of, gave way to the Year of Peace, and then, as the Year of Peace ended with the British redeclaring war on the French in March of 1803. But Britain's insistence of war on France now and forever did not yet move their old allies back into the fighting. This took a series of provocations by First Consul Bonaparte. The most scandalous of these was the shocking secret execution of the Duc d'Enghien in March of 1804. This execution is where we get Fouché's famous quote that it was worse than a crime. it was a mistake. The execution of the Duke really seems to have outraged the Russian aristocracy, outrage which was exacerbated a few months later when the monstrous upstart Bonaparte had the temerity to declare himself Emperor Napoleon just a few months later. I mean, who did he think he was? After months of negotiation, the British finally convinced Alexander to bring Russia into what was becoming the Third Coalition in April of 1805. And then Napoleon proceeded to crown himself King of Italy in May of 1805, which I will remind you from episode 5.5, young Simon Bolivar just so happened to be in Milan at that same moment. Anyway, all of this spooked the Austrians into joining the British and Russians, and the War of the Third Coalition could really get going in earnest. But the War of the Third Coalition was a very short war, because this is just as the Grande Armée is taking its place in the annals of military history. And everything that follows will fit in alongside stuff we talked about in episode 3.54. Napoleon routed the Austrians in the Ulm campaign in the fall of 1805, and total victory was only temporarily put off by the arrival of Russian reinforcements led personally by Tsar Alexander. Now, the head of the Russian army, General Kutuzov, was wary of fighting, but Alexander insisted on bringing Napoleon to a decisive battle. And so the combined Austrian and Russian armies agreed to take advantage of what they perceived to be France's dangerously weakened right flank, and here comes the Battle of Austerlitz. Having fallen into Napoleon's carefully laid trap, the French crushed the Austrians and Russians. Rather than defeating the upstart Napoleon, Tsar Alexander had helped hand him his greatest victory. The Austrians were forced to sign a punitive peace treaty in December of 1805, which paved the way for the disintegration of the Holy Roman Empire. Alexander and the Russians, meanwhile, were allowed to pull backwards in unmolested retreat, partly because Napoleon was hoping to eventually turn Alexander to his side. The surrender of Austria and collapse of the Holy Roman Empire then spooked the Prussians out of their decade of neutrality, and they hopped into what became known as the Fourth Coalition a few months later, the Fourth Coalition just being the Third Coalition but swapped Prussia for Austria. The resulting war of the Fourth Coalition was also very quick. The Prussians dove in too hard, too fast, and too unsupported, and they got their asses kicked in October of 1806, knocking them out of the war immediately. Oopsie-daisy. Tsar Alexander and the Russians then braced as Napoleon charged across Poland to the Russian frontier. The Russians managed to check the French at Eylau in February of 1807, but then they too fell to the apparently invincible might of Napoleon. In June of 1807, the Russians lost the Great Battle of Friedland. Defeated, Alexander and the Russians sued for peace. Now the thing is, Napoleon never really wanted to be fighting the Russians. I mean, hell yes, stomp up and down on the Prussians and the Austrians. But Napoleon did not see Russia as just another potential carcass for France to gorge itself upon. And so for the past several years, Napoleon had tried to break Alexander away from the Allied coalition. His basic pitch was that France and Russia were simply too geographically distant to have any real conflict of interest. And so when the two emperors met for a post-war settlement at Tilsit in July of 1807, Napoleon was incredibly generous, and he laid it on Alexander very thick. The Tsar was quite taken with all this. He liked what Napoleon was saying about the possibility of joining forces to combat all the enemies of Christendom out in the east. And so unlike the punitive treaties Napoleon forced on Prussia and Austria, it was a treaty of mutually beneficial friendship that he offered Russia, and Alexander took him up on his offer. Alexander agreed to basically switch sides and join Napoleon's continental system blockading the British. Alexander was also happy to make further war against Britain's ally Sweden, with Finland being the reward for Russia's efforts. France, meanwhile, agreed to give aid to Russia in her ongoing wars in the south, more on that in a minute. But despite all this friendly friendship, the seeds of future trouble were laid, as Napoleon's creation of the Duchy of Warsaw out of Prussia's Polish territories really did seem to put France right on Russia's front doorstep, and they were not so geographically distant anymore. Now, as we also discussed in episode 3.54, Tilsit was kind of the high watermark for Napoleon, and the breakdown of his friendship with Russia would be the principal cause of his downfall. But before we get into all that, we do need to peel off and talk about the two other whole wars that Russia was fighting at this same time. As I mentioned earlier, the territorial ambitions of Russia had long looked south towards the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. And in 1802, in fact, just after Alexander came to power and before he ever joined the Third Coalition, the Russian army drove south into the Caucasus to snatch territory away from Persian hegemony. And at this point, we're talking about the Qajar Empire, who had self-dubbed themselves the Sublime State of Persia. The Persians naturally fought back against Russian encroachment on their northwestern border, beginning the Russo-Persian War, which would last from 1802 to 1813, and which would remain an ongoing conflict all through these years, where so much of the attention was supposed to be on the Napoleonic Empire. Then, in the wake of the French victories at Austerlitz, Napoleon encouraged the Ottomans to make aggressive moves into Wallachia and Moldavia in 1806 that would bog the Russians down as Napoleon marched the War of the Fourth Coalition to its conclusion at Friedland. But after the Treaty of Tilsit, the French abandoned their support for the Ottomans, so the Russo-Turkish War that began there in 1806 would just kind of continue in sporadic bursts until 1812. So in our Western European-centric realm of history, we tend to think that the Napoleonic Empire must have been the sole focus of everyone's attention. But all through these years, the Tsar, his diplomats, and his soldiers were simultaneously dealing with wars down around the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, both of which, I should add, would wind up very favorably for Russia. So while all these wars continued, Napoleon was worried that his ties with Alexander were not as tight as he wanted them to be. And both emperors were kinda not living up to the promises they had made at Tilsit. So they arranged a second conference, this one in the German Principality of Erfurt in September and October 1808. But this time, old Talleyrand went in for his classic double-dealing, behind-the-back, cross-purposes diplomacy. Now wary of Napoleon's expansionism and the punitive settlements in Central Europe, Talleyrand had resigned as foreign minister, but he was invited to Erfurt to act as a special advisor, and special advise he did. Meeting secretly with Alexander, Talleyrand counseled the Tsar to remain aloof to Napoleon's overtures. Talleyrand's hope was that without a strong Russian alliance, that Napoleon would be forced to dial back his ambitions and fall into a stable balance of European power, which Talleyrand thought essential for the long-term survival of France. This special advising worked. Talleyrand successfully derailed Napoleon's attempt to woo Alexander. And though both emperors left Erfurt with a 14-point pledge of alliance and friendship, things were getting awfully lip-servicey. Now, one domestic consequence of Erfurt is another round of domestic political reform. Since coming to the throne 7 years earlier, Alexander had come to rely on the son of a priest, who had risen through sheer force of intellect, to become first a professor of math and science, then a secretary in the Foreign Office, and then a close personal advisor to the Tsar. And this is Mikhail Speransky. Speransky is sometimes called the father of Russian liberalism, though it was a very autocratic brand of liberalism that he pursued. At Erfurt, he met personally with Napoleon to discuss the latest methods of French administration, and Speransky left with a bunch of ideas to fit into a plan of empire-wide constitutional reform that he had been working on for years. And his big reform idea is that he wanted to introduce some kind of elective participatory government. And what he wanted to do was create a system of dumas, or legislative assemblies. These would start at the local level, then move up to a district duma, and then a provisional duma, and then an imperial duma, with the delegates to each duma electing the members who would go on to the next highest order. At the imperial level, they would then be the lower legislative house, who would join with a reformed state council made up of about 35 highly trusted men who would act as an upper chamber for discussion and analysis of proposed laws before they reached the Tsar's desk. Now, this all has the appearance of constitutional government, but these dumas and state council would not have any real authority of their own. They were purely advisory. But they would open up a participatory system that might be a good way to invite discussion and proposals that the Tsar could accept or deny as he saw fit. Now, despite the fact that Speransky was prime minister, and in many ways practically the only minister of importance from 1809 to 1812, he was only partially successful with his reforms. The upper state council was successfully created and went into operation, but the dumas would remain an unfulfilled platform of Russian liberals for decades to come. On the foreign front, the Russian army successfully beat the Swedish in what is called the Finnish War, and they took Finland over, and Speransky was successful in setting up post-war Finland on a constitutional basis, because it seemed wise to not try to impose Tsarist absolutism on the Finns. and they were granted a constitution where the Tsar would reign as a constitutional monarch. And though none of this was as of yet being imported into Russia itself, Alexander seemed fine with it, which gave heartburn to conservative Russians. They feared the Tsar was getting too French, too modern, and too liberal. Further trouble with Napoleon, though, changed Alexander's posture once again. By 1810, relations between Alexander and Napoleon had devolved into a series of very cordial threats that led Alexander to decide to open Russia to neutral shipping again, opening up a huge hole in Napoleon's continental system that was supposed to be blockading the British. With his Spanish ulcer simultaneously bleeding, Napoleon decided he still had the might to go march on Moscow and force Alexander and the Russians to submit to his will. With the looming war against France now the sole object of the Tsar's attention, Russia sought to wrap up their ongoing wars against the Turks and the Persians. In consecutive treaties in 1812 and 1813, the Russians walked away with ownership of western Moldavia and all of the Caucasus, as well as securing from the Persians exclusive rights to operate a navy in the Caspian Sea, which is a major concession that often gets lost in the story of Napoleon's invasion and retreat from Russia. But the Russians taking control of the Caspian Sea is like a pretty big deal. With Napoleon now massing close to 500,000 men on the Russian frontier, Alexander made the decision to dismiss his Prime Minister Speransky in an effort to consolidate the Russian nobility behind him. But the campaign strategy of Alexander's Minister of War, Barclay de Tolly, was not exactly designed to appeal to the ego of the Russian nobility. They were to avoid an open battle and instead just withdraw east, deeper and deeper into the heart of Russia. After Napoleon crossed the frontier in June of 1812, they allowed his army to advance at will, but at each step necessarily extending French lines of supply and communication. The strategy was so unpopular, though, that eventually the Tsar had to sack Barclay de Tolly and appoint General Kutuzov to be the new commander-in-chief. But Kutuzov simply stuck with that same strategy. It was hard. It was brutal. At times it was humiliating. But it worked. Napoleon led about 450,000 men into Russia in June of 1812. They advanced, but they did not draw the Russians into a fight until September of 1812. The Battle of Borodino, just 100 miles west of Moscow. This was the single bloodiest day of the Napoleonic Wars, and at the end it turned out to be a tactical draw, which was a strategic disaster for the French. Now, though the Russians abandoned their capital of Moscow and the French army entered and occupied it for a month, Tsar Alexander refused to surrender. The Russian army then moved south and stood ready to block any attempt by the French to go off and find food or fodder. Finally recognizing his position was hopeless, Napoleon had to retreat along the same line he had advanced. As the French departed, Moscow caught fire and was engulfed in flames. The Russians then harassed the retreating Napoleonic army along a line devoid of food and fodder through a hard early winter. Finally, in December of 1812, the last French troops departed. Over the course of these catastrophic 6 months, something like 2 million soldiers and civilians died. But the Russian army had not been conquered. Napoleon had not bent them to his will. Instead, Russia became the springboard from which the final campaigns to defeat Napoleon sprang. Thanks to Russia's great achievement of endurance, Alexander was now one of the principal pillars of the anti-Napoleon coalition. And just as Napoleon had once dragged a mass of people from west to east, Alexander now dragged that same mass of people from east to west. Soon enough, they were liberating the Germans from the French yoke, and the Austrians and the Prussians rejoined the war. They all kept pushing all the way back to France, crossing into French territory in January of 1814, and fighting battles on French soil for the first time in like 20 years. When Napoleon showed real signs of life in the 6 Days Campaign, the Emperor Francis of Austria and King Friedrich Wilhelm III of Prussia wanted to break off the advance, but Alexander was now convinced that he was the divine savior of Europe, and it was his mission to defeat the Antichrist Napoleon. Alexander's personal Christian piety had now advanced into a kind of deep cosmic theology, helped along by the arrival of a German baroness turned mystical evangelical named Barbara de Krudner, who the Tsar had met in Basel in the fall of 1813, and who had told him straight up, yes, that is your mission. You are the divine savior. You must defeat the Antichrist. So she now traveled with the Tsar, and he took counsel and prayed with her frequently. This was now a holy war, at least for Alexander. In late March 1814, the Allies advanced on Paris, and leading French politicians, including Talleyrand and Fouché, and a recently out-of-retirement Marquis de Lafayette, engineered the surrender of the French capital and demanded the abdication of Emperor Napoleon. Talleyrand handed the key of the city to Tsar Alexander. Alexander was probably now the single most important leader in Europe. The Tsar of Russia held the future of Europe in his hands, and he was lobbied from all sides to settle post-Napoleonic France and post-Napoleonic Europe this way and that. Now, Alexander personally preferred to put the Duc d'Orléans, the future King Louis Philippe, onto the French throne, but he was persuaded by the British's desire to restore the Bourbons. Now, through all of this, Alexander preached peace and understanding and reconciliation, that the Allies had made their war on Napoleon, not on France. He was thus mighty vexed when Napoleon escaped from Elba and launched the 100 Days, because those 100 days saw many supposedly peace-seeking and chastened French leaders hop back into a war of French aggression. It was a very different and a much harder Alexander who thus arrived back in Paris after Waterloo. And though his views would not shift overnight, he was now beginning his long turn away from enlightened liberalism and towards a reactionary conservatism. And next week, we will see Alexander forge the Holy Alliance with Prussia and Austria and begin to turn Russia into the power that would always seek to destroy liberalism and nationalism wherever they reared their dangerous, chaotic, and revolutionary heads. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.12, The Decembrists. So we get to start this week by doing a little roundup of errors. It's never easy to quickly race through 1,000 years of history, and I have stumbled in a few places over the last few episodes. Like last week, for example, as many of you pointed out, I said that Moscow was the capital of Russia, which of course it was not the capital of Russia. We know that the capital of Russia was St. Petersburg. Second, I said that Tsarevich was the title for the heir to the throne, and this is also not true. The proper title for the heir to the throne was Cesarevich. And while we're here, I also want to make clear that Peter the Great changed the official title of the ruler of the Russian Empire from Tsar to a more modernized adaptation of the word emperor. So calling the rulers of the Russian Empire Tsars is technically an informal designation, but the usage is so widespread that I am just going to roll with it and often use Tsar and Emperor interchangeably. Meanwhile, a few people have told me that 2 episodes back, I fell too credulously for some of Empress Catherine's own debunked propaganda. The historical consensus is that her son Paul, the future Tsar Paul I, was indeed the son of her husband Peter III, not one of her lovers. She strongly implied in her memoirs that the father was one of her lovers, rather than her long since overthrown and dead husband, but that was just Catherine being Catherine. So I'm going to go back and re-record those bits, and then people will come along later and say, why are you starting the episode like this? You never made those mistakes. Well, yes, I did. And then finally, pronunciation is always going to be a work in progress. It's always a work in progress. So if you come around to correct my pronunciation, I am listening. It will get better. I usually go from ugh to over the course of a series. And while we're here not yet getting started, and because this is the first episode where actual specific dates are important, we do need to talk about the calendar problem. As a part of his modernization/westernization efforts, Peter the Great ditched Russia's old calendar and decreed that starting January the 1st, 1700, Russia would adopt the Julian calendar. But of course by then, Western Europe was switching over to the Gregorian calendar, creating a running date discrepancy for the next 200 years or so. Now the Russian calendar is going to change again over the course of this very series, because the Bolsheviks would adopt the Gregorian calendar beginning in 1918. So this means that when we talk about Russian history between 1700 and 1918, there is a difference between the contemporaneous Russian date of an event and the date as it lands on the Gregorian calendar. Russian dates tend to arrive about 12 days earlier than their European counterparts. So in the history books, you will see dates marked as either OS or NS, meaning Old Style and New Style, so that it's clear what date is being referred to. This means that everyone working in the era gets to decide for themselves which dating system they would like to use. And I am going to follow along from the notion that I would like to mark the dates as the actors themselves understood them. If Lenin is looking at a calendar, I want to talk about the calendar Lenin is looking at, not some retconned, revised calendar. So I will be using the old style dates until the big switch comes in 1918 and thereafter use the new style. Now, there are pros and cons both ways, but the big thing this gets us is that the February Revolution will still take place in February rather than March, and the October Revolution will take place in October rather than November, and most importantly, we will be talking about the dates as the Russian participants themselves understood them. Now, either way, the Decembrists, who we're going to talk about today, would still be the Decembrists, but this is the first episode we've come to where a play-by-play of events requires specific dating, and I just want to let you know that from here on out we are on the old-style Julian calendar. Okay, with all that said, let's finally get to it. Now, events from last week's episode coincided with events from the end of Series 3 on the French Revolution. Well, today's episode would fit alongside events that we covered in Series 5 on Spanish-American independence, Series 6 on the July monarchy, and now that I look at it, some of the early episodes of Series 7 on 1848. Because today's events fit right in with the run of liberal revolutions that erupted around 1820. And if you listen to all that talk about revolts and mutinies and revolutions in Spain and Portugal, Italy and Greece, and said to yourself, when that jerk Duncan gets to Russia, we better get a whole damn episode about the Decembrists. Well, here we are. A whole damn episode about the Decembrists. So, the origin of the Decembrist Revolt of 1825 lies in the Great Patriotic War to expel Napoleon from Russia in 1812 and the subsequent campaigns that carried the Russian army all the way to the Champs-Élysées. Young officers from the cream of the Russian nobility, well-educated and fluent in French and often German, experienced the rest of Europe, some of them for the first time. They mingled and drank with fellow Allied officers. They saw how other people lived. They literally dined in the cafes of Paris. And by the time they were dining in the cafes of Paris, they were pretty fired up with victorious pride. It was the Russians who had broken Napoleon where everyone else had failed. Considering themselves the liberators of Europe, they expected to bring a sense of political liberation and economic progress with them back to Russia. I mean, how could they not? And when they returned home full of pride, new ideas, and grand expectations, they found that Russia was still just the same. And they were frankly ashamed by what they saw. As one future Decembrist put it, why did we free Europe to put chains on ourselves? One of the biggest points of shame was the realization that Russia was really two Russias. There was one Russia that these young noble officers were a part of, wealthy and educated Russia, based in St. Petersburg, facing Europe, speaking French to each other. The other Russia was the mass of common peasants, backwards, illiterate, most of them serfs bound to the land and considered little better than slaves. The officers who would form the core of the Decembrists were appalled by this division. The Patriotic War of 1812 and the March to Paris would not have been possible without the sacrifice, suffering, and bravery of the common Russian peasant. They had all been brothers, sisters, and comrades in this great struggle, and here they were being sent home to a life of enslavement, and here we are being encouraged to go back to treating them like dogs rather than fellow Russians. They thought this cruel, inhumane, and not a little bit ungrateful. So the emancipation of the serfs became one of the two most important goals for our future Decembrists. But emancipation was not strictly a humanitarian project. Our young liberal officers saw the economic and material progress in the Rhineland and in France, and recognized that Russia would never be able to follow their lead if they still clung to the institution of serfdom. Serfdom prevented the population from moving away from mere subsistence agriculture. The budding modern industry our young Russian officers had seen in the West was possible because new manufacturing businesses were able to draw in free peasants to be workers. But this simple ability to physically move from one place to another was legally impossible in Russia. And then beyond all that, there was the fact that the two Russias were divided between a wealthy aristocracy and a dirt-poor peasantry. There practically was no middle class to speak of. No one to be the productive engine of a new economy, nobody to be the consumer class for the products of such a new economy. So in the minds of our liberal officers, the emancipated serfs, free to move and to grow and to pursue their own lives, would become the core of a future Russian middle class, and thus freed from ancient bondage, would help propel the Russian economy into the modern age. Now all of this was then married to a belief that political liberalism was the great motivating spirit of the times, because they did not want to just liberate the serfs, they wanted to make everyone equal, and that meant abolishing not just serfdom, but aristocracy, to make the two Russias one Russia, free and equal in rights. So on the political front, this brings us to the other most important demand of the Decembrists, constitutional government, an end to the humiliation of absolutism where life was governed by the whims of an emperor, not the rights of free people who deserve dignity and respect. And if you remember from our episodes on 1848, that was one of the big political questions. Constitution, do you have one or not? In Russia, they did not. Now early on, there was no reason to doubt that a constitution would eventually arrive in Russia. Tsar Alexander's liberal sympathies were well known. He ruled the Finns as a constitutional monarch. He insisted that the defeated French get a constitution, or at least a charter of government. And after the Treaty of Vienna, he signed on to rule the new Kingdom of Poland as a constitutional monarch, so surely Russia itself would be next. But what will wind up driving the Decembrists more than anything else as the years went by was a sense of dashed hopes, unfulfilled expectations, and bitter disappointment that it did not go that way. It started to not go that way right away. As we've previously discussed, in September of 1815, Tsar Alexander led the other great powers of Europe into signing the Holy Alliance, wherein they agreed to rule Europe on the basis of justice, love, and peace, with Chancellor Metternich, who would soon enough have Tsar Alexander's ear, making sure that the opposite of justice, love, and peace was understood to be liberalism, secularism, and constitutions. But still, our young liberal officers came back to Russia in 1815 and 1816 full of hope and energy. Many of them joined Masonic lodges, where social equality and enlightened progress were the order of the day. But for a smaller group, Masonry was not enough. And in early 1816, 6 of these young comrades got together and founded something they dubbed the Union of Salvation, and later the Society of True and Faithful Sons of the Fatherland. Now, I am intentionally avoiding overwhelming you with a bunch of random names that you're just going to forget anyway, so let's not worry about the random list of names you're just going to forget anyway. Now, the concrete platform of these guys is a bit murky, but for sure, we know that they wanted constitutional government and the abolition of serfdom. That's what they believed they were organizing to achieve. Now, to keep their discussion secret, and to give this all an air of romance and mystery, they borrowed oaths and rituals and practices from the Freemasons, from the German League of Virtue, and from the Italian Carbonari. The Union of Salvation eventually grew to just over 30 members, with the most important recruit being a guy whose name I am going to give you, that is Pavel Piastel, who would prove to be one of the most radical and influential of the Decembrists. After kind of floundering around and not achieving much, they decided in 1818 to fold the Union of Salvation and rebrand themselves the Union of Welfare, or Union of Prosperity, depending on which translation you prefer. This new society was meant to be more out in the open, and it pretended to have no political agenda at all. It was just a club encouraging social improvement in 4 relatively innocuous spheres: philanthropy, education, justice, and economic progress. And plenty of the members who joined the Union of Welfare only ever heard about that outer program. But there was an inner, political program that still aimed to force through some kind of constitutional government, emancipate the serfs, and institute a bunch of political, economic, and social reforms. Among the inner members who did know the score, there were always arguments about whether a constitutional monarchy was good enough, or whether they were going to have to go the full republic. Were they going to be able to work with the Romanovs? Could they trust them? Or would the imperial family have to be liquidated? But as conspiratorial and secretive as they were, there was still a general sense among these guys that they were the future, that the Tsar was likely sympathetic to at least their more modest aims, and what they were really preparing themselves for was to be the future leaders of a reborn Russia. But around 1820, they started becoming very disillusioned. It had now been 5 years since they had all defeated Napoleon together, and things were not just stuck in the mud, they seemed to be going backwards. The Tsar's personal liberalism was nowhere evident, a constitution nowhere on the horizon. Then, when the liberal revolutions in Spain and Italy broke out, Tsar Alexander was firmly in Metternich's camp, saying, "We need to crush them, how can I help?" The Tsar was soon pledging 100,000 Russian troops to back up the Austrians in Italy. He offered to send 150,000 more tramping across Europe to suppress the Spanish liberals. And even when their Orthodox co-religionists in Greece rose up against their old enemy, the Ottoman Empire, the Tsar was persuaded by Metternich not to get involved. It was starting to feel like the Tsar was maybe not their secret friend, so much as a major obstacle in their way. This conservative turn started to be felt at home as well, and a reactionary grip seemed to be tightening around Russia. Universities fell under conservative control, students and professors were watched, censorship of journals and books increased. In the army, this growing reactionary attitude turned its attention on the elite Semyonovsky Regiment in 1820. Many of the leaders of the Union of Salvation and the successor Union of Welfare were in this regiment, and in addition to its reputation for bravery and valor, it was also known for embracing the alleged liberal spirit of the times. The government now viewed them with suspicion. So in 1820, the well-liked commander was replaced with a hard-nosed German who brought back draconian discipline and previously abolished corporal punishment. A company inside the regiment protested the new rules, and they were arrested as a group. So then the whole regiment protested, which led to even more arrests. Soon enough, the suspect officers of the regiment were dispersed to other garrisons, with many of the key actors in the coming Decembrist revolt winding up down south in Ukraine. After the Semyonovsky Regiment incident, the inner circle leaders of the Union of Welfare got together for a conference in Moscow in 1821 and voted to disband. But this was purely for show. In the increasingly reactionary climate, they wanted to first throw the government off their trail, and second, ditch all the members of the Union of Welfare they considered to be unreliable, either because they were suspected of being government spies or because they were not actually committed to the real program. But those who were actually committed to the real program regrouped into two camps that were soon dubbed the Southern Society and the Northern Society. And you will sometimes see them called the Southern Society of the Decembrists, but remember, the December part hasn't happened yet. They have no idea that in the future we are going to call them all the Decembrists. After this split, the two societies developed on parallel but still distinct tracks. The Southern Society was based in the Ukrainian garrison town of Tulchin, and as I said, some of the Semyonovsky officers wound up down there, and they were joined by Pavel Piastel, now the leading light of the whole operation. The men in the South tended to be more radical. They were avowedly Republican. They were more open to the idea of regicide as a necessity. Meanwhile, the Northern Society was based in St. Petersburg, and those guys were of a standard liberal noble variety. They were more into reform and insisting that constitutional monarchism was a necessity, that Russia wasn't ready for a republic, that they could work with the Tsar. They didn't have to just put a bullet in his brain. Now, I don't want to overstate this distinction between North and South, because every one of the Decembrists had their own version of the program. There were regicide-inclined Republicans in the North and cautious reformers in the South. But in general, there was this split. Radical Republicans in the Southern Society, moderate constitutional monarchists in the Northern Society. So the Northern and Southern Society stayed in touch and debated tactics and strategy and were trying to iron out their differences because they were starting to look at the summer of 1826 as a good time to make a move, do something. But then, in the late fall of 1825, they were hit, along with the rest of Russia, with the shocking news that Tsar Alexander was dead. Now, Alexander was by no means an old man. He was still in his late 40s. But his personality had gone a bit sour and peculiar of late. In the mid-1820s, he was more withdrawn. He was suspicious of things and people. He was turning inward towards his personal piety. He was maybe getting over the hassle of being Tsar. In the fall of 1825, his wife, the Empress Elizabeth, got very sick and needed to take a trip down south for her health, and Alexander resolved to join her. But after spending some time together on the Sea of Azov, Alexander headed for a solo tour of the Crimea and there became very sick with a sudden onset of typhus. After suffering for a number of days, Tsar Alexander I succumbed on November the 19th, 1825. He was not yet 50 years old and had been Tsar for 24 years. The sudden death of the relatively young Tsar gave birth to a persistent legend that he actually faked his own death and went off to become a pious hermit in Siberia named Fyodor Kuzmich, attempting to atone for the death of his father, which, according to this legend, he was racked with guilt over. Now that's of course crazy, but even crazier is what happened next for real. Alexander and Elizabeth had no legitimate children of their own. So, by the law of succession, Alexander's brother Constantine was next in line. Constantine, at that moment, was in Warsaw serving as viceroy of the Kingdom of Poland. But unbeknownst to practically everyone, Constantine had already renounced his right to succeed the throne. By 1823, there were letters signed by the Tsar sealed in cathedral vaults attesting to this, but very few people knew about it, and it's still an open question to this day, who knew what when. Alexander's sudden death left no time for a proper handling of this delicate pre-abdication by Constantine. And the trouble really started when the next oldest brother, Nicholas, who was in St. Petersburg and now meant to be Tsar, swore an oath to Emperor Constantine and had other officers and state ministers do the same. So this created 2 weeks of confusion as Constantine adamantly swore that he would not rule, and Nicholas saying everybody's sworn an oath and I'm not going to take power unless I get assurances I won't be stabbed in the back because somebody thinks I'm trying to usurp the throne. This 2-week interregnum is absolutely run through with factional maneuvering and hidden motives at court, but the upshot is that we have these two possible heirs, neither of whom seem to want to be Tsar, and both of them are trying to swear an oath of allegiance to the other. In the midst of this confused interregnum, the members of the Northern Society, who were all high-ranking officers of the Guard and very well informed about what was going on, decided, this is it. We may not be totally ready, but this is our chance. We have to take our shot. When word went round that Nicholas had finally decided to step up to the plate and he had resolved to get everyone to swear a new oath to him on December the 14th, our guys decided they needed to step up to the plate too. One of the leaders, a poet, publisher, and former soldier named Kondraty Reliev, did not think they had much of a chance, but he was fired up by the idea of romantic martyrdom, that in their heroic deaths they would inspire future generations. He wrote, "An upheaval is essential. The tactics of revolution may be summed up in 2 words: to dare. If we come to grief, our failure will serve as a lesson to those who come after us." And so it would. On December the 14th, 1825, the as of this moment rebel officers led 3,000 men out into Senate Square in St. Petersburg. The stated reason was a refusal to swear the new oath to Nicholas. But the deeper aim was to use this moment of political confusion to force the state to accept constitutional government, legal equality, and in time, the abolition of serfdom. Dreams they had dreamed for the last 10 years. But this was an aborted revolt from the get-go. The officers had elected a stalwart and dependable comrade named Prince Trubetskoy to be their leader. He had been around since the founding of the Union of Salvation all the way back in 1816. But Trubetskoy straight up chickened out. He lost his nerve and didn't show up. So the rebels out in Senate Square were a bit rudderless. Then the other army regiments that they expected to follow in their daring lead just never showed up. So, as it turned out, the 3,000 rebels in Senate Square were not the crest of a swelling wave, so much as an isolated puddle standing cold and alone and quickly freezing into ice. Soon enough, 9,000 loyal troops lined up against them, but neither side took any action. Then as the day progressed, civilians crammed in to get a look at what was going on, as civilians so often do. And all that was going on so far was some chants of Constantine and Constitution from the rebel ranks. Around noon, the new Emperor Nicholas, now ready to be emperor, personally came down to try to work things out peacefully. And he sent out the well-liked General Miloradovich out to address the rebels and convince them to lay down their arms. But in the midst of his speech, one of the more radical Decembrist officers shot him dead, which changed the mood quite a bit. The Tsar ordered a cavalry charge to clear the square, but the horses slipped in the icy cobblestone and they had to retreat in disarray. Then around 4 p.m., with the last sunlight already disappearing, the Tsar, frustrated, ordered artillery to fire grapeshot. Firing grapeshot into the packed square scattered the rebels, but it also killed a lot of soldiers and civilians pretty indiscriminately. Some of the soldiers and officers regrouped on the frozen Neva River, but further artillery bombarded the river, breaking the ice, killing a few men instantly and drowning the rest. By nightfall, it was all over. Somewhere around 1,200 people, civilians and soldiers, lay dead. The Decembrists of the Northern Society had taken their shot, and they had missed. But wait, you say, there is still a Southern Society, right? And indeed, there is, but it's not going to go much better for them. Pavel Piestel had been arrested as a precautionary measure on December the 13th, and then it took almost 2 weeks for the men in the South to even learn about events in St. Petersburg. This news came in the midst of a flurry of arrest warrants, and so everyone realized their days as secret conspirators was over. It was now either insurrection or bust. On December the 29th, they were able to turn out about 1,000 men, but they never got any bigger than that. And the next few days played out a lot like Hecker's uprising played out in southern Germany in 1848, if you remember all that. The southern Decembrists were cut off from any other support, and with the authorities moving in fast, the southern rebels hesitated, then marched this way and then that way, and after a few days had little to show for all this but increasing demoralization and a bunch of desertions. On January the 3rd, 1826, they ran into a patrol loyal to the government who happened to have some artillery, and after a few artillery blasts, the rebel Decembrists were scattered. They were wounded, or they lay dead. In short order, 869 rebels surrendered, and a few scattered suicide added to the death toll. And that was the end, the real end, the final end, of the Decembrist revolt. Once order was restored, Tsar Nicholas convened an inquiry to get to the bottom of all this. Arrests and interrogations led to more arrests and more interrogations. Papers were seized and studied. They cast a wide net, bringing in intellectuals and sympathetic friends who themselves had nothing to do with the actual attempted military coup of December 1825, including the great Russian poet Pushkin, who had contact with, and whose work was enthusiastically read by, many of the conspirators. But this was not necessarily kangaroo court justice and then just mass indiscriminate executions. Evidence and testimony were heard. Degrees of complicity were established. The common soldiers who were involved in all this were either sent off to fight in the Caucasus or they were exiled to Siberia, depending on the enthusiasm with which they had participated in the insurrection. Many of them were flogged, some of them flogged to death. Of the officers, 121 men were finally tried and convicted. Of those, 85 were sentenced to exile and hard labor in Siberia. 36 were sentenced to death. But the new emperor, wanting to start his reign with some clemency, commuted almost all the death sentences to hard labor and exile in Siberia, and ordered the actual hanging of only 5 men, including the aforementioned Pavel Piestel and Kondratij Reliev. And here even Reliev's romantic death wish was on full display, and he begged to be the only man to die for the cause, a noble romantic martyr. But the Tsar did not take him up on the offer. When the 5 men were hanged on July the 13th, 1826, the first time they were dropped through the scaffold, 3 of the ropes broke, and Reliev allegedly barked, "Unhappy country, where they don't even know how to hang you." He was properly hanged just a few minutes later. Everyone else was then shipped off to Siberia, and official discussion of the revolt of December 1825 ceased. The Decembrists soon turned into half-forgotten legends. As I said at the beginning of the show, in terms of wider European history, the Russian Decembrists fit right into the mix of the liberal revolutionaries in Spain and Portugal, Italy, and Greece. They all represent a certain spirit of the times, and any discussion of this epoch must include the Decembrists. In terms of specifically Russian history, they act as a bridge between the two types of rebellion that Russian history is already well acquainted with: the palace coup on the one hand and the peasant revolt on the other. The Decembrists married the goals of a peasant revolt with the methods of a military palace coup. They absolutely wanted more than to just place their man on the throne, but they also never dreamed of inviting the people to join them. So it was somehow neither a palace coup nor a peasant revolt, but it was also both. And then finally, in terms of our purpose here of trying to explain the Russian revolutions of 1917 and before that 1905, well, those guys knew all about what happened with the Decembrists, despite official suppression of information. And those guys had their theory about why the Decembrists had failed, about how maybe the Decembrists had erred in trying to lead a people's revolution without inviting the people to join them. So we will pick up the story next time and finish our survey of Russian history with the imperial regime trying to figure out how to square the two Russias without inviting a revolution, especially given the Great Revolution of 1848, which swept right up to their doorstep and which the imperial regime helped decisively crush. But we will tell that story in 2 weeks, because even though I accidentally just took an unscheduled week off, my scheduled week off is still coming up. I'm flying back to France from the United States in a few days. So when we come back, we will catch up Russian history to the point where Marx and Engels and Bakunin and the rest of that first generation of hardcore social revolutionaries are running around. And we'll get our first glimpse of what the Tsars will try to do to forever and ever, at least for one more day, keep them at bay. Episode 10.13, Orthodoxy, Autocracy, Nationality. Before we get started this week, I want to remind you, or maybe you just haven't heard yet, but I will be at the Sound Education Conference at Harvard, which runs from October the 9th to the 12th, so that takes place just about a month from now. If you produce an educational podcast or want to start an educational podcast or just like educational podcasts and you want to come hang out with us, it's going to be a great deal of fun with tons of sessions and talks and get-togethers. I will be doing my talk, What is the Point of All This?, as well as doing a joint session with the great Robin Pearson, who picked up the standard I dropped when I finished the history of Rome, and he kept going with the history of Byzantium. Registration is open, and you can check it out at soundeducation.fm, and I will also put a link in the show notes, and I hope to see you all there. Now, last time we finally did our long overdue episode about the failed Decembrist revolt of 1825, a supremely abortive attempt to secure constitutional government and freedom for the serfs that went about as badly as an abortive attempt to secure constitutional government and freedom for the serfs could have gone. This week we will continue to cover events that dovetail with material we covered in Series 6 on the July Revolution, and then move on through to events that would fit alongside Series 7 on the revolutions of 1848. Revolutions which of course convulsed so much of Western and Central Europe, but did not convulse Russia. Instead, Russia would emerge as something of the gendarme of Europe, helping the Austrians smash the last redoubts of Hungarian national independence in the summer of 1849. So the failure of the Decembrists meant that the new emperor of Russia was now 29-year-old Nicholas I. Although Nicholas was technically the younger brother of the now deceased Alexander, he was of a different generation. I mean, he was practically young enough to have been Alexander's son. Nicholas was born in 1796 when their grandmother Catherine was about to keel over dead, and Alexander was already 19 years old. So unlike Alexander, who was raised in a broadly Enlightenment, intellectual and cultural milieu, Nicholas came of age in a very different time, in a time marked not by philosophy and rational progress, but by war and the titanic struggle against Napoleon. Nicholas was inducted into the army early and was completely stamped by military life. His formative years were spent in the great patriotic wars against the French. He was not yet 16 years old when Napoleon invaded Russia, not yet 20 for the Battle of Waterloo. With the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Nicholas prepared to settle into a permanent career in the army, and there was almost no thought given to the unlikely chance that he might be emperor himself one day. Tsar Alexander was still young, and after him would come Constantine, and both would surely have sons who would push Nicholas even further back in the line of succession. Accounts differ about what exactly Nicholas knew about his older brother Constantine's plan to pre-abdicate the throne. By some accounts, Nicholas was completely blindsided in 1825. Others say that he knew everything. Others that he knew some of the story, but maybe not all of the story. But his actions in 1825 certainly hint at a young man who seemed very confused and caught off guard by the shocking news of Alexander's death. And he certainly contributed mightily to the situation when he swore his oath to Constantine, rather than saying, "Right, I now am the emperor." But we covered all that last time. So now it's January 1826, and Nicholas, 29 years old, is secure on the throne. So what kind of emperor is he going to be? Well, he was hardly prepared for the job in experience or training, which isn't his fault. No one had prepared him to rule. He had not prepared himself to rule. It seemed like such a remote possibility. So he followed the path he knew best, and he resolved to do his duty as a soldier. And not to exaggerate things, but that's about as far as he got. As I said, Nicholas was absolutely stamped by a military way of thinking. He was not much impressed with civilian politicians or ministers or bureaucrats. He did not trust his independent and possibly seditious nobility. He would run his government not through normal ministerial channels, but through a personal chancellery composed almost entirely of high-ranking military officers. And as the years went by, all future appointments at nearly every administrative bureau or department inside the normal ministerial channels went to a military officer, even if they weren't qualified or knew anything about the department they were supposed to be running. Nicholas believed that military men were simply better able to make decisions quicker and more efficiently. He in fact tended to believe that the army was the perfect model for a well-run society. It emphasized service, duty, obedience, rational order, and a unified single purpose. These were virtues that Nicholas believed in. And at the top of any such society must be the commander-in-chief, the Tsar, the emperor. His job was to be strong and decisive. Nicholas was not plagued by the intellectual vacillations of Alexander, which took him this way and then that. And no description of Nicholas is complete without words like iron will and unbending resolve. He never doubted that his role as God's chosen emperor was to be the stern and protective father of his children. The other thing that marked Nicholas besides the military was the Decembrist revolt that opened his reign, that had tried to prevent his reign. Even as the years and then decades passed, the memory of that revolt still haunted his imagination. Nicholas knew that there had to be more dissenters and seditious freethinkers lurking around out there. So to combat this ever-present menace to good order, and his life, in 1826 Nicholas created what was dubbed the Third Section of the Chancellery. The Third Section was a political secret police, and the forerunner to the even more infamous Okhrana, which I promise you we will be talking a lot more about. This special third section was answerable directly to the Tsar and run by the trusted Alexander von Benkendorf from 1826 until his death in 1844. The job of the third section was to know whatever the regime needed to know in order to nip treason in the bud. And treason could come from anywhere. Obviously secret political societies like the Decembrists, but also heretical religious sects, students and professors at the universities, ambitious nobles, corrupt bureaucrats, all the way down to servants and staff and peasants. The third section was never that big, starting with a small staff of just 16 permanent agents and about 300 gendarme officers at their disposal. But their psychological reach was immense. It was well known now that the walls had ears. Informers were everywhere, that the person sitting next to you might be a spy. Loose talk around the proverbial water cooler might get back to agents of the dreaded third section, and the next thing you know, it's a midnight arrest and a one-way ticket to Siberia. Basically, the creation of the third section in 1826 meant that the Russian Empire became infused with a vague, omnipresent paranoia. But the reputation of the third section was always greater than its real size or its record. In the mid-1830s, they had about 1,600 individuals under regular surveillance, but mostly among the nobility and high-level bureaucrats. They never had the resources to penetrate much deeper than that. So when the revolutionaries started coming out of the lower classes, the third section would prove to be mostly deaf and blind. While the third section grappled with domestic enemies, Nicholas's beloved army grappled with Russia's foreign enemies, and right out of the gates they faced about 5 years of continuous fighting down on the southern border. First, the Persians launched an attempt in 1826 to avenge their losses in the Caucasus, starting a war which lasted until 1828, and which resulted only in the Russians solidifying their position and securing permanent hold on Georgia and Armenia. Then there was the problem of the Ottoman Empire, and what is called in Western histories of 19th century international diplomacy the Eastern Question, but for the Russians it was a Southern question. Basically, what to do with the increasingly dysfunctional and faltering Ottoman apparatus. Russia was under pressure from Christians in the Balkans and in Greece to help them throw off the Turkish yoke. But since the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Russian policy had been to keep the Ottomans weak but intact, and fighting a war with them might hasten their collapse. This would allow the British or the French to advance their own Mediterranean ambitions, which was a far worse proposition than dealing with the Ottomans. So, under Alexander, the Russians had held off, for example, getting tangled up in the War of Greek Independence. But now things changed. Nicholas signed a protocol with the British where they pledged to mediate an end to the conflict and secure Greek autonomy. The Ottomans rejected this. So in 1827, when a new Turkish fleet sailed for Greece, Russia's navy joined with an allied fleet that successfully sent that Turkish fleet to the bottom of the sea. This act enraged the Ottomans, who declared war on Russia in 1828, leading the Russians to march south through the Balkans and practically to the gates of Istanbul. But the point here, again, was to maintain a weak but intact Ottoman Empire, not like conquer them and annex their domains. And so a treaty in 1833 helped maintain the basic status quo, though Greece now secured its independence, and Russia claimed additional territory around the Danube and rights to a sort of protectorate around Moldavia and Wallachia. Of greater personal concern to Nicholas through these years, though, was the return of revolution to France. Because in July of 1830, that's right, the barricades went up and the Bourbons came down. Again. A true believer in conservative royalist legitimacy, Nicholas was shocked to discover that Louis Philippe, the Duc d'Orléans, had consented to be the benefactor of rabble rising up and tossing out a rightful king. This was especially shocking because Nicholas and Louis Philippe had been personal friends. Nicholas had stayed with the Orléans family in Paris in 1815, and he took the accession of now King Louis Philippe as a personal betrayal. When events in France then threatened to spread east, first into Belgium and then later that summer creeping into Poland, Nicholas's emissaries told the other crown heads of Europe, "We stand at the ready to assist you." But the New July monarchy supported the Belgians breaking away, and the Prussians and British didn't want to make a huge issue out of it, and so they didn't. We covered all of this in episode 6.8b, by the way. But then the 1830 movements hit the Kingdom of Poland over the winter, which was that constitutional monarchy set up by the Treaty of Vienna, and where Nicholas now reigned as the King of Poland. Now, he had never liked the constitutional scheme and had been working steadily since he became King of Poland to erode the liberties and rights of his Polish subjects. This was increasingly intolerable, and so partly inspired by events in Paris, the Poles went into revolt in January 1831. The Tsar needed no permission or allies to act in his own domains. The Russian army stormed in, crushed the uprising, and more or less abolished the constitution and converted those Polish lands into little more than a mere province of the Russian Empire. But though he was a military autocrat with a fairly unimaginative belief in traditional legitimacy, Nicholas was not totally insensible to the fact that he was living in a world very different from his medieval forebears, and educated Russians might need something more than "obey your father" if revolution was going to be avoided in the future. So Nicholas was open to listening to his enlightened and worldly Minister of Education, Sergei Uvarov. In 1833, Uvarov sent a circular memo to staff of the Education Ministry, outlining the principles that should guide the further development of the state education system. And here he introduced a triad that became official imperial ideology basically until 1917. Orthodoxy, autocracy, nationality, or what is called the policy of official nationality. To take them in order, orthodoxy means the Orthodox Church, which had, going all the way back to the princes of Moscow, been politically subservient to the monarchy and mostly there to prop up the ruler. That was their political role. This new official policy of orthodoxy, though, was meant further to roll back a lot of the innovations that had been introduced into the church during the reigns of Peter and then Catherine. They wanted to take Orthodox Christianity back to its traditional roots, beliefs, and practices, untainted by Western ideas. The second part of the triad was the most important: autocracy. The emperor was the Tsar, the father of his children. They obeyed him, and he protected them. That was the relationship. This relationship was consecrated by God and could have no intermediary go-between like a constitution. Then finally, there is nationality, which is a little bit trickier. This is not the same as the nationalism we've been talking about in other series in the show. This is about firmly rooting orthodoxy and autocracy in its Russian character, history, and traditions, rather than, say, whatever Catherine had been up to while she stayed up late reading Montesquieu. Official nationality also tended to exalt an idealized Russian peasant as the simple, good, and loyal foundation of society, and in fact part of the educational policy of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality was to not educate the peasants in order to keep them pure and unspoiled by the atheistic and egotistical heresies coming out of the West. This official nationality was not in itself a threat to the Tsar, as nationalism was about to become a threat to the dynastic rulers in Germany and Italy and Hungary, because the Tsar became the living embodiment of the nation. It was instead a kind of way to capture that nascent national spirit and redirect it not down towards the people, but up towards the Tsar. Official nationality also recognized the special role of the Russians as the founder of the now multi-ethnic Russian Empire. So Russian language and culture and character would naturally dominate, even if ethnic minority groups would all enjoy equal civil rights, except for the 2.5 million Jews. Of course, it's always except for the Jews. So orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality became the ruling ideology for the rest of the century. This also comes around as one Tsar, one church, one language, faith, Tsar, and fatherland. And it sought to place the Tsar, the emperor, at the top and center of Russian life. And deviations from this could lead to a knock on the door from the third section. But despite all this creeping conservative repression and the spread of orthodoxy, autocracy, nationality, fresh new ideas couldn't be stamped out entirely. And while overt politics became increasingly off-limits if you had any kind of sense of self-preservation, there were other outlets, for example, literature and philosophy. And this is the era when German philosophy, for example, really starts getting gobbled up by the students of Moscow. One group especially gathered around a young poet-philosopher named Nikolai Stankiewicz in the early 1830s, and among other things, the Stankiewicz circle started studying and discussing Kant and Schiller, Fichte, and Hegel. Now, they were under third section surveillance practically the whole time, but they kept their activities strictly intellectual. Stankiewicz himself tragically died of tuberculosis in 1840 at the age of just 26, but the circle he founded had a long-lasting impact. Young Alexander Gyurtsin and Mikhail Bakunin were in that mix by the mid-1830s, but by then this small cadre of Russian intellectuals were already drifting into two competing camps, the Westernizers and the Slavophiles. The debates between the Westernizers and the Slavophiles, which would define this generation of Russian intellectual life, recapitulated in modern language the debates that had been going on since Peter the Great. Basically, should Russia's future be defined by looking outward towards Europe or inward towards itself? As their name suggests, the Westernizers were the heirs of Peter and Catherine and the Decembrists. They continued to hammer the theme that Russia was backward, Russia was behind. They ridiculed the ignorant superstitions of the Orthodox Church. They chafed under the tyrannical paternalism of the emperor. Russia needed to fully embrace reason, science, liberal politics, and economic progress in order to keep pace with their neighbors in the West. The leading light of the Westernizers in the 1830s and 1840s was a guy named Vissarion Belyansky, and he spread his message from his place as the preeminent Russian literary critic of the day. Going all in on Hegel, Belyansky believed that Hegel's conclusion that existence was attempting to resolve towards a great idea, and that idea was freedom, and that freedom had already arrived in the West, Belyansky concluded that Russia must be on a similar track. They were just further back, and they needed to catch up. Progress had to be made. It was almost a cosmic imperative. Now, on the other side was a group who thought this whole Westernizer obsession was an exercise in unnecessary self-loathing. And these guys were the Slavophiles. Russia was not European. Russia should not try to be European. Sitting astride Europe in the West and Asia in the East, Russia was its own unique and great thing. And if they wanted progress, if such a thing was even desirable, they needed to build from their own history and traditions. And in this, at least, they fit in with official nationality. They had nothing but criticism for the West. Western Christianity was terrible. Protestantism was greedy and egotistical. Catholicism was greedy and power-hungry. Neither was concerned with true religion or the soul. As for these so-called progressive ideas that had come out of the West, look at what they had wrought. Nothing but revolution, war, and chaos. One day people start reading Voltaire and Diderot in Paris, and the next thing you know, Moscow is burning to the ground. And what really chafed them was the sheer egotism of Europe, its obsessive, narcissistic focus on the individual. The Slavophiles believed that the greatness of Russian and Slavic culture was the emphasis on communal society, and they themselves emphasized this concept of sobornost, a spiritual community of many people living together jointly. That when people got together, they should not rush to identify what traits make them different from each other, but what traits they share in common. That was the basis of a real, harmonious, and healthy community, rather than the destructive conflict of all against all that, yes, may churn out a few more linen shirts, but does nothing for the spiritual well-being of a society. Many of the Slavophiles were romantic conservatives, but they were not slavishly into despotism or anything. Many of them wanted some kind of representative assembly. They just wanted it rooted in ancient Russian tradition, not like Montesquieu in the Houses of Parliament. Now, I'm not going to render judgment on this debate. Most sides make pretty good points. But if you look at the technological capacity of the Russian Empire during this period, one must conclude that something was happening in the West that was not happening in the East. This was a material fact, whatever one's moral and philosophical conditions. The UK was well on its way towards an industrial society fueled by coal and transported by railroad. So were the Netherlands and Belgium and the Rhineland. France would soon follow. Something was happening that you could not just wave away and say, that's not for us. And even Nicholas did not want to wave it all away. He commissioned the first 16 miles of railroad track connecting downtown St. Petersburg to the suburbs, and that was finished in 1837. Then, the emperor took a personal interest in building the rail line that would link St. Petersburg to Moscow, and he overcame conservative resistance to complete the project between 1842 and 1851. But in an empire that was literally millions of square miles, by the end of Nicholas's reign, only hundreds of miles of railroad track existed. And we are now heading into that chapter of the World Civ textbook where economic capacity is practically synonymous with number of miles of railroad track. In this, Russia objectively lagged behind. In terms of manufacturing, there was some move towards using serf workers and managers to start some kind of industrial production, but this was all very small and starting fitfully, and it was still inhibited by both a lack of investment capital and a workforce that was legally unable to leave their homes. The problem of serfdom was ever present. And Nicholas himself personally disliked serfdom, and he would have abolished it by fiat if he thought he could, but he was convinced that it would lead to one of the two types of rebellion that Russian history was so familiar with, the peasant revolt and the palace coup. If not managed right, emancipation could get out of hand and lead to a peasant uprising like Pugachev's rebellion, or angry nobles would be pissed that they had just lost all their serfs and they would engineer the overthrow of Nicholas. It had happened to his father, it had happened to his grandfather. And so he left the serfs in their bondage, and the Russian economy stagnated. This brings us to within shouting distance of 1848. Like Western and Central Europe, Russia was not doing so hot in the mid-1840s, though the symptoms were not exactly the same. The Russians were dealing with a cholera outbreak and unseasonably dry weather that caused fires and bad harvests, but they were a geographic and economic step removed from the sharp economic downturn of the Hungry 40s. They were not so dependent on the potato to feed themselves, and they were not so shaken by the problem of urban unemployment when the business recession hit. As for their literate and potentially revolutionary intellectual liberals, those guys were entirely nascent and not at all primed for a revolution. When the shocking news of the February Revolution in Paris reached St. Petersburg, the Tsar wasted no time. And if you remember from our episode on the specter of the French Revolution, Nicholas was among those for whom a new French Republic could only mean one thing: war in Europe. He immediately ordered full mobilization of the army and navy, and he now envisioned himself repeating the great deeds of his brother from 1812 to 1815, and he sent word to Vienna and Berlin and London: we must move quickly to surround and isolate revolutionary France. But then more shocking news came in. London was going to go along with the Second Republic, and they would provide no money for a new anti-French coalition. Then more shocking news. Vienna was captured by barricade-building radicals. In Berlin, the King of Prussia crawled away on his belly and promised a constitution. Budapest was falling into the hands of student nationalists. Nicholas couldn't believe it. Instead of surrounding and isolating France with the powers of legitimate autocracy, Russia was the one now surrounded and isolated by revolutionary liberalism. They were now practically the last bastion of legitimate autocracy. The Tsar then personally composed and circulated a manifesto declaring Russia's intention to fight all of this to the death. Internally, there was much less immediate threat in St. Petersburg and Moscow that they would go the way of Vienna and Berlin and Paris, though the third section was working overtime. Censorship kept almost all news out of the West, away from casual eyes, and those who did know what was happening were afraid of making any sudden moves. Certainly there was no organized group to prepare a revolution against the Tsar, and so it did not happen. The closest thing the third section found to a revolutionary society was a literary group organized around Mikhail Petrashevsky. Most of these guys were younger and lower born than previous freethinkers and intellectual dissidents of the Stankiewicz circle. But they had been subversively reading the latest in political and economic thought, and when they discovered Charles Fourier, they were like, right, I guess what we're called is socialists. Among them was a young writer of some promise named Fyodor Dostoevsky. The third section planted spies among the Petrashevsky group, and though there was some loose talk of fomenting some kind of rebellion, in the end they were mostly busted for simply reading material that had been banned by the censors. In April 1849 they were all rounded up and subjected to months of interrogation and then military trials. 40 men were eventually sentenced to death, but this death sentence was calculated trauma. After being taken to the place of execution and lined up as if they were going to be shot, the Tsar delivered a last-minute stay of execution. The death sentences were planned and the execution staged to traumatize the men and get them in the mood for a little love for the Tsar to spring forth from their grateful hearts. Dostoevsky was among this 40, and he spent the next 4 years in exile. Now out in Western and Central Europe, we know how the revolutions of 1848 progressed, with the springtime of the peoples giving way to a summer of feverish confusion, followed by the darkening autumn of reaction. And despite Nicholas's bellicose hostility to the revolutions, Russia itself did not attempt to force its will upon the other great powers, and it was suspected in some corners of the Kremlin that the Russian army was actually in no shape to force its will upon the other great powers. So Nicholas mostly watched from the sideline with approval as Prague and Berlin and Vienna and Milan slowly came back under the hands of their rightful rulers. But if you remember from the very end of Series 7, episodes 7.31 and 7.32, the Kingdom of Hungary, what some were now calling the Republic of Hungary, remained a revolutionary inferno of nationalism and liberalism, and it was here that Russia could finally play a role. After the abdication of Emperor Ferdinand and the ascension of a new teenage Austrian Emperor, Franz Joseph, in December of 1848, the new Austrian emperor secretly traveled to Warsaw for a personal meeting with Tsar Nicholas in May of 1849, where he frankly admitted in person what had been discussed in correspondence between the two powers. Austria could not reconquer Hungary alone. They needed Russian help. Now, Russia had already been sucked into the conflict on the eastern edges of Hungary, but now they poured in by the hundreds of thousands, and that last pocket of revolutionary lava that had poured east from the initial eruption in Paris the year before finally hit a wall that was the Russian army. Within weeks, the job was finished, and Tsar Nicholas could take satisfying credit for helping end the Great Revolutionary Menace. And so that menace had been held off for at least one more day. But Karl Marx and Mikhail Bakunin and the future leaders of the First International are now out there. They were dealt a depressing setback, but they would never admit a final defeat. And next week, Russia will grapple with the aftermath of 1848, and even more importantly, the aftermath of the disastrous Crimean War, which exposed the technological backwardness of the so recently triumphant Russian army. There would be no holding back the modern world. It was coming, whether the leaders of the Russian Empire wanted it to or not, and they were going to have to deal with it. And one massive issue that had been put off for so long, now finally had to be dealt with. The serfs were going to have to be freed. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.14, The Tsar Liberator. On a very superficial level, the Russian Empire got through the period between the Decembrist revolt of 1825 and the revolutions of 1848 in pretty good shape. The long reign of Nicholas I had been bookended by the easy smothering of liberal revolutionary aspirations, and in the case of 1848, this was accompanied by a rousing display of Russia's final boss-style military might in Hungary. So one might be tempted to think this was proof that the imperial regime was strong both at home and abroad. Except, if you scratch the surface even a little bit, you found the Russian Empire was its own Potemkin village. Politically, the appointment of military officers to run ministries they didn't really understand led first to inefficiency and incompetence, then outright graft and corruption, because even with the third section running around out there, follow-through on directives and oversight of lower officials could be appallingly bad, a fact taken advantage of at nearly every level of government. Economically, Russia was not following the industrialization path being blazed in the West, and they were falling further behind by the day. Most of all, the Russian Empire was hampered by the archaic institution of serfdom, which defined the social, economic, and legal slavery of something like a third of the population. This is what you would get a glimpse of if you scratched the surface of the Russian Empire around 1850. Now, what if you took a scrub brush and really went to town? Well, you would get to see the whole thing laid bare. And we call that scrub brush the Crimean War. We touched on the Crimean War at the beginning of Series 8, because it was now Emperor Napoleon III's first big foray into international affairs after declaring himself Emperor Napoleon III. The proximate causes and blow-by-blow of the Crimean War are not important for us here today. What is important is the consequences for Russia, because the Crimean War was a complete disaster and a humiliating defeat. The war itself began in 1853 and saw Britain and France supporting the Ottoman Empire against Russia, making this the first full-blown great power conflict since the Treaty of Vienna. And though the Russian soldiers themselves fought valiantly and the siege of Sevastopol was endured with a kind of grim courage, the Crimean War signaled the arrival of modern industrial warfare to Europe, and Russia found itself fatally unprepared to fight in this new world. As it turns out, its military, government, economy, all were in an appalling state. When the Russian Empire came into direct conflict with the military and economic strength of Britain and France, a systemic, stagnant rot was revealed. The scrub brush of the Crimean War exposed it for all to see. The failure of the Russian army in the Crimean War was especially ironic given Tsar Nicholas's own presentation of himself and his empire as essentially a military dictatorship. The army and navy occupied pride of place in the budget. The peacetime army was somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million men. Military officers were so trusted they ran the civilian government too. Nicholas insisted on smartly dressed, well-drilled, and firmly disciplined regiments that were ready to show off their spit-polished sharpness in parades and demonstrations. But the army was a microcosm of the general problems of the empire. Yes, its budget was massive, but it was bloated. The officer corps had settled into lethargic corruption. They were skimming off the top, cooking the books, pocketing pay. There was graft and corruption on the supply chain, providing the food and clothes and boots and weapons for the soldiers. Expenditures were bled from a million little pinpricks. Meanwhile, the common soldiers were all unhappy conscripts serving 25-year hitches, often suffering the consequences of being badly supplied by corrupt agents. And then, when they finally got into a real fight with real great powers, they lacked for everything. Their weapons were outdated, there were no railroads to speak of, the high command was stuck in the past strategically, the field officers were stuck in the past tactically. Their parade drills counted for nothing when the shooting started. Tsar Nicholas lived just long enough to see his beloved army collapse under the weight of 25 years of corrupt stagnation. He died in February 1855, just before the final surrender in the Crimean War came, refusing treatment for what turned out to be fatal pneumonia. One can only guess why he refused treatment. This left the Russian Empire to his 36-year-old son Alexander, who now assumed the imperial throne as Emperor Alexander II. Alexander was born in 1818, after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, so unlike his father, he was not forged in the furnace of desperate life-and-death military campaigns. He grew up in a time of peace. Alexander was also 7 years old when his father became Tsar, and he himself became heir to the throne. So again, unlike his father, Alexander was raised with the understanding that his education and life experience must be directed towards preparing him to one day assume command of the empire. This left him in a better position, I think, to evaluate the empire he was inheriting, to have already thought a lot about what he was going to do when he inherited the throne, the kinds of changes he would make, the kind of ruler he would like to be, the kind of ruler the empire needed him to be. The fact that he became emperor just as Russia was enduring a humiliation at the hands of Britain and France only confirmed ideas that were floating around in his head. Russia needed to grapple with reality. At this moment, Russia was on the brink of not being a great power. So for the sake of national honor, the well-being of its people, the strength of the empire, and the legitimacy of the Romanov dynasty, Russia was going to have to be dragged out of the past and into the present. Otherwise, there would be no future. So Alexander came to power prepared to implement the largest and most consequential set of social and political reforms Russia had seen since Peter the Great. And one could argue that these reforms would be even more consequential because they would impact more than just the elite of that first Russia we talked about when we discussed the Decembrists. It would affect that other mass that was the other Russia, the majority of Russia. Alexander was going to do what no Tsar before him had dared to do. He was going to free the serfs. As we noted in episode 10.9, serfdom had taken final, permanent legal root in Russia by the end of the 1500s, and since that day, reform-minded ministers and intellectuals had pondered how to liberate them. Generation after generation concluded it was too difficult, too complicated, too dangerous. Serfdom is terrible, it's frankly an embarrassment, but now is not the right time. Most recently, Alexander I had considered emancipating the serfs early in his reign, but then dropped it. Nicholas I was personally opposed to serfdom, but also judged emancipation to be too dangerous a shock to the imperial order. For the enlightened leadership of the empire, serfdom was one of those classic conundrums. You have a problem, you know what the solution is, but you are frankly more afraid of the solution than you are of the problem. The fear in this case was that emancipation would precipitate one of the two great types of rebellion Russian history is so familiar with, the palace coup and the peasant revolt. In these manifested fears, the palace coup would be led by reactionary nobles who did not want to lose their property. The peasant revolt would be led by wild mobs drunk on heretofore unknown liberty. But Alexander II now proposed that the problem was indeed scarier than any proposed solution, that unless Russia freed itself from these medieval shackles, they could no longer compete economically and politically and militarily with the West. And perhaps even scarier, emancipation was going to come eventually. It was inevitable. And the threat of revolution caused by freeing the serfs was nothing compared to the threat of revolution by not freeing the serfs. So in March of 1856, Alexander addressed the nobility in Moscow and told them, "We have to do it." He said, "My intention is to abolish serfdom. You can yourself understand that the present order of owning souls cannot remain unchanged. It is better to abolish serfdom from above than to wait for that time when it starts to abolish itself from below." This announcement understandably caused an uproar amongst the nobility. But for the moment, all Alexander was saying is, "This is what I want to do, this is what we're going to do, now let's figure out how to do it." So in January of 1857, Alexander created a committee staffed by reformist ministers to study the question. Emancipation had the Tsar's personal blessing, but there was still a lot of conservative interference out there, so at the beginning, these deliberations commenced in secret behind closed doors. But freeing the serfs could not be done entirely in secret behind closed doors. Opinion was going to have to be solicited, and so at the end of 1857, a memo went out to provincial governors asking them to make suggestions how to best implement emancipation in their own districts. The memo to the provincial governors was published out in the open, so educated members of the community debated the idea amongst themselves. And the government truly wanted to hear educated opinion on this matter, and so censorship was loosened up a bit to facilitate something resembling a public debate that would forge a national consensus about how to enact this great, but no doubt highly disruptive, reform. So what we're looking at here is an empire between 60 and 70 million people, with maybe 100,000 of those owning pretty much all the land, and owning about a third of all the people. There were 23 million privately owned serfs. Now, unlike forms of ancient slavery and modern Western chattel slavery, where you take people from their homes and relocate them somewhere else, serfdom was a legal status that had fallen upon the population of Russian peasants who themselves had not moved. So the basic social and economic relations of production at the village level remained essentially unchanged, and those relations had a uniquely Russian character. For example, the village, called the mir, was not a collection of individuals who owned individual property. The village controlled property collectively, and they doled it out to be worked in strips to the families of the village. And this didn't change with the arrival of serfdom. Now, of course, the landed gentry, the nobles, now owned the land, you just worked it, but the village was still the one doling out who worked what specific strip. What changed was everyone's legal status. You could not leave your home without the Lord's permission. You couldn't get married without the Lord's permission. You were obligated to provide all kinds of service for the Lord. You were no longer a free person. You were a number in a ledger book of the Lord's personally owned property to be bought and sold along with the land upon which you lived. But the day-to-day rhythms of village life remained pretty much the same. So if the emperor has just said we're going to abolish serfdom, what is that going to look like in practice? Are we just going to change the legal status of the people, but leave the land itself still owned by the nobility? Or when we free the serfs, do we also need to give them some land to legally own and work for themselves? Otherwise, they might just become sharecroppers or day laborers, and you've hardly done anything for them at all. And if you do emancipate the serfs with land, how much land do they get? Who does the land go to? Are we going to keep the ancient form of collective ownership to have the village now own land as a whole collective? Or are we going to go a step further and wipe that out too, and hand out parcels to be owned by individuals? And if this all sounds a little bit familiar, it's because we just talked all about these same issues when we talked about the Mexican Revolution. It's the same deal. Every possible proposal had its defenders and critics, and 5 years were spent trying to come up with a plan that would both satisfy the gentry who were about to lose their serfs and maybe some of their land, and the serfs themselves who were about to be pushed out into the big world as free people and who would need the means to at least survive. And since the reformers in charge of pushing emancipation were not themselves social revolutionaries, how do we go about doing this while maintaining the basic social order intact? Because the main idea here is to head off a social revolution, not cause one. Finally, after endless rounds of acrimonious fighting, Tsar Alexander felt he had a package in hand that he could take a chance on. The serfs would be freed, and when they were freed, they would also be given land. There was just no other way to do it. So the Tsar sat down and signed an emancipation decree dated February the 19th, 1861. The government let this momentous proclamation sink in among the educated classes for a few weeks before it started being read aloud in churches across Russia to a bewildered and sometimes disbelieving population of now freed serfs. Did he just say we're free? Depending on who you ask, the emancipation of the serfs was either the single most momentous piece of social legislation in the history of Russia, or it was not worth the paper it was printed on. So how do you have those two massively contrasting takes on this thing? Well, as always, the devil is in the details. So, what are the details of actual emancipation? First, despite all the fears in the corridors of power, emancipation came with some unrest, but in the grand scheme of things, the response was surprisingly muted. Emancipation did not automatically unleash the furies. But the abolition of serfdom did mean that the peasants were now free people. They were not anyone's property. It meant what it said. They were no longer inked into the ledgers of an accounting of a lord's personal wealth. They were free to marry without permission, conduct trade without permission. They could sue and be sued. They now enjoyed liberty and all the rights, such as they were, that went with personhood, not propertyhood. This is all great stuff. But Alexander had to balance this against the understandable anger of those who had just watched their property become people. There had to be some kind of balancing compensation. Strings were going to have to be attached. The nobles were not going to swallow it any other way. Someone was going to have to pay the price for the serfs' freedom, and as it turned out, that price was going to be paid by the now ex-serfs themselves. So first, starting in 1861, there would be a 2-year transition period to ease everyone into this new legal arrangement, where the serfs would still owe essentially the same services to the nobles that they had been bound to provide for generations. So right off the bat, nothing changes for like 2 years. Second, while each individual now had legal freedom, the social and economic relations of production often changed very little, because the Tsar's final decision was that it would be best to keep communal village ownership in place. That which had preceded serfdom would continue after the demise of serfdom. And when the nobility handed over a portion of their estates, it went to the village collectively, who would continue to dole it out to be worked by individual families. Now, I am speaking broadly here. There were exceptions in status and rollout and implementation, and some free peasants were better off than others, and they did start building their own private portfolios of land, and there was private ownership of land. But generally speaking, post-emancipation life was very similar to pre-emancipation life, and it revolved around collective ownership by villages. The villages managed the land collectively, and as an individual or a family, you were still bound to adhere by their collective decisions. But that's not really bad. I mean, that was just their way of life, and if any of them thought about it at all, most peasants probably preferred it that way. It was, at the very least, the way it had always been done. But the worst part of emancipation was that to put through the mass transfer of so much land from the nobility to these villages, the Tsar agreed that the landed gentry had to be compensated. Because on the one hand, Alexander is here trying to avoid peasant revolt and social revolution, but he also has to simultaneously avoid those pesky palace coups. And confiscating the nobility's land at gunpoint and saying thanks, see you later, was a good way to invite one of those pesky palace coups. So part of the emancipation package was a thing called redemption payments. Redemption payments worked like this. The state determined an amount to be paid to compensate a noble for what they had just been ordered to surrender, both in people and in land. Then, the state paid the noble one large lump sum that amounted to 75% of the agreed to amount. Right now, today, here you go. Okay, you with me so far? Good. But does the state want to be on the hook for that lump sum payment? Hell no, the empire's financial situation is terrible. So what they decided was that the money should come from the freed serfs themselves. They were the ones benefiting, they should be the ones to pay. So this lump sum the state paid out was put down in the books as a loan provided by the state for the villages, who would then repay this friendly loan in annual installments for the next 49 years at 6% interest. But wait, there's more. The state did not actually fork over a literal pile of money to each and every noble, because most of those nobles at this point were themselves deep in debt, thanks to decades and even centuries of profligate spendthriftery. So the lump sum quote-unquote paid to the nobles often went towards paying down those debts that the nobles themselves had contracted from the state or from state-connected banks. The money that changed hands was not money at all. It took the form of writing down existing loans. So if you think about it, what is happening here is that the state is going to get paid back for the loans previously taken out by the nobles. It's just that those loan payments have now been transferred to the peasants. and the loan would be paid off in annual installments for 49 years at 6% interest. It turns out you can put a price on freedom. But still, it took everyone a little while to put all this together. Emancipation is still a huge and momentous moment in Russian history. Serfdom has been abolished forever, and Alexander II gets to happily be hailed as the Tsar Liberator. Long live the Tsar Liberator. But this was only the beginning of Alexander's reform project. Liberating the serfs was a huge deal, but it was not the whole ballgame. So a few years after emancipation came two more major reforms we need to talk about. The first was political. A decree in 1864 created a new assembly at the provincial and district level called the Zemstvo. That's probably right, Zemstvo. The function of the Zemstvos was to act alongside and augment the work of agents of the central bureaucracy with a particular focus on local needs and infrastructure, right? Roads, bridges, schools, doctors, and hospitals, things of local concern. The big innovation here is that members of the Zemstvo would be elected, introducing a heretofore practically unknown element of democracy into the administration of the Russian Empire. And it was meant, at least in part, to be an additional salve to the egos of the now massively dispossessed and de-serfed nobility, because these new assemblies would give them a voice and a sense of being invited into the process. But the Zemstvo had administrative capacities. It had no real political power. If there was a conflict with the central bureaucracy, there was no conflict at all. The central bureaucracy had all the power. Nonetheless, the Zemstvos, by virtue of their very existence, introduced elections, a representative body for discussion and debate among educated people, a forum for local civic engagement, and it thus brought together people who wanted to civically engage. And if you have a group of civic-minded, educated professionals who want to debate local issues, you tend to be liberal in outlook. And so the Zemstvos themselves tended to take on a general liberal flavor. Now, they were never going to challenge the government for power. They had no power. But they were giving a generation some practice in democratic politics and maybe a sense of camaraderie if and when further down the road further reforms decided to empower them further. Now, the other great reform we need to talk about was the complete overhauling of the court system. The laws of Russia had been compiled and recompiled over the years, most recently in 1835 in a project overseen by a rehabilitated Mikhail Speransky. But the empire had never suffered from an excess of the rule of law. Lawyering was not a well-articulated profession, and the court suffered from myriad problems. There were untrained judges, the trials were closed, they were not open to the public, they accepted written testimony only. There was no chance for an accused to confront witnesses, and at the end of the day, the courts were subservient to the executive branch. They were not independent. The whole thing was kind of a bad joke. So at the same moment, in 1864, after years of study, the government rolled out a bold leap forward that gave Russia overnight practically the most progressive legal system in Europe. This new system would have adversarial trials where the defendant would get a lawyer and could call witnesses. These trials would be open to the public to ensure accountability. There would be better training for judges, who, once appointed, could only be removed for specific misconduct, not just, oh, you didn't do what we wanted you to do. The state, meanwhile, was now obligated to actually present a case, with evidence and everything, in order to secure a conviction. But before we go too far, there are a couple of points we need to keep in mind. First, these reforms did not sink down to the village level, where traditional village courts would still handle all civil cases and most minor criminal cases, and they used their own local traditions of justice, which were mostly based on comparing and contrasting the reputation of accuser and accused. So, they're not included in any of this. Second, state agents would very quickly find it frustrating that they had to bring people to trial in court because of the aforementioned case I have to make and evidence I have to produce, and they would soon discover that the Ministry of the Interior, for example, had the authority to just expel people from a city or province by fiat. And this was a practice that would soon become known as administrative exile, which got around the pesky courts, and still allowed the state to punish and exile those they just knew were guilty of something bad, even if they literally could not prove it in court. So the first decade of Tsar Alexander II's reign goes down in the history books as the period of Great Reform, capital G, capital R, Great Reform. The serfs were emancipated. There are new elected assemblies. There is an entirely new judicial apparatus. And Alexander was hailed as a visionary leader, a truly great father to his people. He was the Tsar liberator. But in the years to come, discord began to creep in, when the expectations created by this era of great reform started to go unmet. When a village discovered that practically the whole produce of the land they now owned had to go to making redemption payments. When middle-class intellectuals who gathered in the Zemstvo were let down by how little power they actually had. When the new progressive court system naturally led people to believe the rule of law was here to stay, and instead they found the state constantly skirting the rule of law, undermining it, and outright ignoring it. And there was a growing class of educated Russians, especially young educated Russians, who were disillusioned when the Tsar stopped the process of great reform, rather than continuing on to what they thought was its logical conclusion, the promulgation of a constitution. If this is what the future looks like, they said, it looks a lot like the past. And among those who were disillusioned and disappointed by these unmet expectations, we find the first of a new generation of social revolutionaries who will propel events towards 1905 and then 1917. They said to themselves, "Long live the Tsar liberator?" No. For Russia to be free, truly free, the Tsar must die. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.15, The Tsar Must Die. Before we get going this week, I want to remind everybody that I will be at the Sound Education Conference from September the 9th to the 12th. I'll be giving my own talk and then also doing a panel with the history of Byzantium. I also have interviews lined up with great podcasts like The Eastern Border and Pax Britannica, so you'll also get to hear me coming out of multiple other podcasts in the near future, and I'll bump any and all interviews that come out of this. I hope to see you there. So where we left it last time was in the midst of this era of great reform, when the emancipation of the serfs was followed by political and judicial reforms, all under the auspices of the Tsar liberator. But where we really left things was that the expectations created by this era of great reform would soon be going unmet. Now, Alexander II had loosened censorship a little bit in the lead-up to emancipation, and public discussion of ideas and events were now moderately tolerated, as long as they stayed within certain bounds. This discussion was most gratifyingly embraced by a small but growing segment of the population that was just now being dubbed the intelligentsia, a term I'm sure you're all familiar with that was being coined right now here in Russia in the mid-19th century. The intelligentsia described a group of non-elite, non-noble, or at least lower noble, educated men of society, the lawyers and doctors and businessmen who were beginning to assert their own tastes and preoccupations, ideas and desires into Russian culture. They were now both the creators and audience for books, art, literature, philosophy, poetry, and music, and this was in contrast to the old noble patronage model, where the tastes, preoccupations, ideas, and desires of the aristocracy reigned supreme. The intelligentsia tended to be pretty liberal in its outlook, especially those joining the conversation in this age of great reform. They were keen to improve Russian society, and they lauded the Tsar's good work, but they also didn't want to rock the boat too much. After all, their own property and position might be at stake. There was, however, a more radical faction inside this intelligentsia who wanted more than just liberal reform, who would not cheerlead the great reforms the government was unrolling, but rather criticize them for not going far enough or for not being implemented fully. These radicals, as you can imagine, tended to be younger and more plebeian. They were too young to have really been stamped by the military autocracy of Nicholas I, and they now arrived as energetic teenagers and 20-somethings in the late 1850s and early 1860s, in an environment that encouraged reform and rejuvenation and reappraisal, and, some of them hoped, revolution. These young radicals were a long way from the liberal noble Decembrists. They were also well removed from the now middle-aged and middle-class intellectuals who had gone through the 1830s and 1840s in various semi-secret literary societies who dared to read prescribed books and articles. This new younger set was irreverent, iconoclastic, and ready for action. Their hero was a guy named Nikolai Chernyshevsky. Chernyshevsky was the low-born son of a priest who graduated from seminary and then took a master's degree in literature from St. Petersburg University. He was in his late 20s when the Tsar announced the goal of emancipating the serfs, and was by then already coming into his own as a journalist. He was a student of Western ideas and knew socialist writers like Fourier. He had read and absorbed his exiled countrymen like Yurtsin and Bakunin. But he also moved away from strict philosophy and economics, and also absorbed the rapid advances being made in the natural sciences. We are now in the age of Darwin, so he was less interested in abstract German philosophy and more interested in concrete evolutionary biology. Chernyshevsky wanted to elevate and center the Narod, which we would translate as the people, and serves as a kind of idealized abstraction, not unlike the German Volk. Chernyshevsky synthesized a set of political principles that defined the next generation of social and political battles, Narodniczeństwo, or to westernize it so I don't have to keep trying to pronounce it, Narodism. Chernyshevsky envisioned a kind of agrarian socialism that could spring naturally from the already existent village communes. He was personally and temperamentally a revolutionary, but kept his prose mostly clear of those kinds of suggestions, though he did warn against trusting too much in the Tsar's emancipation scheme. True liberty could never be handed down from above. It would have to be seized from below. Despite being very careful about his published utterances, though, Chernyshevsky was ultimately arrested by the Third Section in 1862, and they convicted him on some trumped-up charges and sentenced him to exile in Siberia. The crazy thing, though, is that while locked up in the St. Peter-St. Paul fortress waiting to be tried, the authorities let Chernyshevsky keep writing, and he produced a novel called What Is to Be Done. Then, even more incredibly, they allowed this novel to be published in 1863. Presumably the censors were hungover that morning and didn't feel like reading it. What Is to Be Done tells the story of a young woman who escapes from an arranged marriage, but it is mostly a vehicle for expressing a semi-utopian vision for the future that was built around communal factories. This new utopian order would help end poverty and break down the old and clearly outmoded political, social, and family structures of the present day. What Is to Be Done was a landmark event for our budding young social and political revolutionaries of the post-emancipation world. If the title, What Is to Be Done, rings a bell, that's because Lenin said he read the book 5 times over a single summer and titled his own famous 1902 pamphlet, What Is to Be Done, as an homage that would have been well known to all his readers. Everyone read Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, and everyone had something to say about it. Dostoevsky ridiculed it. Tolstoy wrote his own nonfiction tract that is often translated into English as What Is to Be Done, which outlined his own Christian pacifist anarchism. But that is the novel's later legacy. Back here in the 1860s, Chernyshevsky himself was exiled to Siberia, and the young radicals gained a martyr and a legend that gave the novel he left behind an even more urgent emotional heft. Young radicals treated it as a kind of Bible, and they copied their own dress and styles and attitudes around various characters in the book. And these kids are now creating a little counterculture youth movement for themselves. They deliberately dressed sloppily and were rude in posture and appearance. Men grew their hair long, women cut theirs short, and women were active and enthusiastic participants in this radical counterculture. As of 1859, women were allowed to go to university, and so one of the defining traits of this generation is their equalitarian and feminist flair. They started living together in communal groups, both for ideological and economic reasons, and most scandalously for polite society, the men and women were living together as equals outside the bonds of marriage, freeing themselves, at least psychologically, from a society they were highly critical of. They indulged in hedonistic and leisurely pursuits. They were a bunch of hippie punks, basically. Because of this, they came to be called nihilists, which came from the 1862 novel Fathers and Sons. But these young nihilists didn't believe in nothing, as the name seems to imply. They just didn't believe in the same things their parents did. And since time immemorial, flummoxed older generations have always accused younger generations of believing in nothing when they found themselves unable to comprehend what they were looking at, which was simply an alternative set of values. So this is just standard issue "is nothing sacred?" hand-wringing from the oldsters, to which the youngsters would reply, it's not that nothing is sacred, it's that different things are sacred. So what they did believe in was Narodism, this new style of revolutionary populism, agrarian socialism run by truly free people. And in this era, a little proto-party called Land and Liberty showed up to espouse those principles. Pamphlets and declarations floated around the underground advocating radical social change. They should reject existing social conventions, educate the peasants about their glorious place at the center of a coming socialist utopia, and topple the parasitic and unnecessary czarist regime. This younger and more radical faction of the intelligentsia believed that their role was to be the intellectual leaders of a social revolution. They would use the tools found in the first Russia, modern, enlightened education, to elevate the other Russia, the second Russia, the mass of Russia, which currently labored in ignorant superstition. They wanted to take that other Russia and make it the center of a real Russia, a post-imperial socialist Russia. I mean, the peasants were already doing collective ownership and managing their own affairs perfectly well. All we need to do is get rid of the Tsar. There was a debate, though, about how best to achieve this. Some said we must go out and educate the peasants, then the revolution will grow inexorably from below. Others said we must directly attack the imperial state because the state strangles the minds and sometimes the bodies of the people and prevents them from realizing their natural freedom. In 1866, a minor noble from the Volga region named Dmitry Karakazov decided to cut to the chase. Karakazov had personally concluded that for the revolution to live, the Tsar must die. It was nothing personal against Alexander II specifically, nor did he think that killing Alexander would in and of itself do anything. Karakazov believed the peasantry was inhibited by superstitious beliefs about the mystical power of the Tsar as a quasi-deity, and what he hoped to do was break that spell, to prove the emperor was a mortal like everyone else, and once that spell was broken, the people would rise up. So the Tsar was leaving the summer garden on April the 4th, 1866, when Karakazov approached, pulled out a revolver, and started firing. But he missed. The Tsar was not even wounded. Quickly arrested, Alexander came and spoke directly to Karakazov and asked if Karakazov was a Polish nationalist. Karakazov said, "No, I am a proud Russian," which spooked the hell out of the Tsar Liberator, who was pretty sure he had been doing a good job and hardly in need of being assassinated. This assassination attempt could not have backfired harder. Rather than triggering a popular uprising, it triggered a reactionary backlash. A heavier hand was put in charge of the third section. Liberals were purged from the government. A harsh white terror descended against radicals who were not really given the benefit of the Tsar's new judicial system. Most of them had to run for it, which is the partial origin story of a whole new generation of Russian revolutionaries in exile, who we will talk about next week. The era of great reform that Alexander had kicked off with his speech in Moscow in 1856 ended with those gunshots in 1866. But though this assassination attempt triggered not revolution, but reaction, it was not the end of radical, nihilist revolutionaries in Russia. Indeed, this is right when the most infamous of them all shows up, Sergei Nechayev. Nechayev got into radical politics as a teenager, reading smuggled Bakunin and Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done. Joining in the going fad, he modeled himself after a strict and uncompromising revolutionary character from the book. An extremist from the jump, Nechayev hosted meetings that featured historical idols like Robespierre and Saint-Just, men who had seen what needed to be done and had done it. But in addition to being a hardcore revolutionary, Nechayev was also part con artist and habitual fabulist. He went abroad in 1869 amidst a flurry of purposefully self-manufactured rumors that he had been arrested. Arriving in Switzerland, he sought out the great old man Bakunin, and came bearing another pack of lies, namely that he represented the Central Committee of a revolutionary network in Russia. No such committee or network existed. But Bakunin was excited by Nechaev's evident dedicated enthusiasm and took him on as a protege, much to the delight of Karl Marx, who merrily criticized Bakunin's association with this unsavory kid who was already dogged by rumors of fanatical craziness, dishonesty, and self-serving recklessness. While in Switzerland in the spring of 1869, Nechaev penned the famous, or infamous, Catechism of a Revolutionary, which is as blunt and uncompromising a statement of revolutionary principles as you are ever likely to read. Those who wanted to join the revolution must dedicate themselves to it with every fiber of their being. The revolution must be put before friends, family, love, even the truth. There was no greater exemplar of the ends justify the means than Nechaev, who frankly makes Auguste Blanqui look like Louis Blanc. This was not about embracing immorality, but definitely about embracing amorality. The only compass point was how can this advance the revolution, and it opens, the revolutionary is a doomed man. He has no personal interests, no business affairs, no emotions, no attachments, no property, and no name. Everything in him is wholly absorbed in the single thought and the single passion for revolution. But after sneaking back into Russia, Nechaev engaged in some means that even the greatest of ends would have a hard time justifying. One of his followers started questioning Nechaev's story about this secret revolutionary committee no one else had ever heard of, and openly questioning Nechaev's tactics. So Nechaev decided this guy had to go. Telling their other comrades the guy was an informer, Nechaev and a few accomplices lured him into a trap, killed him, and dumped his body. A subsequent murder investigation uncovered Nechaev's little revolutionary ring. Nechaev himself managed to skip town, while his duped accomplices were all arrested. Returning to Switzerland, Nechaev was initially welcomed back with open arms by Bakunin, but then his bullshit and his lies and his duplicity caught up with him. Because, as it turns out, revolutionaries do owe each other trust and comradeship. They can't just use each other. Bakunin distanced himself from Nechaev, who was then rebuked by the International. And remember, the International is supposed to be this umbrella organization where everyone is welcome. Well, yeah, everyone except that guy. We've got nothing to do with him. Mostly friendless, Nechaev was arrested in Switzerland in August of 1872 and then extradited back to Russia to stand trial. He spent the next 10 years in prison, believing he was still working towards the revolution, but he would die in prison in 1882. And though he was an extreme case and something of a black sheep personally, elements of the Catechism of a Revolutionary are going to be picked up by those who came after him. So Nechaev was an infamous, but still influential, figure in revolutionary circles. Meanwhile, Nechaev's contemporaries had moved away from his kind of violent fanaticism. Most had taken the White Terror as proof that violent direct action was counterproductive. We should plant ideas, not bombs. If we're going to have a social revolution in favor of decentralized agrarian socialism, we probably need to get the peasants to understand what we're trying to do. So in the summer of 1874, we get this famous event called the Going to the People. Thousands of young Narodist radicals spontaneously left their homes and jobs and universities in the major cities, and they fanned out to go live among the people. The plan, if there was a plan, was to teach their new neighbors advanced ideas of revolutionary self-consciousness and self-determination. Initially driven by a kind of missionary zeal, the whole thing turned out to be a fiasco. Those who went to the people had never actually met the people, and they found the peasants unreceptive to their ministrations. Disillusionment set in very quickly. The villagers turned out to be dull, conservative, and very suspicious of these strange men and women showing up one day spouting all kinds of heretical nonsense. These kids spoke against the Tsar and the Church, bedrocks of traditional life, and the gender equality that was taken for granted amongst these radicals was bizarre and out of place in the traditional villages. Many peasants just arrested the interlopers and handed them over to the authorities. Over about 2 years, something like 1,600 people were arrested and held on the charge of being, vaguely suspicious. By 1876, the Going to the People was going down as an embarrassing debacle. As the Marxist historian Alan Woods puts it, they went to the people, and the people sent them back. The failure of the going to the people swung the strategic pendulum away from cultivating revolution from the people below and back toward direct political action against the powers above. So in 1876, a new revolutionary party called Land and Liberty was founded. They took their name from the earlier 1860s group, but otherwise were completely new. This would not be some loose-knit literary society, but a disciplined revolutionary party. This new party was then gifted a huge PR coup by the Tsar himself when it came time to punish some of those detained during the going to the people. Hoping to use the new open trial court system to discredit all of these lunatic kids, the authorities convened a mass trial that became known as the Trial of the 193. The press was invited in to cover this trial extensively, but rather than discrediting the radicals, they each stood up and gave passionate speeches accurately denouncing the reality of conditions in Russia, and generally ginning up sympathy among anybody who was reading about the trial in the newspaper. The kicker came when the verdict was handed down and there wasn't even enough evidence to convict like 150 of them, because they hadn't really done anything provably wrong. The net effect of all this was to further radicalize the radicals. Not only had many of them now been held for years without really having done anything wrong, but it also seemed like maybe the regime was not nearly as powerful as it thought it was, that maybe it could be toppled. While the trial of the 193 was ongoing in the summer of 1877, there was another little incident where one of the political prisoners was publicly flogged for not removing his cap in the presence of St. Petersburg Governor Theodore Trepov. The flogging outraged public opinion. It also outraged a young woman and her friend who were already talking themselves into assassinating the prosecutor in the trial of the 193. Now, Trepov was also targeted. In January of 1878, our young woman managed to get into Trepov's office when he made himself available to the public. She walked in, pulled out a gun, and shot him. But though she hit Trepov, he lived, and the young woman was arrested. Incredibly, though, when she stood trial, her case was presided over by a liberal judge and heard by a sympathetic jury, and her lawyer successfully made the trial about the victim, Trepov, not the would-be assassin, who, he said, had acted from the noblest of motives. And she was, shockingly, acquitted. But well aware that the authorities would no doubt rearrest her at the first opportunity, she skipped town, beginning a sojourn that would carry her into prolonged political exile. And many of you out there already know that I have just introduced Vera Zasulich, who we will meet back up with next time to discuss her foundational role in creating the first Russian Marxist society in 1883. After these events, Land and Liberty started fracturing over the question of the utility of political terrorism. There had been other bombings and assassination attempts, some successful, some not, and a majority of Land and Liberty thought this now necessary, a form of self-defense or a righteous verdict they were handing down against guilty tyrants. And the violence was not indiscriminate attacks on civilians. They targeted specific ministers, police officers, provisional governors, and, naturally, the Tsar himself. But a smaller minority wanted to focus on propagandizing, organizing, educating, and winning the war of ideas. That all of this violence was a counterproductive distraction, and worse, it was leading to severe reprisals that were crippling their ability to organize further and alienating them from respectable opinion. The final split came with the third near-miss assassination attempt of the Tsar in 1879. The second attempt, I should mention, was by a Polish nationalist whose gun misfired in Paris when the Tsar was with Emperor Napoleon III for the 1867 Universal Exposition. The third attempt, though, was here in 1879 and committed by a member of Land and Liberty who came with the Tsar with a revolver, but the Emperor saw the weapon in time and dodged 5 bullets while running away. This latest assassination attempt had 2 effects. First, certain security powers were taken away from the once feared and vaunted Third Section. They had been unable to detect or prevent far too many things of late. The other was a permanent split inside Land and Liberty. A minority faction redubbed itself Black Repartition and concluded violence was bad and counterproductive. They would focus on their ideological writing and thinking and propagandizing, They disassociated themselves from the violent majority, and many of them wound up emigrating, either to Switzerland or England. Those who remained, now committed to terrorism, restyled themselves Narodnia Vola, which is always translated in English as the People's Will. Now shed of moderates, People's Will was an overtly political terrorist organization, run by a central committee and composed of somewhere north of 500 dependable members, of whom about 15% were women. They had cells in every major city, as well as key army garrisons and naval yards. In August 1879, People's Will passed a death sentence on the Tsar, and for the next 2 years Russia was a running, low-grade war zone. The revolutionaries would kill a governor or a police officer, the state would retaliate. Guns were being pulled out of overcoats, bombs were going off, there were shootouts in the streets, jailbreaks from the prisons, raids on homes and offices. But the goal of People's Will was not just kill them all. Ideologically, the rationale for all this was an aggressive kind of anarchism, that the repressive state apparatus needed to be disorganized. It needed to be attacked until it collapsed. Once this was done, the peasants would be free to self-organize into agrarian socialism that didn't require them to pay things like redemption payments. So People's Will believed that political freedom was the key to social change, and political freedom was to be had by destroying the state, and, most especially, by killing the Tsar. Emperor Alexander II, the Tsar Liberator, was slow to accept that this threat was really real. For personal, logistical, and political reasons, he didn't want to alter his habits or routine, even as he avoided near-miss assassination attempt number 4, a bomb planted to derail his train in December of 1879 that failed only because they missed the train. Then, just a few months later, in February of 1880, a People's Will operative went undercover into the Winter Palace disguised as a carpenter, and he managed to plant a bomb in the dining room that was set to host the Tsar and his court. The bomb exploded on time, killing 11 and wounding 30, and missed the Tsar this time only because Alexander was, by chance, late to dinner. That was near miss number 5, and it would be the last near miss. After the Winter Palace bombing, the emperor finally realized that this was a major crisis and he needed to respond. First, he closed down the third section entirely. This was the end of the line for the department that had been created by his father in the wake of the Decembrist revolt back in 1826. The third section had been okay tracking high-level bureaucrats and grumbly nobles, but were clearly incompetent when it came to tracking down these lower-class terrorists. Dealing with them would require the creation of a whole new secret political police. The other thing the Tsar did was elevate Count Mikhail Loris-Melikov, who counseled the Tsar to take a two-pronged approach to all this. First, ruthlessly eradicate the People's Will and any other revolutionary group, but pair that by announcing the resumption of great reform efforts. Ultimately, Loris-Melikov wanted to create a national consultative legislature modeled on and built out of the Zemstvos that we talked about last week. So, with one hand, choke the enemies we have. With the other, draft reforms that will stop young potential revolutionaries from thinking they need to become revolutionaries at all. The very last decree Tsar Alexander II signed was approval for a slate of reforms that he himself acknowledged were the first step towards a political constitution. But he wasn't going to live to see any of those possible reforms enacted, nor would they ever be enacted. With this new reform plan possibly having its intended effect of reducing the urgency of revolutionary action, People's Will put everything they had into killing the Tsar. On March the 1st, 1881, the 6th time would be the charm. The Tsar's entourage was traveling along the Catherine Canal in St. Petersburg when a man pushed through the crowd and hurled a package at the emperor's coach. The package turned out to be a bomb. It exploded and killed some soldiers and bystanders, but only damaged the Tsar's bulletproof coach, a gift from Emperor Napoleon III, don't you know? When the day's Tsar got out to survey the damage, a second man pushed through the crowd with a second bomb. He tossed it at the Tsar's feet. The explosion was point blank enough that the bomber himself was killed in the explosion. The emperor, meanwhile, was merely torn to pieces, leg blown off, guts hanging out, all that good stuff. his dying body was dragged back to the Winter Palace, and the Tsar Liberator died in the very study where he had once signed the Emancipation Decree. When he breathed his last bloody breath, he was attended by his family, including his own son Alexander, now set to rule as Tsar Alexander III, and his 12-year-old grandson, little Nicky, who was now heir to the throne. And it would be hard not to draw a lesson from the fate of his dead grandfather, who had done all of these great reforms and for his benevolent efforts had been blown to bits by a terrorist bomb. But we will come back to little Nicky later, because next week we are going to follow our now threading threads of 19th century revolutionary philosophy and the course of Russian history as they combine into a single narrative. The Age of Great Reform died with the Tsar Liberator in 1881. Now would be a time of ruthless reaction. But in secret corners of the empire, and most especially abroad in the salons of exiled Russian radicals, the candle of revolution would be kept flickering, and it would be maintained long enough to pass it along to the next generation, a generation of boys and girls who were currently a bunch of kids running around in short pants, but who would, in just a few years, bring the Russian Empire to its knees. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.16, The Russian Colony. Today, we are finally going to start mixing together our general history of Russia with those introductory episodes we did on 19th century revolutionary theory. We are going to mix them together like baking soda and vinegar to create a couple of those science fair volcanoes. The first one is labeled 1905. That one won't really work and will just kind of froth itself into a disappointing mess. The second one is labeled 1917. That one is going to get the fire department called. Now that metaphor took like 7 drafts to get right, so you better not be rolling your eyes out there. To begin this mixing process, we are actually going to replay the events of last week's episode from the perspective of a very specific set of people. Those who would push toward the revolutions of 1905 and 1917, not from inside Russia, but from abroad. And even more specifically, from the so-called Russian colony in Switzerland. The Russian colony had a radical wing dedicated to advancing revolution in Russia by way of proclamations and pamphlets and books, and it featured, among other luminaries, the scruffy old anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, but we are much more interested in the generation that will follow Bakunin, the generation who would succeed the so-called men of the 40s as the driving force of revolutionary theory and practice. And it is through this next generation that we will open up a whole new chapter in our series on the Russian Revolution. We begin this new chapter with a man named Pavel Axelrod. Now, I'm introducing Pavel Axelrod first, not because he's the most important person in our story, though he is pretty important, but because through the 1870s he very helpfully bounces back and forth between Russia and Switzerland and meets every person and engages in every debate that I want to talk about today. So, let's begin with Pavel Axelrod. Pavel Axelrod was born in Chernigov in northern Ukraine in 1850. He was Jewish, and his parents were pretty poor, making Axelrod relatively unique among his radical comrades in that he did not come from the more elite rungs of society. He was not just for the people, he was of the people. He started dipping his toe into radical ideas as a teenager, and when he went off to Kiev University, he read an eclectic mix of Western authors, John Stuart Mill, the German Social Democrat Ferdinand Lassalle. He also read stuff coming out of the Russian emigre community, like Bakunin, who we already know, and Pyotr Lavrov, who we are about to meet. An idealistic young radical, Axelrod spent his free time working at literacy programs for workers. He also took a job tutoring the daughters of a guy named Isaac Kaminer, himself a Ukrainian Jew who was a notable local physician with a radical socialist bent. Axelrod said it was here at the Kaminer home that he first encountered the work of Karl Marx, though he admitted he did not really understand it at the time. More important than Axelrod's encounter with Marx, though, was his encounter with Nadezhda Kaminer, one of the young women he was tutoring. Nadezhda was herself rapidly radicalizing, and the two were very soon engaged, beginning a lifelong revolutionary partnership. The political and emotional inclinations of the young couple naturally led them to support the going to the people in the mad summer of 1874. But Axelrod took on a unique mission. There were rumors of a Robin Hood-like bandit running around out there raiding rich estates and distributing the proceeds to the poor, and there was some hope that if the rumors were true that a guy like that would be a great candidate to run a peasant revolution. So basically Axelrod went off looking for Pancho Villa, but never found him. When he came home in September 1874, he found his old network of like-minded friends decimated by arrests and flights and disillusionment. Believing he too was very likely to be arrested, Axelrod split for Berlin, where Nadezhda joined him a few weeks later. The couple then headed to Geneva in January of 1875, where they were officially married. Now, life was difficult in Switzerland, and through these years they lived on the knife's edge of real poverty, but in between working crummy jobs for low pay. They also entered the intellectual and social milieu that was the revolutionary wing of Switzerland's Russian colony. By the time the Axelrods arrived in 1875, the most famous member of the Russian colony, Mikhail Bakunin, was mostly in retirement, with his influence on the politics of Northern Europe on the wane, thanks to the split of the First International a few years earlier. But Bakuninist anarchist groups were still flourishing in Italy and Spain, and his message fit in very nicely with Russian Narodism, the Russian populism we talked about last week, which had a special emphasis on getting the peasants to erupt from their communal villages to throw off the superfluous and parasitic czarist state. A lot of Bakunin's worldview was in fact shaped by the model of the Russian communal villages he carried around in his head, and Bakunin had no doubt that such a popular revolution would come. He said that the Russian peasant was revolutionary by instinct and socialist by nature. Old Bakunin was not the only game in town, though, and in 1872 another radical emigre named Pyotr Lavrov had arrived in Zurich to challenge the intellectual ascendancy of Bakuninist anarchism. Lavrov was almost 50 when he settled in Switzerland. He had been born back in 1826, endowed with a polymath's intellect, and he had spent 20 years teaching mathematics while using his free time to study everything else. After the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, Lavrov directed his vast knowledge of natural science, history, economics, and psychology towards radical politics. This got him in big trouble, and in 1868 Lavrov was exiled to the Ural Mountains, but he escaped and fled west, eventually finding his way to Paris. Now more radical than ever, he joined the First International in 1870 and was still in Paris when many of his friends in the International staged the insurrection that created the Paris Commune in 1871. A thrilled supporter of the Commune, Lavrov decamped Paris to go drum up support abroad. But of course the whole thing fell apart in one very bloody week, and Lavrov never came back. When he settled in Zurich in 1872, he quickly established himself as an alternative to Bakunin inside the socialist and anarchist circles of the Russian colony. Now, Lavrov and Bakunin shared a lot in common. They both wanted to destroy the czarist state root and branch. They dreamed of remaking the existing social order. They both identified the peasant commune, autonomously governed and collectively owned, as the natural future for Russia. They also thought that politics as such was a waste of time, energy, and spirit. Theirs was not a struggle for the right to vote, for freedom of the press, or for an 8-hour day. This was about a complete and thoroughgoing revolutionary rebirth. So not unlike the Marx-Bakunin conflict, the Lavrov-Bakunin conflict was not so much about where do we want to go, but how do we get there. Lavrov insisted on a course of slow, steady education of the people, that knowledge was power. Indeed, knowledge was the only power that could lead to a successful revolution. Lavrov thus assigned a special role to the intelligentsia to educate, prepare, and propagandize the peasants to raise their revolutionary consciousness. He described the task of the radical intelligentsia as that of a penitent who must make amends for the historical crime of subjecting the peasants to millennia of ignorant impoverishment. Lavrov's ideas helped fuel the going to the people, and he was not dissuaded by its resolute failure. In his mind, the going to the people had been altogether too brief and too superficial. He had said long-term commitment, not go to summer camp. Bakunin, of course, thought this was all wrong. The problem with the going to the people was the presumption that the peasants needed any further education at all. They don't need a bunch of idealistic but misguided rich kids coming around to teach them about revolution. For Bakunin, anyone who doesn't like their landlord is a potential revolutionary. The only role Bakunin assigned to the intelligentsia was to be ready to act as a communication link between the spontaneous local rebellions he predicted would get going any day now. This was a prediction he would keep making pretty much until the day he died in July of 1876. But this argument between Bakunin and Lavrov was about whether the peasants needed to be educated and how long it would be until they were ready for revolution. But there was fundamental agreement between Bakunin and Lavrov that the revolution would come from below, that it had to come from below. It had to be by the people in order for it to be for the people. But there was this other dude out there who entered the Russian colony preaching an altogether different and very enticing message. This was Pyotr Tchaikovsky. Born in the lower rungs of the gentry in 1844, Tchaikovsky got involved in radical politics as a teenager and was arrested for the first time in 1861 for participating in some student strikes in St. Petersburg. And it was while imprisoned for this that he was fed even more radical ideas. When Tchaikovsky got out of prison, he fell into the circle surrounding the soon-to-be infamous Sergei Nechayev, who we talked about last week, and so was among those rounded up in the fallout of the murder Nechayev committed in 1869. Tchaikovsky had nothing to do with the murder, though, and was eventually released from prison, but he still wound up exiled from Russia. So coming out of Nechayev's hardcore world of compact, disciplined, revolutionary action, Tchaikovsky came to Switzerland telling everyone that it was hopeless to wait for the people, impossible to educate and cultivate them the way Lavrov demanded. The revolution must be carried out by a small, utterly committed revolutionary vanguard party who could topple the repressive czarist apparatus and create a revolutionary dictatorship. This program gets Tchaikovsky described as a Jacobin, or a Russian Blanquiste, since this is exactly the theory that Blanqui preached. And the foundation of that theory is that while the revolution was for the people, it could not be by the people. And for Tchaikovsky, ignoring the people was an asset, not a liability. He believed that unless some kind of unified revolutionary dictatorship was established with the power to remake society, the temperamental resistance to change inherent in all people would simply be an impossible obstacle to overcome. He especially thought that Bakunin's idea that destroying the central government without having anything to go in its place would lead to disastrous chaos. Now, the other key point about Tchaikovsky is that he believed the revolution had to be carried out right now, immediately, ASAP. And we're going to talk about this a bit more next week, but Tchaikovsky believed the revolution had to be accomplished before Western-style industrial capitalism set in, and all of these guys suspected that Western-style industrial capitalism was coming to Russia. Tchaikovsky believed that once that happened, the anti-revolutionary forces would simply be too strong. Now, partly owing to the death of Bakunin in 1876, and partly owing to the course of events back in Russia, Tchaikovsky wound up becoming very popular among the post-going-to-the-people radicals, who would soon be forming People's Will. So going back now to Pavel Axelrod, Axelrod himself mostly fell in with the Bakuninists after arriving in Switzerland. Lavrov was too passive, Tchaikovsky too much an authoritarian Jacobin. And in criticizing Tchaikovsky, Axelrod would use the same eternally devastating observation made by Bakuninists everywhere, that if you vest the most ardent revolutionary with absolute power, they become a tyrant within a year, guaranteed. That there is a low probability they will use absolute power to advance liberation and socialism, and a high probability they will use it to just stay in power at all costs. That's how these things go. So as a promising young Bakuninist, Axelrod was sent back to Russia in 1875 on a mission. First, he was to make contact with other anarchist groups in Russia and encourage their members to volunteer for the army. This was both about getting anarchists inside the military to radicalize the rank and file, and about getting military training that would be very helpful when the revolution came. But Axelrod was also tasked with seeing what he could do about steering this thing called the Chigirin affair. Some peasants in Ukraine had gotten very upset, and they were in low-grade insurrection against their local officials. But these insurrectionary peasants were operating under the assumption that their good father, the Tsar, supported them in their efforts. A few revolutionaries proposed using this insurrection to the movement's advantage. Let's print phony but official-looking proclamations from the Tsar saying, "Yes, go into revolt, I am with you, I support you." The idea was that any destabilizing revolt was good. But Axelrod was there repping the émigré Bakuninists and saying, don't tell people that support from the Tsar is a necessary condition for them to go into revolt. This does nothing to help with our real long-term problem of getting them to overcome their traditional, sentimental, and in Bakuninist eyes, ignorant attachment to the Tsar. Among those encouraging the exploitation of the Chigirin peasants was an old acquaintance of Axelrod's named Leif Deutsch, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, but that's his name, Deutsch, Deutsch, so I'm going to say Deutsch. Deutsch was 5 years younger than Axelrod. He was born in Tolchin in 1855 to a Jewish father and a peasant mother. He started out young and idealistic, and got swept up in the desire to educate and liberate the people. So, at the age of 19, Deutsch had joined the Going to the People, believing that once they were enlightened to the realities of the world, that the peasants would naturally rise up and overthrow their oppressors. The revolution would probably be over by Christmas. This is not how it went. Deutsch himself managed to avoid getting arrested, but like Axelrod, he came home again in the summer of 1875 and found his old friends and comrades either arrested, fled, or turning their backs on radical politics. But Deutsch didn't want to give up, and when this little insurrectionary crisis started brewing in Chigirin, he wanted to stoke and use that energy any way possible. And though Axelrod tut-tutted the plan, he and Deutsch further cemented a friendship, a comradeship, that would last for the rest of their lives. And before moving on, Axelrod probably played a role in encouraging Deutsch to volunteer for the Russian army, which he did in October 1875, becoming a private and self-assigning himself the mission to radicalize his regiment and learn all he could about military logistics, tactics, and weaponry. Axelrod, meanwhile, kept moving from city to city, trying to make contact with revolutionary groups and keep them on the pure Bakuninist path. By the end of 1875, he was in St. Petersburg, where he met probably the most important person we'll talk about here today, certainly more important than Axelrod himself, Georgy Plekhanov. When they met, Axelrod was an experienced revolutionary of 25, while Plekhanov was a yet unbaptized 19-year-old student. Plekhanov missed going to the people, and was only just now really finding his way into revolutionary politics. The eldest son of a small landowning family, they owned 270 acres and 50 serfs, Plekhanov spent the first 7 years of his education in a military academy, where he was noted mostly for being intelligent, well-liked, and well-behaved. In 1873, Plekhanov transferred to the Metallurgical Institute in St. Petersburg, a university focused on mining and engineering, and found himself drawn to the exciting modern ideas coming out of France and Germany. Prior to meeting Axelrod, Plekhanov mostly dreamed of traveling abroad to advance his education, and both Axelrod and Plekhanov implied that it was this encounter here in 1875 that set Plekhanov on his path to revolution. But this wasn't some kind of abrupt overnight conversion. As Axelrod's biographer Abraham Asher points out, they only met because Plekhanov's house was considered a safe place for an itinerant revolutionary like Axelrod to crash, which means he already had one foot in the door. During their initial conversations, Axelrod discovered in Plekhanov an intelligent, well-read, passionate, creative, articulate mind that would be of enormous value to the revolution. So he encouraged Plekhanov to give up petty thoughts of going abroad to complete his education. He was needed here, now, at home. The cause was the thing. Axelrod then kept moving, and Plekhanov stayed behind in St. Petersburg. When the new Land and Liberty Party formed in 1876 and held their first public demonstration at the end of the year, Plekhanov was there. He gave a fiery speech denouncing the Tsar, then had to disappear underground. He never did finish his degree. By early 1876, Axelrod was back in Switzerland, where he found the Russian colony splitting between the still faithful Bakuninists, the slow and steady Lavrovists, and Kutuzov's Jacobin militancy, with Kutuzov now taking a decisive lead. Axelrod himself remained somewhere between Lavrov and Bakunin, still believing absolutely that if a social revolution was going to come, it would have to be staged and carried out by the people themselves. Kutuzov's revolutionary dictatorship was sure to be short on revolutionary and long on dictatorship. But he was never a doctrinaire Bakuninist, and certainly agreed with Lavrov that the people did require further political education, that they would never just be spontaneously and magically anarchist revolutionaries. But this meant a program of slow and steady cultivation of forces that could erupt when the time was right. But as we saw last week, this puts Axelrod at odds with those back in Russia who are well on their way towards forming people's will. Men and women who were concluding that they couldn't count on the people, that they couldn't wait that long. We have to destroy the imperial government by violent revolution and seize power, and we have to do it like yesterday. Meanwhile, back in Russia, many of those coming to this conclusion were coming to this conclusion because they were locked up for their role in the debacle that was the failed going to the people. I mean, it's not like they hadn't tried it Lavrov's way, it just hadn't worked. One of those in prison was an old friend of Lev Deutsch's, which is how Lev Deutsch's recently launched military career lasted all of about 4 months. When he found out he was in a position to help, Deutsch helped. In February 1876, Deutsch sprang his buddy from prison and then deserted from the army. Now on the run living under an assumed name, Deutsch joined a militant revolutionary cell in Kiev, which led in June of 1876 to the most infamous moment in his own revolutionary career. An old comrade picked up in the going to the people had been released very quickly, no harm, no foul, and it was widely suspected this guy had given up every name he could think of in exchange for clemency. In his memoir, Deutsch says if the guy had just retired from radical politics quietly, no one would have harmed a hair on his head. But instead, this guy came around looking to rejoin the party. Some newer members let him in, but Deutsch and another guy recognized this probable informant and resolved to take care of the rat permanently. They invited this guy on a trip to Odessa, and on the road beat him nearly to death and left his body on the side of the road with a note pinned to his chest that said roughly, "This is what happens to rats." But unfortunately for Deutsch, they beat this guy nearly to death, not to death. The guy lived, and he spilled a bunch more names. Deutsch himself once again managed to get away, but most of his immediate comrades were rounded up. Deutsch himself then returned to the area around Chigirin, where he rejoined the effort to trick the peasants into going into revolt in the name of the Tsar. But though they successfully recruited, or tricked, however you want to say it, some 2,000 people into this phony scheme, it was eventually betrayed, and everything fell apart by the summer of 1877, and Deutsch was finally arrested. He was facing a certain death sentence, but he managed to escape from prison in May of 1878 and go on the lam again. By that point, both the government and the revolutionaries had been thrown into violent confusion thanks to the near assassination of Governor General Trepov in January of 1878, and then the shocking acquittal of the assailant a few months later, 27-year-old veteran revolutionary Vera Sasulich. Now, for the sake of moving through events last week, I only noted the assassination attempt and its consequences, but I do now need to fully introduce the doer of the deed. Vera Sasulich had been born in Smolensk in 1851 into a family of relatively impoverished lower gentry. Her father died when she was 3, and little Viera was sent off to live with wealthier relatives who saw to her education. Intelligent, precocious, and with an instinctively rebellious spirit, she graduated school in 1866 and went off to St. Petersburg to work as a clerk. As a young woman in the 1860s who was intelligent, precocious, and with an instinctively rebellious spirit, she was drawn into the nihilist circles where men and women considered themselves equals, unbound by the old repressive patriarchal family structures. Her 2 sisters soon joined her in these progressive egalitarian circles. Fully radicalized before she turned 20 years old, Zasulich spent her off hours working as a literacy tutor to educate workers towards dignity and self-confidence. And it was at one of these literacy workshops in the late 1860s that she encountered the soon-to-be infamous Sergei Nechayev. Nechayev tried to recruit Zasulich into his little cell, but she remained aloof. He kept after it, though, and a few months later he declared that he was madly in love with her, which Zasulich dismissed as him trying to manipulate her on behalf of his own agenda, and she remained aloof. But not aloof enough. She did let Nechayev use her address to send and receive mail, and so when he murdered that guy in Skiptown in 1869, Zasulich was also caught up in the resulting police sweep and spent the next few years in prison. When she was released, she settled in Kiev and immediately resumed her radical activities, joining that same militant revolutionary cell in Kiev that Deutsch would join just a few years later. In Kiev, Zasulich was highly regarded as a natural leader, sincere, magnetic, and committed to the cause. She spent her time working as a typesetter for an underground press operation, and it was while following the course of the trial of the 193 in 1877 that she and a friend of hers resolved on the double murder pact that we talked about last week. And while her friend failed to kill the prosecutor in the trial of the 193, Zasulich returned to St. Petersburg. She got in to see Trepov, she pulled out a revolver, and she shot him point blank in the chest. This assassination attempt, and the even more amazing acquittal a few months later, made Zasulich a legend in the underground, a woman who had the courage and the guts to do what was necessary. But the interesting twist is that this is simultaneously the moment when Zasulich herself turned away from advocating terrorist violence as an effective means of revolution. The debate about terrorism, which had begun when she shot Trepov in January of 1878, intensified in April 1879, when Alexander Soloviev nearly shot the Tsar. That's the time Alexander dodged 5 bullets running away from his would-be assassin in a frantic zigzag. The majority of revolutionaries out there regretted only that the Tsar yet lived. They were all now fully on board with the idea that the Tsar must die. So they embraced Khrushchev and his call for an immediate vanguard-style revolution to kill the Tsar, overthrow the government, and seize power. But as we also talked about last week, there was that smaller minority group who still followed something along the Trepov and Bakunin lines, that the revolution had to originate from below. The Tsar had to be toppled by an earthquake, not a lead pipe to the back of the head. And looky here, wouldn't you know it, the core of that minority group was all the people we've talked about today. Pavel Axelrod, Lev Deutsch, Vera Zasulich, and emerging as their main intellectual leader, Georgy Plekhanov, who had by now had his revolutionary baptism by way of 2 brief stints in jail. They continued to insist that propagandizing, education, and building the revolution from below was essential. In August of 1879, the split inside the Land and Liberty Party became permanent. The majority formed People's Will and went off to wage their terror campaign on behalf of a political revolution, while the smaller group around Plekhanov formed Black Repartition. Based in St. Petersburg and aiming to keep up their own separate propaganda efforts, the whole crew came together in the same place at the same time very briefly in the fall of 1879. But there was a lot of heat on Plekhanov and Zasulich and Deutsch, and they resolved to temporarily leave the country, inviting Axelrod to stay behind in the capital and act as editor of their press operation. But I am now required by law to tell you that when this group departed for their quote-unquote temporary sojourn in January of 1880, that they would not in fact return to Russia for 37 long years. Now, Axelrod wasn't far behind his friends. Their press was seized almost immediately by the police, and he had to go back underground. And with almost everyone left in Russia now on board with People's Will, Axelrod left for Switzerland in June of 1880, which turned out to be just in time, because the cops burst in on his last known address just a few days later. Now in among the Russian colony of Switzerland, the members of Black Repartition continued to argue for their side of the split with People's Will. They tried in vain to convince their comrades that this path of terrorist violence would backfire. Whatever hopes they had that their exile would be temporary were blown to pieces along with Tsar Alexander II in March of 1881. The aftermath of that assassination was repression, reaction, and a shattering of People's Will as a viable revolutionary organization, just as the members of Black Repartition had predicted. And next week, we will open with that swift and thoroughgoing repression and the reaction from our little cadre that is still Black Repartition. It was no longer safe for them to come home. It would probably never be safe for them to come home. And as the split with what was left of People's Will became permanent, they decided to form a new revolutionary party based on new reading they had been doing in their now accidentally permanent exile. Dubbing themselves the Group for the Emancipation of Labor, they would be the founders of the first party of Russian Marxists. The Tsar. Episode 10.17, The Emancipation of Labor Group. So I'm sure you have noticed by now that this week's episode sounds different than normal. My microphone gave up the ghost on me, so I have had to improvise a temporary solution to get the job done for right now. I am going back to the United States on Wednesday morning for the Sound Education Conference, and apparently buy a new microphone just got added to my list of things to do while I'm there. So, this isn't ideal, I know, but I think we can all just bear with it together for the moment. In our last episode, we introduced a whole bunch of new people and new ideas, and I hope you were able to keep them all straight. We retraced the tumultuous 1870s and followed the shifts in revolutionary tactics. First, they tried to slowly and peacefully educate the peasants towards mass social revolution, as per Pyotr Lavrov. Then they switched to a quick and violent vanguard party political revolution, as per Pyotr Khrushchev. But when People's Will finally succeeded in killing Tsar Alexander II in 1881, they found that Jacobin terrorism had brought Russia no closer to socialist revolution than Lavrov's patient schoolmaster strategy had. So, where do we go from here? Where can we go from here? Well, Georgy Plekhanov, Pavel Axelrod, Vera Zasulich, and Lev Deutsch believe they have the answer. And while I'm here, I should say that I received both praise and concern over my pronunciation of Deutsch. Some people said, yeah, you nailed it. Other people said in Russian it would be more properly Deutsch. But to be consistent, I'm just going to use Deutsch again, because he disappears after today anyway, and we won't have to worry about it. So we left this little group in early 1881, having found their temporary life as expats in Switzerland becoming a permanent life as exiles in Switzerland. Because the response to his father's assassination from new Emperor Alexander III, the 26-year-old son of the now blown to bits Alexander II, was uncompromising repression. His father, the Tsar Liberator, had embraced political and social reform. He had emancipated the serfs, created the semi-democratic Zemstva, built an entirely new progressive judicial system, and for his trouble he had been targeted for death by ungrateful and probably psychopathic revolutionaries. Almost as soon as the lump of flesh that had once been his father was cold, Alexander III turned from reform to reaction. Orthodoxy, autocracy, nationality, it was back, and it was back with a vengeance. There will be more to talk about on this front, But of most pressing concern for us here today is the arrival of a new political police to seek and destroy the underground enemies of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. Because remember, even before his eventual assassination, Alexander II had given up on the third section. They had been okay at monitoring the upper classes, but they were impotent in the face of underground terrorist groups like People's Will. Russia needed a new political police for this new era. And shortly before his death, Alexander II mostly dismantled the third section and reassigned their powers to a new Department of State Police inside the Ministry of the Interior. Now, what replaced the dismantled third section was the infamous Okhrana, officially known as the Department of Protecting Order and Public Peace. The Okhrana started as a small St. Petersburg office of 12 detectives that had been created back in 1866 after the first near-miss assassination attempt on Alexander II. Well, after the successful, did-not-miss assassination attempt of 1881, Alexander III created 2 more offices in Moscow and Warsaw. To ensure nothing hindered the work of this newly reorganized secret police apparatus, in August of 1881, the Tsar issued the Statute on Measures to Preserve Order and Public Peace, which gave the police broad powers of surveillance, arrest, prosecution, and punishment. The statute was meant to be a temporary measure in the emergency wake of the Tsar Liberator's assassination, and it was drafted to expire after 3 years. But the Statute on Measures to Preserve Order and Public Peace was perpetually renewed every 3 years for an additional 3 years, and it would keep being renewed right up until 1917. So the Russian Empire was now, effectively, a police state. The effect of all this on the People's Will organization was swift and devastating. The burgeoning Okhrana rounded up anyone who might have been even tangentially linked to People's Will, smashed their presses, hanged anyone they thought a ringleader, and exiled the rest to Siberia. In the short term, it meant that People's Will was finished as a viable revolutionary organization. Though, as we will see in a moment, it took a while to figure that out, and there were still pockets remaining out there more committed than ever to continuing the terrorist campaign, in their bitter and hopeless desperation latching onto violence practically for the sake of violence. The long-term effect was that any new revolutionary organization in Russia was going to have to contend with the wily Okhrana apparatus, and they were creative about their tactics. They were not just about surveillance and arrest. They planted long-term spies and agents provocateurs. They co-opted and misdirected and controlled left-wing movements with slush funds and secret financing channels that duped would-be radicals into joining organizations that were actually monitored and directed by the Okhrana. We'll talk about that all later. So for the small cadre that formed Black Repartition, they could only watch this unfold helplessly from their new base of operations in Switzerland. And this was exactly the kind of thing they had feared from a movement built on aggressive terrorist violence, an apocalyptic state backlash. But by the time they arrived in Switzerland, they were not only disagreeing with their estranged comrades over revolutionary tactics, but also revolutionary theory. When they organized themselves in 1879, they declared their ideological adherence to scientific socialism, which for them meant not just Marx, but the whole array of Western socialist writers coming out of Germany and France and Britain. This distinguished them from People's Will, who adhered to Narodist populism, built partly on the idea that the Russian peasant was a unique and special entity on whose behalf the revolution would be staged. So this means that we're starting to recapitulate the old Westernizer Slavophile debate that had raged in the 1830s and 1840s, and which really had been an ongoing debate among educated Russians going all the way back to Peter the Great. Should Russia look to quote-unquote more advanced Europe for answers, or were concepts like backward and behind meaningless because Russia was its own unique thing, playing out its own unique history? After they arrived in Switzerland in 1880, Plekhanov buried himself in a 3-year-long intensive study of economics, history, philosophy, and political science to develop a new theory that would guide Russia towards its revolutionary destiny, from which He emerged convinced that the really hard work of synthesizing economics, history, philosophy, and political science into a new revolutionary doctrine had already been done by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, and that the answer to all of Russia's problems was found in Marxism. So Marx and Engels were already well known in the Russian intelligentsia, both above-board intellectuals and underground radicals. Most of their early work was banned, of course, but the weighty tome that was Capital was legally published in Russia in March of 1872. The conclusion of the censors was that it was a doorstop filled with boring statistical analysis that few would read and even fewer would understand. And even if they did understand it, Capital was clearly an attack on Western-style industrial capitalism, and we've got none of that here, so it's not like any of this is even applicable to Russia. So they let it be published. And the Russian edition was the first foreign edition of Capital ever published. Marx himself was very pleased when the initial print run of 3,000 copies sold out in a single year. The reason Capital turned out to be so popular among the Russian intelligentsia was not because it described the situation in Russia, but because it was an exquisitely detailed description of the horrors of Western capitalism. And as I just mentioned, one of the driving ideas behind neurotism was the belief that the existing communal spirit of the historic Russian village could be harnessed to bypass all the horrors described so eloquently by Marx. So Capital became a cautionary tale. It's not like anybody was reading Marx as a blueprint for the Russian Revolution. Plekhanov, meanwhile, read Marx and said, "I have a blueprint for the Russian Revolution." And that's why Plekhanov gets to go down as the father of Russian Marxism. But as Plekhanov and his friends turned towards Marxism in the early 1880s, they engaged in a dialogue with their still kind of comrades in what was left of People's Will, to try to reform a unified revolutionary party. They had, after all, been together in Land and Liberty right up until 1879. But neither side showed a burning desire to mend fences. Plekhanov was already developing an acid pen, and his treatment of the neurotist theories and tactics that had so obviously failed was dismissive and caustic. For their part, the remaining at-large members of People's Will dug in even harder on their Jacobin terrorism. And if this insistence on staying the course seemed crazy to the members of Black Repartition, just imagine how crazy Black Repartition's claim that they should plot a new revolutionary course based on some old German's analysis of industrial capitalism seemed to the members of People's Will. The talks went nowhere. So the members of Black Repartition decided to cut their ties and boldly move in a new direction. In September of 1883, Plekhanov, Axelrod, Zasulich, and Deutsch got together in Geneva, and they formed a new society they dubbed the Emancipation of Labor Group. The Emancipation of Labor Group would be an explicitly Marxist society. Their principal objective would be to spread Marxist ideas into Russia, to reorient the entire ideological underpinning of Russian Revolution away from the failed utopianism of anarchism and neurotism, and toward the advanced scientific socialism of Marx. They specifically organized themselves as a propaganda operation focused on disseminating and teaching Marxist theory. The plan was to translate the work of Marx and Engels into Russian, and then write new books and pamphlets elaborating on their ideas to make it intelligible and relevant to a Russian audience. This kind of education-based revolution fit right in with Lavrov's theories, and they invited him to join the group, but he declined. Lavrov was not a Marxist. The one other guy they did get to join was this kid named Vasily Ignatov, who was able to contribute some seed money to get the group off the ground. Now, half the time, Ignatov is not even mentioned among the founders, since he contributed little more than money, and then he died in 1885. But for the record, he was like the fifth Beatle of the Emancipation of Labor Group. By his own self-assertion, and the agreement of his comrades, Plekhanov would serve as the intellectual leader of the new group, and he set to work laying out their new Marxist program for Russia in 3 early works. First, the official statement of principles that accompanied the formation of the new group, and also a pamphlet that was published around the same time called Socialism and the Political Struggle, Both of those were published in 1883. These were followed by a longer book called Our Differences, published in 1885. In these early works, Plekhanov staked out their position relative to previous theorists and activists like Gertsin, Bakunin, Chernyshevsky, and Khrushchev, and mostly attacking the unscientific utopian fantasies of the neurotists and the anarchists. And indeed, the thing Plekhanov probably found most exciting about Marx was that Marx was offering a scientific theory of economics, society, and history. Plekhanov believed Marx had done for social relations what Newton had done for physics and what Darwin was doing for biology. The scientific nature of the theories is what made them so profoundly important. The most important of these profoundly important scientific truths that Marx had discovered was the theory of historical materialism. Plekhanov came to believe that the stages of history outlined by Marx were inevitable and inexorable, which meant that when describing the transition from feudalism to capitalism, Marx may have been talking about the past history of places like France and Britain, but because Russia had not yet emerged from their medieval mode of production, Marx was also describing a future for Russia yet to come. He was like a fortune teller with a crystal ball. Plekhanov believed historical materialism had universal application. So while the populists and the anarchists believed that Russia could avoid the horrors of Western industrial capitalism thanks to their own unique culture and history, Plekhanov said no, that is impossible. Marx has described a path of socio-economic development that cannot be avoided. You cannot skip from feudalism to socialism. Because again, when Marx said that the revolutionary class in feudal society was the bourgeoisie, and that they were the only ones who could topple feudalism and further develop the forces of production, Plekhanov believed him. And it was not until after the bourgeoisie had overthrown feudal aristocracy that the next revolutionary class, the urban proletariat, could rise up to fulfill their own historical destiny. As a result of his belief in the scientific universal truth of historical materialism, Plekhanov advanced the controversial doctrine of two revolutions. Because to get to the socialist revolution they were all aiming at, there must first be a bourgeois democratic revolution, which meant the capitalist mode of production must come to Russia. Now, this theory is going to be a tough sell to Russian radicals who have just spent the last few decades agreeing that the industrial capitalist mode of production sounded really crappy, and it was to be avoided at all costs. Remember, the basic premise of Khrushchev's now or never imperative was that the revolution had to be carried out before capitalism arrived in Russia. Otherwise, it would be too late. Plekhanov reversed that position. Capitalism had to come to Russia before the socialist revolution could be carried out. So socialists should join with the bourgeoisie in the historical materialist-approved overthrow of Tsarist autocracy. Then, the socialists must endure a period of bourgeois capitalist rule in order to develop the forces of production to the point where the proletarian socialists could stage their own second revolution. If this all sounds familiar, it's because this is what young Marx was arguing during the early days of the Revolution of 1848. We talked about this in episode 10.2, that the workers must join with the liberal Democrats to overthrow the monarchies of Germany before the next revolution, the Workers' Revolution, could be staged. And it was a theory Marx himself grew disenchanted with by 1849. One of the other big things that drew Plekhanov to Marx was that Marx positively savaged the ideological fixation on the revolutionary potential of the peasants. Personal experience had turned Plekhanov into a convinced skeptic of the revolutionary potential of the peasant, and he found in Marx the theoretical justification for this conclusion. So Plekhanov fundamentally disagreed with Lavrov about this. He believed there was no hope in trying to educate the peasants to revolution. It can't be done. And more importantly, it didn't need to be done. Because according to historical materialism, what was going to happen was that the centralizing forces of capitalism were going to draw the peasants from their rural villages into the cities, where they would be turned into the urban proletariat, and thus become the future revolutionary class. Because unlike the hopeless sack of potatoes that was the peasantry, you could cultivate the revolutionary class consciousness of the urban proletariat. Thus, the anarchist claim that the Russian peasant villages were the future of Russia was all wrong. Those villages were in fact an archaic relic of the past that had to be destroyed. Now, as we saw last week, this disenchantment with the peasants was shared by Pyotr Kuchov. But Plekhanov and Kuchov drew different tactical conclusions. As we talked about last week, Kuchov said the peasants are hopeless, that's why we need a vanguard party of hyper-disciplined revolutionaries to do the work of toppling the Tsar. Plekhanov blasted this because, first of all, it tried to do an end run around historical materialism. A small group of terrorists could not initiate a socialist revolution by blowing up the Tsar. Feudalism could only be toppled by the historical forces of bourgeois capitalism. That was how the first revolution had to go. And even when it came time for the second, socialist revolution of the proletariat, that had to be carried out as a mass movement of workers, once they had become the largest class of bourgeois capitalist society. The dictatorship of the proletariat was not a dictatorship in the sense that Blanqui or Kuchov used the term, a tiny all-powerful revolutionary committee, but it was instead a true democratic majority capturing control of the state from the minority bourgeois capitalists. So in the debate between mass movement versus small vanguard party, the Emancipation of Labor group were firmly in the mass movement camp. So all of these beliefs and positions we've just talked about mean that the Emancipation of Labor group is mostly in alignment with German social democrats. Now, the definition of social democrat and social democracy has changed a bit over the years, but in the terminology of the 1870s and 1880s, it meant socialists who were willing to engage in parliamentary politics, to build so-called labor parties, to stand for election, to advocate democratic civil rights like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of association. They also agitated for practical labor reforms, safer conditions, higher wages, the 8-hour day. Now, this kind of activity was scorned by more radical socialists, and especially the anarchists, who thought this kind of political work granted legitimacy to the bourgeois state, and that supporting labor reforms would sap the necessary revolutionary energy of the working classes without actually emancipating them. Social Democrats, the Emancipation of Labor group among them, believed that the state could and should be engaged with, especially as a necessary step in the doctrine of two revolutions. So in the initial proclamation of principles for the Emancipation of Labor group, they said that the first goal would be establishing a democratic constitution for the state. This was also important not just as a step in historical materialism, but also because the Emancipation of Labor group held democratic principles. They did not advocate small dictatorial committees. Again, when they advocated for the dictatorship of the proletariat, they meant majority rule democracy. The Emancipation of Labor group was conscious of the disdain held by radical Russian revolutionaries of this watered-down German social democracy, and it's partly why they called themselves the Emancipation of Labor group, and not the more obvious and more accurate Russian Social Democrats. Not that it really mattered. It is safe to say that initially, this all landed somewhere between a thud and a whimper. Mostly it just didn't land at all. Those revolutionaries still left in Russia were all still with people's will, whether out of stubbornness or true belief, and the scathing attacks from Plekhanov were not going to coax anyone towards his new ideas. Even without the acerbic language, he was still advocating literary study and propagandizing, not direct revolutionary action. One old Bakuninist veteran scoffed that they weren't even revolutionaries anymore. They were sociologists. Old Lavrov, meanwhile, was livid at their activities because he believed that in these difficult post-assassination years, that the remaining revolutionaries had to focus on maintaining a broad platform of unity that kept everybody together. The Emancipation of Labor group seemed to focus on sharpening and exacerbating internal divisions. Meanwhile, those who got past all of that still couldn't quite grasp how Marxist doctrine was ever going to work in Russia. Or this argument about how we have to embrace the horrors of Western capitalism. I mean, dude, I'm a revolutionary because that's what I'm opposed to, not because I want to invite it into my backyard. Striking out at home, the Emancipation of Labor group also got very little love from Western socialists in Germany and France and Britain, who were equally frustrated that they were focused on the wrong things. From the perspective of Western socialists, Russian czardom meant only one thing. It was the war chest, arsenal, and bunker of last resort for reactionary conservatism everywhere in Europe. The Tsar had agents in every capital. Money was paid to Western politicians to oppose socialism and anarchism and even liberalism. Marx personally hated the Tsar so much that he believed every single conspiracy theory about malevolent Russian interference, no matter how far-fetched. Not that Russian diplomacy wasn't heavy on supporting reactionary politics in the West, it was. It's just that it wasn't all true. I mean, Marx openly believed that William Gladstone had been on the Tsar's payroll. So what the Western socialists wanted revolutionaries in Russia to do was topple the Tsar. That's it. That's all they really cared about. Peasants, workers, mass movements, small vanguard parties, we don't care. Just get it done. So they were happy to support a movement like People's Hand, which had a singular focus on toppling the Tsar. They didn't want to hear about the slow process of historical materialism needing to play out in Russia, especially not from the Emancipation of Labor group, whose attacks on their former comrades threatened the unity of the Russian revolutionary underground. Arguably the most disheartening thing of all, though, was the attitude of Marx and Engels themselves. They're still alive and kicking out there. At various points in the late 1870s and early 1880s, Vera Zasulich exchanged letters with both men, and their replies were not exactly encouraging. For one thing, Marx and Engels were among those Western socialists who just wanted the hated Tsar to fall by any means necessary. For the good of humanity, that and that alone needed to be the focus of the revolutionaries in Russia. But on top of that, Marx and Engels also tended to believe that Russia was not on the same historical materialist path as Western Europe, and they considered the kind of arguments Plekhanov would be making in the 1880s and 1890s a misuse of their work. And they said so. Marx warned Zasulich not to mix Western theory with Russian culture and history. Russia was not even in the feudal mode of production at the moment. Politically and economically, feudal culture is a transactional arrangement between autonomous families and a landowning aristocracy. Russia had never had these kinds of transactional arrangements. Russia had always been the Tsar's property. Everyone else just lived there. What Marx and Engels believed was that Russia was off on this dead end of evolutionary historical development called the Asiatic mode of production. And I mentioned this mode very briefly in episode 10.4 when I was introducing the stages of historical materialism, and I'll just quote myself here to remind you. There are slightly modified versions that involve an Asiatic mode and a barbarian mode that existed in the area between tribal and ancient, but I'll set those aside for now. Well, the time has come to pick them up, at least the Asiatic mode. Marx and Engels only discuss the Asiatic mode of production in a few scant and not very deep passages. But they dubbed it Asiatic because they were trying to describe certain civilizations that grew up on the Asian continent after the Neolithic Revolution, in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, the Indus Valley, and China. Politically, the Asiatic mode was defined by a ruler presented as the theocratic incarnation of the gods on earth. Economically, this god-king owned all the land, and was able to marshal huge workforces to build large capital cities, huge monuments, and infrastructure projects, most especially large and complex irrigation systems to make the land more productive. Technological and cultural progress would have given these Asiatic civilizations writing, mathematics, record-keeping, calendars, and sophisticated engineering, all of which would be utilized by a central bureaucracy that ruled a population mostly confined to small communities that knew only their own timeless little village, and whose only political role was total obedience to the god kings. This sense of eternal timelessness pervaded this alleged Asiatic mode of production, and, lacking the willingness or the desire to further develop the forces of production, which, remember, for Marx is the motor force of history, the Asiatic civilizations eventually decay and pass away, even if it takes thousands of years. Now, I'm not endorsing any of this as a theory, I'm just saying this was an idea Marx and Engels had been kicking around since the 1850s. And so, when Marx and Engels looked at Russian Tsardom, they saw the Asiatic mode of production. Isolated, timeless communities acting as obedient slaves to a god-king who exercises power through a central bureaucracy, and a society with no strong concept of private property. They were very skeptical of guys like Bakunin, who argued that the timeless Russian commune could be the basis of future socialist society, because Marx and Engels believed those communes were part of the foundational essence of a dead-end Asiatic civilization. And they were skeptical of anyone who argued a robust bourgeois class could emerge out of this environment. The pieces just weren't there culturally, economically, or psychologically. Now, Marx and Engels did provide a preface to a new Russian translation of the Communist Manifesto Plekhanov drafted in 1882, and they said that toppling the Tsar through violent insurrection was possible, and might hopefully serve as a, quote, signal for a proletarian revolution in the West. And if it did, then it was possible that the effects of that proletarian revolution in the West would rebound back to Russia, and allow the economic forces underlying their historical commune to develop and serve as the basis of Russian communist society. But there is no hint that they thought Russia was itself on some inexorable road to proletarian revolution. Now, Marx died in March of 1883, just before the Emancipation of Labor Group was officially formed, but Engels kept right on living, and throughout the 1880s, this very first Russian Marxist society did not exactly earn his hearty approval or endorsement. So it was rough going in the early years. The Emancipation of Labor Group had no real allies. They had no contacts in Russia to spread their work. They were all dirt poor and struggling to feed themselves and their families. But they kept at it. Zazulich translated Marx's own works to make sure the primary source material was available. Plekhanov wrote his pamphlets and books explaining why they were right and everyone else was wrong. Axelrod studied Western labor movements and developed personal working relationships with German social democrats like Edward Bernstein and Karl Kautsky. And finally, Leif Deutsch was the logistical organizer, fundraiser, and chief smuggler. But the results were discouraging. Deutsch returned from one trip to Russia saying that there were less than 10 people in the whole empire who cared about what they were doing. Then in 1884, the group was dealt a serious setback when Deutsch was arrested in Germany on a smuggling run. It was general policy not to extradite political targets back to Russia, but Deutsch still had an attempted murder charge on his head, making him little more than a common criminal. Extradited back to Russia, he was tried and sentenced. But surprisingly, he wasn't hanged. He was sent into perpetual exile in Siberia. His devastated comrades in Switzerland assumed they would never see him again. Though, spoiler alert, he would later write a memoir called 16 Years in Siberia, in case you're wondering exactly how long his perpetual exile wound up lasting. But really, for the rest of the 1880s, it was down to just the three of them, Plekhanov, Zazulich, and Axelrod. Now, they were not totally friendless. Younger Russian students studying in Switzerland were interested in their ideas. But it's fair to say that by the dawn of 1890, the Emancipation of Labor Group had zero influence on socialist politics at home or abroad. But much to everyone's shock, the forces of history turned in their favor. Plekhanov suddenly appeared to be a mad prophet who had predicted a great flood and who everyone had laughed at, and then the flood suddenly came. And next week we're going to talk about that flood. Because while the industrial capitalist mode of production was going to have trouble coming around on its own, if it was spurred by, say, an energetic finance minister who was tasked with modernizing Russia so it can compete with Western rivals economically and politically, if that happened, then the resulting industrial boom might look exactly like the historical materialist transformation Plekhanov had been talking about, and many up-and-coming radicals would look around and agree that the growing urban proletariat, not the dying rural peasantry, was the revolutionary future of Russia. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.18, The VIT System. First of all, sound education was great. It was super fun to see everyone. I did some interviews, and there may be some other sound bites and recordings or things that pop up out there. And when they do, I will be sure to share them with you all. Thanks to everyone who put it on, showed up, and participated. Now, did sound education contribute a little bit to this episode coming out late? Yes, it did, but who cares? We're here now. You can also probably tell that I did get a new microphone. That's why this episode sounds a little bit different than the last one, hopefully a little bit better. Though I am recording it inside an old apartment in Ithaca, New York, not the usual space in Paris, so it'll probably sound different again when I go home in a few weeks. C'est la vie. Now, what I want to do today is return to Russia from our spell among the radical emigre exiles in Switzerland and discuss why the new Emancipation of Labor group is about to find their Marxist message resonating instead of falling on deaf ears. Now, today's episode is going to take us right up to the early 1890s, right up to the ascension of Tsar Nicholas II, in fact, who is going to combine the worst parts of King Charles I and King Louis XVI to form the truly Platonic ideal of a terrible monarch. We'll introduce Nicholas fully next week, then I'm going to take one scheduled week off, and after that we will more fully develop the political and economic situation of the Russian Empire as it plunges first towards 1905 and then 1917. As I have said, this is not just going to be the story of the Bolsheviks' rise to power. This ain't going to be Lenin versus the Tsar, because the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917 were about so much more than that. We've got liberals who wanted a democratic constitution and civil rights, anarchists who wanted to blow up the whole empire root and branch, nationalists who wanted self-determination and freedom from the Russian Empire, as well as a resurgent brand of neurotism, still saying, hey, the empire is 90% peasant, you can't just ignore that. We're going to talk about all of it. Now, as we discussed at the beginning of last week's episode, Alexander III came to power upon the death of his father in March of 1881, and he did not waste any time repudiating everything that the now late lamented Tsar Liberator had done. The movement towards further constitutional reform, like actually having a constitution, was reversed. The new policy of Alexander III would be a return to the old policy of his grandfather Nicholas I, orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. One czar, one church, one language, faith, czar, and the fatherland. The goal now was to suppress anything that challenged that triad. The semi-democratic zemstva were an affront to the principle of autocracy, so they would find their activities and authority severely curtailed. Religious alternatives to Russian Orthodox Christianity, Protestants, Catholics, Jews, and Muslims, all face new hurdles of intolerance. And as we'll talk about more in future episodes, the return to an official policy of Russification would land hard on minority nationalities. Jews again, Poles, Germans, Central Asians, Ukrainians. All of them would be facing an imperial policy steamrolling over their ethnic and cultural identities, and none of them would be happy about it. But this return to the political and cultural policies of his grandfather still left Tsar Alexander III with a problem. The problem that had in fact been the impetus for his father's great reforms in the early 1860s, Russia's backward economy. In terms of economic and technological process, there was kind of an objective forward and backward, advanced and primitive, and Russia was on the wrong side of all those lines. To compete in the big new world of modern industrialization, they were going to have to modernize and industrialize. And the great reforms on their own had not done the work they were supposed to have done. Russia still did not have the financial resources, the material capital, or the labor force necessary to compete with the likes of Britain and Germany and France. Now, the 1860s and 1870s had seen annual output increases in iron and steel and coal and oil. In 1861, there were thousands of miles of railroad track. By the 1880s, there were tens of thousands of miles of railroad track. In 1861, the quote-unquote industrial labor force was only about 750,000 people, and by the time Alexander III was ascending, it was on its way to being 1.5 million or so. You started seeing financial institutions and joint stock companies forming to pool resources and fund projects. Large factories started sprouting up in Moscow and St. Petersburg and Kiev. Mining operations in the Ural Mountains and the exploration and exploitation of the Baku oil fields expanded. But this happened slowly, and not without encountering the inertia of tradition. Capital investment was greater than it had ever been, but it was still low compared to Western Europe. And though freed, most peasants still lived in their villages. Now, for some of the ascendant conservatives in the ministry of Alexander III, this was all for the good, because no less than Marx, they suspected that major changes in the basic economic relations of the Russian Empire would cause social upheavals that would increase the threat of political revolution. But others had their eye on different threats to the existing political order. Yes, changes to the underlying forces of production can lead to revolution, but what happens if the state goes bankrupt? Or worse yet, what happens if we lose another war in humiliating fashion? I mean, let's just take as a purely hypothetical, I'm not saying this would actually happen, just purely hypothetically. I mean, what if we got in a war with, and again, I'm just picking a random name out of a hat here. Let's say we got in a war with like Japan and lost. With so much of our political legitimacy resting on our military might, losing a war like that might topple the government quite a bit faster than changes in the substructure's mode of production. So some voices inside the government said, look, we can modernize the economy inside a system of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. We just have to be careful. And besides, even if you're scared of what might happen, we have to do it. We have to take the risk. We have to navigate the consequences, because if we do nothing, we are done for sure. The man who became synonymous with this latter position is Sergei Witte. Sergei Witte was born in June 1849, just as the Russians were snuffing out the last embers of the Revolution of 1848. Born into a noble family of Baltic Germans, Sergei's father converted from Lutheran to Orthodoxy to advance his political career. Little Sergei was raised on the estates of his noble grandparents and originally went off to university to study theoretical mathematics with an eye on becoming a professor. But this career path did not sit well with his family, who prodded him instead to enter the civil service in the growing railroad sector. So after graduating at the top of his class in 1870, that's what Sergei Witte did. He started out doing internship-type work to learn all aspects of the business, and then got himself appointed head of the traffic office for the Odessa Railroad. This was a fine, cushy job, but then in 1875 there was a bad wreck on one of the lines under his jurisdiction, and Witte himself was arrested and charged with official negligence. But while his case was being contested, Russia got involved in another brief war with the Turks, which lasted from 1877 to 1878 down in the Balkans. Witte had devised a novel double-shift program to increase efficiency of the critical Odessa railroads that served the front lines. The dramatic increase in efficient productivity in a sector critical to the war effort was recognized by an influential Grand Duke who interceded in Witte's case, got his sentence reduced to 2 weeks, and then set him free to play a bigger role in imperial railroad policy. Now working under the auspices of some pretty powerful patrons, Witte moved to St. Petersburg for a while before moving on again to Kiev, where in 1883 he published an influential paper outlining ways to improve the freight system of Russia. This included not just technical and organizational recommendations, but he also said that the Tsar needed to take some official interest in the conditions of the growing group of industrial workers, if not out of humanitarian benevolence, then at least out of economic and political self-interest. Well-treated workers are more productive and less revolutionary. After more than a decade working diligently for the state, Witte then moved to the private sector, accepting a job as manager of the Southwestern Railway, a privately held operation based in Kiev. When he showed up, he did what he always did wherever he showed up. He quickly increased the efficiency and profitability of the Southwestern Railway and now had a well-earned reputation as something of a wonder boy. That reputation brought him to the attention of Tsar Alexander III himself. This attention earned Witt the enmity of a few of the Tsar's other ministers. You see, the imperial family had a private locomotive, which had been outfitted with this super-fast double engine that allowed it to travel at super high speeds, which everyone agreed was totally awesome. Witt looked at the specs and said, "This is crazy. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Neither the cars these engines are pulling, nor the tracks these engines are riding on, are designed to handle the kind of vibration and stress you're putting on them." Everyone else was like, "Dude, you're no fun at all. Look how fast it goes. It's awesome." In October of 1888, the imperial train was traveling at its usual, completely unsafe high speed near Borky, a town 250 miles south of Kursk, when, as Witt predicted, it derailed in spectacular fashion. 21 people were killed in the wreck. Tsar Alexander and his family were in the dining car and managed to escape with only injuries. And the story goes that the Tsar personally bore the weight of the collapsed roof of the dining car while his family escaped the wreckage. Now, this isn't totally implausible. I mean, Google up a picture of Tsar Alexander III. He's a big dude. But this feat of heroic strength immediately went into the propaganda machine of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, and became a standard part of Tsar Alexander's story. Not only the feat of strength, but the fact that the imperial family survived the crash at all was clearly a sign that his policies were favored by God. A subsequent investigation found plenty of blame to go around, and one voice who had predicted to a T what might happen. The Tsar may have been protected by God, but he would have been even smarter to trust the word of Sergei Witt. So in 1889, Witt was appointed head of the State Railway Department inside the Ministry of Finance. This put him in charge of the railroads of Russia. Witt accepted the job on the condition that he would have hiring and firing power, specifically so that he could hire people who were talented, experienced, and had expertise, and fire doofuses with good political connections or fancy pedigrees. You know, the kinds of men who might say things like, "Ain't it neat how fast we can make the train go?" The arrival of Witt as the head of the railroads in 1889 marks the beginning of his push towards what becomes known as the Witt system. As he took up his new office, Witt published another paper called National Savings and Friedrich List, which outlined a new plan partly influenced by the German economist Friedrich List. Now, List had died back in 1846, but Witt quite liked his philosophy. List had advocated his own stages of economic progress and recommended a plan for how underdeveloped nations could become developed nations. First, you should embrace free trade to swap raw resources for advanced foreign manufactures and capital. Then, once you had some wealth built up, you should erect trade barriers to encourage and protect your domestic industries and make a little tax revenue on the side. Then, once your domestic economy was robust, powerful, and productive, you drop the tariffs again and go out and compete on an equal basis in the global economy. List was a great believer in the national system, no internal barriers to trade, and a major emphasis on economic connectivity and integration, and he was thus a great promoter of domestic railroads to knit together the national economy. Witt took large portions of this theory and believed that he could apply them profitably, literally profitably, to Russia. Witt also believed, not unlike Marx, that the kind of modernizing economic development Russia needed was not going to be driven by the relatively small and weak Russian bourgeoisie. There hardly even was a Russian bourgeoisie. So he argued that the state itself was going to have to be a major locomotive of development as both producer and customer of industry. And his ultimate goal was to amass financial and material capital that would make Russia a strong industrial economy in its own right. And Sergei Witt, being Sergei Witt, he believed that the best place to launch this locomotive of development was in the locomotives. So the state would organize, direct, and finance railroad development that would create major demand for labor, mining, coal, and petroleum. To finance these projects, Witt energetically looked for foreign investors. He sold Russian projects to British and French and Belgian investors, and they were enticed by the opportunities they saw: high interest rates on their loans, low labor costs for the projects, and a powerful repressive autocracy that wouldn't let the workers make any trouble. But foreign investment was not the only thing. Witt also raised taxes across the board, most of which wound up being borne principally by the lower classes, especially by the peasants. Witt also followed List's recommendations and protected Russian industrial development by throwing up tariff barriers that, yes, shielded that development and made the state some revenue, but it also made many consumer goods much more expensive. So the Witt system in general was about fostering and protecting a growing industrial economy, raising revenue for the state with new tariffs and taxes, and integrating the empire with a dramatic expansion of railroads, which, once finished, would make further progress in other sectors possible. The most important of these new rail projects was unquestionably the Trans-Siberian Railway, which would forge a direct link all the way to the Pacific Ocean in the Far East. The Trans-Siberian Railway would take a decade to complete and have all the beneficial impacts Witt desired, prodding major demand for metals, coal, oil, and labor. Though, come 1901 when the project was finished, let's just say that the resulting disappearance of demand and jobs was of some benefit to the activities of the next generation of our Russian revolutionaries. Another thing that would be of some benefit to our future Russian revolutionaries would be the Russian famine of 1891-1892. Terrible harvests in the fall of 1891, combined with terrible government policy that continued to export grain abroad and only belatedly and ineffectually attempted to deal with the problem. The famine led to upwards of 500,000 deaths, and despite official censorship, which tried to pretend like, times are bad, but not that bad, plenty of Russians walked away from the famine with their faith in the Tsar supremely tested, which again was something that later Marxists and anarchists and resurgent neurotists were going to be able to play on. The mishandling of the famine by the Minister of Finance helped lead to his ouster in the summer of 1892, and who better to install in this all-important post than the one guy who seemed like he knew what he was actually doing, Sergei Witt. Appointed in August 1892, Witt would serve in the post for the next 11 years. And from this perch, with the full blessing and protection of the czars he served, he was able to go even further with his plans. He pushed hard for the Trans-Siberian Railway, which would soon have him playing a major diplomatic role in Russia's relations with China and Japan, both of whom were going to be directly impacted by the project. He further expanded and raised tariffs and taxes, and cultivated foreign investment. And he was already getting ready to have Russia adopt the gold standard, which would ingratiate Russia with the European banking establishment, a move that would precede the same move Jose Limantour would make in Mexico just a few years later, a development we talked about in the early episodes on the Mexican Revolution. And really, as I sit here writing about the Witt system, I am very much reminded of the Cientifico program for the middle and latter years of the Porfiriato. And in fact, while I'm sitting here, I should say that a lot of the things I've been writing about Russia have been very similar to things I wrote about Mexico, and I may have to do a dedicated compare and contrast session on the Mexican and Russian revolutions. And for the record, Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata were never confused about whether or not the peasants had revolutionary potential. No promises on that, it's been on my mind a lot lately. The impact of the Witt system was undeniable, and it is sometimes described as sparking the Witt boom. Now, this takes us a little bit ahead of the temporal framework of today's episode, but between 1890 and 1900, the amount of railroad track doubled from 30,000 kilometers to 60,000 kilometers. Annual output of coal, iron, and petroleum all more or less tripled, and the value of annual textile production doubled. By 1900, Russia had gone from having 1.5 million industrial workers to 3 million, though they were still a minuscule 2.5% of the total population, a population that was pegged in a census taken in 1897 at 125 million people. But the impact of this was not really an empire-wide affair. It was mostly concentrated in major cities or areas where the necessary raw resources were found: so like Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kiev, mining operations in the Ural Mountains, petroleum operations in the Baku oil fields. Those specific areas underwent significant economic and social transformation, even if Russia as a whole still remained predominantly rural and peasant. So what we're seeing here is the rapid doubling of the industrial labor population, not spread out over the vast acreage of the empire, but jammed into very specific areas. They were all living right on top of each other. So the hallmark of Russia's rapid industrialization was that it was much larger and more concentrated in the factories and mines and construction projects than similar operations in the West. And conditions were infamously deplorable. In an environment where all power was held by management backed by orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, working standards and living conditions were bad, very, very bad. Long hours, low pay, no safety standards, poor sanitation, terrible food, and even worse shelter. It was all dehumanizing and degrading and dangerous. Workers often lived in barracks-like buildings, just living and sleeping next to each other in large open halls that maybe had beds and maybe didn't. Certainly most of these barracks did not have dedicated laundry services or built-in kitchens. Everyone was just kind of filthy, ate at communal canteens, and had zero privacy. Other areas might have cheap tenement buildings thrown up that would be subdivided and subdivided again to maximize the number of quote-unquote rooms available. Now, some of these deplorable conditions were explained away by one of the other hallmarks of this phase of Russian industrialization, which is the somewhat temporary and quasi-seasonal nature of the workforce. Drawing primarily from villages near the big cities and factories and work sites, the workers still identified mentally as residents and members of their home villages. They were just here to work and make as much money as they could, sending most of that money back home. And they themselves would go home whenever duties there like the harvest required it, which would always cause work slowdowns during those times. So Russian industry was still subject to the rhythms of agriculture. The younger generation of workers, though, were very 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the village. They were very interested in getting both feet out of the village entirely. Sure, they had come to make money for their families, but also to escape the dull, ignorant drudgery of village life. Women especially were eager to take on jobs as housekeepers and maids and anything else that was on offer, as it gave them a degree of financial independence and got them out from under the plodding tyranny of the village patriarchy. These young women would be especially receptive to the ideas about breaking down the tyranny of the patriarchal family, which was being pitched by socialists and anarchists, and make them critical mainstays and leaders in the revolutions to come. But for the moment, they were not yet mentally the permanent urban proletariat population that revolutionary theorists like Plekhanov was counting on. For that, they would need additional years together living in squalid conditions and working terrible jobs, which would instill in them an instinctive fighting spirit that, if given a name and a direction, could be very revolutionary indeed. But next week, we will get back to the Romanovs, because on October the 20th, 1894, Tsar Alexander III would die at the age of just 49. This left the empire to his 26-year-old son, Nicholas II. On his deathbed, Alexander told his son that the only minister he should listen to was Sergei Witt. Witt is the only one who knows what he's doing. This is advice that Nicholas would at first take and then later disregard, as his mind wandered off to listen to other, more eccentric voices. A true believer in orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, Nicholas never doubted that he was God's chosen father of the Russian people. And next week, we will spend time with young Nicholas and attempt to puzzle out, if it's true what Nicholas believed, just what on earth God might have been thinking. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.19, Nikki and Alex. So we have done a top-line history of the Tsars. We saw the Principality of Moscow become the Tsardom of Russia, become the Russian Empire. We saw the founding of the Romanov dynasty in 1613, and saw that dynasty continue to produce the rulers of Russia in perpetuity. We saw them forge a multinational empire. We saw the emperors westernize under Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. We saw them rise to become a decisive great power in European affairs, and then watch them scramble to keep up with a world that was moving much faster than they were. But now we come to the last Romanov, the last Tsar, Nicholas II. The full weight of history was about to come crashing down on his head, and if God had handpicked Nicholas to navigate Russia through the tumultuous turn from the 19th century to the 20th century, he could not have picked a worse man for the job. So let's talk about the future last Tsar, Nicholas II. Nikolai Alexandrovich Romanov was born on May the 6th, 1868. His father was the Cesarevich Alexander, and his mother was Maria, formerly Princess Dagmar of Denmark, before her arrival and conversion to Orthodoxy led to a name change. Now, given the way that the Romanovs had arranged their marriages and intermarriages, importing husbands and wives and then importing husbands and wives for the product of those imported husbands and wives, little Nicky was mostly German and Danish. Nicky was also the scion of a great extended royal family that had grown up under Queen Victoria in the later 19th century that included like half the crowned heads in Europe, concentrated especially in Northern Europe. Nicholas's mother, Maria, was the sister of Alexandra of Denmark, who was herself the wife of the Prince of Wales, Albert Edward, though they were known to all as Aunt Alex and Uncle Bertie. Nicholas joined a generation of grandchildren/cousins that included Kaiser Wilhelm II, who they all called Willie, George V of England, and also the kings and queens of Denmark and Greece and Norway. Small principalities, medium-sized kingdoms, enormous sprawling empires. When the rulers of Europe got together, it was quite literally a family reunion. Now, unlike his father, who kind of kept the European family at arm's length, Nicholas fit right in with this crowd. He was an active, welcome, and happy member of this extended dynastic clan. He went along on regular trips to Denmark to visit his mother's relatives and was always running into English and German cousins and aunts, uncles, and grandparents. At the age of 5, he spent 2 months at Marlborough House in England, being spoiled rotten by Aunt Alex and Uncle Bertie. So it's safe to say that Nicky was born at the top of every social, political, and economic pyramid in Europe. But his father had ideas about how kids should be raised, and pampered luxury was not the way to go. The future Emperor Alexander III was into getting up early, taking cold baths, hunting and fishing, manly stuff. And his children, of whom there were 5 more after Nicholas, lived in palaces, but they slept on cots. They ate porridge for breakfast. Things were meant to be hard and simple and cold. They were meant to grow up strong and durable, not soft and weak. But the thing is, though Nicholas always held his father in an intense reverential awe, and he tried to live up to those hard expectations, he was not a hard boy, and he was not going to grow up to be a hard man. For better, for worse, he was soft. One of his relatives described his smile as tender, shy, and a little bit sad. And physically, Nicholas did not measure up at all. Remember, old Peter the Great had been 7 feet tall. Nicky's great-grandfather and namesake, Nicholas I, had been 6'7". His own father was a barrel-chested 6'3". When Nicholas grew up, he was all of 5'7" in boots. His nickname growing up was Nikolasha, Little Nicholas. So, I'm just going to do the joke now about how he had literally big boots to fill and couldn't do it, and just let you groan your way through it. But since he was a high aristocrat and heir to the Russian Empire, it wasn't all cold baths and porridge. Nicky was extensively tutored in the ways of both Europe and Russia, history, geography, math, literature, and languages, and by all accounts he was a good student and had an excellent memory. He spoke French and German very well. He spoke English flawlessly. He also only ever excelled at the other side of a princely education. He was an excellent shot on the hunt, and he was a great writer. He was a good dancer, and he loved to do it. So on the whole, Even if he was small and sweet, he was coming up as an ideal prince and future emperor. But there is a sense early on that though Nicky was good at memorizing things and reciting them and remembering them, that more creative, abstract thinking was never really his thing. He would learn something, and then he would know it, rather than turn it over in his mind, combine it with other things, and see what new and possibly independent thoughts might appear. Helping along this idea that he should learn something to know it, not abstract beyond it, was one of his most important tutors, who also happened to be one of the most important leaders of the empire through these years, Constantine Papadopoulos. If Sergei Witte, and it is Sergei Witte, not Sergei Witt, I messed that up last week, I'm sorry about that. If Sergei Witte represented the advancing economic spirit of the age, Papadopoulos represented the retreating, traditional, conservative political and social spirit. Papadopoulos was an old, bald, humorless skeleton of a man with a dour disposition and a misanthropic view of the world. He began his career as a jurist and a legal expert, and by ideological and religious conviction was aghast at everything the Tsar Liberator had gotten up to in the 1860s. Papadopoulos was a staunch believer in orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. He tended to believe that the Russian people were inherently lazy and stupid. He thought political freedom was wicked. He thought constitutions the devil's work. He said that parliaments were the instruments of ambition, vanity, and self-interest, which, you could maybe say the same thing about a family running a despotic autocracy, but sure, man, go off. In addition to his positive admiration for the necessarily strong hand of autocracy, Papadopoulos was also a religious and ethnic bigot. He disliked Jews, Catholics, Protestants, and Muslims. Orthodox Christianity was the one true faith for the one true God, and that one true God had chosen the Tsar to rule. Papadopoulos tutored the future Tsar Alexander III, and in him found an eager receptacle for all these reactionary ideas. And when the time came, Alexander made sure that Papadopoulos played a major role in his own children's education, most especially little Nicholas. After Alexander III became Tsar in 1881, Papadopoulos was then given a major hand in shaping the reactionary politics of the 1880s from his position as procurator of the Orthodox Church, and I have seen him called the High Priest of Stagnation. At the age of 12, Nicky's life was progressing pretty normally for an heir to the throne. Ruling the empire was at the end of the line, but that end of the line was still quite a ways off. His grandfather, the Tsar Liberator, was still pretty healthy and in his mid-60s. His father was the picture of robust health and in his mid-30s. Nicky himself was still just a kid. But then in 1881, obviously, shocking tragedy struck. Nicky was hanging around in the Winter Palace on March the 1st, 1881, when an emergency clamor electrified everyone in the building and people started running this way and that. Then the dying body of his once pretty healthy grandfather was dragged into an office where he died in a bloody heap. And just like that, Nicky's father was Tsar. Nicky himself was suddenly the heir to the throne. One more bomb, and he would be the Tsar. After the assassination of the Tsar Liberator, the new Tsar, Alexander III, took the advice of his security ministers and moved the whole family out of St. Petersburg permanently. They moved to the Gatchina Palace, a gargantuan 900-room palace in the suburbs that could be better policed and protected. And for the rest of his reign, Tsar Alexander III remained there, coming to St. Petersburg only to perform certain ceremonial functions. And if you read the 1882 preface to the Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, where Marx and Engels are enthusiastic about the prospects of Tsardom being toppled by radical revolutionaries, they refer to Alexander III as the prisoner of Gatchina. And this is what they're referring to. We've got him on the run. He's scared and in hiding. We just need to finish the job. In 1884, Nicky turned 16 and had his coming-of-age ceremony, where he officially stopped being a boy, though it would be some time before he really left the mental trappings of childhood behind. But 1884 was a more significant year for another reason. His uncle, Grand Duke Sergei, married the 25-year-old Princess Elizabeth of Hesse. Ella, as she was known, was another granddaughter of Queen Victoria, and on the occasion of her wedding, she brought along her 12-year-old sister to serve as a bridesmaid. And it was in the activities surrounding the wedding of Sergei and Ella that Nikki first met Alex, his future wife and the future Empress of Russia. Princess Alex Victoria Helena Louise Beatrice, Princess of Hesse, was born June 6, 1872. She was the daughter of the Grand Duke of Hesse, Louis IV, and Princess Alice of the United Kingdom, who was the third daughter of Queen Victoria and the now late Prince Albert. Their little baby girl was named after her mother, and that name Alex was just the German approximate pronunciation of the English name Alice. And it always makes me happy when other people butcher English names so that I know that it's not just me going the other way. Little Alex was brought up a bright and happy kid, and she was so bright and happy that from a very young age, her nickname around the house was Sunny. When she was 2 years old, so 1874, Hesse was forcibly annexed into the recently proclaimed German Empire. And so though she too was in the extended dynastic family, and Willy, that is Kaiser Wilhelm II, was her first cousin, Alex always had a lingering bitterness against the arrogant Prussians. Now, Alex's world was fundamentally changed in 1878. The scourge of diphtheria came through, and her younger sister died, making Alex once again the youngest member of her family. Now, this was, of course, gut-wrenching, but then just a few weeks later, her mother, Princess Alice, all of 35 years old, also died. A 6-year-old child who loses her mother is going to be profoundly affected, and Alex was. The sunniness became far more withheld. She became more serious, more withdrawn, more unsettled by company she did not know or trust. After this tragedy, though, her grandmother, Queen Victoria, kind of adopted the whole family of her now widowed son-in-law, inviting them to come stay in England whenever and for as long as they wanted. Victoria took a special shine to Alex, and Alex responded in kind. She always loved her granny, always loved England, and took on many of the habits and manners and tastes of English women of the time, much to Queen Victoria's evident delight. In 1884, the now 12-year-old Alex accompanied her older sister Ella, who was marrying the Russian Grand Duke Sergei, and she met her 16-year-old cousin Nikki for the first time. But though the pair met for the first time at the ages of 12 and 16, 12 and 16 is not exactly the age of romance. But when she came back for a second visit 5 years later, she was 17 and he was 21. And this time, some sparks started to fly. In the intervening 5 years, Nikki was not exactly in a hurry to grow up to be Tsar, nor was anyone in a hurry to force him to grow up and be Tsar. His father was still young and healthy. Alexander III expected to reign for at least 20 more years, maybe even 30. So rushing Nikki along the process of psychological, emotional, and political maturity was not a very high priority for anyone. And the Tsar does not seem to have been particularly impressed with his eldest son, and so didn't really feel much like bringing him into the daily practice of government. So through the 1880s, Nikki is just a playboy. He sat in on council meetings from time to time, but was bored and got out of it as quickly as he could, and no one ever gave him anything interesting to do anyway. So he did what any other insanely rich and privileged teenager would do in these circumstances. He partied with his friends. They had dinners and dances, balls, concerts, lots of gambling and drinking and carousing. He very much liked all things military. He loved a good parade and a good regimental dinner. He really prized his rank as a colonel in the Russian army, and he dug drinking with the boys, to the point where his mother had to remind him that these were his subjects and his subordinates, not his friends, and he really shouldn't be falling down drunk and needing them to carry him to his carriage at the end of the night. It was all a bit embarrassing. But Nikki was having a good time. And he wasn't like a huge jerk or anything. He was predisposed to liking people. He was predisposed to wanting people to like him. He liked pleasing people and being pleased by people. He wasn't a let's go throw rocks at the peasants kind of spoiled rich boy, but he was very much a spoiled rich boy. And during these years, Nikki enjoyed hanging out with his quote-unquote Aunt Ella, who was really just a few years older than he was. But when her little sister Alex came back for a second visit to Russia in 1889, Nikki was around all the time. And this is when we have him writing in his diary that one day he's going to marry Alex. Now, she was not so sure about this. She liked him. She maybe even loved him. He was handsome and charming and wonderful. But she was a devout Lutheran. And marrying Nicholas came with the price of conversion to Orthodoxy. But for now, no one was in a hurry, so they just flirted and enjoyed each other's company. She came back to Russia again in 1890 and stayed out on an estate near Moscow, but this time Nicky did not come round, because he was preparing to depart on a world tour. So the now 22-year-old Nicky, his brother George, and their cousin, Prince George of Greece, embarked on a world tour at the end of 1890. First, they traveled to Egypt, then they moved on to India, then Singapore and Bangkok and Hong Kong. And every stop, he represented the Russian Empire to the various courts and dignitaries he encountered. The party finally wound up in Japan, where in April of 1891, Nicky was nearly killed before he ever got the chance to go down in history as the last Tsar of Russia. While they were walking through Otsu, Japan, a dude came at Nicky with a sword and tried to kill him. His first glancing blow left a deep cut in Nicky's forehead, giving him a permanent scar. The second thrust was blocked by Prince George of Greece. Now, I have read multiple motives for this attack, one of them being this guy was a religious fanatic who was upset over the entourage's desecration of a temple. I have also read that he may have been an angry husband whose wife Nicky had hit on. Either way, the assassination failed, and it went down as another near-miss assassination attempt on a Romanov. But aside from the scar and the occasional headaches, the lingering after effects of this attack was a persistent racism towards the Japanese that Nicholas displayed for the rest of his life. Typically, he referred to them as monkeys. The return trip from Japan to St. Petersburg was overland, and Nicky happened to be in Vladivostok in May 1892 when they were getting ready to launch the east to west half of the Trans-Siberian Railway project. And Nicky actually lay the first stone of the final eastern terminus in Vladivostok. But the train was not yet built, and so Nicky had to endure the long and disjointed road and river and rail journey back to St. Petersburg. After his return from the world tour, the newly minted Minister of Finance, Sergei Witte, advised the Tsar that maybe they should put Nicky in charge of the Trans-Siberian Railway project, an idea at which the Tsar scoffed. He said he's a child with childish ideas, to which Witte responded, well, sure, but he's got to grow up sometime, and this would be a decent way to ease him into it. But the Tsar would not hear of it, and Witte resigned himself to watching the boy ominously drift irresponsibly, with so much responsibility looming in his future. So when Nicky returned to Russia, he returned to his playboy lifestyle, which now added a new feature, a girlfriend. Mathilde Kruszynska was a 19-year-old ballet dancer and just getting going with a career that would make her one of the most famous and beloved ballet dancers in Russian history. She and Nicky had crossed paths multiple times since they first met in 1890, but when he came back, the relationship with Mathilde got serious on both sides. They spent as much time together as they could, often in an apartment that she kept in the city where they could be alone or just hang out in the company of a small group of friends. But both of them knew going into this that even though their relationship was more than just some random fling, I mean, they were a couple, there was no way it was going to ever end in anything but Nicky going off to marry a proper princess. And for Nicky, that still meant Alex of Hesse, whatever anyone else said. At first, his parents wanted him to marry Hélène, the daughter of the Count of Paris, that is, the grandson of the last king of the French, Louis Philippe. But Hélène refused because she was a staunch Catholic and would not convert to Orthodoxy as her position as Empress of Russia would require. So Nicky's parents next looked to Princess Margaret of Prussia, who Nicky refused on the grounds that he was not attracted to her and she was boring, and then she refused on the grounds that she would also not convert to Orthodoxy. Now, there were other options out there, but Nicky was still persistently insisting that he was going to marry Alex even though his parents were opposed. Alex was a fine girl, they said, but she was not a suitable match for an emperor. Meanwhile, she was off fending off her own promising proposals, most especially one from Prince Eddie, the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, who she refused, saying that they just would not be happy together. In 1893, Nicky went off to England to attend the wedding of his cousin, the future King George V, and moderate hijinks ensued thanks to how much these two future monarchs resembled each other. They had the same face, the same Van Dyke beard, and they parted their hair the same way. And Nicky spoke such good English that they were often just straight up mistaken for each other, like random drunk uncles coming up and clapping Nicky on the back and saying, "Boy, how does it feel to be married?" You know, that sort of thing. But Nicky wasn't a married man yet. Upon his return to Russia, though, he found his insistence that he was going to marry Alex of Hesse suddenly finding greater acceptance from his parents. In early 1894, Tsar Alexander III's robust health had begun to falter. And even if this was merely a brush with mortality, it was enough of a brush to make both the emperor and empress eager to see Nicky's marriage settled. They needed him off producing more heirs to keep the Romanov dynasty going. I mean, God forbid Nicholas turn out to be the last Romanov. So in April of 1894, Alex and Aunt Ella's brother, Prince Louis of Hesse, was going to marry Princess Victoria Melita in Coburg. Everyone was going to be there, and when Nicky was added to the guest list as the principal emissary of Russia, he brought with him permission from his parents to ask Alex to marry him. Nicky was over the moon. He believed this was his destiny, but it was going to take some convincing to get Alex on board. So this wedding in Coburg in April of 1894 turns out to be a pretty famous affair. There were indeed tons of relatives who turned out, including Queen Victoria herself, everyone's granny, Kaiser Wilhelm II, Willie, the Prince of Wales, Uncle Bertie, and a raft of grandchildren, aunts, uncles, and cousins. And there's a pretty famous photograph that they all took at Bertie's suggestion, which is famous both for its single-frame assembling of like half the rulers of Europe, but also for the fact that in about 10 years they're all going to be blowing the hell out of each other, and at least the Russian contingent would all be assassinated or executed or commit suicide. So it's a very famous family portrait, a family portrait of a doomed family. But of course nobody knew that yet. The immediate family drama that dominated this wedding was the fact that Nicky had shown up intending to propose to Alex, have you heard? This was a big deal, and Nicky wasted no time going to see her as soon as he could and asking her directly to marry him. But she did not immediately say yes. Again, she was a devout Christian, and she was a Lutheran. That was the faith she had been raised in and the faith she professed. She was like, "Look, I think I like you. I think I might even love you, but I can't convert to Orthodoxy. That's just not what I believe." So Nicky departed this meeting undeterred, but without a yes. This unaccepted proposal then dominated the chatter of the attendees of the wedding. The general consensus was that it was a great match, and Alex should say yes. Victoria had been initially skeptical, but now that the match was at hand, she seemed thrilled by the idea. She loved Alex, she liked Nicholas, and Alex might be a good influence on Russia generally. Their cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm, impressed upon Alex that she simply had to do her duty and say yes. Alex's older sister Ella's voice probably carried the most weight because she said, "Look, I converted to Orthodoxy. It's fine. It's all of a piece. It's not that big of a deal. You should do it. You like Nicholas. You'd be happy with him. So say yes." So Alex came around. She said yes. This then turned out to be the big news of the wedding. We have just joined the future emperor and empress of Russia. And I can only imagine what the actual bride and groom thought about all this. I mean, this is their wedding. It's supposed to be their big moment. And it turned out to be the mere backdrop for like a season finale of The Bachelor. After the engagement, Nicky had to go home to Russia, but was soon turning around and heading to England for a 6-week-long rendezvous with his now fiancée. At first, they got to spend 3 days basically alone together at a seaside resort, which in the future would go down in both their memories as like the happiest 3 days of their whole lives. Then they went up to London, where they continued to spend a lot of time together, but now they were under the closer scrutiny of both society and Queen Victoria. After this glorious 6 weeks together, Nicky had to go home for the wedding of his younger sister. But that wedding was also overshadowed by momentous news. The pains and health problems that had started up for the Tsar at the beginning of the year were getting worse, not better. And in the fall of 1894, there was real whispered concern among doctors, advisors, and family that something was like really seriously wrong. The Tsar was diagnosed with a possibly fatal kidney disease. The Tsar tried to put all this off, pretend like nothing was wrong, but in October 1894 he was finally prevailed upon to go south to recuperate. He was meant ultimately to go to the island of Corfu, but he couldn't get past Livadia on the Black Sea coast before the family decided he was too weak to travel further. Things got bad enough that Nicky summoned Alex to come join them. Things might be moving faster than either of us thought. Please come. The chaos around the now very possibly dying Tsar was such that the court secretary straight up forgot to arrange passage for Alex, and she had to book a seat as a private passenger. But when she showed up, Tsar Alexander III insisted on getting up and greeting her in full military regalia. She was, after all, the future empress of his empire. They all then spent a week and a half lingering in and around what was now distressingly becoming clear was the deathbed of the Tsar. Alex took stock of the situation and concluded that Nicky was not being forceful and assertive enough in all this, that he was often being kept out of the loop of doctors and ministers and his mother, Empress Maria. And in what marks probably her first real influence on her husband, she said, "Look, make them come to you. Make them report everything to you. You are next in line for the throne." But Nicky was shy and tender and unprepared for all of this. He was sitting there like, I don't want to make trouble. But he took her advice and tried to insist that he mattered. Not that things were left in this confused state for long. On October the 20th, 1894, Tsar Alexander III suddenly stopped breathing, and then he died. He was just 49 years old. At the age of 26, Nicky was now Emperor Nicholas II. He was not prepared. He had almost no experience in statecraft beyond family diplomacy. He had never been asked to rise to a single occasion in his life. He had figured mentally he had about 20 more years to grow up and get settled. And now his father, who he had always considered something of a god on earth, was dead. And in talking to Grand Duke Alexander, Nicky famously let loose his concern. He said, "What am I going to do? What is going to happen to me and you, to Xenia, to Alex, to Mother, to all Russia?" Well, my man, we're about to find out, aren't we? But I can tell you, the fact that you figure so prominently in a podcast about the great political revolutions in history, that does not bode well for you. So as I said last time, I am taking the week off next week. But if you need more Mike Duncan in your life, I did successfully complete interviews at Sound Education with my new friends at Pax Britannica and the Eastern Border. Both of those interviews have now posted, and I will include links in the show notes to both of them, but you're looking for Pax Britannica and the Eastern Border. I am off now to delve even deeper into the Lafayette archives at Cornell, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks as the reign of Nicholas II begins and the old world prepares to end. Episode 10.20, The Liberal Tradition, Such as It Is. So I am now back in Paris after a great 3-week trip to the United States. Sound Education was totally fun. Ithaca was great. Cornell was great. Shout out to all the cool people I met there. Shout out to all the archivists and librarians who helped me with the Lafayette papers. A big shout out to the trees and the gorges and the waterfalls. Upstate New York in the fall. It's no joke. Now, in our last episode, we introduced Nicky and Alex, against whom our coming Russian revolutions will be staged. First, the one in 1905, and then the one in 1917. What we're going to do over the next few episodes, though, is bring forward the groups who will be doing the revolutionary staging. So, this will of course mean circling back to our friends in the Emancipation of Labor group, who are on their way to founding the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. But they were not the only ones jockeying for position as the 19th century drew to a close. We will also have, for example, the Socialist Revolutionary Party, better known as the SRs, who rise from the ashes of the old Narodists and emerge as a radical neo-populist advocate for the Russian peasantry. There will also be anarchist groups working in the tradition in Bakunin, but who are also now picking up further advances in anarchist theory and practice. But today we are going to start all this by talking about the historical background of the coming Constitutional Democratic Party, who will be known to one and all as the Cadets. And the Cadets represent the liberal wing of the revolutions. Now, so far in this series, we have talked at length about reactionaries and radicals, Marxists, anarchists, and populists, but we have spent very little time on Russian liberals. And in part, that's because Russian liberalism in the 19th century is a notoriously difficult political animal to locate, name, and classify. Now, we have, of course, talked a lot about 19th century European liberalism generally in all of our previous series, and in the main, we're still talking about people who supported constitutional government, limited by defined civil rights guaranteed by the rule of law. Liberals could either be monarchist or Republican, but they always wanted some kind of representative assembly at both the local and national level. And if you stretch the definition a little bit, you will also find liberals support free market economics and a strong belief in the importance of defending private property rights. But when historians go looking through 19th century Russia looking for liberals like this, they find very few leaders fitting the description. Many will have one or two liberal traits, but also have other traits that seem to undermine our ability to say, oh yeah, yep, that's definitely a liberal. The absence of clear-cut Western-style liberalism in the Russian Empire in the 19th century is rooted in the fact that the Russian Empire in the 19th century was not really operating under the same social, economic, and political conditions as Western Europe. So even if a Russian were temperamentally inclined towards a liberal position, they would often wind up drawing different conclusions about how to feasibly pursue their ends. And probably the biggest difference, as we'll see, is their attitude towards state power. Western liberals were often working to carve out space for an individual to operate free of state intrusion, so freedom of speech, press, religion, and assembly, and usually with the rule of law guaranteeing protection of private property and their investments. That often went along with all that. And when and where the state was required to provide law and order, free individuals would be given a chance to participate in the crafting and execution of laws that they would live under, most especially when it came to taxes. But in Russia, the same kind of well-to-do, educated professional who might like the sound of all this typically believed that Russia was a long ways off from achieving it democratically. So if you wanted to do social and economic reform, the central state was actually the only thing capable of doing the job, so it would be through the central state that any great reforms had to be run. Otherwise, it would die in the hands of an archaic conservative landowning aristocracy, to say nothing of the hopelessly backward and ignorant masses. So in many ways, they were operating under conditions akin to Ancien Regime France, where these sorts of reformists in the intelligentsia wanted to energetically use the power of the centralized state to achieve reform. The state was thus their friend, and not their enemy. As to what kind of reforms our proto-liberals wanted, well, that was a heterogeneous mix with little uniform agreement. And it often feels like somebody pulled out a bucket, wrote liberal on the side of it, and then dumped in anyone who didn't fit into some other more recognizable category. So this is about defining liberalism less by what it was than what it was not. So for example, a liberal is not a reactionary conservative. These guys don't like orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. They want reform and progress and modernization. And whatever those vague catch-all terms might mean, reform, progress, modernization, a quote-unquote liberal is not into stagnant despotism. But a liberal is also not a radical revolutionary. They are likely opposed to revolution entirely, preferring slow reform to abrupt change, and for sure they will oppose terrorism as a means towards any end that they want to achieve. So that means that, at least temperamentally, they are moderate, they are cautious, they want things to progress peacefully and steadily. So whatever your own particular set of beliefs, if you were a non-revolutionary reformer, chances are somebody is going to call you a liberal. Which then gives way to a tautology on the positive side. What is it that a liberal believes? Well, whatever these people who we have just called liberals believe. And as we'll see in a second, more than a few of those people, even those name-checked by the future cadets as their intellectual and spiritual forebears, were not really liberal in any sense that we would understand. Now, if you will recall from episode, 10.11, the guy who got to go down as the quote-unquote father of Russian liberalism was Mikhail Speransky. He was the influential advisor and then de facto prime minister to Tsar Alexander I in the years between Alexander's ascension to the throne in 1801 and the French invasion in 1812. Whenever Alexander was going through one of his liberal phases, Speransky was there. But the brand of liberalism Speransky was pushing was more like rational, participatory autocracy. Remember, he wanted to augment the imperial throne with a state council and a nested set of elected dumas that would reach up from the local to the national level. But those bodies were only ever meant to be consultative. The emperor's word would always be law, and power was never meant to be shared in any meaningful sense. Speransky was inspired a lot by Bonapartism, an empire run rationally by a central administrative system, staffed by a meritocratic bureaucracy, with the window dressing of representative government. Now, in other parts of the empire, notably Poland and Finland, Speransky did push Alexander towards a constitutional monarchy, and who knows what would have happened had Alexander stayed on this liberalish path. But the Tsar did not stay on this liberalish path, and Speransky's quote-unquote liberal reforms were left not even half done. But still, liberalism has to come from somewhere, and so Speransky gets called the father of Russian liberalism. But if we were so inclined, and I am, we can push this back just a little bit before Speransky to the reign of Alexander I's grandmother, Catherine the Great. Because it was during her turn as the quintessential enlightened despot that many of the liberal seeds were first planted and cultivated. Not only did she simply model a government that favored energetic reform, modernization, and the rule of law, she also created and patronized this thing called the Free Economic Society, which became a home base for many liberally inclined people in the century to come. The Free Economic Society was initially composed of well-educated nobles who wanted to advance Russia's economy by importing the latest theories, practices, and techniques from the West. Among other activities, they would regularly hold essay contests, which were open to thinkers across Europe, including Voltaire, who once submitted an essay on the role of the peasant in society. The Free Economic Society is going to be mostly focused for the next 100 years on economic and scientific advancement. But the kind of people who are interested in that sort of thing are also going to be associated with political liberalism, even if they're not inclined to be public about that. So the Free Economic Society would become a kind of loose-knit social and intellectual club that kept these types of people connected. And it would continue to keep them connected right into the 1890s, at which point, right around the arrival of Nicholas II, the society attempted to grow beyond mere economic ideas and talk about culture and politics, because by that point many educated scholars were arguing these things are all interconnected, and we can't talk about economics without talking about politics. But anyway, springing forward now beyond Mikhail Speransky, the father of Russian liberalism, where do we land? Of course, we land on the Decembrists. The Decembrists, for sure, by their own declarations, believed themselves to be representing the liberal spirit of the age in Russia. This group of post-Napoleonic army officers returned to Russia believing that they were at the forefront of Russia's date with constitutional destiny. And as we discussed in episode 10.12, they believed in constitutional government, whether a monarchy or a republic, getting rid of legal and civil inequality, but most especially freeing the serfs. And along with constitutional government, this idea of freeing the serfs became one of the most consistent themes of Russian liberalism. Now, the Decembrists do wind up staging an armed revolt, so that's not very slow and steady reform of them. But you will recall that they did not really want to be revolutionaries even as they staged this armed revolt. They wanted to have a good old-fashioned palace coup. They did not want to call in the people to overthrow the state. And one of the reasons they maybe didn't succeed in their mission was that they didn't call in the people to help them overthrow the state. And so we know how all this turns out. When the Decembrist revolt failed, the now secure on the throne Nicholas I instead introduced orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, which was anathema to anything even remotely resembling liberalism. So future liberal leaders would talk about the 1830s and 1840s as a time when the kind of comfortable and educated types who might be drawn into liberal political ideas mostly withdrew into abstract discussions on literature and philosophy that kept them out of active politics. The free economic society was allowed to keep doing its business just so long as it did not deviate from economic and scientific topics. So while during this period we find advancements in the natural sciences, geography, and statistics, to say nothing of art, music, and literature, we find very little open discussion of politics, and certainly not from cautious would-be liberals. Now, some of the westernizers of the 1840s were of course looking with some longing at the liberal pamphlets and books coming out of the West, but when the revolutions of 1848 hit, led, as we well know, by liberals and liberal ideas, there was simply no corresponding liberal movement in Russia ready to mount a barricade. Now, there were a few liberal-ish types in that Petrushevsky circle that we talked about in the lead-up to 1848, but they were just kind of a mixed bag of intellectual freethinkers who were already becoming much more enamored with socialism than they were with liberalism. And besides, they were broken up and scattered quite easily in 1849. So now we're right at the midpoint of the 19th century, and there just aren't that many liberals in Russia to speak of. If you had an education, you either supported the status quo, or you were getting into way more radical socialist ideas. But that can't be right, can it? I mean, once Tsar Alexander II arrives in 1855, someone has to be telling him to get going with the great reforms. There is obviously some extant group ready, willing, and able to make that case, and if it ain't liberals, then who is it? I mean, were liberals not the ones looking to liberate the serfs, create elected assemblies, and reform the judicial system to make it more friendly to the rule of law? That all sounds pretty liberal to me. And yes, there was a group of ministers and intellectuals ready to make those arguments, and in the future Russian liberals will name this group among their spiritual ancestors, but they would be coming at it from a distinctly illiberal position. This generation of reformers wanted to do everything from the top down, from the center out. In their minds, an enlightened ministry was going to have to use the central bureaucracy to fight a political and social war against the old landed nobility and their anachronistic presumptions and privileges. Now, they could not afford to be absolutely rigid in this approach to reform, and in plenty of places, expediency and a recognition of the limits of the Russian state meant that the central government could only do so much. But in terms of worldview, these mid-19th century great reformers look a lot like the advocates of 18th century enlightened despotism. And so though they will later be name-checked among the liberal grandfathers of the cadets, the label liberal is kind of ill-fitting. But they weren't radical revolutionaries, and they weren't reactionary conservatives, so I will give them that. But the era of great reforms did carve out a space for people who more comfortably fit the label liberal, especially liberal Democrat, and those were the Zemstva. However circumscribed their mandate and however limited their actual power, the Zemstvas were handed some real power and a mandate to have a large impact on certain aspects of local administration, particularly in infrastructure, schools, and what we would call healthcare, right? Doctors and hospitals. Because of both the nature of the Zemstva, they were elected assemblies working within the legal framework of the state, and because of the nature of their work, this is public reform, improvement, and administration, the Zemstva naturally attracted people with a liberal worldview. If you were an old stodgy reactionary, you wanted nothing to do with any of these reforms. And if you were a young radical revolutionary, well, the Zemstvas were just so much empty window dressing. They were democratic lipstick for the czarist pig. But if you were in between those extremes, if you did not support radical terrorism but also did not like oppressive police states, well, where did that leave you? That left you in the Zemstva, and it turned out to be a space ceded by both extremes to a liberal middle. Now, no less than the radical, the people who joined the Zemstva were disappointed that the Great Reforms became a bracketed time period, the era of Great Reform, that was limited to the 1860s and did not continue towards what many thought would be the logical, constitutional conclusion. The participants in the Zemstva system, both its elected members and the hired professional employees, thought that they were building the foundations of what would be a larger, wider, and deeper system of participatory government. And when that didn't happen, they started to develop an independent, if ill-defined and unorganized, set of ideas that would earn them the name the Zemstva Constitutionalists. Now, unlike their reformist cousins, those enlightened despots, the Zemstva Constitutionalists did not trust the central bureaucracy to carry out further reforms or advance Russia towards liberal freedom and progress. They wanted Russia to renew itself from the bottom up, not the top down, and they believed that a constitution, when it came, had to grow organically from some kind of democratically elected National Assembly. It could not be some handed down by the grace of God charter of government thing. Now, given that one of their mandates was local education, these constitutionalists put a lot of stock in improving the nature of Russian primary education to forge a new generation ready to create and then operate that hopefully organically grown national constitution. But by now we're heading into the 1870s, and Russia is barreling headlong towards the people's will declaring that the Tsar must die. That fight between the radicals and the reactionaries is where all the real political action was going to be, and these liberal Zemstva constitutionalists were few in number and not particularly influential. Now, one of the leaders of this little movement, if it could even be called that, was a guy named Ivan Petrokevich. He spent a lot of time trying to dissuade various radical leaders from embracing revolutionary terrorism and to instead join this slower and more peaceful democratic push for a constitution, but to no avail, not the least of which because many radicals saw the proposed political constitution as simply a yoke that rich landowners were trying to slip on the people. They were well aware of the critiques of bourgeois constitutions being made by their brethren in the West, and they did not intend to fall for that same trap. As he struck out with the radicals, Petrokevich also lobbied the government, saying you can't beat this revolution with clubs and guns and trains to Siberia. You need to undercut the reason for the revolution's being. Russia needs freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and a democratic political system. If you give the people a voice and some real responsibility in government, they will stop throwing bombs. In March 1879, Petrokevich organized the first semi-clandestine meeting of what would become called the Zemstva Union, a small group of constitutionalists who had a list of political and social demands. Now, at the top of this list was, of course, a constitution and the standard list of liberal civil rights, but it's also interesting to note that they wanted the government to also scrap the redemption payments that those emancipated serfs had to pay, as they were an immoral and inflammatory burden on the peasantry. Because this was all taking place against the backdrop of an open war between People's Will terrorists and a reactionary police state, the fortunes of these liberal constitutionalists rode like a roller coaster ride over the next few years. Because shortly after the Zemstva Union meeting in March of 1879, one of the nearest of the near-missed assassination attempts on Tsar Alexander II happened in April 1879. Now, extremely twitchy, the government viewed the Zemstva leaders with suspicion, even though part of their whole thing was we don't want to do violent revolution. In this atmosphere, anyone challenging the status quo was suspect, and so Petrokevich was arrested and exiled to Siberia. But ironically, 2 assassination attempts later, and suddenly the fortunes of the liberal Zemstva constitutionalists was back on the rise. Especially after the Winter Palace bombing, the Tsar and his advisors were like, hell, maybe we do need a new strategy, and so they invited in the new Minister of the Interior, Boris Melikov, who, even if he wasn't necessarily a dyed-in-the-wool liberal, echoed a lot of what the Zemstva constitutionalists were saying. We need to let the air out of this thing. We need a new round of reforms. Probably a round of reforms that move us in the direction of a political constitution. So Boris Melikov came into office with a slate of liberal-minded ministers, and for like a split second, it looked like the Tsar Liberator's reign was going to end as it had begun, with a bunch of progressive reforms moving towards at least a semi-democratic constitution for Russia. But instead the Tsar got blown to bits, and the constitutionalist fortunes plummeted once again. Alexander III had no time or patience for any of this claptrap, and the 1880s became a desert for Russian liberalism. Those who kept the faith through this lost decade emerged with an even greater conviction that the central Tsarist bureaucracy could simply not be trusted, Enlightened despotism was well out of favor by the time they came back around again in the mid-1890s. We're going to wrap things up today with the culminating figure of Russian liberalism, a guy who's going to be with us for a good long time, Pavel Milukov. He's going to be one of the principal leaders and organizers of the cadets, and then way down the line is going to end up foreign minister in the provisional government, and in between have a pretty lengthy political career in and around the post-1905 Dumas. So, we need to talk about Pavel Milukov. Milukov was born in 1859 into a middle-class family in Moscow. His father, who died when Milukov was a kid, was a professor of architecture. A precocious child with a great memory, Milukov taught himself things well beyond the standard Russian education. He learned 5 languages and went off to university with a particular passion for history. Entering the University of Moscow in the late 1870s means that he's a student just as the streets are exploding into open war. And though he was briefly expelled for participating in some student demonstrations, he was allowed to return and finish his degree. And he never got too deeply caught up in really real radical politics. So he graduated with a degree in history and then went on to take up a position teaching at the University of Moscow. Now, until he was about 40 years old, Milukov was principally known for his work in history, and had he died then, at the age of 40, he still would have gone down as one of the great intellectual figures of his generation. Having read and been inspired by the sociological developments out in the West, he read Herbert Spencer and Auguste Comte and Emile Durkheim and Karl Marx, Milukov developed a sociological approach to Russian history. Turning away from what he thought of as a dry recitation of the deeds of kings and emperors, he was interested in the whole of a society's culture. He was less interested in studying the fishes and more interested in studying the waters within which those fishes swam. With this approach, he hoped to close once and for all the ongoing debate between Westernizers and Slavophiles. Now, Milukov himself was a staunchly European Russian who looked west, and he believed that there was something like a universal evolutionary path for societies. But he also believed that said universal path was guided and directed by the material conditions of a given time and place. That included physical geography, as well as what Marx might call the modes of economic production. But while he rejected the random happenstance of personality-driven history, he also never got on board with determinism of any kind, and he considered himself to occupy a middle space between romantic historians who wanted to exalt great leaders and a coming generation of historical materialists who thought it all came down to conditions and that individuals counted for almost nothing. But that said, he clearly leaned in the materialist direction and did believe that there was an evolutionary course to history. But that said evolutionary course was leading Russia towards constitutional parliamentary democracy. His dissertation was a study of Peter the Great's reforms, taking the novel position that Peter himself counted for very little in the story of Peter the Great's reforms. But then by the later 1890s, he was cranking out what would become called the Outlines of Russian Culture, a hugely successful and influential undertaking that sought to synthesize geography, climate, economics, religion, politics, art, education, and literature to produce a definitive analysis of Russia and its people. And like I said, if this had been all Milukov had done, he'd still be getting talked about as a giant in Russian historiography. But that's not all he did. Milukov was interested in politics at a very young age, but he did not follow the radical path. Instead, his study of Russian culture, economics, and history led him to the conclusion that what Russia needed more than anything else was a democratic system of constitutional government. No friend of even enlightened despotism, Milukov believed that the problem was that the state and the people had always been kept well apart from each other, each rarely taking any notice of the other. Remember, at the local level, the villages were still mostly self-governed at this point. This meant that national government policy was wholly unresponsive to the people's needs, and all this revolutionary trouble, radical terrorists fighting a violent police state, could be resolved by bringing the people into the state. If you introduce universal suffrage and democratic representative government, you will make the state the people's concern, and it will have to respond to them. Unmet needs will have to be addressed because the people will be the new foundation of power. And if you couple all of that with further economic development to raise the standard of living and education, well, now you're talking about a healthy and robust national spirit, rather than the broken, paranoid, weak, violent, and angry spirit that currently pervaded everything. So by the mid-1890s, Milukov was getting more active and more vocal in politics, which would lead him to spend most of the decade between 1895 and 1905 bouncing between stints in prison, forced exile, and voluntary vacations abroad. But that is beyond the scope of our show here, and part of the story that leads us to the Revolution of 1905. So we'll leave it there. Next week, we will talk about those who thought that men like Milukov were hopelessly naive, that mere liberal democratic reforms and a constitutional government would never be enough to really liberate Russia. But the people we're going to talk about next week also disagreed with that weird little Marxist cult who thought that a tiny minority of urban industrial workers were going to be the key to real revolution. The peasants were still the vast majority of the Russian population, and political action must be by the people if it was going to be for the people, and it needed to be for the people. So next week, we are going to talk about the origins of the Socialist Revolutionary Party.